Chapter 2212, Refine GU, Refine Human, and Refine Heaven. Seeing the fierce attacks of the enemies, Fang Yuan quickly dodged for the time being. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pursued relentlessly as he shouted. Back then, when I fought my way into the door of life and death, I wanted to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trump card and learn of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current condition. But you also went inside. It was truly a great scheme. If you remained in the outside world, you would need to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who went out. But if you followed me, you would be able to see the strength of Heavenly Court and my longevity heaven. At that time, because of Heavenly Court's arrangements, the door of life and death was tightly connected to the immortal graveyard. It could not be destroyed forcefully in a short period of time. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable secretly inspected their lucks. After learning of this peculiar change in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's lucks, he wanted to find out the reason. If possible, he wanted to ruin this intimate relationship between them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had hidden cards too, but he went inside the door of life and death regardless. Because he had his own trump cards. When he used the blood path method to revive, no matter how severe his injuries got, he would be fully healed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been trying to make the best use of this trump card. He tried all ways possible to probe more of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. From Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's perspective, this was the first time he was fighting against a Venerable. Venerables had immense foundation. He needed to probe carefully. To destroy the immortal graveyard, he had to target the door of life and death. By going inside, he could inspect if there was really a relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If possible, he would destroy that connection and save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before working together. Or if possible, he could even try to take the door of life and death for himself. With all these intentions, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to find out Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method involving emotions on this trip. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left the door of life and death, did Giant Sun Immortal Venerable really not have any way of stopping her? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was happy to see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leave. Firstly, the eternal life results still needed some time to nurture. He had already left behind his investigative method in the Crazed Demon Formation, that was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Secondly, 3 parties were contesting in Crazed Demon Cave then, other than Green Lotus Great World's Heavenly Court, and Savage Wilderness Great World's Longevity Heaven, there was also Yellow Earth Great World's Paradise Earth. In the end, through this contest, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forced Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to revive prematurely, causing him to only have pseudo-venerable cultivation level. When Paradise Earth went into the door of life and death, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not use his biggest trump card before leaving. Even though he did not save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he managed to ally with Paradise Earth. As Fang Yuan retaliated, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move was broken. He was forced back again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable yelled, "Fang Yuan, I am sure you wanted to see Paradise Earth's premature resurrection as well. Such great acting, truly great acting skills. After leaving the door of life and death, I was hit by Qin Ding Ling's method and fell into a disadvantage. I needed you to take action, but you were trapped by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. That was your intentional excuse. You purposely made the Qi Si clone activate Hu elevation. That way, the Qi Si clone would be restrained again, while Zan Bu Du was unable to get away. You managed to watch openly as our 2 sides fought and expended each other's strength." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said while gritting his teeth. Back then, he still had an immortal zombie body. He was suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and schemed against by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. His combat system's foundation was uprooted. Even though the situation was dangerous, Giant Sun was not flustered. Because he still had the greatest trump card unused, Giant Sun held back and waited because he wanted to see the trump cards of these other people. In the end, Paradise Earth made his move. Paradise Earth did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Instead, he tried to help Giant Sun. After failing, he immediately saved Fang Yuan. This showed that Paradise Earth's intentions were not simple either. However, after Fang Yuan was saved, he still refused to help out Giant Sun. Instead, he went to kill the unimportant Qin Ding Ling. This way, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to use his blood path trump card, reviving completely. Fang Yuan succeeded in killing Qin Ding Ling, but how could he deceive Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with such superficial actions? Giant Sun was very clear of it in his heart. Since he exposed his true strength, he immediately changed his position and joined up with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan. Because of this, Fang Yuan was attacked by two venerables. He had to expend Reverse Flow River, but still got hit in the end. His immortal aperture suffered calamities and tribulations. Wait, thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable realized and called out. During that time, you used the opportunity of your immortal aperture getting hit to obscure the aura and use the chance to break through the heavenly Tao blockade. By stacking tribulation with tribulation, you deceived everyone and got past the final tribulation, becoming a venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable finally understood everything. Back then, he thought that he had succeeded when he inspected Fang Yuan's falling luck and the aura of calamities and tribulations in his aperture. But to think that Fang Yuan was making use of this to secretly tackle the heavenly Tao blockade and break through an even stronger tribulation. With just Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method, he could definitely not create black fire in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The black fire was the remnant product of the chaotic disaster. Fang Yuan did not speak, he attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable resisted with difficulty. He stared at Fang Yuan and continued to speak. Through that method, you became a venerable without anyone noticing. I originally thought that you were not skilled in aura concealment methods, but to think that your attainment in this aspect is shocking. You have been concealing your aura the entire time. You actually deceived me, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and wait, even Paradise Earth was deceived. Fang Yuan was the greatest liar, he lied until the very end. All of these venerables were toyed around by him. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's hearts. The fight between the venerables was getting more intense. They started using their full strength, causing the rest to be pushed away to the boundaries of the void, along with the Qi Si clone. Looking at Fang Yuan, who was holding the upper hand, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang had complex emotions. On one hand, they were shocked and in admiration that Fang Yuan broke through successfully to become a venerable. He was even suppressing two noble existences who were famous in history. But on the other hand, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang were furious. They had a close connection to Paradise Earth, while a large part of his death was attributed to Fang Yuan's scheme. In the end, Paradise Earth had no choice but to expose his great secret. He could absorb truthful floating ice to raise his cultivation level. Fang Yuan purposely made a transaction with Paradise Earth and shouted so loudly, triggering the two venerables to use their full strength on him. In the end, the attacks of the two venerables helped out Fang Yuan. He managed to kill Paradise Earth. Crafty, scheming, evil. Such words revolved around the hearts of Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang. They could not help but describe Fang Yuan as such. As the golden light faded and starlight dimmed, Fang Yuan was incredibly domineering. His aura was surging like a rising tiger over 10,000 li. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were feeling bitter internally. After so long, they had already expended many of their trump cards in combat. Their injuries were still lingering. There was simply no time to heal them. In contrast, Fang Yuan had been staying low profile and hiding his strength. His schemes were simply too deep. The three venerables clashed again. Fang Yuan held the upper hand once more. The two venerables were forced back. They spat out blood together, their injuries becoming more severe. Fang Yuan wore a snow-white robe. His hair was long and fluttering. He dominated the battlefield, with his aura surmounting mountains and rivers. He firmly grasped the upper hand as he suddenly recited, "In my youth I knew the hardships of the world, yet I still aspired to soar above the clouds. A journey of cold winds and uncertainty, a lone traveler experiences a life of ups and downs. A heart of steel forged from countless setbacks, a lifetime of effort to forge one sword. Today my sword aims beyond the clouds. Refine GU, refine human, refine heaven." Fang Yuan's attacks were like a surging tide, enveloping all the surrounding battlefield, approaching from all directions of the world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist them. They retreated time and time again. Fang Yuan grabbed with his hand. The final truthful floating ice went towards him. "Don't think about it," Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had to toss out the door of life and death at the final crucial moment. The door of life and death erupted with an immense suction force, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked at the same time, his killer move landing on Fang Yuan. In order to take the truthful floating ice, Fang Yuan exposed a weakness and was sent into the door of life and death by the two venerables. Our tactic succeeded. The two venerables looked at each other, having expressions of joy flashing at the same time. But at the next moment, Dang Hun Mountain, Luopo Valley, and Reverse Flow River. A killer move with all three secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores was activated by Fang Yuan. A road of life was suddenly formed, extending out of the door of life and death. Fang Yuan instantly returned to the battlefield, leaving Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was extremely furious and agitated behind in the door of life and death. The two venerables stared with wide eyes. Giant Sun Immortal Venerables. Eyelids were twitching intensely. This was the move that he wanted Fang Yuan to conceptualize when he was trapped in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan kept delaying it and showed an expression of helplessness, eventually failing in his deduction. But now, seeing that Fang Yuan was using it so proficiently, it was clear that he had already practiced it many times. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan already had this killer move. But he still used Dang Hun Luopo Seal to make an excuse for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and the rest. Seeing that the door of life and death could not trap Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a soft sigh. At the next moment, the door of life and death opened. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable flew out immediately. He was still in an agitated state, his mind was not clear. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable but furiously targeted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. Using this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to snatch the truthful floating ice. The scene became very chaotic. With one attack by Fang Yuan, 1,000 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms severed. After Fang Yuan became venerable and passed the Black Fire Tribulation, his Dao marks had already exceeded Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan roared and made a push, eventually taking that final truthful floating ice for himself. Star Constellation, I've already done my best. From within Spectral Soul's belly, Verdant Great Sun's voice could be heard sighing. Next, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed, becoming blank. His roaring and emotions of hatred vanished. He ignored Fang Yuan and Giant Sun as he charged towards the hole expressionlessly. With a loud sound, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had actually used his own body to block the whole of the world boundary. The immortals were shocked. The entire scene became silent again. Chapter 2213, Chudu vs Heilu Lan. This was a nameless grassland. The ground was dry and desolate. There was barely any vegetation except yellowish wilting wild grass. The sky was gray and hazy. No sunlight could be seen. A cold and dark wind blew on the faces of the immortals. At this ordinary location, tens of GU immortals were gathered. All of their attention was placed on two people. The male immortal wore a yellowish-brown leather robe unique to Northern Plains. He had a red and thick leather belt, as well as pitch-black leather shoes. The loose robe could not conceal his muscular body. While his face was nothing extraordinary, he looked very plain. But nobody present could ignore him despite that, because his name was Chu Du, the Domination Immortal, and opposing him, there was a female immortal. The female immortal wore a half-mask covering her nose, mouth and cheeks, only revealing the upper half of her face, which showed her strong contours, sharp and long brows, bright eyes and a bold aura. She was Fairy Black Moon, a powerful expert who challenged countless people and had never suffered a loss since her rise in Northern Plains' GU immortal world. As for her true identity as Heilu Lan, few GU immortals knew. Not long ago, Heilu Lan defeated one of the most prominent members of Lu tribe, ranked 7 GU immortal expert Lu Chong. She challenged Chu Du thereafter. Chu Du did not back down, he directly agreed. Once news of this battle was spread, the tension of Northern Plains GU immortals rose. They paid huge attention to it. Right now, the time for the two immortals' fight had arrived. Chu Du, you have finally arrived. Battle intent surged in Heilu Lan's eyes, blazing like flames. The contest of strength path, I have been looking forward to this. Chu Du replied, happily. Regardless of the outcome today, Fairy, I would like to invite you to my Chu tribe as a guest. We can exchange our experiences in cultivating strength path. Heilu Lan snorted coldly. Chu Du, I've heard of your great name since long ago. But if you want to exchange pointers, we will have to see if you are qualified. Chu Du smiled. Please have the first move. Heilu Lan did not stand on ceremony. Her body flew out like lightning, rising up and flying towards the upper clouds. Waves of human figures descended from the clouds, crashing towards Chu Du like meteors. Chu Du raised his head and immediately retreated upon seeing this. He was very fast. After pulling some distance, he used his killer move as he pushed with both palms. A surge of great strength burst out, air currents were generated, He Lu Lan's strength path phantoms shattered like bursting bubbles against this powerful attack. Chu Du pushed with his palms again, clearing out the dark clouds in the sky, exposing the clear skies in radiant sunlight. He Lu Lan, who had hidden herself in the cloud layer, was also exposed as a result. He Lu Lan had a serious expression. After the concealment of the dark clouds, her killer move was already prepared. At the next moment, her hands clenched into fists, raising them above her head before slamming them down towards Chu Du's direction. With a thunderous sound, air was squeezed and distorted as the fist shadows instantly arrived in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised both arms, blocking the attack. There was a loud collision as he was forced back by 100 steps. But soon, he stopped in the air. Shrugging his shoulders, a layer of dust fell from his sleeves. He was completely unharmed. He Lu Lan was not surprised at all. She continued to rain down a flurry of unceasing attacks. Chu Du blocked her attacks time and time again while retaliating in response. Both sides were separated by some distance. They attacked with long-range methods that caused incredible commotions. The observing immortals were all staring at the two of them with fixed gazes. So exciting! To think that Strength Path GU Immortals would have so many outstanding long-range methods. Currently, it seems that Fairy Black Moon and Chu Du are evenly matched. HMPH, now is too early to make that conclusion, Cho Lao Wu snorted coldly. Strength Path GU Immortals are strongest at close combat, they are still using long-range methods to probe each other now. Chu Du was firm as a mountain while He Lu Lan displayed many outstanding long-range methods. After more than 10 rounds of combat, the two sides suddenly charged and clashed in the center. With that loud sound, all of the immortals jolted. They are fighting seriously now. This is an extremely rare contest of Strength Path. Whoever wins this will be the #1 Strength Path cultivator in the current world. In the current 5 regions, there were very few Strength Path GU immortals. After all, Strength Path had been declining for a long time, far beyond half a century worth of degradation. Before He Lu Lan appeared, Chu Du was publicly recognized as a Strength Path expert in the 5 regions. He had quite the reputation. With the sudden appearance of He Lu Lan, most GU immortals were shocked by her path. To think that another anomaly would arise in Strength Path. Under everyone's gaze, the two continued to rain down punches and kicks at each other. It was an intense fight. Attacks and defenses were unleashed and put up continually. Each move had an incredible amount of strength in them. Be they Chu Du or He Lu Lan, neither had the intention to retreat. They fought strength with strength, ferocity with ferocity. The battle between Strength Path GU immortals could be said to be plain and simple. It was not as glamorous as other paths. But in the hearts of many GU immortals present, a chill started to form. Even though Strength Path is declining, Strength Path GU immortals are not to be underestimated. If I had to fight against either Chu Du or Fairy Black Moon, the outcome would be disastrous. Each attack by Chu Du or He Lu Lan would cause a thunderous sound that twisted and distorted the air. Air currents surged as wind continued to form from their impacts. Compared to long-range methods, Strength Path excelled more at close combat. A GU immortal with superb cultivation in Strength Path would be threatening in their every punch and kick. Their advantage in close combat was regarding the aspect of attack frequency. He Lu Lan and Chu Du fought quicker and quicker. The observing GU immortals tried to imagine themselves as either party and felt cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. In the future, if I meet any Strength Path GU immortal, I must not let them get close to me. The punches and kicks are unleashed too frequently. There is no time to prepare killer moves in such a fight. Without killer moves, how can anyone defend against such intense attacks? More than 10 rounds passed again. Chu Du gradually gained the upper hand. Even though He Lu Lan was strong and had many methods, her combat experience still paled in comparison to Chu Du. Her cultivation time was far less than Chu Du. Chu Du accumulated his advantage through his immensely rich combat experience. After adding up all these advantages, he started to suppress He Lu Lan. Chen Cheng, Yin Wu Kei, and the rest had grim expressions. This cannot go on, I need to take a risk. He Lu Lan's gaze turned sharp as a blade, flashing for an instant. She knew that if she did not change her fighting style now, if this went on, she would definitely lose. At the next moment, He Lu Lan shouted loudly as she rained punches and kicks on Chu Du with rapid intensity. Chu Du was like a reef by the sea, no matter how intense the waves were, he remained motionless. He Lu Lan was not surprised. While Chu Du defended himself, she quickly moved back and started preparing her killer move. Chu Du smiled as he quickly approached her. Oh no! Chen Cheng saw this and gasped aloud. The observing GU immortals saw this and knew that Chu Du had waited for this opportunity for some time. Chu Du erupted with shocking speed, rapidly getting closer to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan had no choice but to helplessly stop her killer move activation. She fought against Chu Du with punches and kicks, blocking the other party's unceasing attacks. But because of this, by stopping her killer move midway, the activation failure caused a backlash that caused severe internal injuries to He Lu Lan. Chu Du created a battle opportunity. He made great use of it and fought against He Lu Lan until she could only defend herself. Chu Du had the complete advantage now. A wave of cheers erupted. These voices came from Chu Du's god children as well as the supreme elders of Chu tribe. HMPH, don't rejoice too early. Fairy Black Moon has not used her trump card yet. He Lu Lan's supporters had grim expressions. They rebuked. Totem killer move, dark capital strength Biao 1. At the next moment, He Lu Lan's body shook. A tiger roared, its huge black claws sent Chu Du flying. The giant black tiger flapped its wings and vanished on the spot, appearing behind Chu Du. Chu Du quickly defended himself. Even though he blocked the dark capital strength Biao's attack again, his body was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing towards the ground from the force created. It's here. Fairy Black Moon's signature method, dark capital strength Biao. Someone shouted in excitement. Chou Lao Wu had a cold expression. This was the first time he saw it. This totem killer move is too convenient. It can stay dormant on the skin during normal times and be activated with a single thought when needed. Indeed, Hao Zhen gritted his teeth. If not for this move, our first Supreme Elder would have obtained victory already. 1. Tiger with Wings. Chapter 2214, You have won this battle. The dark capital strength Biao was incredibly fast. It was hard to deal with in the first place. More importantly, after He Lu Lan stabilized her position, she quickly used a healing method on herself before joining the fight again. She had great coordination with the dark capital strength Biao. They attacked from the left and right, firmly suppressing Chu Du. Chu Du was in a pitiful state. Many areas of his robe were torn, showing that his defenses were no longer holding up. Blood soon appeared on his lips. His injuries were slowly accumulating. Chu tribe's GU immortals had grim expression. In the current situation, they could not see hope of Chu Du turning this around. The dark capital strength Biao gave He Lu Lan too great of an advantage. You will lose. He Lu Lan shouted with momentum, unleashing her killer move, 8-directional strength fight. Chu Du was surrounded by countless figures. He could not break out for the time being. Suddenly, a shadow casted down from above him. It was the dark capital strength Biao. It opened its mouth to bite at Chu Du. If this bite connected, Chu Du would be heavily injured, if not dead. At the moment of crisis, Chu Du laughed loudly instead. Finally caught you. At the next moment, Strength Path giant hand appeared and grabbed forcefully. The dark capital strength Biao was caught unguarded and growled loudly. It wanted to struggle. But after only one breath of time, the strength path giant hand firmly held onto it and slammed it to the ground. There was a loud sound as the ground shook. Rocks were sent flying and dust clouds rose. Chu Du suddenly erupted with an intense aura as his body expanded to the size of a 10-meter giant. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth combined strength. Chu Du straightened both arms before clapping them together in front of his chest. At the next moment, the immortals gasped. He Lu Lan's expression changed. The surrounding 1,000 li were enveloped by a formless force. The GU immortals were restrained and unable to move easily. They felt like bugs that had fallen into oil. Affected by this killer move, the speed of the dark capital strength Biao fell drastically. Its threat towards Chu Du also plunged to rock bottom. This is a quasi-battlefield killer move. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth. Chu Du's move was amazing and beyond her expectations. I did not want to use this. He Lu Lan snorted internally, activating the Expend Strength Immortal GU in her Immortal Aperture. This Rank 7 Immortal GU was lent to her by Longevity Heaven secretly. Other than that, there was also a killer move that used Expend Strength Immortal GU as the core. It was called 70% Expended Strength. At the crucial moment, He Lu Lan immediately activated this move. This move's preparation had no aura and was stealthy. Only when it was used, it unleashed an overwhelmingly extraordinary burst of aura. Chu Du quickly tried to dodge, but he did not succeed. After getting hit by this move, every action or killer move of his took much more effort to complete, by at least more than 50%. While Chu Du's condition fell, He Lu Lan unleashed a flurry of attacks again. The battle was in a heated stage, both sides were stuck in a deadlock. The observing immortals retreated at once. They left the range of heaven and earth combined strength, becoming more at ease as they continued to watch the battle. Regardless of this battle's result, these two are peak characters among Northern Plains ranked 7 experts. Such terrifying battle strength, I'm afraid they might be able to challenge rank 8 GU immortals as well. Chu Du, Black Moon, they are the support pillars of strength path in the current world, undoubtedly. The GU immortals sighed to themselves. At this point in the battle, be they Chu Du or He Lu Lan, they had earned the respect and recognition of everyone. Such evenly matched opponents made the immortals even more excited to see the eventual winner. Awesome, this is really great. Chu Du had many bone fractures and his robe was dyed red, but he laughed heartily and expressed his excitement towards this battle. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth and did not speak. She had gotten into a disadvantage once again. The reason was still the difference in combat experience. Chu Du was superior to He Lu Lan in every tiny detail. As they accumulated, they eventually affected the entire battle. He Lu Lan tried all ways to regain her footing, but the more she fought, the more tiny weaknesses she exposed, giving Chu Du even more opportunities to take advantage of. He was clearly hit by my 70% expended strength. How can he still have such stamina? Seeing that Chu Du was not getting tired, He Lu Lan could not help but feel a bit shocked. Chu Du had outstanding strength. Even though He Lu Lan was using her full strength, she could not take down Chu Du. Currently, she could only hope that the effect of 70% expended strength would tire Chu Du out. But another 10 or so rounds passed. Before Chu Du even got tired, He Lu Lan was already completely at a disadvantage. The situation was dangerous. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth secretly. She was not willing to fail. In this situation, she could only take a risk and try. At the next moment, the dark capital strength Biao growled and jumped towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan advanced instead of moving aside, entering the dark capital strength Biao's body in mid-air. With a flash of dark light, the dark capital strength Biao shrank in size, turning into a half-beast half-man form. It became a layer of armor on He Lu Lan's body. It seemed like smoke or an illusion. This was a higher level use of a totem killer move. When the GU Immortal combined with the totem, their battle strength would surge immensely. Chu Du, time to go down. He Lu Lan shouted. The Biao wings flapped. She instantly arrived before Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms. He Lu Lan's iron fists landed on his arms. The huge force erupted like resounding thunder. The surrounding air was forced aside as Chu Du flew out uncontrollably towards the ground. But Chu Du landed with both feet on the ground, creating a huge and long trench behind him. While he was still retreating, He Lu Lan suddenly appeared above him. There was another attack as He Lu Lan sent Chu Du flying to the ground again. He Lu Lan floated in the air, raining down fist shadows incessantly. The ground shook as smoke appeared. Her terrifying strength caused the spectators to turn pale. Lord Chu Du, Godfather, Chu Tribe's GU immortals shouted loudly in worry. He Lu Lan was too powerful now. She was almost dominating the scene. Chu Du had no way of retaliating. Enough. Stop now, Black Moon. From the pit, Chu Du's voice could be heard as he spoke with difficulty. But He Lu Lan did not listen to him. She continued to punch endlessly. Is Chu Du admitting defeat? Wu Guang was excited as he spoke. Something is not right, Master. Seems to be in a weird state. Chen Cheng's expression changed. Hearing this, everyone realized that He Lu Lan's gaze was like a wild beast. She seemed to have lost her reasoning. She could only control this killer move through her instincts to slaughter. Chu Tribe's GU immortals were all happy now. There is still hope. Great. As long as First Supreme Elder gets through this, he will win. This killer move is too powerful. If Fairy Black Moon's killer move activation fails, she might face a backlash and even lose her life. But right at this moment, a figure flew out. It was Chu Du. But what Chu Du did next was out of everyone's expectations. He had forcefully endured the rampaging attacks, disregarding his own life to approach He Lu Lan and place his arm on her shoulder. A huge vibration force was emitted. He Lu Lan and the dark capital strength Biao were separated. He Lu Lan regained her senses and her pupils shrank immediately. She was shocked to find out that her left fist had penetrated the right side of Chu Du's chest. But Chu Du used a method to save her and prevent her from suffering the immense backlash from her killer move. Why? At once, He Lu Lan fell into deep confusion and disbelief. But right at this moment, the dark capital strength Biao's ferocity did not lower, it appeared behind Chu Du and bit harshly. Stop! He Lu Lan shouted internally and willed to try to stop the dark capital strength Biao. In this situation, if Chu Du was hit by it, he would definitely die. But the dark capital strength Biao was not under He Lu Lan's control, it was incredibly fierce. Right when He Lu Lan thought Chu Du was about to die, a surge of aura burst out of Chu Du's body. His killer move was unleashed, the dark capital strength Biao was sent flying from one attack. The immortals were shocked. Rank 8 cultivation level. Chu Du became a rank 8 GU immortal. Our first supreme elder is rank 8. When did he advance? He Lu Lan stared with wide eyes and looked fixedly at Chu Du. Why? While speaking, she retracted her left hand from Chu Du's chest and placed it on his shoulder. A killer move was activated by He Lu Lan. It was not an offensive killer move but a healing method instead. Chu Du's expression was pale. He accepted her good intentions as he smiled. Ever since you started challenging people, I started noticing you, Fairy Black Moon. Do you know, even if you did not challenge me, I would issue you a challenge as well. To have a fair battle. Because, Strength Path has been silent for far too long. Your emergence made me really happy. Continue on this path, Black Moon. Revitalize Strength Path and let it shine gloriously again. Chu Du expressed his aspirations. Looking at his dazzling eyes, He Lu Lan was silent. The dark capital strength Biao had returned after being repelled by Chu Du. But now, He Lu Lan regained control of it. The dark capital strength Biao was heavily damaged, it went back onto He Lu Lan's skin. He Lu Lan looked at Chu Du deeply before leaving. Before departing, she said, Chu Du, you have won this battle. This battle that caused a commotion in Northern Plains GU Immortal ended in Chu Du's victory, but the exact outcome of this fight was far beyond everyone's expectations. Once Chu Du displayed rank 8 cultivation level, he became a higher up in the GU Immortal world, be they himself or Chu tribe, their reputation soared. And in that intense battle, Chu Du first sealed his own cultivation level to fight against Fairy Black Moon as a rank 7. He then disregarded his own life to save her. Such actions caused the neutral GU Immortals to gain good feelings towards him. Even those who supported Fairy Black Moon like Yin Wukei, Chen Cheng, and Wu Guang secretly felt admiration towards him. After returning to Chu tribe, his godchildren suggested to hold a celebratory banquet and invite the immortals, to make use of this result and elevate Chu tribe's status. But Chu Du rejected it without second thought. He was very low profile regarding the result of this battle. However, news that he became a rank 8 GU immortal still caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains' current situation. Days later, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven let out even more surprising news that shook the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had revived successfully, while GU Fang Yuan had become a Refinement Path Demon Venerable. The world was in an uproar, all the immortals were shocked. Chapter 2215, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Under the setting sun, the surface of the sea was dyed red. Birds were chirping out loud, a warm sea breeze was blowing. This place was some distance away from Eastern Sea's Sha clan, it was not considered close. This place will do. Fang Yuan quickly descended, landing on a relatively small deserted island. Several investigative killer moves were activated. Fang Yuan had complete control over the island, he did not detect any threats or suspicious matters. Fang Yuan directly took out the 5 regional limit formation. Soon, 5 colored smoke mixed together and enveloped the island, before spreading towards the sky and sea. If he were still rank 8, after escaping from Crazed Demon Cave, he would choose the headquarters of Eastern Sea's Sha clan, or go to Immemorial White Heaven in secret and hide himself to recuperate. But Fang Yuan had rank 9 cultivation level now, he was a venerable, he could do things openly without fear. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to attack him now, Fang Yuan would be happy to see that happen. Fang Yuan slowly shut his eyes as his divine sense peered into the sovereign immortal aperture. He had already accumulated several beads of rank 9 immortal essence. Rank 8 immortal essence was known as White Lychee immortal essence, rank 9 immortal essence was slightly larger and looked like an apricot, it was orange-yellow in color. It was yellow apricot immortal essence. Fang Yuan was familiar with the appearance of rank 9 immortal essence since long ago, because he had obtained Giant Sun's immortal essence as well as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's remaining immortal essence. But now, he felt some surging emotions internally. After all, this was his personal Yellow Apricot immortal essence. Using the Yellow Apricot immortal essence, Fang Yuan activated a method. Refinement Path Killer Move, Refine Self. A pale yellow light that was the size of a fist flowed out from the area near Fang Yuan's stomach. The yellow light flowed slowly around his entire body. The emphasis was on Fang Yuan's injuries. Fang Yuan had over 100 injuries, most of them were only dealt with superficially while he was on the way back. Even now, many of the wounds were still bleeding and covered in golden light or starlight specks, they were lingering on his bones, or his mashed-up flesh. As the pale yellow light appeared, all of the starlight and golden aurora was cleansed. This meant that the Tao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left on Fang Yuan's body were all refined by him. But the process of refinement was not comfortable, and intense pain could be felt. Fang Yuan's body was shivering, his expression turned pale, soon, sweat covered his forehead. Eventually, the pale yellow light lingered on the area of Fang Yuan's detached arm. After an hour, the light faded away. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, he finally relaxed. After resting for a moment, he immediately used a compound killer move, Man as before. At the next moment, his injuries were fully healed, his arm was also fully restored. But when Fang Yuan exerted strength using that arm, he still felt a sense of weakness from it. But this was already satisfactory to him. Fang Yuan had severe injuries, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were also no better. He was almost certain that their efficiency at healing injuries was lower than him. Because Fang Yuan had the killer move Refine Self, this killer move could refine all of the Tao marks on the GU cultivator's body into their own. The origin of this move was the killer move that Fang Yuan once used, Self-Cleansing. Using this, in the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan refined all of the Tao marks of the Flying Star killer move, countering Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's consecutive move. His physical injuries were healed, while his soul was at its peak condition. Fang Yuan started to resolve the matter of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a tribulation earlier because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move. At almost the same time, because of Fang Yuan's secret manipulation, he challenged the Heavenly Tao and endured the chaotic disaster. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered huge losses, its foundation had fallen. Compared to before the Crazed Demon Cave expedition, it had about 20% remaining. It was simply in tatters. This was a pitiful sight. But I predicted that this would happen before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, I prepared for it. Fang Yuan focused his mind, thoughts were expended, he activated another compound killer move, Landscape as before. The year essence pools and the sub-pools in various areas of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture all opened their dams now. The accumulated water of the River of Time formed into a vast silhouette under the effect of Landscape as before, sweeping through the mini-5 regions as well as all the mini-9 heavens. The silhouette of the water of the River of Time soon receded entirely, but what remained were various resource points of mountains and rivers that were completely restored. The GU Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture saw this sight and cheered loudly, their morale surged. Back then, when he created the year essence sub-pools and created time path areas, he had already prepared to use Landscape as before for such a purpose. After using this method, the water of the River of Time in the year essence pools was almost used up. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time difference with the outside world also fell greatly. A considerable amount of time was needed, until the year essence pools could gather enough water of the River of Time to accelerate the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time again. At this point, 40% of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation had just been restored. Which meant that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only had 40% in total of losses remaining. This greatly reduced the time, energy, and resources needed to reconstruct his foundation. The 40% of losses were created by the chaotic disaster. Even Landscape as before was not useful for this. The GU Immortals that died from the chaotic disaster were also not able to revive through human C. He had a lot of other losses as well. The Immortal Essence expenditure was huge. He once had a vast amount of rank 8 Immortal Essence, but now, he had about 10% left. It was way below the safety margin, he was in a dangerous state. This was also why Fang Yuan stopped and did not continue fighting against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But the good news was, as a Venerable, Fang Yuan produced yellow apricot immortal essence. It was much more useful than white lychee immortal essence. The bad news was, rank 8 immortal GU heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus that once helped Fang Yuan greatly in terms of immortal essence storage became much less useful now. At the same time, because the sovereign immortal aperture's time slowed greatly, Fang Yuan's immortal essence production speed was not high. During this period of time, Fang Yuan needed to rest and manage his immortal essence. He also had to refine the natural Tao marks of the outside world. He would need a lot of immortal essence. The lack of immortal essence is huge, while immortal essence stones are barely useful to me anymore. If I ignore everything and raise the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time to the limit, that will not work either. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. Unless they were dream path, pill path and so on, grand tribulations and myriad tribulations were no threat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was only wary about the chaotic disasters every 100 years. Even though he had already gone through one chaotic disaster in Crazed Demon Cave. That was only the Heavenly Tao blockade. It was far weaker than the chaotic disasters that would occur every 100 years. If the sovereign immortal aperture's time was too fast, Fang Yuan would quickly have to face the chaotic disaster. If he got heavily injured in the process, or even near the point of death, the other venerables would take advantage of the chance. The replenishment of immortal essence was a problem. Other than this, Fang Yuan also lost a large number of immortal GU. In the first parts of the Crazed Demon Cave fight, after GU immortals died, Fang Yuan did not retrieve their immortal GU or immortal apertures. In fact, the 7 immortal GU houses that Fang Yuan took out in Crazed Demon Cave, including Rising Cloud City, were all lost as well. Fang Yuan's losses were so severe that no super force in the world barring Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven could afford to endure them. Thankfully, in the later parts of the Crazed Demon Cave fight, Fang Yuan purposely reduced his losses in this aspect. For example, when Zan Bu died, the will that he left behind sent many of his precious transformation path immortal GU into treasure yellow heaven. Other than immortal GU and immortal essence, many GU immortals died as well. Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, Xiao Hejian, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and even Fang Yuan's clone Zan Bu, they had all died in Crazed Demon Cave. There were also those who died in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture when they defended against the tribulations. Most of them were revived through human sea. They had to recultivate to become immortal again. There was also a group of them who could not be revived. Among them was the old Combat Beast King, a rank 8 GU immortal. Even Fang Yuan felt that it was a pity. This old man had worked laboriously without complaint. He made great contributions towards the sovereign immortal aperture. But he was killed by the black fire. Fang Yuan could not revive him. Other than these material losses, Fang Yuan also had some hidden losses. Most importantly, he exposed too many killer moves. In the Crazed Demon Cave battle, Fang Yuan had no choice but to expose many of his compound killer moves, as well as trump cards like Refined Self, Totem killer moves, and others. For a long time, these killer moves could not be used, they needed to be modified. When he fights against the Venerables in the future, if he were to use these killer moves without modification, Fang Yuan would be taking a huge risk. But compared to his losses, Fang Yuan's gains were much higher. In the Crazed Demon Cave battle, Fang Yuan had immense gains. He was undeniably the biggest winner out of everyone. Firstly, Fang Yuan ransacked the first 7 layers and obtained a vast amount of chaotic Tao mark immortal materials. In the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, he used Thieves' Den to gain a vast amount of rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were enough for him to try to refine a rank 9 immortal GU. The second thing was Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan had about the same amount of the Primordial Domain as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, which was slightly less than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Primordial Domain was extremely valuable, especially for Fang Yuan. The third thing was Paradise Earth's Northern Plains True Inheritance, as well as his Heaven Path cultivation experiences. These included the method to digest truthful floating ice and raise one's own Heaven Path cultivation level. The fourth was Information. After the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan gained an in-depth understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, as well as the Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven that they belonged to. He was no longer kept in the dark like before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Giant Sun Immortal Venerables methods, their combat systems, as well as Heavenly Court's Door of Life and Death Immortal Graveyard, Transient White Cloud City Suppression Painting Path Formation, Ruan Dan's Pill Path, Longevity Heaven's 8 Extremities Formation, Calamity Luck Altars Luck Changing Golden Light Path, and others. The fifth gain was also Fang Yuan's greatest gain. His cultivation level rose to become venerable level. This was a peak qualitative change. From now onwards, he went from a chess piece to a player. He could openly plot against the world and rule over the 5 regions. The history of humanity and variant humans would have no choice but to remember his name. At this point, he stood on the same plane as the 10 predecessors. He was like a sun that shone throughout the ages. All other GU immortals, regardless of their heroism or talent, were mere stars in the sky. The 11th venerable of the GU cultivator world. A demonic cultivator who became venerable through refinement path. According to Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, his title was Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Chapter 2216, Crying Because of Fang Yuan. An elderly GU immortal stood in front of a stone door as he waited patiently. The elderly GU immortal radiated rank 8 aura. He was the current first supreme elder of Shen clan, holding high authority, Shen Kong Sheng. As the door of the secret room was opened, 2 GU immortals walked out from within. The person in front wore a gray robe and had shoulder-length black and white hair. It was Shen Shang. As a cultivator of human path, the stay in Divine Emperor City was his fortuitous encounter. After leaving Divine Emperor City, the black fire injury in his immortal aperture was completely healed. His battle strength surged to pseudo-venerable level. Shen Shang walked out of the stone door and stayed at the side, smiling at the GU immortal behind him. Please come in. This GU immortal wore a gray hemp garment. It was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat that could not hide his pale face and weakened state. It was Lu Wei Yin, who had survived the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Lu Wei Yin bowed slightly and said, Senior Shen's human path methods are extraordinary. 30% of my injuries have healed already. I can only repay this debt in the future. Shen Shang laughed heartily. No need to worry about it. Don't call me senior either. We fought together in Crazed Demon Cave, having close cooperation. With our friendship, you can just treat me as an equal. Shen Kong Sheng laughed as well. Seniors, the banquet has been prepared, please come with me. Before Lu Wei Yin gave any modest reply, Shen Shang laughed and grabbed his arm, bringing him to the banquet enthusiastically. The banquet was held outdoors in the open, at the peak of Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. There were 3 people in the pavilion. Shen Shang sat at the main seat, Lu Wei Yin sat beside him as the guest, while Shen Kong Sheng sat at the end respectfully. There was no need to comment about the beautiful and delicious food and wine on the table. Lu Wei Yin only took a small bite before he gazed afar. He saw that the sea was calm as a mirror, having no waves at all. The setting sun was radiating brightly, and the evening clouds were like blazing flames. Such a beautiful sight, Lu Wei Yin praised. At this moment, the countless birds and sparrows chirped on the island. Countless purple rosewood branches shook with the cries of the birds, emitting beautiful sounds. At once, the blend of sounds created a medley that spread far and wide, towards the sea and sky that stretched to the horizon. Lu Wei Yin could not help but show an expression of indulgence. He shut his eyes to savor the moment. After a long while, he opened his eyes and let out a breath of air. I've heard of the reputation of Eastern Sea Shen clan's Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. After seeing it today, it truly lives up to that reputation. After surviving Crazed Demon Cave and seeing this beautiful sight, my heart has calmed down. Sigh, it is great to be alive. Lu Wei Yin's strength was at the peak of rank 8, aside from his defense, which was firmly at pseudo-venerable level. However, the battle in Crazed Demon Cave made him feel extremely weak. There were many crises and trials that caused Lu Wei Yin to be on the brink of death multiple times. Recalling these dangerous moments, Lu Wei Yin still felt some lingering fear now. Shen Kong Sheng showed an expression of curiosity as he inquired, if not for Heavenly Courts and Longevity Heaven's declarations, the entire 5 regions would still be kept in the dark. What exactly happened in Crazed Demon Cave? Not only did Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revive, Gu Fang Yuan even became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven both suffered losses. Even though they had gains too, Fang Yuan was the biggest winner. Thus, they did not describe the details of Crazed Demon Cave to the rest of the world. With this huge commotion, after the initial shock of the GU Immortals, they started to gain deep curiosity. Shen Kongsheng was no exception. Lu Weiyin and Shen Sheng looked at each other before retelling the complex story of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave together. After Shen Kongsheng heard their story, he became silent. The pursuit of limitless demon Venerable, the scheming star constellation Immortal Venerable, the powerful giant sun Immortal Venerable, the pitiful paradise earth Immortal Venerable, and the immense restraint of Gu Fang Yuan. This battle was at a whole new level, to the extent that even demon Immortal Qi Ju, Zan Bu Du, Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Weiyin, and Shen Sheng were mere side characters in comparison. The price of this battle was also shocking beyond belief. Pseudo-venerables like Zan Bu Du and demon Immortal Qi Ju died. Fang Yuan lost about 50 Gu immortal subordinates, only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities were left. In Crazed Demon Cave, countless lifeforms including Ni Kuang Feng, Bu Tian Kong, and Duan Hu had died. Eventually, limitless demon Venerable failed in pursuing eternal life, while Fang Yuan ended up as the biggest winner. Shen Kongsheng frowned and asked the two immortals, "There are 3 things I do not understand. Firstly, if I were limitless demon Venerable, why would I rush at that moment and take such a risk? With such strength, couldn't he have suppressed the entire world and built another formation if this crazed demon formation was not enough to achieve his goal?" Shen Sheng shook his head slightly. Limitless demon Venerable is a true Tao pursuer. After a million years of preparation and planning, how could he relent without giving it a test? Lu Weiyin added, he could not last long in that condition either. Although he seemed to have revived, he was not a true living Gu immortal. At least, after his death, he did not have a flesh and blood body. There was no immortal aperture either. In fact, he turned back into truthful floating ice. So that's it. Shen Kongsheng nodded and asked again, secondly, are they really ignoring spectral soul demon Venerable and letting him remain in the void of the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave? Lu Weiyin pondered and said, spectral soul demon Venerable was first manipulated by star constellation Immortal Venerable and experienced a surge in emotions. He almost lost his memories and only vaguely remembered Lord Paradise Earth. Afterwards, spectral soul demon Venerable was released from the door of life and death by star constellation Immortal Venerable. He actually went to block the whole of the world boundary of his own accord. That was out of our expectations. He did not regain his memories and sanity like what we anticipated. There were no changes in his emotions. It was like he was completely emotionless, but he treated the world boundaries whole as the biggest threat. He used his body to block it and ignored everything else. That was truly a strange condition, as if he was a soul beast. Shen Sheng said, as two discussed between ourselves regarding spectral soul demon Venerable's condition, but we had no conclusion. Now it seems that even the Venerables have no answer, they can merely make guesses. After Fang Yuan gained the upper hand and snatched the final truthful floating ice, while spectral soul demon Venerable focused on suppressing the world boundaries whole, the 3 Venerables stopped fighting. After the battle of Crazed Demon Cave, they are all severely weakened. Since the whole is handled by spectral soul demon Venerable, ignoring him is the best move for now. Saying so, Shen Sheng looked at Lu Weiyin and said, as for what they will do in the future and whether spectral soul demon Venerable can regain his sanity, none of us can guess. Lu Weiyin nodded, his expression turned more solemn. Spectral soul demon Venerable had a deeply murderous nature. Without regaining his sanity, he could only stay in the 9th layer void and not escape. But if he regained his sanity, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would fall into chaos. Shen Kongsheng asked his final question, and thirdly, Fang Yuan's schemes to become a Venerable were exposed by star constellation Immortal Venerable and giant sun Immortal Venerable. But there are still things I cannot understand. How did Fang Yuan get so many new killer moves? He had an endless number of compound killer moves, totem killer moves, and even Dang Hun Luopo Seal that made use of Dang Hun Mountain, Luopo Valley, and reverse flow river. I really cannot understand it. I thought Fang Yuan was always specialized in the wisdom path aspect of blocking others' deductions. His wisdom Gu was also used up in Heavenly Court. How could he still have so many killer moves? Unless he has made some important progression in wisdom path. But isn't this growth simply too big? So be it if he had Dang Hun Luopo Seal, but that killer move that allowed him to escape from the door of life and death used the 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores. He had nearly replicated the road of life. Lu Weiyin and Shen Sheng shook their heads. They had no idea either. The former sighed. If Fang Yuan was not so unpredictable, he would not have become the biggest winner in this contest. The latter said, Regarding this, I have some guesses. The three immortals ate and spoke, discussing their theories. After filling their bellies, Shen Kongsheng took out a cup and made tea for Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang. Lu Weiyin took a look and became quite curious. He asked, "Is this your sixth sound tea?" Shen Kongsheng smiled. "It is just a small creation, allow me to embarrass myself." Lu Weiyin had a serious expression. Shen clan's sixth sound tea is famous in the world, to think that I am lucky enough to try it. There is a term in luck path called, "Every cloud has a silver lining." There is also another saying, "There is bound to be great fortune after surviving a huge crisis." Haha, I am really lucky today. Sixth sound tea was a set of 6 teacups. Shen Kongsheng expended rank 8 immortal materials to brew the first cup of tea. It was called Autumn Wood Sound. This tea was crystal clear, it was like the sky devoid of clouds, extremely pure and intact. The moment Lu Weiyin drank it, he felt refreshed, his mind became clear, it was pure and cleansed. It was as if he had turned into a carefree flying bird, or a cool breeze, moving casually in the autumn skies, forgetting all his worries. Shen Kongsheng made the second cup of tea, it was called Cloud Flow Tea. He made the third cup of tea, it was called River Mournful Cry. But halfway through, tears flowed down Shen Kongsheng's cheeks, he failed to brew the tea successfully. "I am ashamed, I am ashamed." Shen Kongsheng quickly wiped his tears and apologized. Lu Weiyin's injuries had been treated by Shen Shang, he was also hosted so enthusiastically by them, he knew that the main show was coming, he quickly asked what they wanted to hear. "First Supreme Elder of Shen Clan, why are you crying?" Shen Kongsheng answered, "Thank you for the concern, I am merely tearing up in guilt. It has been 1,000 years since my Shen clan was established. To think that it would face the crisis of extermination during my generation, I, Shen Kongsheng, am truly incompetent and useless. This beautiful rosewood myriad Sparrow Island and our countless clansmen are all going to perish." Shen Shang sighed deeply. Lu Weiyin asked, "Are you too worried about Fang Yuan?" "Precisely. Not long ago, information spread that this Lord Demon Venerable returned to Eastern Sea, picking Immortal Island to set up his 5-restriction profound light chi that encompassed the surrounding 10,000 li. I am truly worried and fearful now, the whole of Shen clan is worried and fearful, in fact, the entire Eastern CGU immortal world is worried and fearful." Shen Kongsheng said this, a large amount of tears flowed down his face again. Chapter 2217, Delicious Wine Becomes Flavorless. The great Shen clan first Supreme Elder was crying with a tearful expression now. Part of it was definitely Shen Kongsheng's inner fear towards Fang Yuan, but he had deeper goals as well. With the combined announcement of Heavenly Cordon, Longevity Heaven, such news could not be fake. Fang Yuan became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, while news like Qi Si Ancestor being Fang Yuan's clone became known throughout the world. Before this, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had been defending Qi Si Ancestor as they made the Righteous Qi Alliance, to contest against the variant human alliance under Fang Yuan's control. It turned out that both leaders were Fang Yuan after all. It could be said that the entirety of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path clans were toyed around in the hands of Fang Yuan. After Shen Kongsheng found out about the truth, he felt anger and humiliation, but soon, fear and unrest followed. Shen clan was an Eastern Sea super force, it had huge businesses in 7 seas under its control, but how could they face Fang Yuan? Back when Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable, Eastern Sea's super forces had joined together unprecedentedly and nominated Qi Si Ancestor to lead them. This caused their situation to stabilize. Now that Fang Yuan was a venerable, Shen clan and the other super forces could not escape his wrath. Because they were located in Eastern Sea, they could not move elsewhere. Even if they wanted to move, where could they go? Southern border and western desert were impossible, since the absence of a venerable meant that Fang Yuan could chase after them if he was unhappy, and they would be doomed. Other than those regions, Central Continent and Northern Plains each had their own venerable who could resist Fang Yuan. But they already had their own super forces, how could Shen clan and the rest develop there? If they stayed in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan would bully them, but if they went to Central Continent or Northern Plains, would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable not suppress them? The 5 regions' chaotic war was bound to happen. If Shen clan joined either venerable, when war broke out, they would be used as cannon fodder. Thus, Shen Kongsheng gathered the elite GU immortals and discussed for a while. He decided that joining Fang Yuan was the best choice for them. Even though it was quite embarrassing, Fang Yuan was now a demon venerable, everyone would understand their actions. After Shen Kongsheng made up his mind to join Fang Yuan, he thought about it more deeply. Since he was going to join Fang Yuan, Shen clan had to be the first clan to do so, it would give them more advantages. If Shen clan took the lead and worked with a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin, stirring other Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces to join Fang Yuan, they would leave a good impression on Fang Yuan. Shen Kongsheng secretly told this plan to Shen Shang. After he thought about it for a while, he decided that it was possible. Thus, they had to convince Lu Weiyin first. Shen Shang felt that they had a good chance of convincing Lu Weiyin. Even though he had only met Lu Weiyin shortly, they had a deep connection. Shen Shang had once received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's guidance while Lu Weiyin was his southern border inheritor. If they looked at this from the central continent sect system, they were disciple brothers. Furthermore, during the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang had worked together without any internal conflict. After returning, Shen Shang used his human path methods to heal Lu Weiyin. If he were to use only his own earth path methods, it would take a long time to recover. At once, Shen Kongsheng cried while Shen Shang drank tea by the side. They were both waiting for Lu Weiyin's response. Lu Weiyin sighed internally. He had already understood that Shen Shang had an unclear relationship with Fang Yuan. They had worked together during the Fate War to fight Heavenly Court. In Crazed Demon Cave, after Shen Shang left Divine Emperor City, he immediately cooperated and fought against Heavenly Court as a result of Fang Yuan's words. Then what about Lu Weiyin? Where should he go? Lu Weiyin had been considering this question for a long time. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the situation of the world changed drastically. 3 venerables were in a standoff, but there was still the possibility of other venerables reviving. Everything needed to be reconsidered. Lu Weiyin, who had pseudo-venerable battle strength, was clear of his own situation. Fighting against a venerable was courting death. But in certain situations, pseudo-venerables were still capable of influencing the victory and defeat of venerables. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was proof of this. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable got into a deadlock, they first invited Fang Yuan before asking the other pseudo-venerables to join their side. These people were the crucial pieces needed to tilt victory in their favor. In Crazed Demon Cave, even after the 3 venerables stopped fighting, Fang Yuan and the other venerables did not deal with Lu Weiyin and the rest. Other than the fact that they were in poor condition and were wary of each other's actions, thus being unable to take risks, if they tried to kill the pseudo-venerables and failed, they would be forcing them to join the other sides. Thus, Lu Weiyin and the rest returned safely. Lu Weiyin pondered for a while before saying, "If Lord Paradise Earth were still around, I would definitely follow him." The reason why I helped Fang Yuan to ambush Spectral Soul during the pursuit battle was to use his strength to help Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revive. But now, he has been killed by Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, showing anger on his face. If Paradise Earth were to be killed by either Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Lu Weiyin might still feel better. But it was Fang Yuan who killed Paradise Earth. While Fang Yuan managed to escape from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable because of Lu Weiyin's desperate attempt to ambush him. Shen Shang observed his expression and knew that Lu Weiyin's emotions were surging. He understood why Lu Weiyin felt so conflicted as well. Shen Shang did not speak. He had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help in the past, it was not appropriate to speak now. Shen Kongsheng had no such issue, immediately urging, "In my opinion, Lord Lu Weiyin, you do not need to be too conflicted. Back then, you helped Fang Yuan mostly because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's will." After pausing for a while, he added, "Furthermore, even though Fang Yuan took Lord Paradise Earth's life, that was merely the final hit. The most important culprits were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." Lu Weiyin sighed as he looked up. He had no choice but to nod as he said, "You are right." He smiled bitterly. The situation has changed, the world is no longer like before. Without Lord Paradise Earth, I, Lu Weiyin, am merely a wandering vagrant. Even though Mushroom Paradise is still around, the Mushroomen have all entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture already, they are Fang Yuan's hostages. I am troubled by both choices, I cannot calm down. Shen Shang, we have a deep friendship forged from battles, I wonder what your opinion on this matter is. I would like to hear your view. Shen Shang coughed before saying, "I will not lie to you, friend, I want to join Lord Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The truth is, back in the Blue Dragon Whale, we had already worked with Lord Fang Yuan. Afterwards, we collaborated in both the Fate War and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Through our multiple cooperations, Lord Fang Yuan had not let us down once. Of course, can we say that Fang Yuan is dependable? That is complete nonsense, he is still a demon venerable after all. But Shen Clan's foundation is here, if we try to move, it will be too risky. After considering the pros and cons, this is the only thing we can do. GU Immortals could not cultivate without resources. Shen Clan was huge and had many GU Immortals, they needed even more resources to maintain the cultivation of all their members, while promoting new GU Immortal seeds as well. Of course, each GU Immortal had their own immortal aperture. But just the resources inside one's immortal aperture were not enough to be self-sufficient. Otherwise, Treasure Yellow Heaven would not be this popular with everyone. The sovereign immortal aperture was able to be self-sufficient, but it was unique. Even though it could be refined again, the amount of immortal materials needed, including the 10 extreme physiques, and also the tribulation during the GU refinement, made the risks and investments too great to bear. Hearing Shen Shang's words, Lu Wei Yin's expression turned grim as he nodded. Brother Shen has helped me a lot, since that is your decision, then I will follow you this time. Shen Kong Sheng and Shen Shang glanced at each other while muttering internally, sly old fox. With these words, Lu Wei Yin wanted to use this decision to repay the favor of having Shen Shang heal his injuries. As expected, a pseudo-venerable like Lu Wei Yin was a genius among geniuses, he could not be deceived under most situations. Shen Shang coughed and said, "It is for the best that you have decided to do this. We can help each other out in the future as well." Shen Kong Sheng quickly made use of this conversation, suggesting that Shen Shang and Lu Wei Yin should take the lead to get all the other Eastern Sea super forces to join Fang Yuan as well. Lu Wei Yin predicted that this would happen, he nodded and agreed on the spot. Shen Kong Sheng brewed his 6-sound tea again. After enjoying the tea, Shen Shang brought the satisfied Lu Wei Yin into their secret room again for treatment. Shen Shang's and Lu Wei Yin's injuries were very severe. Just one round of treatment was not enough. Even if Shen Shang was using human path methods, to get rid of these venerable Dao marks on their wounds, time was needed. On the morning of the second day, Shen Kong Sheng set off and visited the other super clans. His plan to rope them in was quite successful. These super forces were all based in Eastern Sea. They soon heard from Shen Kong Sheng that Shen Shang and Lu Wei Yin were going to join Fang Yuan. With the death of demon immortal Qi Ju in Crazed Demon Cave, there were only 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts left in the world. Among the 3 of them, Shen Shang and Lu Wei Yin wanted to join Fang Yuan, while Qi Si Ancestor, the leader of the righteous Qi Alliance, was Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone. This trend was simply too overpowering. The other Eastern Sea super clans soon joined in. Of course, not everyone wanted to join Fang Yuan. Sha Zan, Sha Jia, and the other GU Immortals had already decided to leave Eastern Sea and betray the righteous Qi Alliance the moment they heard Longevity Heavens and Heavenly Court's announcements. These Sha clan GU Immortals were truly pitiful. First, their foundation was devoured by the variant Human Alliance, they then joined Qi Si Ancestor to try and reclaim their territory. But the result was that Qi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan had played them entirely, killing the important GU Immortals of Sha clan like Sha Ruiji. This demon Fang Yuan killed our clansmen and devoured our foundation. This enmity is greater than heaven. Eastern Sea, we will be back one day. Let's go. Zui Xian Wang is going to arrive here soon on patrol. Hehe, don't worry, in order to escape today, I specially found some rare wine for Zui Xian Wang. With his nature, he is going to be completely drunk today. Sha clan's GU Immortals conversed while secretly flying from Eastern Sea to Central Continent along the surface of the sea. Zui Xian Wang watched as they left, until they vanished into the horizon. This elderly GU Immortal sighed deeply, he had a worried expression. He had already regretted his promise to Qin Ding Ling. He was now Heavenly Court's spy that had infiltrated the righteous Qi Alliance. Heavenly Court had instructed him a day ago to purposely let these Sha clan GU Immortals go. I succeeded this time because it was an easy mission, but next time. Zui Xian Wang thought about Fang Yuan, who had venerable cultivation level, all the wine that he had become flavorless. How did he suddenly become a venerable out of nowhere? Chapter 2218, Fang Yuan is an escape route. A tiny bamboo stick, on which 5 cicadas were skewered, was placed above the fire grill. The bamboo stick was unusual, While the fire was also not ordinary, these 5 cicadas were all rank 5 fire path GU worms named purple smoke cicada. Once the infusion of true essence, can emit purple smoke, obscuring a piece of heaven and earth. If in the mortal world, each purple smoke cicada would cause bloodshed among GU masters, but here, they were just food. The person cooking the cicadas wore a white robe and had thick hair. He was sitting on a folding stool that displayed his tall and thin body. It was Northern Plains rank 8 GU Immortal Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu had a hobby that was well known in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. He loved to cook GU worms and create these delicious dishes from time to time. He personally cooked these dishes, other than for himself, he also gave them to his Baizu tribe members as a reward. Anyone who received such a reward would feel incredibly honored. This was Heavenly Lord Baizu's acknowledgement after all. At times, Heavenly Lord Baizu would also invite his GU Immortal friends as guests to enjoy his cooking. At this moment, Chu Du sat in front of Heavenly Lord Baizu. He was the single esteemed guest that was invited. Chu Du continued to chew as the number of purple smoke cicadas on the skewer fell to 1. Brother Chu, how's the taste? Heavenly Lord Baizu grilled his cicadas while smiling and asking. Chu Du smiled too. It has great flavor. To think that after grilling these purple smoke cicadas, they would actually have the flavor of chicken meat but also the sweetness of taro. It is a crunchy snack and 1 skewer is definitely not enough. Ha ha ha, Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed. Everyone knows that I was a lone cultivator initially. Long ago, when I roamed Northern Plains aimlessly, I barely had enough clothes or food. One time, when I failed to capture a GU worm, I accidentally crushed it with my foot. Half a month of effort became wasted as a result. I could not bear to leave it there. I felt angry and regretful. Thus, I cooked that GU worm and ate it. The flavor was terrible and I had diarrhea for 7 days and nights. I almost died as a result. After that ordeal, I became more determined and ruthless. I swore that when I made it big, I would frequently eat GU worms to take revenge. Heavenly Lord Baizu had a drifting gaze. Chu Du was solemn. Heavenly Lord Baizu had never said such words to him. He seemed to have the intention to go into a deeper conversation. Chu Du knew that this was the result of exposing his rank. 8 cultivation level, they were on equal levels now. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed again as he steered the topic back. My grilled cicadas are just a hobby, there is good flavor but no benefits at all. This is not like those super forces with deep foundations, their famous teas and wines are passed down for generations and modified each time. Some of their better creations can even grant Dao marks after consumption. Chu Du nodded as he said analytically. Ever since the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain and the actions of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who has incredibly profound food path methods, Heavenly Court, which was his enemy, started to research food path and gained much result. The chi tides that swept the world also caused 5 or 6 food path inheritances that I know of to be circulated. These were mostly sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven and were bought by many people, allowing them to benefit greatly. As a result, food path started to spread among people. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded and sighed. With the destruction of fate, the unification of 5 regions, and the reign of 3 venerables, the chaotic war is about to start. This has never happened in human history. Food path originated from beastmen and was purposely concealed by people even when it was spread. But with the great era now, food path cannot be hidden anymore. I wonder how many food path experts will appear in the future. Food path is becoming like this, strength path will also not stay the same. Brother Chu, I know that you are focused on promoting strength path, that is impossible during normal times, but in this great era, you have a good chance of success. Chu Du laughed involuntarily. He had fought against Fairy Black Moon earlier and risked injuries to save her. It showed his aspiration to everyone. Chu Du's eyes glimmered. Now is still too early. Currently, there are less than 5 true strength path experts in the 5 regions. Other than me and Fairy Black Moon, there is only the first Supreme Elder of Western Desert's Fang Clan, who is the most famous one. To revitalize strength path, I need to get more GU cultivators to choose strength path in their cultivation. I cannot change the environment of the world, but I can create more strength path experts to push this tide along. Heavenly Lord Baizu finally reached the topic he wanted. He interjected, Brother Chu, you are forgetting one strength path expert. In his early days, he mostly relied on strength path methods. And now, he is high and mighty, far beyond the realm of us ordinary people. Chu was stunned for a moment before realizing that Heavenly Lord Baizu was referring to Gu Fang Yuan. Chu knew what Heavenly Lord Baizu's intention was in mentioning Fang Yuan. He cooperated and said solemnly, Gu Fang Yuan was able to become a venerable, it is truly out of my expectations. Back when I first met him, I felt that this person was not simple, he could not be estimated with common sense. Afterwards, I was fortunate to fight together with him several times. I found that this person had a hardy nature, he had both brains and brawn. Anyone with such a nature would not submit to being below others. But he had a special identity, he was the single chosen person by heaven's will to rebirth. He also received the investment of many venerables in an attempt to destroy fate. In his life, he had encountered so many dangerous situations and predicaments that even throughout history, nobody could compare to it. Finally, he managed to take that final step and become one of the strongest people in the world. After my initial shock and suspicion, I analyzed this and felt that it was a natural thing. Heavenly Lord Baizu listened, he nodded, saying, you are exactly right. Next, Heavenly Lord Baizu subconsciously quietened his voice as he moved his body forward, saying to Chu, I wonder if Brother Chu has stayed in contact with this heaven-refining demon venerable. Chu did not answer openly, he asked, oh, Brother Baizu, you mean to say? Heavenly Lord Baizu shrugged and raised both palms, smiled bitterly, in the current situation, Brother Chu, why the need to ask an unnecessary question? We became acquainted from our initial conflict. Even though we made our respective tribes, in this northern plains, we are ostracized constantly. In normal times, we both have rank 8 cultivation level, other than Central Continent, as long as we are alive, our forces can stay strong in any other place. But now, we are in the unprecedented Great Era. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revived, and he has a reputation for being the most caring towards his descendants. My Baizu tribe was established by Devouring Hate Tribe's foundation, which is a Huang Jin bloodline tribe. To speak the truth, Brother Chu, I have not been able to eat or sleep well recently, I am filled with worries. Chu quickly consoled. No matter how protective Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is towards his descendants, you still have rank 8 cultivation level. Longevity Heaven has been trying to unify the entire Northern Plains GU Immortal world. If he kills you, he will lose the support of many people. If the current world were ruled by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable alone, we might be in danger. But with 3 venerables in power now, we have hope of surviving. Heavenly Lord Baizu still had a bitter expression. However, there are countless ways for the stronger party to deal with us. Brother Chu, ever since our tribes were created, the other Huang Jin tribes have been ostracizing us. Haven't we seen enough of their methods? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable does not need to target us. When the chaos starts, he can just push our tribes to be the cannon fodder. It is a simple thing to get rid of us. Chu heard this and nodded lightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu had expressed his inner worry as well. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to contact Fang Yuan through Chu. He was not thinking of joining Fang Yuan immediately. After all, Fang Yuan had been given the title of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable by Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. Everyone in the world knew about Fang Yuan's nature, ruthlessness and cruelty was a part of it. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to leave an escape route for himself, so that he could use it when a crisis appeared. And the truth was, Chu had the same idea as him. To speak the truth, I have not contacted Fang Yuan for a very long time. Chu sighed and said the truth. Chu added, everyone knows about my relationship with Fang Yuan. It is too dangerous to contact Fang Yuan now with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's existence. If I get exposed, disaster would strike. Even though he said that, Chu had already made up his mind. While the 3 venerables were resting, he would secretly contact Fang Yuan and try to create a backup plan for his Chu tribe. The concurrent reign of 3 venerables shocked the world. After the shock, most of the forces in GU Immortal started to think about their own circumstances. At the same time, Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, who was known as the most famous strength path expert by Chu, was also holding a meeting now. In the study room, Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong sat down and said with a tone of lingering fear, to think that Fang Yuan became a demon venerable. Thankfully, our clan did not reject him and made the transaction with him. Otherwise, if we offended him, we could have defended against him back then, but now, we would face his revenge. Our entire clan would get into a crisis of life and death. At the side, Fang Clan's 3rd Supreme Elder, ranked 7 GU Immortal, Fang Huasheng said. The truth is, our Fang clan was deceived by Fang Yuan for so long, but that is nothing big, he is someone who became venerable after all. Fang Dichong snorted coldly, showing a look of displeasure. He had deep grudges with Fang Yuan. Back then, he schemed against Fang Yuan but got killed and captured instead. Even though Fang Yuan released his soul later, that was part of the transaction that allowed him to get a vast amount of soul cores as well as Thieves' Den. Right now, Fang Dichong had another body. Even though he had rank 5 cultivation level, he was already preparing for his immortal ascension. Although his cultivation level fell, his status remained unchanged. After all, his adopted son, Fang Yun, was holding up his faction. He was still trusted by the whole of Fang clan. Even though Fang Di Cheng's wisdom path methods were weaker now, he still had his unique perspective. He smiled coldly and analyzed. On the surface, Fang Yuan has become a demon venerable and the current situation is unprecedented. Something like 3 venerables coexisting at the same time has never happened, but even among them, there are subtle differences. Look, Heavenly Court exposed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable of creating and cultivating blood path. They also claimed that Fang Yuan was Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. They are the most aggressive side. Longevity Heaven rebuked Heavenly Court and said that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was cultivating blood path to benefit the world. It was his great benevolence. At the same time, they also called Fang Yuan a demon venerable. Among the 3, only Fang Yuan has not spoken. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he has been recuperating in Eastern Sea. This shows that he is the weakest among the 3 venerables. In the future, the 3 venerables will have a huge battle. I still have a chance of revenge. Our Western Desert is situated deep in Western Desert. We have a great location. When the 5 regions go to war, the boundaries of the various regions will be chaotic. We only need to lay low and develop secretly. If the 3 venerables have a winner among them, we will join that side. If the venerables die, our Fang clan has hope of becoming an overlord of Western Desert. Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng listened to his analysis and could not help but nod slightly. Chapter 2219. No, I am Great Love Immortal Venerable. After that, Fang Dichong emphasized, looking at the 5 regions, Northern Plains, Central Continent, and Eastern Sea all have a venerable leader, while Southern Border has a Righteous Path Alliance. Only our Western Desert is still divided and disunited. One can say that Western Desert is the weakest of the 5 regions. In this situation, we cannot take the lead to cause problems or show our stance. If other forces recruit us, we will try to balance ourselves and secretly join them while ensuring that our benefits are the priority. Back then, our Fang clan was attacked because we obtained Divine Emperor City. We cannot commit the same mistake again and become the target of everyone. That is too foolish. Fang Huasheng and Fang Gong nodded again. Even though Fang Dichong had lost his cultivation level, he still had his wide-ranging perspective. Tian Lan Mountain, Luo clan's headquarters. In the main hall, most of Luo clan's GU immortals were gathered. Those that did not come personally also sent their wills instead. Luo clan's first supreme elder had rank 7 cultivation level. He looked around before speaking. In the era of 3 reigning venerables, chaos will ensue. What should Luo clan do? If you have any ideas, do say them now. Luo clan's GU immortals looked at each other. Soon, one of them spoke. This person cultivated space path. He was Luo clan's number 1 general, Luo Ran, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, even surpassing the first supreme elder. Luo Ran spoke. Everyone, news of the reign of 3 venerables shocked everyone. After thinking about it, I decided to look at it from another perspective. If I were either of the 3 venerables, I would first devour Southern Border and Western Desert. After all, weaklings are the easiest targets. It is not good for Eastern Sea, Central Continent, or Northern Plains if the 3 venerables fight now. The wisest decision is to strengthen myself first and take more territory and resources before fighting the other venerables. Our Luo clan is at the northern end of Southern Border. We are closest to Central Continent. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wants to interfere in Southern Border, our Luo clan would have to face her first. Luo clan's immortals nodded with a cold expression. Ever since the disappearance of the 5 regional walls, their pressure had been intensifying daily. They had to search for backup plans and escape routes for Luo clan. Luo Ran continued to speak. With the reign of 3 venerables, unless our Southern Border also has a venerable, even if all the Southern Border GU immortals worked together cooperatively, we are not the match of any of these 3 venerables. As for the other super forces who are deeper inside the region, they might still have the choice of staying out of the war, but our Luo clan is stuck between southern border and central continent. When conflict starts, we will need to stick to one side. Once he said that, all of the Luo clan immortals became stirred. One of them stood up directly and shouted angrily, "Luo Ran, are you saying that our Luo clan should surrender before fighting? Are you going to ignore the righteousness of our clan throughout the generations? We, Luo clan, defend the glory of righteousness, are you going to abandon that?" Everyone turned to look. The person who said that was Luo Fei. Next, many Luo clan GU immortals added in their comments that sided with Luo Fei. When our Luo clan had once prospered, we almost threatened Wu clan's position. How can we act so cowardly? Indeed, venerables are no doubt invincible. But in the current era, with the reign of 3 venerables, and the possibility that other venerables might revive in the future is certainly uncertain. We cannot give up now. In my opinion, none of the 3 venerables now are worth joining. Heavenly Court has the sect system. If our Luo clan joins them, we need to change our clan system. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is most protective of his descendants. Bai Zhu tribe and Chu tribe are being ostracized by Northern Plains Huang Jin bloodline. Meanwhile, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has a lot of enmity with our clan. If we lower our heads to him, I will look down on myself. Seeing everyone's anger and riled emotions, Luo Ran quickly waved his hand. Everyone, I did not consider it through. Luo Fei stared widely. Lord Luo Ran, you are the #1 expert of Luo clan. If even you have such thoughts, we will be too disappointed. Luo Ran had an expression of guilt. I was wrong. Luo Fei added. According to my view, the situation is not very dangerous. With the reign of 3 venerables, they are wary of each other while being restricted. They will not make a move easily. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Demon Immortal Qi Ju and people like Xiao Hejian have already died. Fang Yuan lost many powerful subordinates. Right now, his main body is recuperating in Eastern Sea without doing anything. He does not have the strength to interfere in other regions. Additionally, even though our southern border has no venerable, we have the Southern Alliance and the alliance leader Wu Yong. During the Fate War, Lord Wu Yong led our southern border righteous path and did not disappoint us even once. Why can't we hold expectations towards him and ourselves for now? After saying these words, Luo Fei sat down. Many Luo clan GU immortals also nodded slightly, agreeing with her words. Luo clan thought positively about Wu clan. Because back then, Luo clan suffered a loss when exploring Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. They were pursued and had to seek help from Wu clan to preserve their strength. After some time, Luo Zhu announced the end of the meeting. Only Luo Ran stayed behind to talk to him secretly. Sorry you had to do this, Luo Zhu said apologetically. Luo Ran shook his head. Joining Heavenly Court was my true intention to begin with. I was just probing them today, but it seems that Luo clan does not want to give up yet. They think that it is too cowardly. On the other hand, that information path Immortal GU was only the idea of Immortal Crane sect. Even if our Luo clan wants to join Central Continent, we need to contact at least Heavenly Court, right? Luo Zhu sighed. Our Luo clan has always been an upright and righteous force. I am too useless to lead everyone. I am worried about Luo clan's safety. But you are right, now is not the time yet. We need to continue contacting Immortal Crane sect in secret. Central Continent, Immortal Crane sect. Verdant green trees grew as clear winds blew. In a pavilion near the middle of the mountain, a young GU immortal was blowing his flute. As the sound of the flute spread, an immortal crane fluttered in the sky. The young-looking GU immortal wore a clean white robe. His eyebrows were green and long, extending to his waist. It was the enslavement path immortal He Feng Yang. He was known as the winged crane flying immortal. I succeeded in passing my tribulation and became rank 7. But to think that the moment I came out of seclusion, I heard the shocking story of the reign of 3 venerables. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revive, there is even a new Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Gu Feng Yuan. He Feng Yang felt complex emotions. Back then, he was the one who asked Lord Sky Crane to head to southern borders Gu village. He also dealt with Feng Yuan when trying to get Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If I made up my mind back then and took action personally, could I have killed Feng Yuan? This thought emerged in He Feng Yang's mind constantly. But soon, He Feng Yang shook his head. The chances were that he would fail. Because behind Feng Yuan, there was the contest of Heaven's will and the other venerables. Also, even if he could have killed Fang Yuan, what was the point of saying it now? Fang Yuan was already a demon venerable, while He Feng Yang had just gotten past rank 6 and advanced to rank 7. He Feng Yang felt dejected internally, but he also had other emotions like envy. He worked so hard for so many years, but he watched as a mortal like Fang Yuan rose rapidly in strength, eventually becoming a venerable. Fang Yuan had far surpassed him, he could not even see his shadow. But through this flute music, He Feng Yang slowly calmed down. Everyone has their own opportunities. Fang Yuan was able to reach this stage, other than fortuitous encounters, he also had wisdom and courage to fight, he saw through many chaotic situations and had often gotten into dangerous situations. But I am not without hope. During peaceful times, spending resources on enslavement path is wasteful for the sect. But with the arrival of the 5 regions chaotic war, as an enslavement path cultivator, the sect will think highly of me, they will give me more attention and resources. Furthermore, I acted of my own accord and secretly sent Luo clan an information path Immortal GU in the name of Immortal Crane sect to try to recruit them. Since Luo clan's first supreme elder has not destroyed the information path Immortal GU yet, this shows a clear attitude. If this succeeds, it will be a huge accomplishment, I will get a lot of sect contribution points. By then, I can exchange for an immortal pill from Heavenly Court so that little 9 can become an ancient desolate beast. He Feng Yang looked at the 9-palace crane in front of him and smiled. This 9-palace crane was a desolate beast with a close relationship with He Feng Yang. Back then, it was hit by a time path Immortal GU and regressed in age, becoming younger and younger until it became a baby. He Feng Yang tried his best to save it, paying a huge price for it to recover fully. 5-colored smoke rumbled as it contracted, eventually going back into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the nameless island, he saw a wide area before him without any smoke left. Next, a large group of GU immortals came towards him. When they were 1,000 steps away, they landed on the surface of the sea and kowtowed towards him, showing their subservience. These were Eastern Sea's righteous path GU immortals, the various first supreme elders of the respective clans were among them. Of course, they were led by the pseudo-venerables, Xianxia and Lu Weiyin. Fang Yuan was stunned for a split second before understanding the situation, he laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances, everyone, please get up. From today onwards, I will treat you equally like my other subordinates. The immortals showed expressions of gratitude as they said together, we pay respects to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, we are willing to give our lives to Lord Demon Venerable. But Fang Yuan shook his head slowly, at this point, I should make a declaration to the world. He connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and started to make his declaration. What? Heaven Refining Demon Venerable? I do not accept this title. Shen Shang and the rest were stunned. I am not in the demonic path, I am a righteous path member. All my past actions have been to seek blessings for all living beings in the world. I disregarded my own life and experienced countless crises to destroy fate, I granted freedom to everyone in the world. However, corrupt forces like Heavenly Court still try to suppress and slander me even now, they are trying to obstruct me. I was best friends with Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, he entrusted me with his wishes before dying. After becoming venerable, I will emulate Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, I will work for the harmony of the 5 regions. Everyone, do not believe in rumors, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was not killed by me, Star Constellation and Giant Sun cooperated to end his life. Fang Yuan spoke in a righteous tone. Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin stared at him blankly. The other Eastern Sea Righteous Path leaders were also listening like this was a dream. Fang Yuan suddenly raised his volume, he said in an energetic tone, everyone, I want you to remember, I, Gu Fang Yuan, am Great Love Immortal Venerable. From today onwards, I will create my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, I will bring benefits to the world and peace to the 5 regions. News soon spread rapidly in Treasure Yellow Heaven, every GU immortal in the world heard of it. They Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Chu Du who were currently grilling food, or the 3 higher-ups of Fang clan who were discussing secretly, or Luo clan's immortals, or He Feng Yang, they all received this shocking news. But Fang Yuan did not stop, he continued to speak. He placed a list in Treasure Yellow Heaven that contained a vast number of GU worm names. If any GU master or GU immortal paid the appropriate price, he would refine GU for them. For mortal GU, he did not restrict quantity, while in regards to immortal GU, he could even refine rank 8 immortal GU for them. The 5 regions went into an uproar. This is my promise as GU Fang Yuan, a refinement path venerable. GU worms are the core of our cultivation, they are our foundation. But all along, they have been too rare and hard to refine, especially immortal GU. Because of this, the first thing that I will do to benefit the world is to refine immortal GU for everyone. Regardless of our past grudges or enmity, be it friend or foe, I will not mind it, I will refine GU for everyone equally. This will prove the great love in my heart. I know what you are worried about. But in fact, I have already made many transactions with various forces and GU immortals, I refined many immortal GU for them. For example, I've transacted many times with Western Desert's Fang clan, this is all evidence. In Western Desert, Fang Gong, Fang Dichong, and Fang Hua Sheng stared with wide eyes. Fang Dichong, who had earlier emphasized that they should keep a low profile and not cause public outrage, turned pale immediately. Or for example, Southern Borders Wu clan. I have refined more than one rank 8 immortal GU for Wu Yong, the evidence is here. Luo clan's members. Luo Fei held her head and felt like her heart had broken. Why? Lord Wu Yong, you actually cooperated with Fang Yuan secretly, why? Or for example, Northern Plains Baizu tribe. I have many possible areas of cooperation with Heavenly Lord Baizu, we have been in close contact. Fang Yuan continued to announce. Heavenly Lord Baizu was like a stone statue, the skewer in his hand that he was roasting went up in flames. Chu Du looked at him, seemingly saying, brother, what is wrong with you? Since you have been in contact with Fang Yuan all along, why did you want to use my connection with him? Fang Yuan continued to say, not just Northern Plains, Central Continent is involved too. For example, Immortal Crane sects Hefeng Yang, I have been in contact with him since my younger days, we have truly become acquainted as a result of past conflicts. Slander, this is pure slander. Hefeng Yang smashed the jade flute in his hand, he shivered intensely. Finally, Fang Yuan said, whether you believe me or not, that is up to you. Risks exist all the time, but what if this is true? Why don't you try first? Everyone, please give me some of your trust. Since long ago, countless people have misunderstood me. Thus, allow me to prove now to the people over the world that I am truly great love immortal venerable. After Fang Yuan's declaration, winds blew on the surface of the sea. The kneeling Eastern CGU immortals raised their heads and looked towards Fang Yuan in a daze. Looking at them, Fang Yuan showed a kind and sincere smile. Everyone, please get up. You have already joined my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, you will receive greater preferential treatment as the first batch. I guarantee you that. Chapter 2220, Blending of Black and White. Li Xiaobai followed several information path GU immortals, they carefully waited in ambush. Xiaobai, Black and White Heaven are fusing together now, the commotion is huge and the environment is dangerous. Later, when the Hound groups fly over, you should focus on watching rather than taking action, do you understand? A rank 7 information path GU immortal instructed. Li Xiaobai quickly nodded. Yes, I will listen to the seniors. He was acting obediently, without the arrogance of a great scholar. All the information path GU immortals here had a good impression of him. Li Xiaobai had become a rank 6 long ago, he was an information path GU immortal. Because of his talent, he was also the most favored GU immortal junior in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. These information path GU immortals came from Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, they were at least second-grade officials in the Grotto Heaven's imperial court. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had a special system, GU immortals entered the imperial court and most of them held important positions and roles. After Li Xiaobai became a GU immortal, he also started to work for the imperial court. The only exception was old immortal Hua Yu. He had rank 8 cultivation level and stayed in the background, controlling the entire situation. After a while, the GU immortal in charge of investigation spoke. The immortals quickly displayed several killer moves, they concealed themselves even more deeply. Soon, Li Xiaobai saw a group of remnant heavenly dogs running towards them while stepping on air. These were all Space Path ancient desolate beasts, they ate Space Path GU worms as food. A total of 368 remnant heavenly dogs, and 4 heaven-swallowing hounds. Li Xiaobai cultivated information path, he was most skilled at collecting information. After taking a glance at them, he noticed the size of this hound group. Remnant heavenly dogs were ancient desolate beasts. After they grew to an extent, they would become heaven-swallowing hounds. Heaven-swallowing hounds were immemorial desolate beasts that ate 9 heavens fragments, grotto heaven, and blessed lands as food. They had always been a huge threat to the 2 heavens grotto heavens. As the dog group continued to approach, profound literature grotto heavens Immortal started to work together. They secretly used a killer move. This killer move had no commotion or sound, it spread out rapidly. Initially, the dog group had no change, but after more than 10 breaths of time, 3 heaven-swallowing hounds stopped and bared their fangs, looking in the same direction with expressions of vigilance. The final heaven-swallowing hound also slowed down. The 4 heaven-swallowing hounds barked at the same place for a while. Afterwards, 3 of the heaven-swallowing hounds brought most of the remnant heavenly dogs to move on another route, towards a different direction. The final heaven-swallowing hound brought more than 20 remnant heavenly dogs as they continued on their original path. The Immortals of profound literature grotto heaven had been hiding all along. After the dog group left their field of vision, they showed themselves inside in relief. Alright, it has been settled. Most of the hounds have been misled by us. They think that direction has sumptuous food, but there are soul beasts there instead. Haha, we have also used information path methods on those soul beasts. Once the dog group goes there, they will think that the soul beasts are hiding in Immortal aperture. They will kill each other without us taking action. The remaining heaven-swallowing hound was not tricked by us, it likely has the protection of an Immortal GU. But with this number that we lured over, Lord Yu has enough to work with. Xiao Bai, did you see clearly? When your cultivation level rises to rank 7 in the future, you need to complete such missions often as well. Our profound literature grotto heaven cannot move and is placed in one spot in the sky, but we need to resolve lots of problems before they even occur. Li Xiaobai immediately answered, I will work harder. These GU Immortals immediately moved along the direction that the heaven-swallowing hound went earlier. This heaven-swallowing hound brought a few remnant heavenly dogs with it, getting ambushed midway by the battlefield killer move that old Immortal Yu set up in advance. After a large battle, the heaven-swallowing hound died. There was a wild Immortal GU after all, but it was destroyed in the battle. There were some remaining remnant heavenly dogs that managed to survive. They escaped along the cracks of the battlefield killer move. They were space path beasts after all, running away was their expertise. But afterwards, they met with Li Xiaobai's group. After a few rounds of killer moves, these remnant heavenly dogs became minced corpses. Li Xiaobai also took action. He used some immortal essence but did not play a big role. However, he showed an expression of excitement and lingering enthusiasm. The other information path GU Immortals looked at him and had a deeper impression of him being a cute young junior. Old Immortal Yu collected and stored the battlefield killer move as the Immortals quickly greeted him. Old Immortal Yu nodded and looked at everyone. When he saw Li Xiaobai, he smiled at the latter. He liked this young junior a lot and appreciated his talent. In his heart, Li Xiaobai had a good upbringing and was the most talented GU Immortal in the last 100 years of profound literature grotto heaven's history. He was the future of the grotto heaven. Sigh, to think that Qi ancestor is actually a clone of heaven refining demon venerable. Fang Yuan is scheming and crafty. I was deceived by him completely. If not for heavenly court and longevity heaven exposing the truth, I would continue to be used by him. What great love Immortal venerable, such words can only deceive idiots. Sigh, I cannot trust any outsider. Only these GU Immortals in front of me are trustworthy. Qi ancestor had once personally helped profound literature grotto heaven. Thus, old Immortal Yu respected Qi ancestor greatly. After joining the righteous Qi alliance, he had been following Qi ancestor's leadership enthusiastically. But now that Qi ancestor's identity was exposed, all of that respect towards him turned into rage and humiliation. Old Immortal Yu had surging emotions, but he kept calm on the surface and controlled the situation. While ordering the GU Immortals to clean up the battlefield of all traces, he also sent them to search the area. They were all information path GU Immortals. They soon cleared the battlefield of all noticeable traces or clues. Other than that, the investigative GU Immortals also brought back some information. The heavenly wine chi wall of the immemorial 2 heavens has mostly dissipated. The fusion of the 2 heavens will get more severe as time passes. Not only are the 2 heavens beasts fighting more frequently, the Tao marks of the 2 heavens are also undergoing huge changes. Some are conflicting with each other while others are fusing together and creating greater effects. They cannot be separated. In fact, the heavenly wind qi wall had started dissipating long ago. Now that the 5 regional walls were gone and qi tide swept the world, the two heavens fusion also reached the most intense moment. This resulted in the intense commotion. All the grotto heavens that were in the two heavens were facing problems continuously throughout the period. Earlier, the dog group was a huge threat to profound literature grotto heavens, so it was dealt with in advance. But what worried old Immortal Yu and the other information path GU Immortals was not just the trouble ahead of them, but also the bigger situation of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. After Fang Yuan returned, he publicly announced himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable and set up his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Immediately, the 2 pseudo-venerables, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang, brought the various super-clans of Eastern Sea's righteous path and submitted to Fang Yuan. Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance and the Variant Human Alliance jointly entered the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Old Immortal Yu and the others ended up in an awkward position. Speaking of which, they were members of the Righteous Qi Alliance, as were Granny Skeleton and others. But all along, because their foundation was in the 2 heavens, they were vaguely ostracized by Eastern Sea's super forces. But that was nothing originally. Old Immortal Yu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest only needed to continue getting Qi-Si ancestors' support. But now, with the exposure of Qi-Si ancestors' identity as their greatest enemy, Fang Yuan's clone, they had all along been trying to gain Fang Yuan's favor. Old Immortal Yu and Granny Skeleton could not help but feel stunned. Concurrently, the changes in the 2 heavens made them busy and tired as well. Right at this time, Fang Yuan announced himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable and made a declaration that shook the world. The 5 regions GU Immortal world went into an uproar. Ever since GU Fang Yuan started cultivating, he had been ruthless and slaughtered countless innocents. He was clearly a demonic path member. How could he change his identity so easily with just some words? If changing one's faction was so easy to achieve, what was the point of the righteous path? Old Immortal Yu scoffed in his heart, but he was clear of the truth. Fang Yuan's declaration was a joke. But with his strength as a demon venerable, who would dare to laugh? Look at those Eastern Sea righteous path forces who submitted at the first second. Even if Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court made fun of his words, what could they do to Fang Yuan? I cannot drag this on anymore. Fang Yuan has already taken in Eastern Sea's righteous path, our 2 heavens forces cannot watch anymore. But should we join Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court, or Longevity Heaven? Profound literature grotto heaven was not in the heaven of Central Continent or Northern Plains. This was the reason why old Immortal Yu joined the Righteous Qi Alliance earlier. Now, joining Fang Yuan was the most convenient outcome. Yet, they would not be able to preserve profound literature grotto heaven. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The 2 heavens grotto heavens were his targets to annex. Since they could not keep their homeland anyway, what was the point of joining Fang Yuan? And honestly speaking, old Immortal Yu really hated demons like Fang Yuan. Old Immortal Yu started to think more broadly. There were many options in front of him. But which choice should he pick? It was a tough question. At the most central area, there was Calamity Luck Altar. The 4 directions of Calamity Luck Altar had the 4 desolations. And around the 4 desolations, there were 8 areas for the 8 extremities. Above the 4 desolations was golden light that radiated and enveloped the place. Above the 8 extremities was a spreading aura of green light. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already returned to Longevity Heaven for some time already. The final few star path Dao marks on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's body went ablaze. They vanished completely. My injuries are finally healed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air. Next, I need to refine the luck path Dao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens to regain my strength as a Dao Lord. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not use genuine Venerable level strength in combat. Because they were in the void, there were no natural Dao marks for them to refine. If there were, every action of a Venerable would be amplified and strengthened by the natural Dao marks. They would become very terrifying. This was like how Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the amplification of countless soul path Dao marks in the door of life and death. But strictly speaking, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not considered a true Dao Lord, because he did not have his sanity. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already refined all of the luck path Dao marks in the world back in his time. But after his death, these Dao marks went back to the control of the heavenly Dao. Thus, he had to refine them again before he could use them. Chapter 2221, Fang Yuan's Principles. Longevity Heaven's Luck Path Dao marks were originally from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Immortal Aperture, because it did not devour any 9 heavens fragment, Heaven's will had not taken over it. As long as he fought in Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would be even greater than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's own Luck Path Dao marks could not match Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in number. But with the colossal number of Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, he surpassed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. And most importantly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was sane and clear-minded. It is a pity that I cannot fuse this original Immortal Aperture into my current body. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not lack methods to move an Immortal Aperture. Once he fused with Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would surge immensely. His Luck Path Dao marks would greatly surpass and suppress Fang Yuan. By then, he could travel the 5 regions and 2 heavens without any worries. After all, Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's peak cultivation creation, it was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's foundation after passing 3 chaotic disasters. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had only passed 1 heavenly Dao blockade, he had survived the chaos tribulation in Crazed Demon Cave, it could only be considered a small chaotic disaster. But right now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a reason why he could not absorb Longevity Heaven. Because he cultivated Blood Path now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to use Blood Path as his main path and Luck Path as his specialty, his plan was to cultivate both paths. Since he had planned this for so long already, he naturally had a superb blood-luck dual cultivation method. But he did not have the sovereign immortal body, no matter what he did, conflicts of Dao marks still existed. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had only started cultivating Blood Path officially for a short time, he had many Luck Path Dao marks but few Blood Path Dao marks, this difference was already the limit. If he fused with Longevity Heaven now, he would gain a surge of Luck Path Dao marks that would suppress Blood Path entirely, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's dual cultivation plan would fail. Although I cannot regain Longevity Heaven now, in terms of refining natural Dao marks, I have the biggest advantage, that is my immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the largest immortal essence storage of the 3 venerables. Currently, he had 1,000 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. Most of it was left behind in Longevity Heaven during his first life. He had an even larger quantity stored back then, but there was continuous expenditure as time passed, because Longevity Heaven could not produce any more immortal essence after Giant Sun's demise. Eventually, only less than 10% of his immortal essence was left. But this quantity is definitely the highest among everyone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was confident about this. Because he knew that Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan had just advanced, his rank 9 immortal essence storage was 0. As for rank 8 immortal essence, he definitely had some, but it was a small quantity as well. It was obvious, ever since Fang Yuan's rebirth, his cultivation level had risen rapidly, he had almost participated in all the major fights. He also refined so many immortal GU and made various immortal GU houses. With such an investment, how could he have a lot of immortal essence left? And the thing that made Giant Sun Immortal Venerable most glad was that Fang Yuan got hit by his Luck Path killer move in Crazed Demon Cave, fortune and disaster coexists. Even though Fang Yuan made use of this killer move to end up deceiving him, it was undeniable that the sovereign immortal aperture suffered huge losses in the end. Together with the small chaotic disaster, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable estimated that the sovereign immortal aperture was definitely in a pitiful state right now. This was Fang Yuan's situation, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also could not have more immortal essence than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The reason was quite simple. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era was too long ago. Even if she left behind a large quantity of immortal essence, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals would have expended them over the years. In fact, 3 Demon Venerables, Limitless Demon Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and Red Lotus Demon Venerable, invaded Heavenly Court after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era. When Heavenly Court resisted the 3 Demon Venerables, could they have avoided the use of venerable methods which expended the immortal essence left by the venerable? Regrettably, the 2 heavens are fusing and the Heaven Path Dao marks are gathering with the change of environment. I had no choice but to retrieve Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, my advantage would be even greater. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to move Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace back. With Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace in immemorial Black Heaven, it could continue to arrange luck path Tao marks and participate in the operations of heaven and earth, as well as the luck of living beings. It could allow the black heaven above northern plains to become Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's territory that he could manipulate. Back then, in the Reverse Flow River battle, Heavenly Court organized a group to head to northern plains, but they suffered a loss in immemorial black heaven. It was mostly the effect of luck suppression Heavenly Palace. Now, with the fusion of the two immemorial heavens, the luck path Tao marks that luck suppression Heavenly Palace arranged in the past were affected by the change, they became chaotic and broken. If he forcefully protected these luck path Tao marks and resisted the changes of the heavenly Tao, the whole of luck suppression Heavenly Palace would be affected and face destruction. These days, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been healing himself while observing the situation. He had a rather clear understanding of it now. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, no matter how the environment changed, the battle between the Venerables was the only thing that mattered. 4. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, they were both unprecedented enemies. In the short term, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not find a way to exterminate these 2 enemies, he could only try to weaken them while maintaining his advantage. The abundance of immortal essence was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's advantage. If I use this advantage well, I will be able to refine the luck path Tao marks of the world first. On this basis, if I fight against either of the 2 Venerables, I will be able to gain the upper hand. Once I gain the upper hand, I will have to heavily cripple Heavenly Court or Fang Yuan. If I can't do that, a lot of trouble will ensue. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable felt a sense of urgency internally. If he missed the opportunity of using this early period of advantage, as time passed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would plot and scheme deeper as a wisdom path expert, she would get harder to deal with. There was another point. They had to guard against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable secretly reviving the other Immortal Venerables of Heavenly Court. This was the same for Fang Yuan too. Right now, his immortal essence storage was at its lowest. Once it started to rise, with his refinement path ability, he would refine Immortal GU on a large scale, his strength would rise greatly, far beyond now. Refinement path Venerable, thinking of Fang Yuan's declaration as great love earlier, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not help but frown slightly. He could already predict that Fang Yuan's strength would cause a huge impact on the GU immortal world. This strength was so colossal and unprecedented that even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not tell what the future would become because of Fang Yuan's actions. After all, there had never been a refinement path Venerable in history. Refinement path was different from the other paths. GU cultivation had 3 major aspects: nurture, use, and refinement. Refinement path was one of these 3 aspects. This was a special trait that no other path had. Cough, cough, cough. In a tightly shut secret room, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. The injuries from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave had not recovered yet. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path. She was not as skilled as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in terms of healing, who cultivated Blood Path. GU immortal injuries were usually very troublesome. Venerables were no exception to this. Heavenly Court did not lack outstanding healing methods, but for the case of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, very few were suitable. Because she had too many Wisdom Path and Star Path Tao marks, healing methods of all other paths were barely usable. Human Path was an exception, but in the whole of Heavenly Court, there were no Human Path pseudo-venerable experts. This was the lowest requirement to heal a Venerable's injuries. Thus, other than healing herself, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no other methods. I still have 671 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. I did not have many to begin with, some were consumed during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave as well. I still have injuries on me. If I continue healing myself, yellow apricot immortal essence beads would be rapidly expended again. After that, I still need to refine Heavenly Court's Tao marks and the natural wisdom path Tao marks of the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated precisely. She had sufficient immortal essence for now, but wisdom path experts calculated 10 steps in advance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely deducing more than that. The immortal essence storage was not enough for her to refine the wisdom path Tao marks of the outside world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. There were a large number of Wisdom Path Tao marks in Heavenly Court, but they did not belong to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Because Heavenly Court had annexed 9 heavens fragments, even though star constellation Immortal Venerable contributed her own immortal aperture to this place, her original Tao marks had all been assimilated and taken over by heaven's will. Of course, during the process of refining Tao marks in the outside world, star constellation Immortal Venerable's current immortal aperture would still produce rank 9 immortal essence continuously. But star constellation Immortal Venerable felt that this was an extremely dangerous situation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Heaven Refining Demon Venerable might attack at any time. Thus, the more immortal essence she had in her storage, the better. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable must have more immortal essence than me. As for Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, he is the weakest among us in this aspect. But he cannot be underestimated. This man is very special. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this as she revealed a complex expression. Fang Yuan's earlier declaration of being great love Immortal Venerable shook the entire world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was wary of Fang Yuan's refinement path ability, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable focused on his nature. In the history of the 10 Venerables, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was noble and grand, Limitless Demon Venerable was a crazed Tao pursuer, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable enjoyed slaughter, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was wild, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was indifferent, while Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was obsessed. But no matter what, each of these Venerables had their own pride and arrogance in some way. But Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable squinted her eyes, she had never seen a Venerable with such a nature. He simply did not know the limit of what the word, shameless, was, he did not care about his face, he distorted truth and lies, even lying with a calm expression and deceiving with a righteous tone. What great love Immortal Venerable! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain that this title was part of Fang Yuan's current plan, it was a method to achieve his current goals. If it was said that anyone in the world could go from demonic to righteous, Fang Yuan was the least likely one among them all. If he felt the need to make a move, he would do it regardless of how many innocent lives would be sacrificed. By then, the declaration of great love Immortal Venerable and all related promises would be completely forgotten by him like a baseless fart. But if he felt that going back to the righteous path had benefits to be gained, he would make another similar declaration with no shame in his heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had finally understood Fang Yuan clearly now. If I have to say that this person has a principle, then his principle is to have no bottom line. And if I say this person has a bottom line, then his bottom line is to have no principle. This was simply a thoroughly shameless person. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a headache regarding him, this shameless fellow had already become venerable. And the thing that made it hard for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was that this shameless venerable had an incredibly deep understanding of the human heart, to the extent where he could predict their every thought. His actions were bound to create a huge wave in the GU Immortal world before gathering countless people to his side. The temptation of Immortal GU was too great. Even if they could not trust him now, some risk-taking GU Immortals would still try their luck. Once Fang Yuan displayed sufficient sincerity, the entire 5 regions GU Immortal world would fall into his palm. Even Heavenly Court will not be spared from this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. Chapter 2222, Fang Yuan's first public deal. The silent desert suddenly exploded as sand flew in the air, a huge mountain-like beast appeared from underground. This beast had the shape of a python, it had a crocodile head and 6 sharp eagle-like claws. Dragon Crocodile, an immemorial dragon crocodile. The dragon crocodile roared, the sound waves spread widely, but there was a trace of fear and panic in its voice. The dragon crocodile had the ability to climb clouds and soar to the sky. After leaving the desert, it flew straight up. But midway, the dragon crocodile's body shook suddenly as it spewed out a torrent of flames from its huge mouth. The dragon crocodile growled in pain as it fell to the ground, creating a huge sand wave as a result. After it struggled for a while, it gradually quietened down and stopped moving entirely. After a while, 3 GU Immortals came out of its mouth. They were from 3 super forces of Western Desert respectively, being Shikong, Zuo Chu Yanming, and Tuo Bafeng Yan. Shikong cultivated Earth Path while the other 2 cultivated Fire Path. It was a fact that the most common cultivation path among Western Desert's GU Immortals was Fire Path. The final dragon crocodile is dead. According to our 3 clans' agreement, this dragon crocodile belongs to Sister Yanming. The only female here, Zuo Chu Yanming, nodded as she opened her immortal aperture's entrance, placing this immemorial dragon crocodile into it. She observed within her immortal aperture and showed a smile on her face. This immemorial dragon crocodile's corpse is good, many Dao marks are preserved. It was all thanks to Brother Feng Yan's plan that we killed it like this. I'm flattered. Tuoba Feng Yan smiled. If not for Brother Shi Kang's method, we would not have been able to enter the dragon crocodile's stomach and take this risk. The biggest credit goes to Brother Shi Kang. I'm flattered as well, this is our mutual effort. Shi Kang smiled as he replied modestly. Dragon crocodiles lived in immemorial black heaven, but recently with the fusion of both heavens, their living habitat was badly affected. After a dragon crocodile group lost in a territorial fight, they had to escape from immemorial black heaven. They wandered along a route, passing Zuo Chu, Tuoba, and Shi clans' territories. These three clans negotiated and each sent a ranked 7 GU immortal expert to get rid of these dragon crocodiles that were in poor condition already. Shi Kang, Zuo Chu Yan Ming, and Tuoba Feng Yan worked together, spending 3 days and nights to wipe out this dragon crocodile group. But right when they were about to return to their own clans, they received orders from their clans simultaneously. Oh, Wan clan wants to gather the clans and attack Fang clan together. Hehe, so the first one that acts as Wan clan after all. Now it seems, because as three are the closest to Wan clan's territory, they sent us this order together. The three immortals discussed for a while before deciding to travel together. Even though this is not far from Wan clan, we still need to rest and reorganize ourselves. Indeed, we need to treat our injuries first. The dragon, crocodile corpses in the immortal apertures have to be dealt with too. Shi Kang thought about it before smiling. On this journey to Wan clan, we will pass by Myriad Ore Desert. That resource point is guarded by my clan's Xizhong, we can go there and rest. For resting, the environment of the wilderness was definitely worse than a resource point. Every resource point had an immortal formation, it was safer too. Zuo Chu Yan Ming and Tuoba Feng Yan looked at each other before turning to Shi Kang and nodding. The latter said, then we will trouble you this time. Shi Kang laughed heartily, gladly. Myriad Ore Desert was relatively flat and the surrounding view extended to the horizon. The ground was a cracked rocky terrain with no vegetation growing. But below the desert, there was a different world altogether. A large amount of ores were gathered here. 100,000 rockmen were living here as miners, excavating all sorts of materials for GU immortals. But these rockmen were all mortals, they were GU masters at best. With limited strength, they could only excavate mortal ores. Thus, Shi clan sent a GU immortal to guard this place while simultaneously excavating immortal ores. This was a tough mission. Normally speaking, a GU immortal sent here was someone who got ostracized by the clan. Shi Zhang was such an example. Shi Zhang's father betrayed the clan and caused huge losses to them, not just in resources but also GU immortals' lives. In order to gain trust, Shi Zhang changed his name to Shi Zhang to express his loyalty to the clan. But that did not change anything. At this moment, Shi Zhang's divine sense was moving about in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the most eye-catching thing now was that huge piece of primordial domain. This is the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sold this to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan. If I can get a piece, how good would that be? Shi Zhang felt incredibly envious. The reason why he knew about the origin of this primordial domain was because Fang Yuan had spread the news. The idea was simple, he wanted the world to know that even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a transaction with him. What was there to fear? Of course, now that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was exposed as the creator of Blood Path and had also started cultivating it, he was labeled as a demon venerable by Heavenly Court. Above the primordial domain, there was a will. This will had a human-shaped form, he wore a white robe and had black hair, his facial features were peerless, it was Fang Yuan's will. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, if I ask him to refine GU, will I be able to obtain wealth GU? No, that is too risky. Wealth GU is my hope of rising up, how can I give the GU recipe to Fang Yuan? If he succeeds in the refinement but does not give the GU to me, I will be making a stupid mistake. There is nothing I can do to a venerable. This thought only flashed in Shi Zhang's mind for a second. Shi Zhang had obtained an incomplete immortal GU recipe of Wealth GU in his early days. Wealth GU was a legendary immortal GU, if Shi Zhang could refine it, he would soon become incredibly wealthy and accumulate lots of cultivation resources, breaking free from the clan's restraints. In order to refine wealth Gu, Xizhang had secretly used humans to refine Gu. If such a demonic act was exposed, he would be in huge trouble. Even though he took such a huge risk, he had tried to refine it for over 100 times, but all his attempts ended in failure. He was still far from success. Xizhang had naturally heard Fang Yuan's declaration, but he did not dare to risk it. Wealth Gu was all the hope he had. Oh, Gu immortals are getting closer. Right at this time, the immortal formation suddenly alerted. Xizhang's expression changed. He immediately went out of Treasure Yellow Heaven and controlled the immortal formation. At this time, Shikong was leading the other two immortals as they stayed in the sky, at the edge of the formation, without entering deeply as they waited. After Xizhang contacted them and verified their identity, he learned of their intention. I am so glad that Brother Shikong came here. Please, everyone, come in. Xizhang showed sufficient enthusiasm. The three immortals entered the immortal formation and rested for a while. Xizhang held a small banquet and invited them to join. He even specially gave the main seat to Shikong. After Shikong rejected it a few times, he sat down on the main seat. As the other two immortals saw this situation, they thought of a rumor and understood why. Compared to Xizhang, Shikong was a popular person in Shi clan. Not long ago, he had defeated everyone else and obtained Sand Heap Blessed Land. On this trip, after killing the dragon crocodiles, Shikong did not need to hand them over to the clan, he sold many of them in Treasure Yellow Heaven directly. Seeing such a treatment, Zuo Chu Yan Ming and Tuo Bafeng Yan felt very envious. This time, Wan clan is leading everyone and gathering Wan clan's forces to attack Fang clan. What do both of you think? After some drinking, Shikong asked. Zuo Chu Yan Ming said, Wan clan and Fang clan have deep grudges, it is not strange that they are leading this. Since they are using a proper reason, there is no issue with their action. But I think that Wan clan's decision now will cause problems in the future. That's right, I hold the same view. Tuo Bafeng Yan put down his glass. Firstly, with the disappearance of the 5 regional walls, Western Desert has several clans by the borders of the regions, it is difficult to get them to make a bold move. Secondly, Fang clan is not weak, their first supreme elder has rank 8 cultivation level and they most excel in immortal Gu houses. Thirdly, Fang clan has a good relationship with many clans. During the Fate War, they had led everyone in the fight, causing their reputation to rise greatly. And fourthly, which is the most important reason, the reason why we are targeting Fang clan is because of their trading with Fang Yuan, but this is also our fear. Who knows what their exact relationship with Fang Yuan is? Shikong nodded continuously, sighing. Brother Tuoba's analysis is sound and clear, I agree completely. Xizhang did not speak, he was in deep thought. Tuo Bafeng Yan's analysis was simple and Shikong knew it as well, but he had to ask this. Because Shikong represented Shi clan, he had to talk with Zuo Chu Yan Ming and Tuo Bafeng Yan to see what their clan's intentions were as well. Now that he knew their views were aligned with Shi clan, Shikong felt more relaxed. Come, drink wine, drink wine. Shikong raised his cup and smiled warmly. After the meal, the three immortals thanked Xizhang before setting off for Wan clan. Xizhang stored away the cups, he had a heavy mood. Shikang's treatment by the clan was too good, it was simply the opposite of him. Earlier, when Shikong was in closed cultivation, the clan provided him all the resources he needed. After Shikong took Sand Heap Blessed Land, the clan rewarded him immediately. The dragon crocodiles he killed were all kept as his property, it was a lucrative job. As for the journey to Wan clan, there were no risks and the outcome was basically decided, he would be welcomed by Wan clan. Instead of a mission, it was like a reward. Sigh, my hope still lies in wealth Gu. When can I refine this Gu successfully? Heaven refining demon venerable, no, I will not ask for anyone's help. The risk is too big. Even though Xizhang set such a determined goal, after 100 failures in refining the Gu, he had already started to feel dejected. His intuition vaguely told him that with his strength alone, the chance of refining wealth Gu was slim. Thus, unknowingly, he entered Yellow Heaven again with his divine sense. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan's will suddenly opened his eyes as he spoke in a grand tone. This rank 7 movement immortal Gu, capture wind Gu, has been refined as per the request of Southern Borders Wuyong, we will make the transaction now. What? Xizhang was shocked. At this moment, every GU immortal who was inside Treasure Yellow Heaven gasped. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yong's will got close to Fang Yuan's will. The latter tossed rank 7 capture win GU to Wu Yong's will. Wu Yong's will nodded and said nothing. He left Treasure Yellow Heaven with the new immortal GU. Someone actually made a transaction with Fang Yuan. And it is actually Southern Borders Wu Yong. Shi Zhang had a dazed expression. 1. Zhang means loyalty. Chapter 2223, Fang Yuan's protection. Wu Yi Mountain. Wu Clan's blessed land headquarters. Wu Clan's GU immortals were gathered. Wu Yong sat at the main seat. Most of the GU immortals here were present, only a few individuals had no way of coming and sent their wills instead. These last days, we have received letters from Ba Clan, Tai Clan, Luo Clan, Hu Clan, and the others. Take a look at them. Wu Yong waved his hand. More than 10 information path GU worms flew out. As Wu Clan's GU immortals looked through them, their expressions turned grim and dark. The contents of these information path GU worms, to put it mildly, were empty of value. They were merely using a righteous tone to condemn and question Wu Yong as to why he would make a deal with a demon like Fang Yuan. Some of them even threatened to withdraw from the Southern Alliance, arguing that Wu Yong was not qualified to take up the role of the Alliance leader. They demanded that the Alliance leader should be replaced by a more capable person. These fellows, HMPH, they are shameless. I can't stand this. There are many super clans involved here. Most of them have once worked together with Lu Wei-yin, right? Back then, Lu Wei-yin and Fang Yuan cooperated to kill Spectral Soul and escaped from Heavenly Court's pursuit. Now, they have the nerve to come and reprimand us. They want to change the Alliance leader. Hehe, in the whole of Southern Borders GU Immortal world, is there anyone more suitable than Lord Wu Yong? Wu Clan's GU immortals discussed among themselves, speaking in an angry tone. Wu Yong did not speak. He drank tea calmly as he listened to the immortals' conversations. The immortals got louder and more riled up, their tone became agitated and they wanted to exact revenge on those clans. Wu Yong put down his cup at this point, raising his hand slightly. The immortals saw this and immediately kept quiet. Many of the Wu Clan GU immortals who had stood up uncontrollably in anger quickly sat down. Wu Yong's gaze swept across everyone as the hall fell into silence. This is my Wu Clan. Wu Clan was expressionless, but he was incredibly pleased internally. Ever since he took charge of Wu Clan, he had been leading them through crises. They experienced many battles and even chased after Fang Yuan. Most importantly, Wu Yong had incredible political skills. He gained the loyalty of the whole of Wu Clan. Among them, there were not just the original Wu Clan GU immortals, but also the new lone immortal external elders, and the newly advanced rank 6 GU immortals of recent times. In the earlier discussion, these people did not raise any objection or suggestion towards Wu Yong's decision and method. This showed how much prestige Wu Yong had in his clan. Supreme Elder Ba Chong explained the situation to everyone. Wu Yong said plainly, yes. As the second Supreme Elder, Wu Ba Chong stood up and said to the present GU immortals, days ago, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, no, I mean Great Love Immortal Venerable, personally sent us a message. He contacted First Supreme Elder and insisted for him to undergo a public transaction. Thinking of Wu Clan, which cannot block Fang Yuan's rage, First Supreme Elder had to endure the humiliation and agree to Fang Yuan's request. Wu Clan's immortals looked at each other. Some had a change of expression, some clenched their fists, while some gritted their teeth. They could feel the immense pressure from Fang Yuan just by hearing this account. Fang Yuan acted in an unrestrained manner. In this situation, it was logical for Wu Yong to be forced into such a transaction. But at the next moment, Wu Yong laughed loudly. Oh Ba Chong, no need to say this to them. We are all one family. I will tell you the straightforward truth. The immortals tensed up and focused. Bright light shined in Wu Yong's eyes. This is not my first transaction with Fang Yuan. Before this, we have already done several secret transactions. Fang Yuan's evidence is not fake. Saying so, Wu Yong paused for a second. Seeing that the hall was silent and that every GU immortal still looked at him with a heated gaze, Wu Yong nodded in satisfaction, continuing, the reason for this is very simple. Firstly, be it the previous Fang Yuan or the current venerable Fang Yuan, he is an existence that we cannot provoke. Secondly, making transactions with Fang Yuan benefited us greatly. Our Wu Clan gained several new immortal GU recently. They were all Fang Yuan's creations. If we had to refine them ourselves, we would have spent many times the immortal materials without any success. Wu clan's immortals were silent. Wu Yong looked around and went past Wu Ba Chong, his gaze ending up on Wu Chao. Wu Chao shuddered and instantly stood up, speaking in a shivering voice, but, now that these super forces are reprimanding us, how should we deal with it? Wu Yong smiled as he nodded at Wu Chao, good question. Saying so, he extended his hand, all of the information path mortal GU flew back to him. Wu Yong blew lightly, a slight breeze went in the air, destroying all of the information path mortal GU immediately. These so-called accusations are completely useless. Wu Yong snickered coldly, will they dare to attack us? Wu Yong leaned back on his chair, he was high and mighty as his gaze swept down on everyone, do you still not understand? Everyone, times have changed. The Fate War, the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, after all these, Heavenly Court's foundation has already been expended. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she had no choice but to announce that the other two Venerables were of the demonic path. But both Giant Sun and Fang Yuan are also claiming themselves to be Immortal Venerables, they do not agree with the Demon Venerable title. What is immortal? What is demonic? What is righteous path? What is demonic path? Wu Yong laughed. With the conflict of three Venerables now, the 5 regions and 2 heavens will enter an unprecedented great era. If we still use our former judgment to differentiate righteous and demonic, we will only be devoured by the terrifying tides of the new era. Didn't you see how Fang Yuan spent no effort to recruit the entire righteous Qi alliance? Our Southern Alliance, against these Venerables, is completely useless and powerless. It is impossible to lead a group of sheep to defeat a fierce tiger. Furthermore, against these Venerables, we are not even considered sheep. The only thing that can fight a Venerable is a Venerable. Us pitiful worms need to survive between the cracks of the Venerables. We need to work hard and absorb more nutrients to strengthen ourselves. If we can gain the pity of destiny, we might have a chance of survival. Give up the so-called pride of the righteous path, break free from the restraints of cheap morals and virtues, abandon your superiority complex as a GU immortal, these are all superficial and worthless things. Like the information path mortal GU I destroyed earlier, a Venerable can kill all of us GU immortals with just a simple breath as well. Finally, Wu Yong raised his volume and said solemnly, work your very best, spend every minute and second of your life to fight for survival in this terrifying great era. Yes, we have learned much from First Supreme Elder's wise words. Wu Ba Chong, Wu Chao, and the other Wu clan GU immortals stood up and replied solemnly. A banquet had just ended. In the main hall with many used cups, there were only several Wan clan GU immortals left. Rank 6 GU immortal Wan Jue Qing smashed the cup in his hand on the ground in anger. These hypocritical and vicious clans, they are a disgrace to Western Desert. Don't they have the glory and resolution of the righteous path? Wan Jue Qing shouted in anger, his face was flushed red. Jue Qing. Wan Shao frowned slightly, am I wrong? Wan Jue Qing was still furious. These last days, we held a small banquet every 3 days and a large banquet every 5 days, but what about these GU immortals? They are all giving vague replies and refuse to give definite answers. Jue Qing. Wan Shao shouted, forget it, forget it. At this time, Wan clan's first supreme elder left his seat with a solemn expression, but his back seemed to be bent and weak. The remaining Wan clan GU immortals fell into deep silence. Outside Wan clan's headquarters, Tang Fangming and Tang Miao flew in the sky while looking at the stars, they were very relaxed. Occasionally coming out to relax is a good decision, brother. Tang Miao smiled. Tang Fangming nodded, having the same feeling. He was the rank 7 GU immortal expert in Tang clan who received the most support, but different from Shi Kong. The reason why Tang Fangming was supported and placed great importance upon was because he had extraordinary talent and aptitude in dream path exploration. This time, they went to Wan clan because Tang Fangming's beloved sister Tang Miao wanted to go sightseeing. Brother, Wan clan attended to us really nicely, they are very determined to deal with Fang clan as well. After negotiating with the various clans these days, Wan clan has already relented multiple times. When do you think the alliance army will be formed? Tang Miao asked. Tang Fangming smiled coldly, the alliance army against Fang clan is not going to be created. What? Why? Let's take an example. Tang Fangming sighed, currently, the 5 regions and 2 heavens is like a forest with 3 fierce tigers that are exceptionally scary. Tang Miao's eyes lit up, brother, you mean the 3 venerables? Tang Fangming nodded. Other than these three fierce beasts, there are many birds, rabbits, and fish. Right now, a small bird called Wan wants to deal with a small rabbit called Fang. The bird knows it cannot win alone, so it gathered other birds and rabbits to try to pay a high price, in order to bully the individual. However, the rabbit named Fang is currently leaning on a fierce beast. Nobody knows if the fierce beast will get angered if they touch this rabbit. If the fierce beast moves, no matter how many animals the bird named Wan gathers, they will all become food for the fierce beast. Tang Miao was somewhat surprised. Brother, you mean to say that this is the reason why these super forces cannot form an alliance army? Tang Fangming nodded again with a solemn expression. No matter how harmonious the banquet is, or how intense the negotiation between one clan and the others get, they are all superficial in nature. The truth is that these animals are shivering in fear and deeply alert regarding the beasts. If any of them move in the forest, none of the animals can stop them. Tang Miao took in a deep breath. Thankfully, our Tang clan has been in contact with Lord Fang Yuan since long ago. We have undergone countless transactions. In my opinion, since Southern Borders Alliance leader Wu Yong made a transaction with Fang Yuan publicly, our Tang clan can also. Absolutely not, Tang Fangming said. Every action by Lord Fang Yuan contains deep meaning. The reason why he exposed evidence earlier and showed the transactions with many forces and GU Immortals, without mentioning our Tang clan, is because he is protecting us. Our Tang clan cannot compare with Southern Borders Wu clan, or even Fang clan. We are a weak force in Western Desert. Because of our territorial location, we would be easily ganged up on and attacked. At this time, we cannot cause any commotion or raise attention to ourselves. We should only continue to work with Lord Fang Yuan in secret. We cannot waste his efforts. Of course, the information of Wan clan gathering the forces can be sold to Fang clan as a favor from us. Fang clan and Lord Fang Yuan have many transactions. From this angle, they are our natural ally. Tang Fangming spoke frankly, but he had a clear view of the situation. Tang Miao listened with shining eyes, gaining realization as well. But at this time, Tang Fangming's expression changed slightly. Brother, what's wrong? GU Immortals are transacting with Fang Yuan again in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There are 3 people this time, among which 2 are from Northern Plains and Central Continent. Tang Fangming replied quickly with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 2224, Power of a Refinement Path Venerable. A lump of fire was burning quietly in Fang Yuan's hand. The fire was only the size of an infant's fist. Its color changed constantly. If a refinement path expert saw it, they would shout out in shock. Because the change in the color of the flame was only the superficial appearance, the essence was something different. For example, red flame meant fire refinement. When it was white, that was light refinement. When it was icy blue, that was ice refinement. Fang Yuan clenched his fist lightly. The flame disappeared instantly. Fang Yuan kept silent as he fell into deep contemplation. A long while later, he blinked his eyes and retracted all of his scattered thoughts. During this period of time, he had been personally refining Immortal GU and did not activate 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool at all. He refined more than 10 Immortal GU that were mostly ranked 6 and 7. It was not an accomplishment for someone like Fang Yuan. But in this process, Fang Yuan gained a considerable harvest. His current refinement path attainment level was at Supreme Grand Master. Any GU refinement method was very easily discerned by him. He could understand their full profundity. No GU recipes had hidden secrets in the eyes of Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan could modify most recipes with a single attempt. Even for the more profound Immortal GU recipes that needed some time to modify and expended a lot of effort to deduce appropriate immortal materials, by simply using Fang Yuan's refinement path intuition, he could just take a look to understand the exact direction that the Immortal GU recipe should go in. Fang Yuan tried many times. His attempts confirmed that this intuition gave correct answers with certainty. This was the same for modifying refinement path killer moves and GU refinement methods. Once, when Fang Yuan was refining GU, he had an inspiration and thought of a new GU refinement method. He succeeded on the first try. When he personally refined GU, Fang Yuan could feel a sense of control. This sense of control greatly raised the success rate of refining Immortal GU. When he refined the various Immortal GU, when he got to a certain point of the refinement process, Fang Yuan would have a feeling that success was guaranteed. Even if the GU refinement was going to fail, Fang Yuan still had the sense of control. He could predict the failure of the GU refinement in advance. After all, even a refinement path venerable could fail when refining immortal GU. On one hand, it was the refinement method. If any human error occurred, failure was guaranteed. On the other hand, the various paths still had their own constraints. For example, refining fire path immortal GU would need a large amount of fire path immortal materials. Fang Yuan's control over the fire path immortal material would be much lower naturally since his fire path attainment level was way inferior to refinement path. But when I try to refine refinement path immortal GU, the success rate is basically 100%. Of course, I have not tried to refine rank 9 refinement path immortal GU yet. Fang Yuan had already confirmed this point. Refinement path immortal GU would use a large amount of refinement path immortal materials. Fang Yuan's control over these refinement path immortal materials was 100%. On this point, be they old eccentric Tian Nan, old immortal Kong Ju, or long hair ancestor, they could not compare to Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable, he could refine the natural refinement path Dao marks of the outside world. Refinement path immortal materials contained refinement path Dao marks, they were also subjected to this. Thus, Fang Yuan had perfect control over these immortal materials. Thus, as long as there were no errors in the refinement method, with few immortal materials from other paths, the refinement path immortal GU's refinement would have a success rate that was infinitely close to 100%. In terms of GU refinement success rate, Fang Yuan had already surpassed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. This was under the condition that he had little practice and was not proficient in many refinement path methods and killer moves yet. Even though Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable now, he still had a long way to improve in terms of refinement path. Other than practicing more and gaining experience, in the future, when my other paths, attainment levels rise, my success rate in refining immortal GU of those paths will also rise rapidly as well. It is a pity that I cannot retrieve the primordial domain in Treasure Yellow Heaven yet. Fang Yuan did not have a way to retrieve the primordial domain. Thus, he kept the primordial domain that he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He continued to pay the fee for storing it there. Thinking of Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan recalled the 3 GU immortals that transacted with him earlier. These 3 came from Southern Border, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. They had open transactions that used their real names, thus the 5 regions GU immortals learned of the details. The Southern Border GU immortal was a member from Chao Clan, which was Wu Clan's vassal. The open transaction between Chao Clan's GU immortal and Fang Yuan was likely instructed by Wu Yong to alleviate the political pressure on Wu Clan. Other than that, there was the lone immortal from Northern Plains and demonic immortal from Central Continent. The truth was, after Wu Yong's transaction, there were many GU immortals who wanted to secretly contact Fang Yuan for immortal GU refinement. But Fang Yuan's rule was that the transaction had to be openly done, thus, many GU immortals hesitated. Only a few GU immortals, because of their own nature or external pressure, accepted Fang Yuan's rule of an open transaction. Afterwards, Fang Yuan chose these 2 people. They did not have high cultivation level, they were ranked 6 GU immortals that were at the bottom of the GU immortal world. Maybe it was because of their identity at the bottom, these 2 were more inclined to take risks and try to change their current situation. It was like how poor people often disregarded their lives, while rich people were cautious and scared of dying. Of course, these 2 people were no longer in Northern Plains and Central Continent. Nobody knew what Heavenly Courts and Longevity Heaven's reactions would be after they made a transaction with Fang Yuan. These 2 GU immortals were not stupid, they escaped to another region immediately. In the past, this action would have many drawbacks. But with the dissipation of the regional walls and the unification of the 5 regions, as well as the movement of chi tides, the heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions became the same, there were no longer differences. Thus, no matter which region a GU immortal went to, they would not be restricted by heaven and earth chi. The following period is crucial. Fang Yuan did not know what the reactions of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be, he was anticipating them with alertness and wariness. According to his deductions, there were 4 possible reactions from the 2 venerables. First, they could send subordinates to kill these 2 ranked 6 GU immortals. This was easy, Fang Yuan purposely chose them back then because they were weak. If these 2 died at the hands of Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan would be very happy. Second, the 2 venerables cooperate to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very wary against this situation, but he wanted to see this as well. Third, the two venerables target treasure yellow heaven instead. This situation would be the same as crippling the foundation of Fang Yuan's great love GU refinement plan. But the possibility was too slim. Ever since treasure yellow heaven appeared, it had existed until now. During this time, Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, Shadow Sect, and other geniuses and outstanding experts wanted to find treasure yellow heaven, but they all failed. Even now, Fang Yuan did not know where treasure yellow heaven was. It was truly an extremely mysterious existence. Fourth, which was the most likely situation that the two venerables would choose, was to ignore Fang Yuan's GU refinement business since they could not stop it anyway. They would target other aspects, like elevating their cultivation and forces, to try and use other advantages against Fang Yuan's great love GU refinement plan. The truth is, ever since we left Crazed Demon Cave, the contest between me, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already begun. Whoever can develop the best will have the greatest advantage in our upcoming fights. Advantages may not become victory in the end, but as advantages accumulate, the eventual outcome will be affected for sure. Fang Yuan had a clear recognition of his standing among the three venerables. Recalling the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan was aware that he could win because he had the most accurate combat tactics. Because Fang Yuan only showed pseudo-venerable battle strength, and because the venerables had been using him as a pawn all along, they did not think much of him subconsciously. Be they Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they treated each other as the greatest threat. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of room to maneuver. But venerables were not so easily deceived. Thus, Fang Yuan purposely exposed his ambition in refinement path, causing the two venerables to find out that he was trying to become venerable through refinement path. After that, when he had sufficient accumulation in refinement path attainment level, he purposely gave up the fight over primordial domain in front of the two venerables. With the refinement path portion of primordial domain destroyed, both venerables knew that Fang Yuan could not become venerable in the short term. They let their guard down against him. On this basis, Fang Yuan continued to expose his weakness. For example, Zhan Bu had been extremely high profile in the few fights he was in. It caused a huge headache for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus, Fang Yuan purposely let him die at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's hands. Or for example, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, and other methods that the venerables knew about. Fang Yuan purposely used up these methods so that the venerables would be even less on guard against him. Fang Yuan had even planned to sacrifice the Qi Si clone purposely. But even at that extent, the two venerables were still not assured about Fang Yuan. At certain times, they worked together to try to eliminate him first. That was the most dangerous moment for Fang Yuan. He had both internal and external threats. His life was hanging on a thread in many situations. After all, Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used. Thankfully, Fang Yuan got through those ordeals and finally saw the light of day at the end of the tunnel. The two venerables consumed each other's strength, while Limitless Demon Venerable's appearance in Paradise Earth's venerable ascension attempt caused the two venerables' attention to be shifted to them. Eventually, Fang Yuan took a chance to kill Paradise Earth and repel the two venerables, becoming the greatest winner in this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Other than the proper combat tactics, the most important criteria for victory was that Fang Yuan had made all sorts of preparations before the battle started. Fang Yuan obtained Ability GU and Fortitude GU. They were extremely useful in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan raised the cultivation level of his subordinates, allowing White Rabbit and Miao Yin to fight against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Fang Yuan deduced and modified many killer moves like Dang Hun Luo Po Seal, Road of Life, several hundred totem killer moves, Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses, and countless compound killer moves. Fang Yuan even created the artificial earth vein and defensive food path methods. He also prepared dream path killer moves. Most of them were used in Crazed Demon Cave. If he had not made ample preparation, even if Fang Yuan had the proper tactics, he could not last until the end. I became a refinement path venerable and gained the most benefits in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable are placing a huge focus on me now. I need to do everything to raise my strength and develop further. That is how I can accumulate my advantage in the contest of three venerables. The results of development now would be the crucial factors affecting the victory of the contest of three venerables in the future. Chapter 2225, enemies on one hand, cooperation on the other. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable held onto an information path mortal GU as he thought to himself and sighed with a calm expression, to think that as a venerable, I will actually be unable to do anything against a mere Northern Plains ranked 6 lone immortal. With Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's temper and nature, GU immortals publicly transacting with Fang Yuan were simply provoking him. In the past, such a GU immortal would have already died countless times. The pride of a venerable was not to be trampled. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable summoned one of the 8 extremities and said, "Go, secretly transmit to the Huang Jin tribes to try to recruit this person. Whoever succeeds will receive my special reward." "Yes," the member of the 8 extremities answered and left respectfully. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not make any statements personally, it would be disadvantageous to him and longevity heaven. But he could let the Huang Jin tribes take action. This was the political skill of an experienced ruler. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew that Fang Yuan's great love GU refinement plan could not be stopped. It was an open scheme that everyone could see, but the desires of GU immortals could not be suppressed. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable tried to stop it, or if he ordered people to kill this Northern Plains lone immortal, he would lose the hearts of the people in longevity heaven. He might be able to suppress it for a while, but the more he stifled it, the deeper this discontent would accumulate, and when it erupts in the future, a huge problem would occur in longevity heaven. Eventually, the result would be simple. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators would find Fang Yuan for public transactions. After that, they would leave and escape to the other regions. Most likely, they would go to Eastern Sea, which was under Fang Yuan's control. That was the same as Fang Yuan using Immortal GU to lure these lone immortals and demonic cultivators of Northern Plains to Eastern Sea, strengthening his own heaven and earth great love alliance. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would not fall for such an open scheme. Fang Yuan is too arrogant, he does not have enough immortal essence, but he dares to publicly provoke us. HMPH, we need to retaliate. If the battle in Crazed Demon Cave let Giant Sun Immortal Venerable learn of Fang Yuan's battle strength, then currently, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable learned of Fang Yuan's shrewd and ruthless political skills. Thinking about it, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took out an information path Immortal GU from his immortal aperture. The information path Immortal GU quickly flew towards Central Continent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also thinking of a way to deal with Fang Yuan's method. She called for He Feng Yang and personally talked to him before giving him a mission. When He Feng Yang left Heavenly Court, he was still in a confused state. The mission that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave him was to publicly transact with Fang Yuan and refine a new Immortal GU. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's countermeasure was even more simple than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's. Since Fang Yuan declared that he would show his great love to the world, refining GU for enemies and allies alike, Heavenly Court would use this to their advantage. It was a fact that they could not stop his scheme, thus, making use of it to gain benefits was a wise choice. Of course, Heavenly Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not make transactions with Fang Yuan openly, this was still not acceptable. After all, they had denounced Fang Yuan as a demon venerable earlier. As for the transaction between Fang Yuan and He Feng Yang, be it success or failure, Heavenly Court would stay indifferent towards it, showing a political attitude that they would not care about the actions of the 10 great ancient sects in this aspect. This way, the 10 great ancient sects would get involved and obtain many immortal GU, that would raise the strength of Central Continent as a whole. If Fang Yuan were to reject them or state an absurd price, it would go against his earlier declaration, causing him to lose his credibility. Weakening Fang Yuan's credibility was also a sort of victory for Heavenly Court. Qin Ding Ling appeared with 2 information path immortal GU. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a look at them, she fell into contemplation. The first one came from Southern Borders Wu Clan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked into it. Southern Alliance leader Wu Yang, the first Supreme Elder of Wu Clan, wanted to have an open transaction with Heavenly Court. Wu Yang seemed to have forgotten that he had led the Southern Alliance to oppose Heavenly Court during the Fate War. A hint of appreciation flashed past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. This Wu Yang is truly remarkable. Earlier, he had transactions with Fang Yuan, now, he wants to transact with Heavenly Court too. His ambitions are not small. But it is good too, agreeing to this will benefit Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision to hold transactions with Wu Yang immediately. On one hand, she was showing her attitude that she was tolerant towards any transaction with Fang Yuan. On the other hand, star constellation Immortal Venerable was also trying to pull Wu Yong to her side. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were very close now. If she rejected him, he might likely join his side. This was not something star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to see. As for the second information path Immortal GU, it came from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The content was simple. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to cooperate with star constellation Immortal Venerable to take action against Fang Yuan together. Of course, they were not going to ally without any basis. After all, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had cooperated to a certain extent against Fang Yuan, who became venerable. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. The Venerables had not gotten much stronger since. If the two Venerables joined hands against Fang Yuan now, they would only be asking for humiliation. It would not end well. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's idea was to continuously use luck path methods to survey Eastern Sea and investigate Heaven refining Demon Venerable. If Fang Yuan made any attempt to refine rank 9 Immortal GU, a huge fluctuation in his luck would be observable. By then, they would use the chance to deal with him. Right now, Fang Yuan was very strong. Both Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be repelled by him, but his advantage was not big enough, so the two Venerables were still quite calm. However, once he refines a rank 9 Immortal GU, he would have to expend a huge amount of Immortal Essence. Especially during the crucial moments of GU refinement, if the two Venerables find a chance to attack Fang Yuan's major flaw, he would be at his weakest. If Fang Yuan fails the GU refinement, he would suffer a terrifying backlash as well. After all, the refinement of a rank 9 Immortal GU was extremely significant. Regarding Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's suggestion, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed without second thought. The truth was, she had her own set of investigative methods to spy on Eastern Sea as well. She was guarded against Fang Yuan, who could be refining rank 9 Immortal GU at any time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed great focus on Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. The contest of three Venerables was neck and neck. If either side gained a rank 9 Immortal GU, their strength would rise immensely. That would no longer be a contest of equal strength, even territories could be lost then. The truth was, even if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not send a letter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have sent one to him. If Fang Yuan was truly given the chance to display his specialty and refine a rank 9 Immortal GU, he would gain the biggest advantage. That was something neither of the two Venerables wanted to see. This secret plan to stop Fang Yuan from refining rank 9 Immortal GU started with the subtle cooperation of the two Venerables. If Fang Yuan takes a risk to refine rank 9 Immortal GU, we will strike. But even if I cooperate with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, I still need to mind my Immortal Essence expenditure. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had more Immortal Essence than her. But if she expended too much Immortal Essence when targeting Fang Yuan, even if she spent the same amount as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, it would not benefit her. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's biggest advantage was in Immortal Essence quantity after all. If that situation occurred, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's advantage would be even bigger then. That was also part of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's secret scheme. Oh, Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Currently, he was refining Immortal GU while communicating in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He also considered the arrangements and development of his Immortal Aperture with great ease. Now, he had received Hefeng Yang's request for a transaction in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Hefeng Yang is actually asking me for an open transaction. It seems that this is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's idea. Fang Yuan immediately understood the truth. Without Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's permission, how could Hefeng Yang dare to do this? Worthy of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan praised. It was a wise and logical countermeasure. The contest of forces and the fight between experts had never been as simple as allies and enemies. But according to the specific situation, one needed to have the flexibility to change sides. Sometimes, your enemies could become your allies. You could even work together with your enemies while simultaneously plotting against them. But this reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Regarding Hefeng Yang's request for a transaction, Fang Yuan's will agreed on the spot. If he rejected this, it would weaken his credibility and reputation. Furthermore, what reason was there to reject it? This was beneficial to Heavenly Court and Central Continent, but it was even more useful for Fang Yuan. After all, he was the seller who set the price. It was natural that Heavenly Court and Central Continent were going to benefit. This was a mutually beneficial transaction where both sides got what they wanted. The losing side was naturally Longevity Heaven. When Fang Yuan and star constellation Immortal Venerable become stronger, Longevity Heaven would be left behind. But once Longevity Heaven sees this situation, they would want to catch up. Even if they were unwilling, they would make transactions with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan would obviously not reject them. By then, he would be the party that benefits the most out of this. Since you want a rank 7 Immortal GU, hand me the 9 Central Stone Forest. Fang Yuan quoted his price to He Feng Yang. 9 Central Stone Forest was an Earth Path resource point. It could be used as an Earth Vein node. The exact value when compared to a rank 7 Immortal GU was not clear. For the short term, the rank 7 Immortal GU was definitely more valuable. But for the long term, a 9 Central Stone Forest that could continuously produce Earth Path resources definitely surpassed just one rank 7 Immortal GU. This quote was very expensive, far higher than Fang Yuan's earlier price for refining GU. He Feng Yang could not make a decision, but he had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders. On the whole, this price was still in the acceptable range, so He Feng Yang agreed to it. In the future, when Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven transact with me further, I will ask for more Earth Path resource points for fixing Earth veins in my Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already started to prosper and develop. The current plan was to construct a water vein. Since the Righteous Qi Alliance joined Fang Yuan, they had to show their sincerity. Fang Yuan gave orders without holding back. He asked the clans to contribute a batch of water path resource points. I have tens of yellow apricot immortal essence beads now. I cannot take a risk in refining rank 9 immortal GU yet. These immortal essence beads are insufficient. Let's refine those heaven path rank 8 immortal GU first. Chapter 2226, Light Fire. A group of 5 GU masters were sprinting rapidly on the road. The leader had rank 4 cultivation level. He had an ordinary face but was exceptionally capable. It was Shang Clan's GU master Xiao Yan. Moving Fire GU. He was activating a Fire Path GU worm now to travel. Each step he took, flames would be ignited on the ground, causing a huge trail of fire to burn along his path. Behind him, the 4 GU masters all had rank 2 cultivation level. They were gritting their teeth as they followed him. Lord Xiao Yan, let's rest for a while, we don't have enough primeval essence. While running, a rank 2 GU master suggested. Xiao Yan slowed his speed but he was still running. This was the wilderness. If GU masters did not have sufficient primeval essence, they would face great risks in surviving. A rank 2 GU master was also not qualified to explore the wild. They lacked the capability and strength. But right now, Xiao Yan had a mission to do. According to the information, if I am any later, the fire in the village will be unstoppable. I need to hurry there now. Last time, I was misled by the enemy's information and went out to search for Fire Path GU materials, causing Lady Shang Xinxi to face great danger. This time, I need to work hard and complete this mission to make up for my mistake. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan made up his mind. He ordered, "You 4, go rest, I will head there first. After you are done resting, catch up to me." Yes, the 4 GU masters answered. Xiao Yan's speed rose to its limit. He quickly went into the forest. A few hours later, he arrived at his destination, a small village that was under Shang clan's control. "Lord, you finally came. The village has already prepared some wine." The village head was a rank 4 GU master. He spoke to Xiao Yan politely. But Xiao Yan waved his hand. "The fire is more important. We need to resolve this issue first." The village head was overjoyed. "Lord is wise. Please come with me. To speak the truth, I have been very anxious these days." The village head brought Xiao Yan to the back of the mountain. Xiao Yan saw that in a crevice at the back of the mountain, there was a white dazzling flame burning intensely. "That's right, this is light fire." Xiao Yan stared from afar as his pupils shrank. "This light fire is too big, it covers a range of at least 200 paces, this is beyond my capabilities." Light fire was a type of special fire. It was a rank 5 GU material. From what Xiao Yan knew, this GU material could be used to refine rank 5 light path or fire path GU worms. From the perspective of a GU immortal, the essence was clear. This light fire contained fire path and light path Dao marks. To think that I could not find any special fire earlier no matter how I searched. But once I took this mission, I found such a large area of light fire. Lady Xianxia purposely gave this mission to me, she is simply too kind and merciful. Sigh, this gratitude, Xiaoyan sighed internally, he gradually understood Xianxia's intention. He slowly got closer to the light fire. As the distance shortened, he felt deeper emotions internally, he became angry for no reason. This was the effect of the light fire, the closer one got to this GU material, the angrier they would become. Xiaoyan tried to use fire path methods and quickly kept away a lump of the light fire that was the size of a basin. Xiaoyan nodded internally, his earlier evaluation was right, such a large field of light fire could not be taken by him alone, but he could keep most of it. Afterwards, the 4 rank 2 GU masters would arrive and help him to complete this mission successfully. But they had to be quick. GU materials like light fire would spread and grow rapidly in the day. But now was night time, the light fire's growth was suppressed. This was also the reason why Xiaoyan rushed there at full speed while leaving his subordinates behind. Before they get here, I need to make arrangements in the surroundings in case of enemies. Xiaoyan immediately used his alert methods near the light fire. Furthermore, in order to retrieve this light fire, Xiaoyan had to use his full strength. Why are there still mortals in the surroundings? While surveying the location, Xiaoyan found that there were many mortals praying within the mountain's forest, towards the fire. The village head quickly guaranteed that he would chase these mortals away. For the following period, he would not let these mortals interrupt Xiaoyan and his subordinates. Next, the village head explained the reason. It turned out that because the sky had gotten strange recently without white heaven or black heaven, day and night could no longer be differentiated. Thus, the GU masters of the 5 regions and even mortals were deeply shocked and fearful. On a certain night, fire rain fell from the sky. Lumps of heaven flames landed in the range of 10,000 li around the village. These mortals were shocked by the phenomenon and thought that heaven was angry and punishing these mortals by burning them to death. Thus, they were all kneeling here and praying for forgiveness. Foolish. Xiaoyan snorted coldly, but his expression became milder. He could understand them. When the sky first changed, he was also extremely fearful. But with the information from Xianxia, he learned that even though this was a huge event, it was not dangerous to them. Even if there were danger, it was not something that GU masters at Xiaoyan's level should care about. Or more accurately, in the fused black and white heavens, a few tens of thousands of li away, Fang Yuan watched the huge sun from afar. The sun seemed to be moving forward slowly, but it was traveling rapidly on a fixed route, going from east to west, before U-turning and going back from west to east, repeating the process endlessly. Whenever the sun went to the extreme east of immemorial white heaven, or the extreme west, 12 hours would pass exactly. With the swap of black heaven and white heaven, the 5 regions would be enveloped by the night sky. And in white heaven that was above black heaven, the sun would go on the return route from west to east, spending 12 hours to reach the starting point. By then, black heaven and white heaven would swap again. Thus, in the view and perception of mortals, the sun had always appeared from the east of white heaven when the night sky fades. When it was dusk, the sun would vanish into the extreme west as the night emerges. The sun was very large. Among the 11 venerables, even spectral soul demon venerable, who had the largest body that resembled a mountain, was far inferior to the sun. The size of the sun, in Fang Yuan's estimation, was about the size of giant hero sea area, and that was one of the largest sea areas in Eastern Sea. Originally, in immemorial white heaven, the sun's travel route had absolutely nothing in its way. But now, with the fusion of both heavens, the environment changed abruptly and chaotically. While Fang Yuan was observing, a large area of black clouds blocked the sun's path. Whenever the sun moved forward by a little, a large portion of the black clouds would dissipate. Of course, the sun was not completely unharmed. From time to time, sparks would fall off the surface of the sun. These heaven flames would land on the black clouds or scatter elsewhere. An even smaller portion of them would land in the 5 regions. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the collision of the black clouds and the sun was like the collision of 2 groups of Dao marks. The former was dark path and cloud path, while the latter was light path and fire path. The black cloud is bound to lose, but the sun's expenditure is also considerable. With such an intense change, it is no wonder that heaven form has turned chaotic, and is also at the brink of breaking apart. Fang Yuan was originally refining heaven path immortal GU, the reason why he suddenly changed his plans and came up to the two heavens of Eastern Sea was because of Heaven Form. Heaven Form was left by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was considered half a thieving Heaven true inheritance. Back then, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had encountered a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial White Heaven by chance. This natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of White Heaven or placed into one's grotto heaven. It was filled with Heaven's will that was constantly replenished at all times. Even thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could not use his human will to refine it forcefully. After thinking long and hard, he found a solution. He forcefully condensed it and created an immortal killer move, calling it Heaven Form. The refinement of Heaven Form needed a long period of time and generations of wills to cleanse. One day, it would be truly refined by a GU Immortal. By then, it would be usable. Afterwards, this Heaven Form killer move was obtained by the Heaven Surveying 5 Shangs who made the 1,000-year bet, eventually ending up in Fang Yuan's hands. Heaven Form was a huge help to Fang Yuan, especially in terms of invading the two heavens' grotto heavens, as well as displaying great use during the Fate War. Heaven Form was like a one-legged crane that was covered in snow-white feathers which had no dust or dirt. It had a long beak that was red in color. When activating it, it would spread its wings and fly elegantly. When it was inactive, it would shut its eyes and stand on one leg. Its neck would coil up on its back as it rested. Silently, Heaven Form had been kept in immemorial White Heaven all along. Fang Yuan could not take it away. Because its foundation was in immemorial White Heaven. Now that immemorial White Heaven and Black Heaven were fusing, Heaven Form's foundation was affected. Fang Yuan had to help it in time and stabilize its form, otherwise, without external aid, it would be destroyed. Chapter 2227, Fang Yuan's Loving Consolation. The white crane-like Heaven Form cried out in front of Fang Yuan. It was in great pain, its body twisted and curled up at times. Fang Yuan's fingers were spread like blooming flowers as he activated his refinement path killer move. Traces of green and fragrant wind moved around the white crane-like chains coiling on its body, stabilizing its form. Heaven Form was originally declining in condition, but after using this method, its collapse was slowing down. But that was not enough. The white crane continued to cry out. "Don't worry, I am around, I will protect you." Fang Yuan continued to console it. This was a killer move from an information path GU Immortal, because it was special and had refinement path effect. Lang Yalan's spirit kept a copy of it. After Fang Yuan's modification, he abandoned the original name and called it Loving Consolation. It seemed like information path but was actually a refinement path method. After returning to its roots, the effect was greatly elevated. This move could allow the GU Immortal to use words of consolation on an incomplete Immortal GU to affect the refinement process. For example, if on the brink of failure, Fang Yuan consoled it repeated as such. "I know you can do it. Work hard, you can definitely succeed, believe in yourself." If these words of consolation reached the incomplete Immortal GU that was about to break apart, its condition would stop worsening. It could even recover and succeed in refinement in the end. However, this move had certain restrictions. Firstly, the effect was continuous. Each sentence had little effect on the process. Only through an accumulation of non-stop speech could there be an evident effect. Thus, during refinement, if there was a sudden accident and this move was not used in time, or maybe the effect of this move could not catch up with the speed of deterioration, then the refinement process could not be salvaged. Secondly, this move could only be used on an incomplete Immortal GU. That was to say, the refinement must reach a certain stage before this could be used. Otherwise, without an incomplete Immortal GU formed, this move could not even be used. Many GU recipes refined Immortal GU immediately. There was no intermediate step of forming an incomplete Immortal GU first, thus, this could not be used in such situations. But Fang Yuan could use it now. Because this situation was a little special. Heaven Form was originally intact, but with the fusion of Black Heaven and White Heaven, it suffered major injuries and could be treated as an incomplete Immortal GU. Of course, the basis was that Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable and had the attainment level and methods to treat the rank 9 killer move, Heaven Form, as a GU worm undergoing refinement. "Don't worry, with me around, you can rest assured." Fang Yuan continued to speak gently. But Heaven Form's cries were getting louder. Suddenly, Heaven Form's snow-white feathers started to blaze up. It was originally an ember but the fire soon grew after a few breaths of time, becoming the size of a human palm. Fang Yuan immediately took action, breathing in deeply and activating his killer move as 2 lumps of chi that were white and blue respectively blew out of his nose. The 2 breaths first landed on the feathers and extinguished the flames before turning into frost and preventing the fire from starting again. Thankfully, I used this refinement path killer move before, I am considerably familiar with it. Fang Yuan was glad internally. If not for that, he would not be able to handle it in time. The larger the fire, the greater the cost Fang Yuan would have to bear when he dealt with it. If the fire spread throughout Heaven Form's body, then this killer move would be destroyed, even Fang Yuan could not save it then. You must pull through, your master believes in you, Fang Yuan said lovingly. The white crane's cries became louder and sharper. What's going on? Bright light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. Soon, he realized the problem. A wave of black poisonous liquid appeared in the white crane's body and started spreading rapidly, corroding everything and causing the killer move to be nearly destroyed internally. The white crane vomited intensely as black liquid came out of its mouth. Fang Yuan grunted and knew that he could not use a fire refinement method, otherwise, it would trigger the previous fire. Thus, he pointed. Instantly, 100 green light specks flew into the white crane's mouth like a swarm of insects. The green light spread around the poisonous liquid and grew rapidly. Stalks of green grass grew rapidly, absorbing all of the poison in the white crane's body. Fang Yuan flicked his finger again as golden light flowed like water, entering the white crane's body and cutting all the grass away. Powder also entered the white crane's body and helped to heal it at this time. Everything will be over soon, there is light at the end of the tunnel, don't give up. Fang Yuan encouraged it again. But the white crane screeched intensely, its body started to twitch like it was shocked by lightning. Next, its long and elegant body started to inflate like a balloon, it got larger and larger, seemingly reaching its limit and about to explode. Fang Yuan quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed with 5 fingers as a huge rod appeared in his palm. Just one refinement path killer move is not enough. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed rapidly like sparks in his mind. He manipulated the GU worms in his immortal aperture and prepared another killer move. At the next moment, sharp icy spikes appeared on the huge rod. Fang Yuan exerted strength into his arm and slammed down on the white crane's body. It immediately cried out in pain and looked at its master in utter disbelief. But Fang Yuan was still smiling gently. You must believe in master, believe in yourself too. Fang Yuan waved the rod and slammed down again. The white crane's inflated body was forcefully deflated. Powerful air currents gushed out of the holes on its body that were left by the spikes. Fang Yuan smiled gently. White crane, be good, work harder. Fang Yuan smiled sincerely. White crane, you are so cute, persevere on, we will succeed eventually. Fang Yuan smiled mercifully. No matter what you experience, don't ever give up. With me around, I won't let you die. The huge rod slammed down once more, while the white crane had already broken down mentally. After a loud impact, it nearly fainted. However, its body returned to the original size, it no longer was inflated but was covered in injuries, it was barely still alive, no longer displaying the power of a rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan stored away the huge rod with icy spikes. He nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself, although it is my first time trying these 2 moves together, my refinement path venerable intuition is not wrong, there are no mistakes at all. The effect is just as strong as I expected. This move is not like loving consolation, it has wide usage, I can practice it more in the future. Next time, if such a situation happens, I will use this again. As if the crane heard Fang Yuan's words, its corpse shook intensely and its mouth was tightly shut. With the fusion of white heaven and black heaven, Heaven Form fell into a deep predicament. Fang Yuan had to guard it at all times and use refinement path killer moves to stabilize it whenever an issue occurred. The difficulty is not high now, but the future is uncertain. By guarding Heaven Form, I am also restricted greatly. The more I try to save it, the more immortal essence I will waste. Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence to begin with, this made the problem even worse. But I cannot abandon Heaven Form. Fang Yuan had to preserve this killer move. From his luck inspection through Cooking Luck Pot earlier, Fang Yuan analyzed and found that Heaven Path was his best choice in getting past his current predicament. Like now, while guarding Heaven Form, he was also refining other Heaven Path Immortal GU in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A new Heaven Path Immortal GU was refined. This Heaven Path Immortal GU looked like a crystal spider, it was clear and transparent with no flaws on the body. The spider's 8 legs were slim and long, its body was also small and raised high by the 8 legs. Rank 8 Heaven Path Immortal GU, Heavenly Web. This GU was the core of the Heaven Path killer move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Back then in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth used it multiple times. It had outstanding defensive properties. It was definitely on par with Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. After Fang Yuan killed Paradise Earth, he found that there were only 2 Heaven Path Immortal GU in his Immortal aperture. One was Heavenly Web GU, the other was Heavenly Birth GU. Heavenly Birth GU was used by Paradise Earth to revive. It was also his core Immortal GU when converting from Earth Path to Heaven Path. There were also many other Immortal GU. Like Information Path Immortal GU Summary, it could allow a GU Immortal to deduce the general summary of a complicated information. Or for example, Rule Path Immortal GU Normal, it could allow the target to recover to their normal condition. By using these Immortal GU, Paradise Earth formed many Heaven Path killer moves like Heavenly Web Protection Veil, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm, and others. These Immortal GU were all destroyed by Paradise Earth's will before his death. Currently, Heavenly Web GU was refined. Fang Yuan had to refine Heavenly Birth GU next. Heavenly Birth GU could heal Immortal GU. When used with Fang Yuan's refinement path killer moves, it could have an effect on Heaven form. Fang Yuan had his own Heaven Path accumulation before this. Rank 8 Heavenly Secret GU, Heaven's Envy GU, and the Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses killer move that he used in Crazed Demon Cave, as well as the Heaven form that he was saving now. After making huge gains from looting Paradise Earth, Fang Yuan gained a large increase in Heaven Path Foundation. Especially in Paradise Earth's Heaven Path research results, there is a method called Obscured Heavenly Secret that can use the power of Heaven Path to conceal oneself. It is very useful to me. Fang Yuan's greatest objective was the killer move Obscured Heavenly Secret. After that, it was to refine Heavenly Birth GU and stabilize Heaven form. Obscured Heavenly Secret could be modified. In theory, the more Heaven Path Immortal GU used in the move, the greater the concealment effect. Fang Yuan had to resolve his predicament of insufficient Immortal essence. He had 2 choices right now. One was to develop his Immortal aperture. But accelerating the time in Sovereign Immortal aperture was not a good idea. Fang Yuan could only expand his Great Love GU refinement plan and try to get more resource points added into his Immortal aperture to raise his Immortal aperture origin core and produce more Immortal essence. The other solution was to advance Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was extremely helpful to Fang Yuan. Without it, Fang Yuan would have run out of Immortal Essence in Crazed Demon Cave. It had such an incredible effect. Whoever used it would understand why it was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital GU. Fang Yuan was now a rank 9 Venerable. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was not suitable for him. If he advanced it, rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would definitely allow Fang Yuan to break out of this predicament. However, if he tried to advance it now, the information would no doubt be exposed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were watching him closely. Fang Yuan knew this clearly. He was now rank 9, rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot could only barely help him. When he tries to refine rank 9 Immortal GU, his luck would fluctuate immensely. Against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Cooking Luck Pot would not conceal the luck entirely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Venerable. It was even harder to conceal the information from her. The moment I refine my rank 9 GU is also my weakest moment. The 2 of them will definitely cooperate to attack me. Thus, this obscured Heavenly Secret killer move is the crucial factor. Cooking Luck Pot could not deceive Giant Sun Immortal Venerable because it was Luck Path. But obscured Heavenly Secret was Heaven Path. It was like how Fang Yuan had little countermeasures against Pill Path and Painting Path. Against Heaven Path, even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be helpless. But this method has a hidden threat. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had assimilated with the Tao 3 million years ago, while Heavenly Court has an immense foundation in Heaven Path research results. How long can obscured Heavenly Secret conceal the truth from her? Chapter 22-28 Control of Immortal Essence Stones. 3 rank 6 GU Immortals were surrounding an ancient cloud beast and attacking it. The ancient cloud beast suddenly transformed and raised its speed, attacking the woman among the 3 immortals. The female immortal was not fazed. Her white blouse moved like a blooming flower, a vague silhouette blocking the cloud beast's attack. But this ancient cloud beast also attacked more fiercely. Even though it was blocked, it did not retreat, instead, it changed its form and enveloped the female immortal entirely. From outside, it looked like the ancient cloud beast had devoured the female immortal. Fairy Lian Yun, Shi Zhengyi shouted and wanted to activate an information path killer move anxiously. But beside him, Yu Yi stopped his action. Wait. If you use this move and pierce the cloud beast, what if you injure Fairy Lian Yun? Shi Zhengyi stopped and gritted his teeth. Then what do we do? Yu Yi, who had the appearance of a young man, showed a solemn expression. In this situation, I can only try to use that move. What move? Shi Zhengyi felt that it was too dangerous. Don't tell me you are not familiar with it yet. But Yu Yi had already started preparing the move. Sensing the aura of the killer move, the cloud beast enveloped Zhao Lian Yun and rushed towards them. Shi Zhengyi immediately used his method to try to stall the ancient cloud beast. He opened his mouth wide and his tongue could be seen. The information path killer move activated as Shi Zhengyi spoke rapidly without stopping. The power of words affected the ancient cloud beast's body as a formless power accumulated and stalled its movement. After more than 10 breaths of time, Shi Zhengyi finally heard Yu Yi's voice. He deactivated his killer move with joy and dodged to the side. Yu Yi's palms aimed at the ancient cloud beast as 2 beams of light shot out of them. The beams were pale blue. After landing on the ancient cloud beast, they started to dissolve. Zhao Lian Yun, who was trapped inside the cloud beast, struggled intensely. She put in more effort and finally broke free from it, regaining freedom. Alright, my turn. Shi Zhengyi saw that Zhao Lian Yun had escaped and quickly made his move, cooperating with Yu Yi and using an offensive killer move. 2 killer moves landed on the ancient cloud beast. With a loud sound, this ancient cloud beast exploded on the spot. The ancient cloud beast's corpse turned into lumps of clouds. Most were immortal materials. After Zhao Lian Yun and the rest collected the materials, they rested on the spot. It was my fault. I got trapped by the cloud beast and caused our immortal materials to not be high in quality. Zhao Lian Yun apologized. This loss is nothing. We only have ranked 6 cultivation level but fought against an ancient cloud beast. Winning is already a huge achievement. We cannot ask for more. Yu Yi consoled. Shi Zhengyi talked loudly. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, we have not been able to meet up often. While the 2 heavens are fusing together, with beast groups escaping from the 2 heavens to Central Continent, we are able to meet again to stop the calamity. Why bother fussing over the small details? The friendship of the 3 immortals was built up during the Reverse Flow River battle. Even though Fang Yuan was the biggest winner in that battle, the 3 of them had performed very well in the battle. They were saved by Wei Lingyong, who risked his life, and they managed to hair-raisingly escape with their lives under the reinforcements of Central Continent later. After they returned to their sect, they received a lot of nurturing. Zhao Lian Yun smiled and said after Shi Zhengyi, since we do not mind the small details, I would like Shi to accept this gift. Saying so, Shi landed an information path immortal material to Shi Zhengyi. Shi Zhengyi was very happy. Wait, this is trash talk petal flower. This is an immortal material that I need to refine my immortal GU. He did not stand on ceremony. He took this ranked 6 immortal material and inspected it carefully. Zhao Lian Yun turned to Yu Yi and smiled as she handed him a refinement path GU immortal true inheritance. I got it. Yu Yi was very happy. The refinement path inheritance I cultivate is called 8 refinement gates. To think that the rumors are true, a certain generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House actually created the 9th gate on the foundation of this inheritance. Fairy Lian Yun, how can I repay you? Zhao Lian Yun shook her head and smiled. This is something within my abilities, it is also your good luck. Thankfully, I am the current generation fairy, otherwise, I cannot have such authority to take the true inheritance. As for thanking me, of course I need something too. Zhao Lian Yun said in a casual tone like she was joking. When you become rank 7 or 8 GU immortals, try to take care of me. Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yi's expressions turned slightly dim. They knew about Zhao Lian Yun's situation. Zhao Lian Yun had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 9 killer move Divine Concealment. She was unable to undergo tribulations, so her cultivation level could not advance. In contrast, Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yi's cultivation levels had increased significantly since the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Shi Zhengyi gritted his teeth and said, to speak the truth, I have been trying to find a way for you to break through this limitation. GU immortals go through tribulations because of the heavenly Tao's balancing. Heavens will manipulate calamities and tribulations to form. Fairy, you cannot undergo tribulations because divine concealment hides you from heaven's will. The solution is simple, you just need to unravel divine concealment. Divine concealment is a rank 9 killer move, the difficulty of breaking this killer move is too high. But with the reign of 3 venerables now, breaking a rank 9 killer move is not impossible. But destroying the killer move is too wasteful. I think, maybe you can find Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to help, she is a Wisdom Path Venerable, I am sure she has a solution. Zhao Lian Yun smiled bitterly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is high and mighty, how can someone like myself even get to meet her? Fairy Lian Yun, do not look down on yourself. The fact that you own rank 9 Love Immortal GU means that you will not be ignored. Yu Yi Zi urged. But to get Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, according to the rules of the 10 great ancient sects in Heavenly Court, you will need to pay a huge amount of contribution points. But now, you used your contribution points to exchange for this true inheritance that you gave me, thus, I hope you will take all these Cloud Beast Immortal materials. Shi Zhengyi laughed heartily. Then I will do the same, this is just a small token of my gratitude. Zhao Lian Yun immediately shook her head, I understand your concern. If I bring back these Cloud Beast corpses and hand them over, I will get more contribution points than what I spent for the true inheritance. Even so, the amount that I lack to get Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help is still too much. It is better to invest in you two first and raise your strength to rank 7 or 8 before you come back and help me, wouldn't that be more efficient? Zhao Lian Yun made a lot of sense. After listening to her, Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yi Zi decided to keep the Cloud Beast corpses. Even so, Fairy Lian Yun, please accept these Immortal Essence Stones. Yeah, in the following fights, a lot of Immortal Essence will be expended. At the crucial moment, you can replenish it using Immortal Essence Stones to deal with dangerous situations. Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yi Zi spoke again. This time, Zhao Lian Yun did not reject them, she took both of their Immortal Essence Stones. I do not have many Immortal Essence Stones indeed. In fact, the sect is rarely giving out Immortal Essence Stones now. Do you know what's going on? Zhao Lian Yun asked. Yu Yi Zi and Shi Zhengyi shook their heads, they were in the same situation. Shi Zhengyi was an information path cultivator after all, he had heard some vague rumors. The 10 great ancient sects are all lower sects of Heavenly Court, all of our Immortal Essence Stones are distributed by them. Ever since the Fate War, Heavenly Court has started to reduce the amount of Immortal Essence Stones distributed. By now, they have basically stopped giving out any Immortal Essence Stones. The 10 great ancient sects have their own Immortal Essence Stone storage, but to save for the future, they also stopped handing them out. Yu Yi Zi also said, recently, when transacting refinement path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, I also noticed this. There are increased transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but most of them are done through resource trading. The circulation of Immortal Essence Stones has dwindled. Is Heavenly Court trying to influence the 5 regions GU Immortal World through Immortal Essence Stones? Zhao Lian Yun's eyes shined with bright light. All along, the Immortal Essence Stones in the market of the 5 regions and 2 heavens were from Heavenly Court. If Heavenly Court had control of the source, their influence would be huge. The group that was most heavily affected were the ranked 6 GU Immortals, and they also had the largest number in the GU Immortal world. As one's cultivation level rose to become rank 7 or 8, their dependence on Immortal Essence Stones would fall. And this was very inconvenient for Zhao Lian Yun. There were mainly 2 aspects. Firstly, having the transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven was inconvenient. Secondly, once Zhao Lian Yun had little Immortal Essence, she would not be able to replenish it quickly without Immortal Essence Stones. Don't tell me that Heavenly Court is trying to reduce the number of transactions among the GU Immortals of the 5 regions so that they can prevent the lower ranked GU Immortals from fighting in advance. Zhao Lian Yun thought to herself. The phenomenon of reducing Immortal Essence Stones became noticed by more GU Immortals. Because there was only one source, which was Heavenly Court, other forces could not do anything about it. During normal times, Immortal Essence Stones were used as currency for GU Immortals to trade, but during war times, they were important tactical resources as GU Immortals could replenish Immortal Essence with them. After realizing this phenomenon, the various forces of the 5 regions started to buy Immortal Essence Stones and stock up on them. This made the supply of Immortal Essence Stones became even lower than before. Naturally, Fang Yuan had noticed this himself. Heavenly Court is trying to weaken the strength of the other forces before war erupts, while raising the value of their own Immortal Essence Stones. He was very interested in the secret behind Heavenly Court's immortal essence stones. Be it Shadow Sect's true inheritance, or Paradise Earth's true inheritance, he had not found any clues. Even during the Fate War when Fang Yuan attacked Heavenly Court and destroyed the Immortal Graveyard, he did not find out the secret of the immortal essence stones. Heavenly Court limited the flow of immortal essence stones. It caused a huge headache to countless forces and GU immortals, but for Fang Yuan, the problem was small. One immortal essence stone was equivalent to one green grape immortal essence bead. Each of Fang Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence beads were worth 1,000,000 immortal essence stones. Several days had passed since Fang Yuan arrived in the immemorial heavens and stabilized heaven form. Let's start. He let out a breath of air and started to prepare an immortal killer move. Heaven Path Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. Chapter 2229, Giant Sun's Attack. Jade green water flowed like a large dragon, moving rapidly on the surface of the sea. Several rank 6 GU immortals were chasing and trying to stop it. Quick, the water is flowing towards you. Watch this. Boom. The water flow rippled, a huge wave of over 100 feet rose. I blocked it, but be careful. 2 rank 6 GU immortals were engulfed by the wave instantly. Damn it. The remaining GU immortals used their methods to desperately stop it. In the end, the jade green water flow did not manage to escape the sea area. Once time was up, white light surrounded 10 li of the sea surface. He Chun Chu appeared and shouted, grabbed the air with his hands. Immediately, the surface of the sea rippled and surged with waves. After more than 10 breaths of time, a water path formation was built on it. This water path formation had a rank 7 water path immortal GU as the core. The main formation had already expended a batch of water path immortal materials. As the jade water flowed into the water path formation, it turned into a spiral whirlpool that moved on its own, emitting splashing sounds. The rank 6 GU immortals here flew into the sky. After seeing this, they cheered uncontrollably. He Chun Chu inspected the formation again and ensured there were no issues before he also let out a breath of air. At this point, the jade green water flow resource point had been placed here. Jade green water flow was a rank 7 immortal material. It had a very famous trait in that it would always be moving without ever stopping. After Fang Yuan created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and took in the Righteous Qi Alliance, he extorted Eastern Sea's Righteous Path for a batch of water path resource points. This jade green water flow was one of them. He Chun Chu was in charge of placing this jade green water flow here. He made an immortal formation and ordered the rank 6 GU immortals to trap this jade green water flow, preventing it from escaping elsewhere. After several days of effort, it was finally completed. From this day on, the resource point would not only produce jade green water flow, it would also be one of the water vein nodes. With further development in the future, this might form into a jade green water flow sea area. Divine Rift Whirlpool, 7 Treasures Sea Spring, Underwater 1,000-Year Profound Ice Island, Cleansing Water Region, Rolling Pearl Water Treasury. These last few days, Mini Eastern Sea gained more than 10 water vein nodes. Only 3 more are needed before we can form one water vein ring. While He Chun Chu was thinking, one of the ranked 6 GU immortals asked politely, Master, I wonder what other instructions there are. He Chun Chu waved his hand at them. A time path killer move was immediately activated. Their wounds healed at once. You may go back, He Chun Chu said. The GU immortals left after expressing their gratitude. They were very busy and needed to go around the place to resolve problems and stabilize the environment of the sovereign immortal aperture. The number of missions in Star Collection Hall was innumerable. While watching them leave, He Chun Chu sighed to himself. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the sovereign immortal aperture faced 2 main problems. The first problem was that strange phenomena were still occurring commonly. The sovereign immortal body's non-conflicting Dao marks was the root cause. The more Dao marks there were, the greater the problem. After Fang Yuan became venerable by passing the mini-chaotic disaster, he gained a huge number of refinement path Dao marks. At the same time, he had been building resource points recently. They were also made of Dao marks. The second problem was that the sovereign immortal aperture lacked manpower. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he lost about 50 GU immortals. A portion of them had died in the mini-chaotic disaster. They could not be revived. Among which, there was the Combat Beast King. Most of the rest revived. They were all GU masters now. The current situation was quite peculiar. These people could not quickly ascend to immortal yet. Thus, even throughout the sovereign immortal aperture, the strongest people were He Chun Chu, Wu Shuai, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and the other rank 8 GU immortals. Establishing resource points and setting up formations, these were tasks that only He Chun Chu and Wu Shuai could do. Although they did not cultivate formation path, they were still Fang Yuan's clones and shared his attainment levels. Other people simply could not do it. He Chun Chu had already entered the liver life formation multiple times recently, he had no time to rest at all. Maybe, I should ask the main body to give orders and deploy a portion of the Merman Imperial Court's Merfolk GU immortals to help us. He Chun Chu thought to himself. Compared to the humans, the variant humans were more reliant on Fang Yuan, they were less likely to betray him. At the same time, Mini Eastern Sea did need to relocate and move in a number of merfolk as well. Compared to the other 4 mini regions, Mini Eastern Sea only had hairy men on the 3 major continents. Although the population was not small, other areas had no variant humans at all, they were too empty. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was developed and managed by the clones and subordinates, while Fang Yuan's main body focused on guarding Heaven Form. Fang Yuan's huge rod continued to slam on it. This time, there were no ice spikes on the rod, it was burning in flames instead. Heaven Form was gritting its teeth, not daring to emit any cries as it curled up into a ball. The frost that appeared on its body out of nowhere was smashed by the rod before being melted by the flames. As the black and white heavens became fused to a greater extent, Heaven Form's condition was getting more unstable. But Fang Yuan was still quite relaxed. While stabilizing Heaven Form, he also activated Obscured Heavenly Secret repeatedly to practice it and gain more insight about the move. The Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move that he used now was the version that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had. Paradise Earth did not have Heavenly Secret Immortal GU, thus he used Heavenly Web GU as the core with a large amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials. After these Heaven Path Immortal materials were used, Fang Yuan's body became covered in a new layer of Heaven Path Dao marks, resembling a fishing net. Whenever anyone made deductions or tried to investigate Fang Yuan, this layer of the fishing net made from the Heaven Path Dao marks would rapidly change form. The lines would contract and twist rapidly, distorting everything from the original state. Thus, Obscured Heavenly Secret's true effect is not to conceal myself from all deductions, but to perfectly mislead them and cause them to arrive at a wrong result. Fang Yuan had already recognized the essence of this move. Once the fishing net's Heaven Path Dao marks are depleted, this Obscured Heavenly Secret would lose all effect. Conversely, the more Heaven Path Immortal materials I consume, the more Heaven Path Dao marks would be used to construct this fishing net, which would cause this Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move to become even stronger and long-lasting. Because of this, Fang Yuan saw hope of deceiving the 2 venerables. Theoretically, as long as he had enough Heaven Path Dao marks, he would be able to prevent the 2 venerables from finding out that he was refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Right now, Fang Yuan had more than 100 yellow apricot Immortal Essence beads. Once he reached the minimum requirement, he would start refining GU. Fang Yuan was anxious to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus because he knew that now was the best time to do it. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended, the 3 venerables' methods were all exposed, while they could not modify their methods yet. Thus, in a fight, Fang Yuan had a greater advantage. After all, he had more Dao marks than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If he missed this chance, once the 2 venerables modified their methods, the result of their fight would be uncertain. Immortal Essence, stockpile is my weakness. If I do not use this chance to fix this flaw, in our standoff in the future, my Immortal Essence reserves will always be below the 2 of them, I will always be restricted by this. Fang Yuan knew he had to take risks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly shouted, his eyes widened, his gaze pierced through Longevity Heaven and cast down on all 5 regions. Good, with the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks, I can see all the luck of the lifeforms in the 5 regions. Heavenly Court first looked at Heavenly Court. After a while, he turned to Eastern Sea but could not find Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was shocked, he quickly searched and found a type of luck in the mixed black and white heaven. This luck was burning like a furnace, there were cracks on the surface and little firewood at the bottom, there was an immortal crane that resembled a cloud or mist within it, burning slowly in turmoil. Heaven Form. Instantly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes burst out with bright light. He laughed heartily as he understood Fang Yuan's current condition. This Heaven Form killer move is left by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. it was used by Fang Yuan during the Fate War to invade Heavenly Court. With the fusion of both heavens, Heaven Form's foundation is unstable, it needs Fang Yuan's protection. This rank 9 killer move is extraordinary, with Fang Yuan restricted by it. Now is the time for me to strike. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan exposed Heaven Form. Longevity Heaven had cooperated with him multiple times, thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew about this information. After seeing this, the Northern Plains Immortal Venerable set off to Eastern Sea. He moved quickly and resolutely, without a moment of hesitation. In the mixed black and white heaven, Fang Yuan sighed while smiling slightly. He had sensed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's investigation earlier. He purposely dispelled obscured heavenly secret to test it out. The result was that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable moved out to attack him. Since Giant Sun is coming, what about Star Constellation? A dark light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 2230, Star Constellation's Attack. Deep within icy sea area. In the pitch-black bottom of the sea, a huge ice mountain filled the vision of two Su clan GU immortals. These two Su clan immortals had ranked 7 cultivation level. One was Su Chen, he was specialized in healing methods. The other was Su Ming Wan, he cultivated Dark Path. The two GU immortals were traveling within a ranked 7 immortal GU house. This immortal GU house was called Moving Frame Pavilion. It was a rarely seen strength path immortal GU house. The body of the house was like a pavilion, with 8 big thick blue gold pillars supporting the pavilion roof and pressing down on the pedestal. The blue gold pillars were not straight, but bent with an obvious curvature. The two ends were inwardly curved and the middle section expanded outwardly. On the whole, the entire moving frame pavilion looked like a huge bird cage with the two Su clan GU immortals inside it. The moving frame pavilion emitted a layer of dark blue light, blocking the sea water that was outside it. Even so, a cold chill still permeated the place. After facing the icy mountain for some time, the eyebrows and hair of the Su clan GU immortals were covered in frost. So cold. This ice mountain is made from 1,000-year profound ice. Moving frame pavilion does not have enough defense against it. We need to act quickly. Su clan's GU immortals conversed while activating moving frame pavilion together, unleashing a strength path method. Instantly, there was a loud sound as a corner of the 1,000-year profound ice mountain was cracked by a formless force and floated towards the two Su clan immortals. After reaching a certain distance, Su Chen immediately took action to move this 1,000-year profound ice into his immortal aperture. Moving frame pavilion continued to exert strength as pieces of the 1,000-year profound ice mountain were moved into their immortal apertures gradually. But good times did not last long. The surrounding ice poison starfish were alarmed by them and quickly approached aggressively. Su clan's two immortals tensed up immediately. I will lure them away, you should take as much as you can. Su Chen immediately flew out of moving frame pavilion. In this deep sea, even though he was a ranked 7 GU immortal, trying to lure away the ice poison starfish group was still a risky thing to do. Su Ming Wan, who was left in moving frame pavilion, was not safe from danger either. Who knew what would happen next? It was not easy to retrieve the 1,000-year profound ice, even for a super force like Su clan, which sent 2 ranked 7 GU immortals along with an immortal GU house that could rival rank 8 GU immortals. It was still full of danger. But there was nothing else Su clan could do. As an Eastern Sea Righteous Path super force, after joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they were extorted by Fang Yuan and had to contribute water path resources. Fang Yuan's requirement towards the water path resources was very high. He needed them to be usable as the water vein nodes. Naturally, Su clan did not lack such resource points, but they did not want to give up their personal wealth. Coincidentally, Su clan was situated close to icy sea area. Deep within this sea area, there were abundant ice and snow immortal materials. Thus, they planned to collect the profound ice here and hand it to Fang Yuan to satisfy his request. Quick, be quicker. Su Ming Wan raised his speed to the limit, but he still had insufficient 1,000-year profound ice. There was no helping it. Without Su Chen, his efficiency plummeted. And worse was that a shark group in the sea got disturbed by them. They swam towards moving frame pavilion. Sigh, we have no choice but to retreat. Su Ming Wan sighed deeply, feeling helpless inside. He had only found this underwater 1,000-year profound ice mountain after much trouble, but after this excavation, the environment would be greatly affected, causing a chain of reactions to occur. The stable ecology would instantly become chaotic. The beast groups here would start fighting against each other. Even if they did not fight, they would be wary against each other. If any commotion occurs, they would attack together, and more terrifying, a beast tide might occur. For the following period, trying to excavate thousand-year profound ice here would have much greater risks. Su Mingwan and Su Chen's best choice was to leave and find other suitable targets next. But right when Su Mingwan was about to leave, there was a surging aura above the sea. Su Mingwan's expression changed intensely. This aura was grand and imposing, it was mighty and unstoppable. All of the sharks that were swimming were intimidated, they escaped in panic. Su Mingwan's expression was filled with shock. This is a venerable's aura. At the previous moment, he felt that a huge sun had flown above his head, across the sea area. Giant sun immortal venerable, he is attacking Eastern Sea. Su Mingwan was flustered and panicked, he quickly informed Su Chen about this. Su Chen was not far away, he was also stunned at the moment. Quick, tell First Supreme Elder about this. Giant sun immortal venerable seems to be moving towards our Su clan. Su Chen could not help but shout in fear. Are the two venerables battle going to take place in our Su clan's territory? Su Mingwan was shocked by this guess, his face was as pale as white paper. However, contrary to their guesses, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not move straight ahead, his speed fell quickly as he stopped above ICC area. Next, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's rank 9 aura spread out in an unrestrained manner, showing his grand and domineering attitude. The entire sky rippled with golden light. The golden light spread rapidly to the sky and sea, expanding in all directions. Sensing the terrifying aura of the Venerable, almost all the underwater lifeforms escaped in panic. Thanks to this, the two immortals' predicament was resolved. But they were not happy about it. Instead, they started to guess, what is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable trying to do? Oh, Giant Sun stopped at ICC area. In the immemorial two heavens, Fang Yuan quickly sensed this situation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not conceal his traces at all, it was like he was trying to tell Fang Yuan openly, I have arrived. So his plan is to stop above ICC area after all. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable recovered to some extent, but his battle strength would not have risen by much. After leaving Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Dao marks would be far inferior than Fang Yuan. Thus, for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, even if he saw Fang Yuan's situation, attacking him abruptly would not have any benefits, only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would gain from this. It was very wise that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to enter Eastern Sea. He was currently refining Eastern Sea's natural luck path Dao marks. Once he refines all of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, then Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would have a territorial advantage when fighting in Eastern Sea. Even if he was not in Eastern Sea, he could activate killer move from northern plains that would be effective in Eastern Sea. One could say that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was planting a tower in Fang Yuan's base camp. It could inspect Eastern Sea's situation during normal times, and in battle, the activation of luck path Dao marks would allow him to launch attacks on the entire Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could not do much to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He could not leave, unless he abandoned heaven form to return to Eastern Sea and face him. But in that case, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only had to retreat and leave, while Fang Yuan would lose a rank 9 killer move. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not retreat and fought against Fang Yuan in attrition, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves would dwindle further. In the event they fought, although Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would be at a disadvantage, he would not be killed so easily. Fang Yuan had expected this to happen. Long ago, when the heaven vein of the immemorial two heavens started to fuse, Fang Yuan had already deduced the crisis of heaven form. This problem occurred after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. From Fang Yuan's perspective, this situation was already very good. The collapse of heaven form was a problem. Fang Yuan needed to try to resolve it while using the chance to create an opportunity to refine heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. He did not have enough immortal essence now, it was not time to advance the GU, thus, he could also not expose obscured heavenly secret yet. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable checked on Fang Yuan, he immediately retracted this move. For a person like Fang Yuan, his own weaknesses and flaws were things he could exploit to use against his enemies. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was already influenced by him. Next, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's turn. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's beautiful eyes looked at Eastern Sea. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she muttered. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to stay in ICC area, it was really an amazing choice on his part. ICC area was at the westernmost part of Eastern Sea, it was closest to Central Continent. By refining the luck path Dao marks of Eastern Sea, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also trying to threaten Central Continent. After sensing Fang Yuan's issue, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a move. But he did not fight against Fang Yuan. This shows that his battle strength has not risen much, and he is also guarding against me. Thoughts collided rapidly in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. If there were only Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable in existence, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would definitely fight his way to the immemorial two heavens now and attack Fang Yuan. After all, he had abundant immortal essence. Even though Fang Yuan had higher battle strength, he could not kill Giant Sun. A battle of attrition was very beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. After the battle, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves would shrink, he would not be able to utilize his advantage as a refinement path venerable, even rank 9 killer move Heaven form would be affected and might get destroyed. But with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable around, the situation was different. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pitted himself against Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would benefit the most. From this point, it could be seen that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was helping Fang Yuan. Heaven form, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable squinted slightly. This rank 9 killer move could not be allowed to exist. During the Fate War, this was the killer move that allowed Fang Yuan to break into Heavenly Court. As long as Heaven form existed, Fang Yuan could break into any grotto heaven in the immemorial two heavens. This was a huge threat to both Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. After thinking about it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable came up with a plan. At the next moment, she connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and contacted Fang Yuan. Great Love Immortal Venerable, I want your help in refining some Immortal GU, what do you think? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said while smiling. In the immemorial two heavens, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. He had also expected Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to find him. Fang Yuan understood the intention of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He said, what Immortal GU do you want? Also, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how will you deal with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable replied immediately, I need Star Thought Immortal GU, Star Eyes Immortal GU, and Permanence Immortal GU. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before replying, sure, but I need to see your sincerity first. Okay, here is my sincerity. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, she turned into a star rainbow that flew straight for Northern Plains. Chapter 2231, Refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very daring. She flew rapidly and went deep into Northern Plains, the former location of Imperial Court Blessed Land. She did not target any of the Huang Jin tribe members. She acted like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, staying in the sky and starting to refine the natural wisdom path Dao marks of Northern Plains. At once, starlight shined in the sky, spreading rapidly to the surroundings. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move into Longevity Heaven directly. Although it seemed like this was the best opportunity to attack Longevity Heaven, since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was far away in Eastern Sea, the truth was that it was not easy for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter Longevity Heaven. Grotto heavens were condensed into one spot in the sky. Unless the Immortal Aperture's entrance was open, outsiders could not get in easily. This was also why Heaven form had immense value. Furthermore, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to get inside Longevity Heaven, she could not destroy the rank 9 Grotto Heaven in a short period of time. By then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would come back and defend the Grotto Heaven. He would fight against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In that case, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gives up on Fang Yuan and fights Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead, not only would there be risks of getting injured, he would expend more immortal essence as well. That would benefit Fang Yuan too much. In this contest of three venerables, they were mutually wary of each other. While thinking of ways to attack the others, these venerables also had to maintain their own development speed. This situation was very complex now. If one acted rashly without consideration, they would be courting death. Having judgment was very important. If one made an appropriate move with just the right intensity, they would gain a bit of advantage in this stalemate of the three venerables. The three venerables knew this, thus, each of their actions contained deep meaning and considered the reactions of each other. In most cases, they reacted according to the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already calculated her current actions clearly. This was the most advantageous move for her. Firstly, Fang Yuan had to be weakened. This person was too shameless and had no bottom line. In star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind, even if they had the same battle strength, Fang Yuan would still be a bigger problem than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Currently, Fang Yuan's circumstances were very troublesome. The difficulty of maintaining heaven form would only increase with time, because more than half of his heaven path research results came from star constellation Immortal Venerable. She knew about this clearly. Fang Yuan had to guard heaven form while expending immortal essence. This depleted his already low reserves. And now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to Eastern Sea to refine its luck path Dao marks. This was a way to weaken Fang Yuan as well. At the same time, star constellation Immortal Venerable requested immortal GU from Fang Yuan in exchange for making a move. This was also a way to weaken him. In addition, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also weakened by this move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the advantage of immortal essence. This was something that star constellation Immortal Venerable knew. With this advantage, if star constellation Immortal Venerable did not disrupt him, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Dao mark refinement rate would always be higher than star constellation Immortal Venerable. Additionally, for Heavenly Court, Northern Plains GU Immortal World had a bigger threat than Eastern Seas GU Immortal World. It was a well-known fact that Northern Plains GU Immortals had outstanding battle strength and bravery. This was something that Eastern Sea lacked. Star constellation, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable who was in ICC area gritted his teeth, his expression turned ugly. But he did not move from his position, he continued to refine the luck path Dao marks. Because star constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack Longevity Heaven or the Huang Jin tribes, this was not something that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not endure. If star constellation Immortal Venerable went beyond this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would return and fight with her. This was undeniable. If a strong enemy tried to step over one's bottom line, there had to be fierce retaliation. Otherwise, the enemy would think that one was easy to bully, then in the future, life would only get tougher. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not step over Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bottom line, so there was no intense desire for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to return to Northern Plains. So what if he returned? By then, star constellation Immortal Venerable could just leave, but could Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chase after her and barge into Heavenly Court? Even if he reached Heavenly Court, could he fight against star constellation Immortal Venerable? Would Fang Yuan not benefit from that? If star constellation Immortal Venerable left and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not chase her, if he returned to Eastern Sea, what if star constellation Immortal Venerable went back to Northern Plains again? If they did this repeatedly, what would be the point of it all? Was traveling not costly on immortal essence? If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did that, he would not be able to refine many of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, yet he would spend a lot of time and immortal essence. Was that not a huge joke? The situation was different for star constellation Immortal Venerable. Even if she attacked or retreated multiple times, she would still get Fang Yuan's immortal GU. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose not to move, he continued refining Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks. But at this time, Fang Yuan approached Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, why must we behave like this? We are both victims of Heavenly Court. They have the deepest foundation and Central Continent is the strongest region. This is an undeniable fact. Furthermore, not long ago, Heavenly Court denounced us as demon venerables. We need to join hands and deal with Heavenly Court instead. Look at the situation now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable has openly gone to Northern Plains to refine the wisdom path Dao marks there. She is simply disregarding your existence. Fang Yuan urged him while suggesting, why don't we have a transaction? I will pay you immortal GU in exchange for you refining Central Continent's Dao marks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed as he replied, Fang Yuan, it seems that star constellation Immortal Venerable made such a transaction with you too. Since the 5 regions are one, and the regional walls no longer exist, I can not only refine Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks here, but also Central Continents. If you want me to let Eastern Sea off, I need to see how many immortal GU you can give. When Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were still bargaining, star constellation Immortal Venerable contacted him again. Fang Yuan, you have already seen my sincerity. It is your turn now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable asked for immortal GU directly. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment before sending permanence GU into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Speaking of which, this permanence GU belonged to Heavenly Court at first. Back then, Fang Yuan had obtained it after destroying Heavenly Court's Immortal Gu house, Eternal Yacht, in the River of Time. After star constellation Immortal Venerable received permanence Gu, she inspected it before hearing Fang Yuan's new suggestion. If star constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Longevity Heaven or any of the Huang Jin tribes, he would pay her even more Immortal Gu. Star constellation, Immortal Venerable smiled. If I do that, it will not be just 3 Immortal Gu. Her attitude was quite similar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable who was talking on the other end. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path Immortal Venerable after all. In this situation, she was gaining the most benefits. Fang Yuan was merely trying to stall for time now to undergo refinement. As long as he refined rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, these losses would all be worth it, even if he had to increase the chips. But the problem for Fang Yuan now was that he lacked Immortal Essence. It seems that I must accelerate the time of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Right now, Fang Yuan's gaze was like a hawk. He stared at heaven form sharply, it shivered in response. Fang Yuan did not want to raise the speed of time in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but there were no alternatives. At this point, he had already paid a considerable price to get this opportunity. And Fang Yuan's biggest worry was that such an opportunity seldom knocked twice. In the future, he might not be able to do this anymore. If the opportunity presented itself, he had to grab onto it. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone He Chun Chu started to use Time Path killer moves. One after another, killer moves were activated. The raging water of the River of Time was drawn into the Year Essence Pool. Next, through it, the water was diverted to the respective sub-pools. The time path zones that the Year Essence Pool controlled had faster time flow now. It was obvious when compared to the surroundings. And this difference was expanding and getting more evident. After Fang Yuan became venerable, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time became quite close to the 5 regions, but now, after he used this method, the difference became larger again. This was a huge threat, of course. Normally speaking, a chaotic disaster occurred once 100 years, now, it might arrive in 70 or 80 years. Once Fang Yuan's chaotic disaster arrived, the other venerables would find the chance to attack him together. At that time, he would face both internal and external threats. Fang Yuan had a determined expression. He resolved himself after making this choice. Whether this gamble was worth it would depend on the future. As the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time rose, the production of Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence also started to accelerate. The development of the Immortal Aperture was improved greatly as well. The 3 venerables were in a deadlock now. As days passed, the 5 regions GU Immortal World focused on these 3 venerables, observing their actions and discussing their possible future decisions. Because He Chun Chu used too many time path methods in this period, he had to recuperate and rest. Thus, Wu Shuai led the other GU Immortals and formed the first water vein. Fang Yuan was facing greater difficulty in maintaining heaven form now. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable asked him for a second Immortal Gu. Star Eyes, Star Thought. After hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan chose to give Star Thought Immortal Gu to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. On this day, Fang Yuan finally used this killer move officially. It marked the start of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Refinement. This time, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Fang Yuan. It contained a few more Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Not only was it stronger and thicker, it could even allow him to control the range of Obscured Heavenly Secret to a certain extent. Fang Yuan was not stingy now. He directly used 60% of his Heaven Path. Immortal Materials. At almost the same time as Obscured Heavenly Secret's activation, within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the refinement to advance Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus also started. Inside 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Wu Shuai, He Chun Chu, and around 10 Hairy Man GU Immortals got to their stations and started to wait for the refinement to start. This was an incredible group that gathered, but they were only helping out now. The divine sense of Fang Yuan's main body was present now. He was going to refine GU personally. Jade light shot out, surging like a flowing river. Fragrance spread everywhere, causing people to feel delighted. This was just the first step, but a small mountain of rank 9 wood path immortal materials were already expended. Rank 9 immortal GU were all extraordinary, while Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital GU. It was also the most helpful GU to Fang Yuan now. This was a huge uncertainty. Therefore, Fang Yuan soon sensed a huge fluctuation in his own luck. Chapter 2232, Furnace Luck. Fang Yuan willed in his mind, rank 8 Immortal GU house cooking luck pot started to activate. Fang Yuan diverted his gaze and looked up above him. He saw that his rank 9 refinement path luck was like a furnace. The furnace seemed to be made of clay. There were many cracks on the surface that made it look like it was poorly created. At the bottom of the furnace, there was a pile of firewood burning intensely. This showed that Fang Yuan was currently using all of his immortal essence reserves. Within the furnace, 2 lumps of clouds were intertwined. One lump was an immortal crane cloud that was white in color with black spots inside. It resembled heaven form. This cloud was close to breaking apart, but each time it was about to collapse, heat would be emitted from the furnace to forcefully gather it again. The other lump of cloud was smaller. It resembled a green lotus. The green lotus cloud was the opposite of the immortal crane. The latter was close to breaking apart while the former was too tightly compacted. Most of the furnace's heat was used on this green lotus cloud. It was trying to melt a piece of limestone. The green lotus cloud was mostly condensed. Only a small portion melted and spread out, flowing towards the cracks of the furnace and sinking to the bottom, as if it was trying to take root. The furnace is too crudely made. It is filled with cracks. That shows that my foundation is not stable. The sovereign immortal aperture also has another hidden threat. Because it has not gone through an actual chaotic disaster, there is huge room for improvement. The immortal crane cloud is heaven form, while the green lotus cloud is my attempt at refining heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. What about the luck of other venerables? Fang Yuan tried to look, but he could not see anything beyond the furnace luck. When he was rank 8, his luck was like a silver light pillar, while the other 3 venerables' lucks were like clouds floating around him. Right now, he had become a refinement path venerable, but he could no longer see the venerables' lucks. Other than the 2 venerables' defensive methods, the main reason was that cooking luck pot's rank was too low. It was only rank 8, it was already outstanding to be able to see Fang Yuan's own rank 9 luck. Of course, there were still specific details that could not be seen through it. If it had to observe the other 2 lucks and see how they related to Fang Yuan's own luck, the difficulty would be beyond cooking luck pot's capability. But even if I can see the luck relationship, I cannot use it as reliable information. Fang Yuan thought. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan used luck inspection multiple times. Now that he recalled it, the luck phenomena regarding Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were quite accurate. The main reason for what he saw was that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was split into 3 existences, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in his normal state, and they were also not luck path cultivators. The Golden Aurora luck of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was clearly not reliable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revived through blood path methods, but this important information was not shown in the luck phenomenon. At the same time, his combat system had a terrifying aftereffect. This was also not exposed. The Golden Aurora luck that symbolized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was suppressed most of the time. Evidently, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used luck path methods to conceal his own luck and mislead Fang Yuan. He was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, the former luck path venerable. He was also clear of how cooking luck pot worked. It was not strange that he achieved this. Fang Yuan was currently thinking of using obscured heavenly secret to deceive the 2 venerables. The truth was, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already been doing this before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Gray fire was burning intensely. It was huge like a mountain. Wood path immortal materials were put inside one by one as they melted like candles. At the bottom of the fire, there was a 10,000-year profound ice. Rank 8 Immortal GU Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was sealed within the profound ice. The GU Immortals present were tense and nervous originally, but more than 10 days had passed since the refinement started. All of them were starting to feel excited and joyful. All of the immortal materials have successfully melted. At this rate of progress, in just 10 or so days, the advancement will succeed. What sort of incredible GU refinement method is this? On the surface, it looks like the fusion of ice refinement and fire refinement, but in essence, this is the perfect combination of the profundity of the human isolation style and hairy man natural GU refinement method. There are also many crucial points that are filled with mystery. Even if we participated personally and watched the entire process closely, we cannot understand the deep meaning contained within. Master is truly worthy of being a refinement path venerable. The difference between us is night and day. But right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression sank. Oh no, the GU refinement is going to fail. An intense refinement path intuition filled his mind and body. Fang Yuan bore no doubt towards this intuition. At the first instant, he realized the truth. There was a problem with the processing of the wood path immortal materials. These wood path immortal materials seemed to be fine, but there was a tiny flaw in each step of the process. As these flaws accumulated, they became significant enough to destroy the entire refinement attempt. If he continued, there would be no point. Fang Yuan made a decision to terminate the GU refinement attempt. What? Why did we stop? Everything was gone smoothly. Fool, Master made a decision, it has to be right. We are too weak, how can we understand him? Immediately follow his orders and do it. Within 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the 10 or so GU immortals worked chaotically as they gradually stopped the GU refinement. After a day and night, under the full effort of Fang Yuan and the rest, the first refinement attempt stopped. All of the rank 9 immortal materials that they invested were wasted. The GU immortals all had mild injuries, even 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was damaged. But what made Fang Yuan feel the most loss was the expenditure of yellow apricot immortal essence. As the main person involved in this refinement, he suffered the most severe injuries. Immortal killer move, refine self. Fang Yuan used his killer move and refined all of the wood path and refinement path Dao marks while feeling glad internally. Thankfully, I became a venerable and gained such precise refinement path intuition. Even during the process of refining a rank 9 immortal GU, I still hold the initiative. Having the initiative made the situation completely different. Like this time, Fang Yuan sensed that he would fail and immediately stopped. By doing this, he suffered much fewer losses and most importantly, their injuries were also kept to a minimum due to their precaution. Rank 9 immortal GU refinement was not a simple thing. Without intuition, if one failed suddenly, more than half of these GU immortals would die, while 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would be destroyed completely, or if he was lucky, a small portion might remain. But Fang Yuan would suffer much deeper injuries, it was certain to incapacitate him. But now that he took the initiative to stop, the loss of resources and GU immortals, and the immortal GU houses damage were kept to a minimum. Rank 8 immortal GU heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus was also intact with no damage taken. Of course, this had to do with the refinement plan that Fang Yuan came up with meticulously. This time, he chose to use ice refinement to isolate rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus first. He would only use it in the last few steps. If only I could get some success Dao marks from infallible blessed land, that would be great. Or maybe, if I can raise my wood path attainment level, my ability to process these wood path immortal materials will increase, it will help this situation. Even Fang Yuan had not understood completely what the secret behind infallible blessed land's success Dao marks was. He was a refinement path venerable, theoretically, he was the #1 person in refinement path in the world. His supreme grand master attainment level allowed him to grasp every single refinement path method in the world. But infallible blessed land was the racial inheritance of hairy men. Even until today, Heavenly Court had not managed to take control of it, they were very wary against it. Success Dao marks were too helpful for GU refinement. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, it not only contained refinement path profundity but also the essence of human path. This could be speculated by reading the legends of Ren Zhu. Precisely because of the human path profundity, Fang Yuan could not replicate the success Dao marks now. After a temporary rest, Fang Yuan healed himself while stabilizing heaven form. He also used investigative killer moves to observe the 2 venerables' actions. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was in ICC area, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went deep into Northern Plains. They were both focused on refining natural Dao marks. The best situation is to maintain the status quo. For this goal, Fang Yuan was willing to pay more immortal GU to them. This was a necessary investment. However, the 2 venerables are unable to fully refine the natural Dao marks of both regions. I do not have much time left. It was a simple thing. Eastern Sea and Northern Plains were huge and contained innumerable Dao marks. Even these 2 venerables could not refine them all in a short period of time. This was an easily proven fact. He only had to check historical records and see how long the venerables took to roam the world after reaching rank 9. The 2 venerables are limited by not just time but also immortal essence. Once the 2 of them run out of immortal essence reserves, they will not be able to continue refining natural Dao marks, they will stop then. After all, They need to keep a portion of their immortal essence for combat and potential unexpected occurrences. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This GU refinement failure was very disadvantageous to him. Because it did not fail early but only occurred past the halfway mark, he had to start all over again. Fang Yuan had too little time. He estimated that there was only one chance left. No, one chance is too few. It has been tested that even as a rank 9 refinement path venerable, my success rate of refining rank 9 immortal GU is far lower than rank 8. It seems that I need to gamble harder. Fang Yuan immediately ordered for He Chun Chu to take action in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture again. Time path killer moves were used in succession. Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow rose again. But Fang Yuan paid a huge price for this. Because he had just used time path killer moves earlier, the effect of the current methods were too little. In order to raise the time flow forcefully, Fang Yuan had to use other time path methods. And the result was that He Chun Chu's time path Dao marks were all used up in the process. It could be said that this time path clone was basically useless now. But in the current situation, with spring-autumn cicada being unusable, it was not a huge concern that the time path clone became useless. After everything was prepared, Fang Yuan started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus again while racing against time. Chapter 2233, Black Heaven's Heavenly Spirit. Quick, take my place, I can't hold on anymore. Huff, we finally got through another stage. Within 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the assisting GU immortals were all breathing roughly. After the first failure, Fang Yuan continued to experience 2 more failed attempts. He had no lack of rank 9 wood path immortal materials, but time was pressing. He had no choice but to use more aggressive methods. He changed the procedure of the GU refinement. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus had to be protected, but the steps before that became more simplified. As a result, the expenditure of immortal essence became more intense. Each step became more complex and needed the full effort of the assisting GU immortals. Evidently, they were reaching their limit. A few days passed but the 2 venerables did not move. The situation was getting more troublesome for him. Not only was there little progress in refining rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Heaven Form was also becoming harder to protect. The fusion of the immemorial 2 heavens had reached the most intense moment. In the sky above the 5 regions, black and white mixed together while changing rapidly. Day and night alternated at a rapid speed. Mortals and beasts looked up in fear. They felt like the apocalypse was impending. Even the sun's route had changed. Everything that stood in its path, be they the black clouds or the soul beast army, they were all obliterated. The Heaven Form White Crane cried out profusely. Fang Yuan tried using refinement path methods but could only slow down the accumulation of its injuries. Heaven Form was getting more and more damaged. But Fang Yuan had already reached his own limit. He could not modify Heaven Form anymore. After all, he was currently refining a rank 9 immortal GU. The most crucial factor is time. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable are about to stop as well. Fang Yuan had already given the 3rd Immortal GU Star Eyes to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He could still stall for a bit of time. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had been wasting time conversing with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, using the suggestion of transacting Immortal GU to delay the inevitable. During this period, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used their own investigative methods to probe Fang Yuan's situation. But because of the outstanding effects of obscured heavenly secret, Fang Yuan managed to conceal the truth. Fang Yuan had already expended a lot of immortal essence. His reserves were hitting rock bottom, meaning his battle strength had also fallen. If the truth was exposed, the 2 venerables would join hands to attack him. Deep in northern plains, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the fusing heavens as starlight flashed across her eyes. Now is the most intense moment of the heaven veins, fusion. It is also the most important moment. If Fang Yuan gets through this, he may likely get to keep Heaven Form. But how can we let this happen? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. She moved and vanished on the spot like a stream of starlight. She quickly returned to Crazed Demon Cave. Because she was familiar with the place, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable easily arrived at the 9th layer void. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped here. Upon seeing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he roared and charged at her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was prepared for this. She blocked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks while activating a method to form an opening. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew through this opening as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after her, causing them both to arrive in Northern Plains. What? At almost the same time, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a sensation. Is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thinking of releasing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to slaughter living beings of my Northern Plains? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. He had considered this possibility earlier. But this was not the style of Heavenly Court. As expected, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not guess wrongly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while luring Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to the two heavens. He, Fang Yuan is in trouble. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable relaxed his mind. He started to observe the show as a spectator. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you doing? Fang Yuan immediately questioned her in Treasure Yellow Heaven, speaking furiously, I gave you 3 Immortal GU earlier. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Precisely so, I will tell you this secret that nobody knows. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not want to create Soul Path, his goal was killing Path. He is a person chosen by fate, he had immense innate luck and countless fortuitous encounters. Once, when he explored Immemorial Black Heaven, what do you think he saw? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke in a delicate tone. Upon hearing her words, Fang Yuan's expression sank as thoughts emerged in his mind. This was not hard to guess. Firstly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in the right state of mind, he lost his sanity and even went to fix the hole in the world boundary in Crazed Demon Cave. Secondly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was currently trying to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to the Immemorial Two Heavens, she wanted to give Fang Yuan trouble. But what kind of trouble was it? Even though Heaven form could only remain in Immemorial White Heaven, it could still move around despite being on the brink of destruction. Thus, in theory, as long as Fang Yuan avoided battle and brought Heaven form around at a quick speed, he only had to get away from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. By then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable without sanity would only attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After all, she was the most threatening person to him. But now, since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took such an action, she definitely had ways for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to target Fang Yuan instead. With Fang Yuan's current predicament, the most likely answer became obvious. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable explained the truth, it seems that you have guessed it. Indeed, back then, before Spectral Soul became a Demon Venerable, he had already obtained food path methods. Once, when he explored Immemorial Black Heaven, he by chance found Immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul was eager to create killing path, he sensed the opportunity of that from the heavenly spirit. Thus, he used food path methods to devour this Immemorial Black Heavenly Spirit into his stomach and fused it with himself. Immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Back then, since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could find a natural heavenly spirit in Immemorial White Heaven, why was there no such thing in Black Heaven? The reason was that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Fang Yuan, I will keep those 3 immortal GU. I need to return to Northern Plains and refine more wisdom path Dao marks. I will leave Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with you. After saying this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable turned around and left. Seeing that she was leaving, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable showed a hesitant expression. Staring at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who left, he turned towards Fang Yuan as there was something that attracted him even more. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still in the heaven above Northern Plains, but he had already sensed Heaven form which was in Eastern Sea. Evidently, after he devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, although he did not manage to create killing path, he still grasped a lot of profundities that allowed him to create soul path. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped in the 9th layer, he could not sense the 5 regions and 2 heavens, but once he arrived in the Immemorial 2 heavens, he clearly sensed the heavenly spirit. Black Heaven's and White Heaven's heavenly spirits originate from the Immemorial 2 heavens, they are like a Blessed Land's land spirit and a Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit, they hold authority and control over the 2 heavens. Precisely so, Heaven form, which uses White Heaven's heavenly spirit as the core, is able to find many of the Grotto Heavens in White Heaven, it can even help me invade Heavenly Court. Now, with the fusion of both heavens, the 2 heavenly spirits of Black and White Heaven are also seemingly fusing together. No matter which side devours the other, they will gain a huge boost in strength and become the new core of the newly fused heaven. All sorts of reasons flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Over at the other side, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable made his decision. He charged towards Fang Yuan's direction, seemingly following his instincts. He had a huge body that was no longer human, but he had genuine rank 9 cultivation level. He was extremely fast and simply looked like he was teleporting in black heaven. Fang Yuan sighed, seeing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was getting closer. He took heaven form and started to fly away. The sun. The sun was something that existed in immemorial white heaven. It was the biggest counter to immemorial black heaven. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable devoured black heaven's heavenly spirit, he would also face such restrictions. Fang Yuan did not move all over the place. Firstly, heaven form was very unstable now. If he moved quickly, it might break apart. Secondly, the sun was a favorable environment for heaven form. And thirdly, if Fang Yuan went elsewhere to fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the other two venerables might sense his weakness and take action. Fang Yuan's main focus was to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus now. He had to stall for more time and complete the refinement. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable started to chase Fang Yuan. Black-colored gas spread out into countless chains that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted and used a bit of his attention to destroy the black chains. His speed rose again as he approached the sun. As the distance shortened, the intense heat and light forced Fang Yuan to shut his eyes. If not for his defensive methods, he would have already been incinerated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased relentlessly. He spit out a grand soul river while shooting countless soul spears and triggering explosions. He used all sorts of methods to stop Fang Yuan, but midway, the sun's light limited the power of his methods. By the time they reached Fang Yuan, the methods broke apart by themselves. Heaven form was crying more pitifully now. The closer it got to the sun, the more light path and fire path Dao marks there were. Heaven form could not take much more. I can't get any closer, otherwise, heaven form is going to break apart. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He followed after the trail of the sun, maintaining a certain distance. But then, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finally arrived, he started to fight against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated. He had to defend heaven form while dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He also had to refine the rank 9 Immortal GU. Thoughts were being consumed rapidly in his mind. His immortal essence reserves reached a critical level. The situation was perilous. This could not go on. If he fought now, his weakness would be exposed. Obscured heavenly secret could not hide anything in that case. A ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He knew that those two venerables were currently watching the commotion here with their full attention. I can only sacrifice heaven form now. At the next moment, Fang Yuan secretly activated obscured heavenly secret. But this time, the heaven form immortal material he chose to expend was the core of heaven form, the immemorial white heavenly spirit. Heaven form cried out as it looked at its master in fear. But in a few breaths of time, it vanished from existence entirely. A vast number of heaven path Dao marks that piled into a dense mountain shrouded Fang Yuan immediately. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became enraged. Fang Yuan had destroyed heaven form in front of him and left nothing behind. At the next moment, Soul Path Killer moves erupted. Attacks surged like a huge tidal wave in the sky. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He turned around and flew towards the sun. Chapter 2234, Refinement completed. Fang Yuan pushed with his palm as a rainbow light shot out. With a loud sound, the rainbow light expanded by tens of times its original size. The huge heavenly beam swept around and destroyed all of the surrounding soul smoke. After getting a clear path, Fang Yuan raised his speed and successfully broke out of the soul smoke. At once, the intense sun filled Fang Yuan's vision. The terrifying light and heat wiped out the soul smoke that trailed behind him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted furiously, tearing its thin layer of soul smoke and chasing again. Still following me. Cold light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. At the crucial moment, he sacrificed the white heavenly spirit. Without the burden of heaven form, it was like he had put down a mountain on his back. Earlier, he could not get close to the sun because of heaven form. Without this worry anymore, Fang Yuan approached the sun even more closely. The terrifying white light almost blinded his eyes. The temperature rose intensely. Even with 3 defensive methods, Fang Yuan still felt difficulty in breathing. He was covered in perspiration. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was behind him, activated killer moves again. Hundreds of arms that were thick as huge trees appeared. Black smoke surged from his body, spreading to the surrounding few li. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable got closer to Fang Yuan while covered in thick smoke. He wants to use a battlefield killer move to trap me. Surprise flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes as he took action to destroy the black smoke. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable immediately suffered a backlash, his aura weakened greatly. Most of Fang Yuan's attention was on Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had not stopped focusing on the matter of refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Frankly speaking, the current Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was giving Fang Yuan very little pressure. The lack of sanity was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's greatest weakness. Like earlier, he followed his instincts and tried to use a battlefield killer move to trap Fang Yuan. It was too stupid. Fang Yuan easily broke it and caused him to suffer a huge backlash. Earlier in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth were inside the door of life and death. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had incomparable battle strength then. But now, without the Soul Path environment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's threat became much lower. And most importantly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a good condition now. He must have paid a huge price to deal with that hole in Crazed Demon Cave. This means that the hole has likely been fixed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable already. Fang Yuan knew that if there was a hole in the world boundary, the Heavenly Tao would use methods to heal itself. But because the chaos outside surged endlessly, self-healing was very difficult. The larger the hole, the more difficult it would be. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created a hole that needed several Venerables to work together to mend it. But the hole in Limitless Demon Venerable's Crazed Demon Formation was the smallest. The formation resisted the chaos and kept the hole small, allowing Crazed Demon Cave to exist for so long. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable went to fix this hole. He used his own foundation to resist the surging chaos, allowing the Heavenly Tao to have an opportunity to fix it. Thus, there was no surprise in this outcome. If the hole still existed, with Heavenly Court's stance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable away. The truth was, if the hole was still around, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not come out either. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, he would focus on the hole as his first priority. It is a pity that ghostly concealment has no effect, otherwise, I can get away from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan inherited Thieving Heaven True Inheritance's ghostly concealment, but the Venerables knew about this. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had ways to counter it. Ghostly concealment was created in Thieving Heaven's time. After 300,000 years, it is already outdated in the Venerable's eyes. Fang Yuan wanted to modify it too, but he lacked Theft Path and Soul Path attainment levels. But even without ghostly concealment, Fang Yuan could still get away from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. At the next moment, the battlefield killer move that he prepared for a long time activated. The killer move expanded and enveloped Fang Yuan. It then condensed into a small dot and vanished completely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked the original spot with countless attacks, but there was no effect. He could only move around the area while growling in anger. I cannot waste this chance, such an opportunity will not come again. Inside the battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus with his full strength. This was his last chance. Within 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, flames surged as an icy river melted. Pieces of rank 9 immortal materials were placed into the fire like cheap vegetables. At the core of the fire, there was a droplet of red liquid. It was as dense as molten lava. The red molten liquid was covered in a layer of golden radiance. It slowly dripped onto Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Under Fang Yuan's full control, the red molten liquid slowly permeated and spread around the surface of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. All of the GU immortals were silent and did not dare to breathe heavily. Because they knew that these last few steps were the most crucial. If he fails, rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would be heavily damaged or even destroyed. Fang Yuan went missing. At the moment Fang Yuan entered the battlefield killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used their strongest investigative methods. Under the protection of obscured heavenly secret, they only saw that Fang Yuan went into the battlefield. They did not find out the truth that he was refining GU. So he used this move after all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was sane, Fang Yuan would not do something so stupid. But because he was currently unable to think, It was a brilliant decision to do this and avoid him. He wants to use the sun to weaken Spectral Soul. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable guessed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed at the spot where Fang Yuan vanished, but the sun was still moving forward. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and gave a suggestion to work together. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not help but feel moved. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not suggest to make a move on Fang Yuan. Instead, her new target was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not clear-headed now. He had also left the door of life and death. Even though he had venerable cultivation level, he was the weakest one. Now was the best time to kill him. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable regained his sanity, then there would be a new chess player in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. That was something neither of the 3 venerables wanted to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not only contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she also spoke to Fang Yuan. This old woman is brewing a good scheme. Not only did she get Immortal GU from me, she also refined Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks. After destroying my heaven form, she wants to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. The methods of Wisdom Path GU. Immortals usually came consecutively, they were hard to deal with over time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the strongest Wisdom Path GU Immortal in history. Her methods and schemes made even Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wary. However, it was undeniable that this suggestion was very tempting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in such a state, he had strength but not sanity, he was the best prey. Normally, I will definitely be moved. But now, refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan still agreed to the suggestion. It was too suspicious if he refused. On one hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable might think that he was lacking immortal essence and did not want to take action, it might cause them to pincer attack him. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan hid in the corner, the 2 venerables would not truly fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They did not want him to reap the benefits as a spectator after all. Currently, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the 6th drop of red molten liquid had already entered Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Fang Yuan agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while contacting Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, I'm afraid Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a deeper scheme in mind. Don't forget that she once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is likely that she will use this to weaken him before attempting to take control again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable responded quickly. Heavenly Court is still very strong, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's schemes are unfathomable. However, we must try to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he regains his sanity, it will be a problem for us all. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion. This was beneficial to him after all. He had abundant immortal essence now. If everyone fought, they would use up immortal essence, his advantage would become even greater. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went into the 2 heavens. They started to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After a few rounds, under the urging of the 2 venerables, Fang Yuan had to cancel his battlefield killer move and join in the fight with his main body. If he did not go out, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would break his battlefield killer move together and force him out. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not think clearly now. He was helpless against a battlefield killer move, but the 2 venerables were different. Starlight shined while golden light surged. Fang Yuan's totem killer moves also followed after them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was encircled and ganged up on. He landed in a pathetic state and lost several hundred arms. He retaliated fiercely with soul rivers and black soul lightning balls that exploded continuously. His main target was still Fang Yuan. If he devoured the white heavenly spirit, his ability to think would return. Is that why he hates me so much? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth but did not dodge. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he reached the final step. The 99th molten liquid landed on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and started to spread. Fang Yuan's vision turned dark, his body was covered in the cries and screams of anguished souls. Multiple layers of defensive killer moves erupted as Fang Yuan bled from his 7 orifices, his soul was shaking intensely. Did he make a mistake? The 2 venerables retreated to the side. In the earlier situation, Fang Yuan should have had time to dodge. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other. They did not make a move. They would not save Fang Yuan of course, but due to conflicting Dao marks, if they attacked him, they would be weakening the soul path attack. Using this chance created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack, Fang Yuan stalled for the last bit of time he needed. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool erupted with unparalleled light. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully elevated at this moment. Its rank 9 aura surged like a tsunami, spreading rapidly and filling the entire aperture. Chapter 2235, Spectral Soul Alone is Nothing to Fear. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. And above rank 5, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus that he obtained from Xianxia sect was finally raised to rank 9 at this moment. This rank 9 Immortal GU still had jade green lotus leaves, its surface was bright and smooth, like it had a layer of glaze. At the center of the lotus, there was the bud of a lotus flower. The lotus flower had pure white jade-like petals, they were flawless and perfect, seemingly out of this world. Once rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was refined, it activated on its own, absorbing the surrounding primeval energy to convert them into clear dew beads. These pure dew beads gathered as they flowed along the glazed leaves, gathering into the bud at the center droplet by droplet. The white jade flower bud absorbed the dew droplets and started to turn pink at the top. Fang Yuan personally refined this Immortal GU, he was clear about this, the white jade flower bud would gather more dew droplets and turn from white to pink, and from pink to bright red. When the flower petals turned red completely, it would bloom and reveal the jade green lotus pod inside. Within the lotus pod, there would be 81 lotus seeds, each of them was a yellow apricot Immortal Essence bead. After the yellow apricot Immortal Essence beads were extracted, the lotus flower would contract and turn white again. Next, it would absorb the clear dew droplets and restart the process again. Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Vital GU, ranked 6th on the Immortal GU list. Information flashed past Fang Yuan's mind, all of them proved the immense value of this Immortal GU. But the truth was, Fang Yuan knew that this 6th placing of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was too much of an underestimate. Before Fate GU was destroyed, Venerables were invincible, they ruled their own era as the sole supreme entity. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and became the richest Venerable in history in terms of Immortal Essence, this advantage was useless in his life. In his era, he was the only Venerable, he had no use for most of his rank 9 Immortal Essence. Without any opponent, even an expert could only live his life mundanely. But now was different, Fate GU was destroyed and the reign of 3 Venerables appeared, others might even revive later. O Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, in my hands, you will shine brightly like never before. This result made all the earlier risks worth it, even though he paid a terrifying price. Adding in his earlier failures, Fang Yuan used up 30% of his rank 9 wood path immortal materials. The crisis is not over yet, Fang Yuan analyzed calmly to himself. Surrounding him, a black soul river surged endlessly. Break! Fang Yuan shouted, and activated his killer move. He barged out like a shooting star. Without the GU refinement burdening his thoughts, he had a lot of usable strength now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked again while Fang Yuan retreated. Fang Yuan, let's cooperate to attack him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reminded. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also stared at Fang Yuan intently. He used luck path methods unceasingly to try and see how much immortal essence Fang Yuan still had. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. His expression was livid as he said angrily, "Are you two bullying me because of my age? We were all meant to attack together, but I ended up facing the brunt of his attacks. Not only did you two not help me, you even let Spectral Soul Demon Venerable go off while you watched this by the sidelines. Is this your so-called cooperation?" Saying so, he activated a compound killer move as yellowish-brown light shot out to block Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent before smiling and saying, "Fang Yuan, you are mistaken. Even though we cooperated, our Dao marks conflict, making a move would have had negative effects instead." Saying this, she waved her hand as a large amount of stardust landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, breaking several hundred of his arms. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also took action. Golden light descended like sand and grinded away at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Fang Yuan relaxed his mind at this moment. He sighed to himself as he thought, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is really useful. The situation earlier was simply too perilous. As long as the two venerables sensed something wrong with Fang Yuan, they would attack him without restraint. But at that worst timing, he had too little immortal essence and could not fight them. If they attacked him, Fang Yuan would have no choice but to try and run. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the white heavenly spirit anymore, this was still a worthwhile trade-off. Even with all of Fang Yuan's methods, it was only because he expended the white heavenly spirit that he could deceive both venerables at such a close range. But Fang Yuan did not know how long he could continue to deceive them. As Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared, he activated Burning Soul Bursting Luck to block Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Golden Sand. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still charged at Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan destroyed the white heavenly spirit, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bore huge hatred towards him. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not fight back with force, he flew towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead. The three venerables fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They had their own positions that were far away from each other. But now, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable moved quickly, they got close to her rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly as starlight flew out of her mouth and rained down like a storm. The starlight rain surrounded Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body like a river while shooting stars of various sizes shot out of the ripples. Instantly, countless flying stars appeared in the battlefield. It was a dazzling sight. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had such a move to summon so many stardust specks in a short period of time. Fang Yuan shook internally. These stardust specks were harmless to him. He only had to wipe them to refine all of these star marks. He had the perfect counter to this combat system. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not do that. Because he was not sane, after getting hit by the stardust specks, his body became covered in injuries. He roared angrily, but his injuries accumulated. Good chance. Fang Yuan turned around and fought again. He unleashed another killer move. This was a refinement path method. The killer move shined with intense radiance, enveloping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and eroding his soul beast body wherever the light went. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply as she shouted, "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" The reason was that although Fang Yuan hurt Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with this move, the Refinement Path Killer move was also used on the Star Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan got rid of over half the star marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable accumulated over this time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited from this and went back to a relaxed state. A small blunder, it is just a mistake. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. After a few rounds went by, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also frowned. He spoke with a tone of anger. "Fang Yuan, what are your true intentions?" Fang Yuan said innocently, "I am trying to attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable along with you. But we have conflicting Dao marks, and a lack of cooperation normally. This will get better if we continue to fight." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly together. Fang Yuan was doing this on purpose. He was acting like a nuisance, disrupting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks. After a few more rounds, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted angrily, "Fang Yuan, enough is enough. The immemorial soul beasts you released are all countered by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable." After devouring them, he recovered by 30%. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "I did not know that he had such methods." Saying so, he brought out a few more immemorial soul beasts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight specks. She stared at Fang Yuan and said in an icy cold tone, "You are still letting more out." Fang Yuan smiled plainly. "Star Constellation, don't worry, I used a method on these immemorial soul beasts. This is part of my plan. Just watch." Not long after, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable saw that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were recovering even more rapidly. His mental energy also recovered as well. Before the two venerables questioned him, Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "Oh, it seems that my plan failed." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stayed silent while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to speak, but Fang Yuan suddenly snorted coldly, "Give me a minute, I need to prepare a powerful method." Saying so, he flew up to the sky and looked down at the battlefield. The two venerables looked at each other before taking action to obstruct Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After Fang Yuan's preparation, a huge field of fire clouds appeared above him. From them, flaming meteors descended. They were all around the size of mountains. there was a long trail behind them as they crashed into Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Following his instincts, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared towards the sky, but he saw that these meteors flew past him without landing on him at all. Countless meteors flew across the battlefield, descending rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned colder as her eyes sparked like lightning. Star Constellation chessboard appeared above her head. A large number of pieces flew out of the chessboard and hit the flaming meteors rapidly, destroying them. Fang Yuan was confused. Star Constellation, what are you doing? These flaming meteors are very useful to me, I have a second move to use with them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. If I did not stop them, these meteors would have pierced the heavenly wind chi wall and landed in Central Continent. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Star Constellation, we are trying to kill a venerable, are you unwilling to pay a small price like this? If this happened in Eastern Sea, I would not have interfered. With this level of sincerity, you think we can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable today? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't go overboard. Among the three of us, who do you think has the least sincerity? Fang Yuan's expression also turned cold. Star Constellation, do you think I am such a person? To kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I gave you multiple Immortal GU and even lost my Heaven Form killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were speechless. It was clearly Fang Yuan's poor planning that got him targeted. He was too weak and unable to protect his rank 9 killer move, but now, from his tone, he wanted to seek compensation from them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable spoke. Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is targeting you. The two of us are helping you to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. But Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Do I need your help? I can easily take care of this. You two can return to Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. I will fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in Central Continent and Northern Plains to the best of my abilities, and I will take his life in the end. Just Spectral Soul alone is nothing to fear. Chapter 2236 Secretly Unsealing Truthful Floating Ice. Fang Yuan said while unsealing more immemorial soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable moved rapidly, grabbing these immemorial soul beasts and devouring them into his stomach. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids were twitching while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression turned dark. Earlier, Fang Yuan emphasized on the words, Central Continent, Northern Plains. He was clearly using these regions to threaten them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suggested that they should kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Regardless of her motive, this suggestion itself was a good one. But because of Fang Yuan's actions, he was clearly disrupting the two venerables and using it as a threat to extort something from them to make up for his losses this time. The two venerables smiled coldly to themselves. They understood why he would do this. If they placed themselves in Fang Yuan's perspective, they would do the same thing. After all, Fang Yuan was a new venerable. He did not have a deep foundation like the other two. He lacked immortal essence as well. These reasons caused him to lag behind the two venerables. If they fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would face the greatest risk. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was killed, in terms of snatching battle spoils, because Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence and would not be able to last longer in combat, it was likely that he could not outdo these two venerables. In fact, after they kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, if he runs out of immortal essence, the two of them would attack him immediately. Fighting in this situation was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. As for the two venerables, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable secretly transmitted. Giant Sun, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable spent a lot of immortal essence to guard Heaven Form. He is currently at his weakest. You know that he is a greater threat than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Why don't we? Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable interrupted. Star Constellation, you can make a move first, I will support you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted. Giant Sun, your words lack sincerity. Whoever attacked Fang Yuan first would face his retaliation first. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said that nicely, but if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked, would he still help? What was in his best interests was to watch Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable fight it out. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to work with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to fight against Fang Yuan. The truth was, she felt more wary against Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also wanted to see Fang Yuan's death. They all knew that Fang Yuan had the least amount of immortal essence among them. But how low was low? They had to make sure of this quantity first. According to their investigative methods, Fang Yuan still had a portion of his immortal essence reserves. If either of the two venerables wanted to kill Fang Yuan, they would need to pay a terrifying price. And in this situation with three venerables, they simply could not take the risk. The two venerables working together was the best choice for them. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not trust each other at all. They were also worried that if they forced Fang Yuan's hand, he might attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Normally speaking, GU Immortals had their own unspoken rules, they would not attack mortals or GU Masters. This was something very disgraceful, especially for a Venerable, their pride would not allow them to make such actions. But with Fang Yuan's principles and bottom line, he would not hesitate to do so. Both Venerables agreed on this point with no uncertainty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the most protective of his descendants, how could he allow Fang Yuan to slaughter them openly? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second immortal king of Heavenly Court, how could she watch as Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects get destroyed by Fang Yuan? She would become a great sinner of Heavenly Court. Thus, both Venerables did not dare to act excessively. Sigh, now it seems that we cannot kill Fang Yuan or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable this time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself, in that case, what's the point of wasting time here? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to retreat now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was thinking of the same thing. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable still felt some grudge towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He transmitted to her secretly, I have to say, Star Constellation, if you really want to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to deal a blow to Fang Yuan, you should have stalled for more time so that he would waste more immortal essence on heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. The fusion of the two heavens was short and intense, now is the most unstable moment, it is extremely hard to sustain heaven form. Fang Yuan is a refinement path venerable, with his ability, he should have been able to protect the killer move while resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Who could have thought that he would resolutely sacrifice the white heavenly spirit and give up on this rank 9 killer move? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed an expression of pity. She did not know the truth. Fang Yuan had done his best at that time, the refinement of a rank 9 immortal GU took too much of his attention, he had no choice but to give up on heaven form. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed as well, Star Constellation, don't you understand? Even though Fang Yuan is a demon, he is extremely cautious. He seems to be taking huge risks at times, but he is extremely vigilant inside. Although many of his actions seemed rash and risky, he had done so because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, he was greatly assured. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, she did not want to talk with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable secretly anymore, she spoke out loud, in that case, forget about it. We'll meet again, everyone. Saying so, she turned around to leave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan and left just as quickly as her. Fang Yuan purposely moved slightly slower than them, he was stunned before retreating, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable pursued him. Fang Yuan transmitted to the two Venerables, you two left so abruptly, you still want to talk about sincerity. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has lost his sanity, are you going to let him slaughter the innocent lives in the world? You two are so cruel, you are vicious people, how can you call yourselves immortal venerables? After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable heard his words, they could not help but think of his mistakes earlier which helped to heal Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable kept quiet and did not reply, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled and said, Fang Yuan, we underestimated you in Crazed Demon Cave which resulted in your success. But now, you have to work harder, there is no need to say such things in the future. How can simple words affect the battle between venerables? Powerless excuses will only sound like the expression of the weak. Good, good, good. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said these words forcefully before he went silent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bore deep hatred towards Fang Yuan, even though the two venerables left, he still chased Fang Yuan relentlessly. After Fang Yuan toyed around with him for some time, he used the same trick to activate a battlefield killer move and conceal himself again. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his target, he remained at the area and growled angrily, refusing to leave for a long time. Good, while Fang Yuan is trapped, I can use this chance to refine Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable returned to Heavenly Court and said in satisfaction as she saw this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was still on the way back to Northern Plains, he thought. In this contest of 3 venerables, Fang Yuan suffered the greatest losses. Not only did he lose the rank 9 killer move Heaven Form and several immortal GU, he also expended some immortal essence. If he was not crafty enough to help Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he will be in a worse state. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined many Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks. The size surpassed the Luck Path Dao marks that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined in Central Continent. The reason was because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's emphasis was on Fang Yuan's Eastern Sea. Although he refined some Central Continent Luck Path Dao marks, the total quantity was only half of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not assured. After returning to Longevity Heaven, he used Luck Path investigative methods. With some buzzing sound, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable first checked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck. It had gotten slightly stronger. He looked at Fang Yuan's luck. It was still the same broken furnace as earlier. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable then inspected his own luck and frowned lightly. Even though my luck grew stronger, the external threat has grown significantly. What is going on? Where is this threat coming from? There were too few things that could threaten a venerable. Fang Yuan, no way. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head. The other venerables, like the possible revival of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or others. The most likely ones are from Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gained a lot this time, while Heavenly Court's 2 other Immortal Venerables have yet to revive. It seems that my greatest enemy is still Heavenly Court. In comparison, although Fang Yuan is a venerable, his foundation is too thin. In the contest of venerables, 1 step behind will cause him to lag by many steps later. In the future, if we maintain our advantage, we can just guard against his possible retaliation. Currently, in terms of venerable battle strength, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the least threatening. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the strongest, especially in Longevity Heaven. Using his previous life's Dao marks, he could forcefully inspect the luck of the other venerables. This was something that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not do. But in the outside world, without Longevity Heaven's Luck Path Dao marks, even if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used similar methods, he could not reach such an effect. Maybe I can try to attack Heavenly Court. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly had such a thought. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refines Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks, she would receive a greater amplification than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. This was because not only had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contributed her own immortal aperture into it, all of the previous generation Wisdom Path GU Immortals had also done the same, becoming part of Heavenly Court's foundation. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable soon shook his head, rejecting this idea. Firstly, he did not have Heaven Form. The Luck Path method he used to invade Heavenly Court earlier had been dismantled. He could not get in easily anymore. Secondly, fighting against Heavenly Court's Star Constellation Immortal Venerable now would expend his immortal essence. It would allow Fang Yuan to catch up. In the contest of 3 venerables, neither can make a move easily. We need more situations like today's to truly claim victory. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. He did not stay in Longevity Heaven for long. He went back to Northern Plains to refine the Luck Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not left yet. I'll show weakness for a while longer to relax the 2 venerables' guard. But undoubtedly, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is so useful. This was not the first time Fang Yuan praised this move. Right now, obscured heavenly secret's temporary Heaven Path Dao marks were extremely dense. They were like a huge fishing net that wrapped around his entire body. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, after the first blooming of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Fang Yuan gained 99 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. A flash of light sparked in Fang Yuan's eyes as yellow apricot immortal essence was rapidly expended. Soon, he activated a Heaven Path method. Using this Heaven Path killer move, he started to unseal the truthful floating ice that he obtained from Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2237, Heaven Path Master. The blue-white truthful floating ice was shrinking inch by inch. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan obtained several pieces of truthful floating ice. Among them, one was quite large. As yellow apricot immortal essence got rapidly expended, his Heaven Path Dao marks also grew in numbers rapidly. Fang Yuan's heaven path Dao marks had reached 240,000 already. After unsealing the truthful floating ice for 6 hours, his heaven path Dao marks grew by 60,000. 10,000 Dao marks per hour. It was quite a good gain. But this was not his own gain. Fang Yuan's rule path, wisdom path, transformation path, strength path, earth path, wood path, and others were rising. These paths correspond to limitless demon venerable, star constellation immortal venerable, reckless savage demon venerable, paradise earth immortal venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. These venerables all went into the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. They had their respective investments. No, that's not all. After unsealing the truthful floating ice for 16 hours, Fang Yuan found that his other paths, attainment levels were rising too. But the growth in the other paths was much smaller and almost unobservable. Only after a long time and with sufficient accumulation could there be any significant changes. Among all the paths, the attainment level that rose the most was Heaven Path. Fang Yuan's foundation in Heaven Path was actually very weak. He had only cultivated it for a short time after all. All of his foundation were obtained from predecessors, for example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Human Executing Heaven's Work, or Limitless Demon Venerable's Unrestrained Heavenly Mark Killer Move. Several days later in Sovereign Immortal Aperture, his Heaven Path Dao marks grew to 1,200,000. His Heaven Path attainment level went all the way from ordinary to master level. Fang Yuan stopped for now. He had expended over 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. If Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus had not bloomed once more during this period, Fang Yuan would not be able to keep up the expenditure. I need to save some immortal essence in case of a venerable battle. Fang Yuan carefully assessed his gains. The Heaven Path Master attainment level gave him a comprehensive growth. Regarding his Heaven Path GU recipes, killer moves, and the understanding of the Heavenly Tao, he had renewed insight and even deeper comprehension. The most crucial thing was the conflict of Tao marks. His earlier intuition was not wrong. After becoming a Heaven Path Master, he would be able to create a conflict Tao mark method to completely solve the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's problem. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had many different phenomena occurring. The origin was because of the non-conflicting Tao marks. They had fused too easily. Once conflict arose, Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be elevated to a new level. It would regain peace. Fang Yuan immediately used Wisdom Path methods to fully deduce the relevant killer move. Several days passed. Fang Yuan stored the battlefield killer move and left the immemorial two heavens. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed for a long time but eventually gave up. Now, he was rampaging in the immemorial two heavens while eating soul beast armies and also fighting against the sun. Fang Yuan had no heaven form killer move left. He could not sense Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who was far away. But Fang Yuan got back to Eastern Sea successfully. He landed deep in Eastern Sea and started to refine the natural refinement path Tao marks of Eastern Sea. At once, profound light surged as rank 9 aura spread like a tornado to the surroundings. The countless lifeforms nearby fled in fear. Song Clan's GU Immortals were the first ones alerted. After seeing this, they understood. Great Love Immortal Venerable was refining the natural refinement path Tao marks. Song Clan's first Supreme Elder quickly gathered the GU Immortals to discuss the matter. They wanted to meet Fang Yuan and offer him a gift. After all, Fang Yuan was currently in Song Clan's territory. However, they were soon informed by Wu Shuai that the members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance were not allowed to disturb Great Love Immortal Venerable now. Song Clan's members signed in relief, but they also felt disappointed. While Fang Yuan refined the natural Tao marks, he also continued deducing his Heaven Path killer moves. Not long after, he gained some results. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied yet. This newly deduced Heaven Path killer move was not much different from Paradise Earth's Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm was able to arrange Heaven Path Tao marks to allow the target to recover to their normal condition. It was the counter to battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan's deductions allowed Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm to go one step further. When used in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it could allow the environment of the Immortal Aperture to change into the environment of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The natural Tao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens were definitely conflicting. Thus, after converting them, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Tao marks would also conflict. If I use this killer move hundreds or thousands of times, my Sovereign Immortal Aperture will become like the 5 regions and 2 heavens. It will no longer have any strange phenomena. But in that case, I will lose my advantage of non-conflicting Dao marks, the losses will be too severe and I cannot cultivate all paths again. That was a cost Fang Yuan could not accept. Looking at the sovereign immortal aperture's advantage in its abnormal phenomena, the former was naturally more important. Can't the conflict appear and disappear according to my will? Segregating the locations of conflicting Dao marks like the time path zones. He had no idea on how to start realizing this concept. Maybe when his heaven path attainment level reaches Great Grand Master or higher, he might be able to achieve this. This time, Fang Yuan did not have any intuition regarding this, he could not be certain. Speaking of which, Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU is a human path rank 9 Immortal GU. To resolve my current problem, maybe I should target human path instead. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he saw a new direction to move towards. He had found the solution in terms of heaven path, but the price to pay was something that Fang Yuan could not accept. Would human path work? Back then, to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sacrificed the 10 extreme physiques. Speaking of human path research results, Fang Yuan thought of his clone who was trapped in Divine Emperor City. After Shen Sheng broke out of Divine Emperor City, he only brought back news of the clone who was still lurking inside Divine Emperor City. In the current world, Shen Sheng is definitely one of the top human path experts. If I want to get his human path research results, what sort of price should I pay? Oh, Fang Yuan left the two heavens and went back to Eastern Sea. He has started refining natural Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon heard of Fang Yuan's actions. Even though he has the least immortal essence, he became venerable through refinement path. In terms of refining Dao marks, it should be his expertise. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very concerned with Fang Yuan's speed of refining Dao marks. If Fang Yuan's efficiency was too high, she would join up with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan together. Otherwise, if he surpassed them in this aspect, it would be a huge problem for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to think about Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. The contest of 3 venerables had reached a new stage. Whichever venerable refined the most natural Dao marks would have the greatest advantage. When refining the Dao marks, I can multitask by modifying killer moves and changing my combat system. This will grant me an advantage in the future fight between the venerables. Star Eyes, Star Thought, Permanence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at these 3 immortal GU in her immortal aperture as her gaze became focused. After obtaining them from Fang Yuan, she had already inspected them 100 times but found no problems. Yet, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still a little suspicious. She was not a refinement path venerable after all. Although she had some achievements in refinement path, she could not compare to Fang Yuan at all. This was undeniable. It was like asking Fang Yuan to compare with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in Wisdom Path. They were not on the same level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had spent 100 years of time to refine rank 9 Wisdom GU in her previous life. Even if I find no issues with them, this does not mean that Fang Yuan did not tamper with them. But this possibility is quite small. I also have to use these immortal GU no matter what. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to take a risk. She cultivated Wisdom Path primarily with Star Path secondarily. Her combat system revolved around these 2 paths. But currently, her main method, the Stardust Killer move, was countered by Fang Yuan. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to gain an advantage in their future fight, she would need to modify it greatly. In her modification plan, Star Thought GU, Star Eyes GU, and Permanence GU had a huge role to play. Otherwise, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable request for Fang Yuan to make them? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable retracted his gaze from Eastern Sea. Now, I need to pay attention to Fang Yuan's refinement progress. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reminded himself while checking his own immortal essence reserves. He only had over 500 yellow apricot immortal essence beads left. The refinement of natural Dao marks expended a lot of immortal essence. Longevity Heaven could not produce immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was relying on his own rank 9 immortal aperture. The production speed was similar to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Be it Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court, the revived 2 venerables were on the same level as Fang Yuan. They had not gone through the first chaotic disaster. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture has immense foundation far surpassing me in Star Constellation. Thus, using the same amount of time, he can produce more immortal essence than us. Also, he has a large number of blood path immortal GU. Thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression turned a little dark. He cultivated luck path mainly with blood path on the side, he naturally needed a lot of blood path immortal GU. But Fang Yuan had refined many of them already, although they were kept at rank 6, immortal GU were unique. This ruined many of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's wonderful plans. Earlier, when guarding Heaven form, Fang Yuan negotiated with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He used these blood path immortal GU as the bargaining chip to haggle with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to get 3 immortal GU from Fang Yuan, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got none. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was brooding over this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knows that Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal aperture. As long as the latter's refinement speed is fast, I will contact her. It is unlikely that she will reject my offer to work together. By then, I will work with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to fight against Fang Yuan again. While expending his immortal essence, I can also extort those blood path immortal GU from him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made various plans. He did not know that Fang Yuan was in possession of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, thus, he was more wary of Heavenly Court now. But now, there was no opportunity for him to attack Heavenly Court or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's possession of those blood path immortal GU also greatly hindered his own blood path cultivation. Chapter 2238, Sunken Fish, Song Yi Shi. With the fusion of both heavens, the surface of the sea became light and dark at alternate times. The sun and moon appeared together, all living beings were sent into chaos. In addition to the reign of 3 venerables, this was an unprecedented situation. As tides ebbed and flowed, winds blew gently as Fang Yuan sat on a cloud, he slowly opened his eyes. He had already spent some time refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks, he had some insight now. Currently, he had already refined over half of Song Clan's territory in terms of refinement path Dao marks. The range had spread to Poetic Emotion Sea area in the northwest, and also Ascending Heaven Plain in the southeast. All the refinement path Dao marks in this area belonged to Fang Yuan. Currently, even without shutting his eyes, Fang Yuan could sense many things related to refinement path. He had an extremely clear understanding of the quantity and distribution of refinement path Dao marks in this area. All sorts of refinement path GU materials deep under the sea, the fish and shrimps that contained refinement path Dao marks, even the location of aquatic plants and others could be sensed by him. Currently, Fang Yuan had many thoughts in his mind, he needed to test them. He willed and stopped the refinement of Dao marks, instead, he used an investigative killer move. At the next moment, his gaze pierced through the sea and went thousands of li deep, seeing a huge fish. This fish was as large as a building with 5 to 6 stories of height. The fish had a sharp front and back, with a thick middle section, it was like a shuttle. The scales were gray-black and did not shine, they had a rough texture that felt like gravel. This was a sunken fish, it contained rule path and refinement path Dao marks. The sunken fish was at least an ancient desolate beast, there were also immemorial desolate beasts among them. Fang Yuan was looking at an immemorial desolate beast sunken fish. The sunken fish had a special trait, every few years, it would move its tail and come to the surface to breathe fresh air, that would cause it to be swept by the currents. And because it was heavy, it would continuously sink to the bottom while the currents moved it away. Whenever it moved its tail and exerted force to reach the surface, the scales of the sunken fish would fall off its body in the process. After it breathed enough fresh air, scales would grow on it again and it would become motionless, floating with the currents while sinking downwards. These scales that fell off its body seemed heavy but they were light and delicate, most would float to the surface of the sea. After a long time, these scales would be swept ashore, GU masters would pick them up and treat them as treasure. The sunken fish scales were crucial GU materials to refine beauty GU, they had high value. On this point, they were like the feathers of the falling goose. But to refine beauty, immortal GU, I will need to use both immortal materials, sunken fish scales and falling goose feathers. While looking at this sunken fish, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He had the same sensation as earlier when he refined Dao marks. If I refine the refinement path Dao marks in the sunken fish's body, what would happen? Fang Yuan had refined the Dao marks of the natural world earlier, it did not include the Dao marks of lifeforms like the sunken fish. Fang Yuan tried it out immediately, he chose a refinement path killer move and modified it a little to allow him to forcefully refine this sunken fish from a far distance. The forceful refinement had just started when the lazy sunken fish jolted like it was shocked by lightning. It moved its tail quickly and tried to swim far away. It erupted with speed that did not match its huge size. A huge current was formed in the sea because of the force generated. "Where are you going?" Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He activated another method. The sunken fish immediately stopped moving while Fang Yuan forcefully refined all of its refinement path Dao marks. After the refinement, Fang Yuan's sensation of the sunken fish became several times clearer. Fang Yuan let go of the restraint as the sunken fish regained freedom, but its emotions were very negative. There were fear, anger, numbness, sadness, and others. It was as if the fish was undergoing a turmoil and could not continue living its life. Fang Yuan slowly observed the sunken fish. He saw that it had stopped eating food. The food of the sunken fish was not seaweed or fish, it was underwater sea soil. Every few years, the scales on the fish would turn into ordinary GU materials or fall off on their own. They could not ensure its safety. Thus, it would sink to the bottom and eat a large amount of soil. This sunken fish that Fang Yuan tortured had lost most of its scales. Normally speaking, it should sink to the bottom of the sea and eat soil now. Did it lose the will to live after I brutally did that? Fang Yuan shook his head. He quickly used a wisdom path method. After some deductions, he understood the reason. The sunken fish ate sea soil to fill its stomach, but also to produce more scales. The source that produced its scales were the refinement path Dao marks on its body. Because of these refinement path Dao marks, it could digest the sea soil and draw nutrients from them, converting them into thick immortal material scales. But now, all of its refinement path Dao marks were refined by Fang Yuan. It lost this ability. Thus, even though it lacked scales, it did not attempt to eat sea soil. In order to test his findings, Fang Yuan used a food path killer move on this immemorial sunken fish. Soon, the sunken fish got hungry. This time, it chose to eat the sea soil. But good times did not last. Soil soon accumulated in its stomach but could not be digested quickly. If Fang Yuan did not dispel the food path killer move in time, the immemorial sunken fish would have died from stuffing itself with sea soil without being able to digest it. Fang Yuan used just a few methods to completely cripple an immemorial desolate beast. What if I return the Dao marks to it? Fang Yuan started to deduce again. He soon made a refinement path killer move that had an accompanying wisdom path killer move. Fang Yuan first used the wisdom path killer move to raise the mood of the sunken fish and started to guide it. Next, he used a refinement path method to teach the sunken fish to refine all of its refinement path Dao marks. Not long after, the sunken fish regained its refinement path Dao marks. Light returned to its eyes as its life became less bleak. The negative emotions also left it. It quickly refined the sea soil in its body and turned them into immortal material fish scales. Fang Yuan nodded. This result was in line with his guess. Next, he refined the refinement path Dao marks of the immemorial sunken fish again. The sunken fish, it fell into a state of intense and complex emotions like numbness, fear, anger, and shock. Fang Yuan used brute force to chase it away to the bottom of the sea, which had fewer refinement path Dao marks that Fang Yuan had already refined. As he expected, his sensation of this immemorial sunken fish became much weaker. But when Fang Yuan placed this immemorial sunken fish to a place with more refinement path Dao marks, his connection to the sunken fish became much clearer and stable. Fang Yuan waved his hand, seawater erupted, the refinement path Dao marks within 1 li were all destroyed by him. In his sensation, this place became somewhat like a black hole. After Fang Yuan placed the immemorial sunken fish into this black hole, he could not sense the sunken fish at all. This proves that my refinement path sensation is extended through the Dao marks. This is like how a spider uses its webs. Fang Yuan's refinement path sensation was limited to the areas where he had refined Dao marks. These last days, he stayed in the deepest part of Eastern Sea and built his own spider web. If here his prey left the range of the web, then he would not be able to sense anything. Fang Yuan felt quite satisfied about this discovery. Because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had also refined a portion of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks. As long as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not personally interact with this area of luck path Dao marks, he would not have any luck path sensation. He would not be able to use the Dao marks to do anything. Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable has immortal killer moves that can allow him to bypass distance and make use of the luck path Dao marks he refined in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan reminded himself. After confirming many guesses, Fang Yuan had a lot of gains. He did the same thing again and returned the immemorial sunken fish's Dao marks to it. After that, he stopped torturing the poor fish and let it swim away in fear and panic. Even though refinement path Dao marks are present all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are not evenly distributed. Some areas have more Dao marks while others have fewer. For me, the more abundant the refinement path Dao marks, the better. In that case, after I refine these Dao marks, my refinement path sensation will get stronger. When fighting or refining GU in such an environment, the amplification will be huge. What was this situation? Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He could sense an intense refinement path fluctuation from far away. Poetic emotion C area. Fang Yuan immediately used his investigative method and saw through the truth. He quickly found the source of the refinement path fluctuation. It was Song Yi Shi. Poetic emotion C area was the territory of Song Yi Shi. She had built a palace in the underwater volcano. Currently, she was cultivating in her palace. Her clothes were all taken off, exposing her snow-white flesh and slender figure. She was activating a water path killer move. Endless steam was produced. The steam covered her entire body, making her beautiful face even more alluring than normal. Fang Yuan understood at once. So that's it. He immediately deciphered that Song Yi Shi was practicing her water path defensive killer move. Eastern Sea Song clan specialized in water path. They had a signature water path inheritance called flowing water. This inheritance had defensive killer moves like non-corroding flowing water, emotionless flowing water, flowering flowing water and others. They guarded against poison path, wisdom path, and wood path respectively. There were also killer moves like flowing water carriage for movement, thin flowing water that reduced immortal essence expenditure, flowing water wine party that mimicked food path effect, or moving cloud flowing water that helped with killer move activation. Song Yi Shi is currently using non-corroding flowing water. This is a passive defensive method. The essence is to carve water path defensive killer move on the body. Once a poison path attack lands, it will activate on its own. This is a form of GU refinement in essence, except that the target is the GU Immortal's physical body. No wonder I can sense it. Fang Yuan realized and took a close look. He had incredible attainment levels. He was a supreme Grand Master in refinement path and a great Grand Master in water path. After looking for a while, he deciphered all of the profundities of non-corroding flowing water. Fang Yuan gained some interest. It was a great opportunity. He had new ideas to test out. Chapter 2239, Same Origin. Song Yi Shi cultivated for 6 hours before stopping her killer move. She let out a breath of air and opened her eyes. She saw that a lump of steam that was vague and illusory flowed from her arms to her legs, finally stopping at her chest. Song Yi Shi looked at the steam and felt joyful internally. At this rate, I can complete my cultivation of this non-corroding flowing water killer move in half a month. Strange, why did this cultivation session feel more effective than before? Is it just me? Song Yi Shi shook her head slightly. She inspected her immortal essence. There was little immortal essence left. She also lacked immortal essence stones now. Sigh, Heavenly Court is the source of immortal essence stones. Once they stopped distributing those, the entire market's immortal essence stones fell greatly in number. I have grandfather's help in secret, but all other GU immortals should be having a tougher time. Song Yi Shi sighed to herself. If she had enough immortal essence stones, she would use them to replenish her immortal essence now to continue cultivating the non-corroding flowing water killer move. But now, she had to slow down and let her immortal essence produce immortal essence naturally. After it accumulates to a degree, she could resume her cultivation. After I complete the non-corroding flowing water killer move, I will move on to emotionless flowing water. My clan's flowing water inheritance is our signature inheritance. It is renowned in Eastern Sea, being quite exceptional even in the 5 regions. Passive defensive killer moves are rare to begin with. Normally speaking, GU immortals can only cultivate one of them. They cannot stack many passive defensive killer moves. But my clan's flowing water inheritance has a unique concept. It is ingenious. By using the same core, we can stack passive defensive killer moves. Thinking of this, Song Yi Shi felt a little proud of her background. But soon, such emotions vanished. Sigh, I am still far from success. After completing emotionless flowing water, I will undergo tribulation and reach rank 7. With the contest of 3 venerables and the fusion of 2 heavens, the 5 regions' chaotic war may erupt at any time. Song Yishi was originally the prized jewel of her clan. She was doted on by her grandfather and received the support of the clan, having no lack of resources. Her incredible appearance also made her one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. But her carefree life could no longer return. The situation was changing too rapidly. Song Yishi felt no sense of assurance at all. Currently, all of Eastern Sea's righteous path super forces had joined Fang Yuan's side. This was something unimaginable in the past. The external pressure forced Song Yishi, this prized jewel, to have an intense urge to cultivate. Especially when Song clan's first supreme elder, Song Qi Yuan, who was also her grandfather, gave Song Yishi some exciting news. In the letter, Song Qi Yuan nagged endlessly before mentioning the orders of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. They were going to pick a number of merfolk GU immortals from the Merman Imperial Court to live in sovereign immortal aperture. Even though Fang Yuan did not specify the ratio of male to female he wanted, the Merman Imperial Court purposely chose some female immortals with the most beautiful appearances and elegant demeanors. In addition, Fang Yuan had never been known to have any love interests. He had always faced great external pressure all the way until he became a venerable. Now that he could rival Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, his pressure fell immensely. Along this train of thought, Song Qi Yuan mentioned Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became venerable, he took in all the beauties of the world and created 5 harem palaces. Afterwards, he mentioned the other venerables. All the 10 venerables had partners in their lives, only the number was different. Even the unmarried star constellation Immortal Venerable had once been in love. It involved a certain variant human GU Immortal. Song Qi Yuan vaguely suggested an idea in order to probe the intention of his beloved granddaughter. If Great Love Immortal Venerable wants to choose a wife or concubine, will Song clan offer me to him? Initially, Song Yishi was very angry. But a few days later, she calmed down and thought about it rationally. Grandfather will not force me, he is only raising this possibility and wants to see if I am willing to do so. However, if Great Love Immortal Venerable orders this personally like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and wants to collect beauties, how can I escape? How can Song clan protect me? Song Yishi, who had always been proud as a crane, felt bitter and helpless internally after she realized this. If such a situation occurs, I cannot burden this clan which nurtured and raised me. Grandfather loves me so deeply, he funded me and gave me water clothing Immortal GU secretly. If not for this Immortal GU, how could I have modified the killer move and successfully cultivated the flowing water inheritance? How can I repay him? How can I let my unwillingness lead to Song clan's extermination? How can I be this selfish? Song Yishi thought of this and felt a deep sense of guilt internally. Along this thought, she thought of the deeper aspect. If Great Love Immortal Venerable has such intentions, for the sake of the clan, I need to offer myself to him. Why should I wait until then? Why can't I go further and take the initiative instead? If I can succeed, by just sacrificing myself, I will ensure the prosperity of Song clan for countless years. Sigh, I'll stop thinking about this. Fang Yuan did not know that just one order from him led to such distorted thoughts of his subordinates. In fact, Fang Yuan did not know that Song Yishi was having complex emotions now. He was looking at his recent gains. When Song Yishi cultivated, Fang Yuan had secretly used methods through the refinement path Dao marks in poetic emotion C area to help her out. Fang Yuan gave it a simple try. The effort was as mild as breathing, but Song Yishi's cultivation gains rose by at least 10%. If I use my full effort, Song Yishi's cultivation efficiency will rise by tens of times. She is undergoing water path cultivation, because it is a passive defensive method. It has something to do with refinement path. If this were a genuine GU refinement attempt, my influence would be even greater. This means that I can use refinement path to help others refine GU. At the same time, I can also ruin their attempts. Or at least, without my permission, nobody can refine an immortal GU in my refinement path Dao mark domain. This was terrifying. The power of a venerable was displayed at its fullest. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but he also had a heavy mood. If his refinement path could have such an influence, it meant that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have the same influence in Luck Path and Wisdom Path. If I refine all the refinement path Dao marks in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, while invigilating the world at all times, if any GU Immortal tries to refine Immortal GU, I will be able to ruin the attempt. In that case, can I make it such that only my faction can refine immortal GU? Fang Yuan thought of this problem. But soon, he shook his head. If GU immortals refined GU in their own immortal apertures, Fang Yuan could not influence them. Because immortal apertures were isolated worlds of their own. But if a GU immortal refined GU outside, Fang Yuan would be able to sense and influence it. Putting aside the issue of Song Yi Shi, Fang Yuan placed his attention on a certain coral group deep in the sea. These corals contained abundant refinement path GU materials. They were a natural refinement path resource point of heaven and earth. They had very high value but had not been discovered by anyone. Fang Yuan pondered and searched meticulously. He used time path killer moves to observe the formation of this coral group. Why did such a refinement path resource point form? Thousands of years ago, there was nothing here. But a sunken fish died here. The refinement path and rule path Dao marks of the sunken fish spread out and influenced the surroundings. After a few hundred years, the sunken fish's corpse decomposed entirely, while the environment also stabilized. Initially, all sorts of fish and shrimps came here in groups. Afterwards, middle-sized and large-sized beasts also moved here. The sea currents were turbulent, causing seeds and corals to be swept over. After thousands of years of development and natural selection, due to lucky opportunities and evolution, this resource point was created now. Fang Yuan's focus was on the refinement path Dao marks of the coral group. For thousands of years, the refinement path Dao marks here had been increasing and decreasing, being extremely unstable. Eventually, the group grew to this size. As long as I replicate the development of this refinement path resource point, with enough time, I can create such a refinement path resource point anywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, there was an easier method, which was to directly create a refinement path formation and consume immortal materials to create an environment that was similar to this coral resource point. But this method needed the formation to have some immortal GU, it also expended immortal essence. Meanwhile, creating a refinement path resource point through a naturally developed Dao mark distribution would not expend immortal essence or require immortal GU. In truth, Fang Yuan had always been using the latter method for his development of the sovereign immortal aperture. By setting up immortal formations everywhere, he instantly created resource points. For example, the earth vein nodes and water vein nodes were all formations that he created. These formations not only used immortal GU, there were also formations that used immortal resources as the core. This was a quick method that needed very little time, but the cost was very high. While natural development had low costs, no immortal GU was needed, while immortal materials were slowly accumulated naturally, but the time needed was too long. No matter which method it is, they have the same origin, they are all just killer moves. Immortal formations were killer moves, while naturally derived Dao mark distribution was also a type of passive killer move. It was just that this killer move was not defensive but was used to develop an environment. Wait, Fang Yuan thought of the killer moves divine concealment, ghostly concealment, and spaceless tunnel. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment both created thick and dense clothing of Dao marks on the soul, they were like tightly weaved silk clothing. They did not expend immortal essence and were passive defensive killer moves. Additionally, spaceless tunnel was created by thieving heaven demon Venerable as well. It was used in various places of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, shortening travel distance. This killer move from 300,000 years ago was still active now, but with the fusion of 2 heavens, it should have already been mostly destroyed. The essence of these killer moves has no difference from the coral resource point. Fang Yuan thought of fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU. This immortal GU was a consumable GU that could give the GU immortal immense luck to rival the heavens after use, no longer consuming immortal essence anymore. What was the difference in essence between it and the coral resource point? Fang Yuan then thought of the incomplete refinement sea. This was the refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth that Lang Ya land spirit wanted to create with all his effort. What is a secluded domain of heaven and earth? It is merely an agglomeration of Dao marks of a specific path to form a certain special effect. Dang Hun Mountain produces Guts GU, while Qian Kun Crystal Wall can reflect everything that happens in this world. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are the extreme form of resource points, they are also the other aspect of GU worms and killer moves. Thus, everything has the same point of origin. Chapter 2240, Refinement Main, Heaven Specialty. Knowledge obtained from theory always feels shallow, one needs practice to understand it completely. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Understanding that all things had the same point of origin was one matter, putting it into practice was another. Fang Yuan completely comprehended the essence of killer moves like divine concealment and ghostly concealment, but he had done so through refinement path. Because of the limitation of theft path attainment level, he could not modify ghostly concealment yet. He had the ability to create refinement path killer moves similar to divine concealment and ghostly concealment, although it would be a difficult process and the price to pay would be great. During this period where the three venerables contested, if Fang Yuan invested a lot of his time and energy into creating a top-tier refinement path killer move, it would be too risky. The timing and opportunity did not allow Fang Yuan to do so. However, the refinement path resource points of the 5 regions and 2 heavens had a lot of value to him as references. After Fang Yuan simplified them and took out the true core, he would be able to modify them into mature passive killer moves that could be used to develop the Immortal aperture. Basically, these passive killer moves were very rare among killer moves, they had great value. The most common ones were defensive methods. Song Yi Shi's pride came from this reason. Duke Long only had one of such a move too, it was called 9 Dragons. Protection. As far as Fang Yuan knew, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created no more than 5 of such killer moves like Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment in his life. The creation of a killer move starts with the use of multiple GU worms by a predecessor to gain experience gradually. The GU cultivation predecessors took reference to the innate abilities of the living beings in the 5 regions and 2 heavens to rapidly establish the foundation of killer moves. Until today, the GU cultivators had already hit the limit of this world. For example, Duke Long created the Dragonman race, Lang Yalan Spirit created an artificial secluded domain, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created soul beasts, he turned all sorts of soul path killer moves into Dao marks that were carved onto soul beasts to grant them innate abilities. All of these accomplishments showed that GU cultivators had already rivaled the natural world, they were able to grasp the profundity of heaven and earth. And Limitless Demon Venerable went one step further. He made an arrangement in Crazed Demon Cave, breaking the world boundary to create a whole and even making brand new heaven path Dao marks. He had surpassed the entire GU cultivator world single-handedly. This was the first time Fang Yuan was refining the refinement path Dao marks of the outside world. With his supreme Grand Master attainment level in manual practice, Fang Yuan gained a lot of insight. To conclude, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had a vast number of refinement path Dao marks, but they were not evenly distributed, some places were dense while others were sparse. These refinement path Dao marks were very stable and hard to change, normally speaking, their growth was extremely slow and needed a lot of time to accumulate. These refinement path Dao marks could be seen as the basis of the entire world's refinement path foundation. On this foundation, a large number of beasts, plants, and lifeless GU materials were produced and nurtured. These beasts and plants were related to refinement path, they were refinement path resources. Normally speaking, in places with dense refinement path Dao marks, the relevant resources would also be more abundant and high quality. In places with sparse refinement path Dao marks, there would be fewer refinement path resources and of lower quality. The refinement path Dao marks and resources had a deep influence on each other. For example, the coral group that Fang Yuan saw earlier was a refinement path resource point. The source was an immemorial sunken fish that died thousands of years ago, its refinement path Dao marks scattered in the surroundings and a portion was left behind in that location. The Dao marks that Fang Yuan refined here were the refinement path foundation of the world. Refinement path resources were not included in this. The natural Dao marks that Fang Yuan refined were like a huge spider web. As long as Fang Yuan was in range, he would be able to sense all refinement path activities within the web. This was the so-called refinement path sensation. Fang Yuan had a vague sensation of the refinement path resources, he could also sense the refinement path activities of GU cultivators. In places with dense refinement path Dao marks, the sensation would be more intense, stable, and clearer. For example, he would be able to find small-scale ordinary refinement path GU materials. Conversely, if the refinement path Dao marks were sparse, the refinement path sensation would be weaker. In those regions, Fang Yuan would only be able to sense refinement path immortal materials. If there was a hole in the spider web, or if a GU immortal refined GU in their immortal aperture, Fang Yuan would not sense anything. Using the refinement path Dao marks that he refined, Fang Yuan could influence everything in that range, he could interfere with the living beings as well as the natural environment. For example, he could help Song Yi Shi cultivate, strengthen refinement path resource points like the Coral Group, or even create a top-tier refinement path passive killer move, like Spaceless Tunnel, that could exist indefinitely. Simply using refinement path Dao marks to amplify his own strength was only the most basic use. From the angle of refinement path, in the entire GU cultivation world, the 5 regions and 2 heavens are just a giant immortal material. This immortal material comprises everything, it has Dao marks of all paths. Even though I became a refinement path venerable, I can only refine a portion of this huge immortal material. This is true for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and all other venerables. Owning a portion of heaven and earth, this is what a Dao Lord entails. The other venerables are only able to become the Lord of one Dao, but I am different. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks, he cultivated all paths. The other venerables could do one main path and one specialty path at best. Their main path would become their venerable path, while their specialty path would be used to fight and compete. In theory, Fang Yuan could cultivate all the paths and become a venerable of all paths. This was the intention of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he spent all his effort to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU. Fang Yuan had incomparable potential, the limit of his growth was unimaginable. The other venerables also know this. The only reason why they did not kill me is because I displayed incredible battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew that the price to kill me was too great, they could not take the backlash. Fang Yuan did not continue to refine Dao marks. He decided to stop for now. Even though Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus had bloomed again in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and gave him nearly 100 Immortal Essence beads again. Even though he had all sorts of refinement path methods to raise his refinement efficiency by many times, far surpassing the venerables. Refinement path most excelled in this aspect. In terms of refinement path, he far surpassed the other 2 venerables. This was the advantage of refinement path to begin with. However, I cannot display my advantage now, it will overly agitate those venerables. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Once he used his advantage, the 2 venerables would move. Although they felt that they had some advantage, if they saw that Fang Yuan's Dao mark refinement speed was so fast, they would not sit still, they would have to come and stop him. Fang Yuan was not afraid of getting attacked by them. After all, he had enough immortal essence reserves now. Although the quantity was not high, the 2 venerables could not kill him in a short time. As they fought, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would gradually accumulate an advantage for Fang Yuan. But there was no point in going this far. Most importantly, it would cause Fang Yuan's secret to be exposed, the existence of obscured heavenly secret. The loss was not worth the gain. Blindly using one's advantage was the biggest trap in life. Fang Yuan knew deeply that assessing the situation was most important. Next, I need to refine Dao marks with a slower speed. My efficiency should be around the same level as the 2 venerables, but I need to stop multiple times to pretend that I am out of immortal essence. Of course, I cannot be overly weak, otherwise, they will want to work together to get rid of me. Fang Yuan had a good grasp of this situation, he knew what to do. He had abundant life experience after all. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, all sorts of failure, pain, and losses became the valuable foundation that supported him. Keeping a low profile while profiting greatly. By the time I expose this secret, I am sure the 2 venerables will not be able to keep their cool. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot to inspect his luck again. His luck still resembled a furnace. Fang Yuan had inspected this many times already, he had some guesses about it. This was caused by his status as a refinement path venerable. His luck's appearance was stabilized and would not change for a period of time. The furnace was still quite crude, it had cracks remaining. But from the vast number of cracks, 2 or 3 of them had mended. This was because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already completed the first earth vein, the second one was on the way. It had also completed the first water vein. These were all helping to stabilize his foundation. And compared to the past, there was a huge change on the surface of the furnace. There was a lotus flower pattern. The lotus flower pattern was clearly referring to rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. It showed how significant this immortal GU was to Fang Yuan. The lotus flower pattern went one round around the outer layer of the furnace, it extended to the bottom and turned into several lotus roots. These lotus roots went deep into the bottom of the furnace and burned together with the firewood that represented immortal essence. Compared to the weak fire earlier, the furnace was fully lit now. the flames expanded by several times, showing great growth. There was no lid on the furnace, the scene inside could be seen. The immortal crane cloud that symbolized heaven form and the green lotus cloud that was heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus were both gone now. Instead, there was a piece of blue-white ice, symbolizing the truthful floating ice. The blue-white ice was heated in the furnace, slowly melting and generating a beautiful halo. At the top of the furnace, there was a large amount of reddish-brown sand dust, floating like a cloud. The reddish-brown sand dust condensed into one lump and slowly went into the furnace. It was easily melted and infused into the furnace, fixing the cracks and slowly making the furnace smoother from its crude state. This should be referencing my action of refining natural Tao marks. If I go all out on this, the sand dust will pour down rapidly and block my opening of my furnace, it can even put out the fire at the bottom. Excessive progress is not good, this shows the terrible outcome of facing two venerables' suppression at the same time. Fang Yuan had used luck inspection many times, he was able to reference the phenomena he saw to actual events that were happening more easily. Even though rank 8 cooking luck pot was too low in rank and did not suit the current Fang Yuan, it still displayed the profundity of luck path, reminding Fang Yuan that the most important variables to him now were refining Tao marks and also heaven path development. The refinement of Tao marks can progress slowly, but I also need to unseal the truthful floating ice in secret. Right now, immortal essence is not my burden, it is my advantage instead. I need to use all my immortal essence and convert my resources into foundation and strength. Venerables all had one main and one specialty path. Fang Yuan had planned from long ago to use refinement path as his main, and heaven path as his specialty. Refinement path was his main cultivation, but refinement path itself was weak. In the fighting aspect, this was a publicly known fact. In this situation, Fang Yuan needed another path to support his battle strength. This path should have few cultivators, for example, painting path. That would allow him to catch enemies off guard and prevent them from having precaution against him. Even though there were many paths in existence, Fang Yuan did not have many choices. Looking at his situation, heaven path was the best choice. There were almost no heaven path cultivators, the criteria was too hard to achieve. Heaven path itself was very special and had extraordinary potential, its might was also unrivaled. Refinement path is main, heaven path is specialty. This was Fang Yuan's current cultivation plan. The Heaven Refining Demon Venerable title that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave to Fang Yuan was truly appropriate. Chapter 2241, Too Beautiful. We pay respects to Lord Alliance Leader. A group of mermaid GU immortals showed a respectful attitude as they bowed before Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan looked around and was a little surprised. He found that all these merman GU immortals were female. They were either seductive, innocent, or cold. The two strongest ones had rank 7 cultivation level, the other 4 were rank 6. All female immortals, Fang Yuan thought. This was not good. He let these mermen enter the sovereign immortal aperture in order to procreate and develop in numbers. Without male merman GU immortals and a total of 6 female immortals, they could not grow properly. However, Fang Yuan recalled that in merman society, females had higher status than males. They would elect a saintess but not a saint. In addition, the Merman Imperial Court sent these female immortals without any males as a form of reverence towards Fang Yuan as well. You are all members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. After entering the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, we will be one big family. Remember the rules and abide by them, you will be informed of the details later. Saying this, Fang Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. We will obey Alliance Leader's teachings. The female immortals quickly responded before entering obediently. At the next moment, their vision changed completely. They found that they were in the vast sky, below them was cloud soil and a city was far away. It resembled a huge sea snail that radiated with starlight specks. Did you raise your head earlier? No, I've never been so close to Lord Alliance Leader. I lowered my head the entire time. I mustered my courage and took a peek at him before entering the Immortal Aperture. Oh goodness, Lord Alliance Leader is simply too beautiful. Lord Alliance Leader has venerable cultivation level. He also takes care of us variant humans, and most strikingly, he is so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful and gentle higher up before. These two rank 6 mermaid GU immortals were quite close. They spoke with excitement and expressed their reverence and adoration towards Fang Yuan. As for the other 2 rank 6 female immortals, they had solemn expressions and did not speak. Silence. One of the 2 mermaid leaders said unhappily. is Lord Alliance leader someone you can talk about so casually? We are inside the sovereign immortal aperture now. The female immortals lowered their heads and stopped speaking, but they communicated with their expressions, unable to conceal their excitement. The other leader, Lian Kei-shin, stretched out her hand and grasped Yu Zi's hand, consoling her. Lian Kei-shin, Yu Zi, and Xie Ning-si were the three leaders of the Merman Imperial Court. This time, when Fang Yuan decided to move some of them into the sovereign immortal aperture, how could the Merman Imperial Court refuse? After receiving the orders, the Merman Imperial Court held an emergency meeting for a day and night. Eventually, the Merman Imperial Court chose 2 of their leaders and 4 mermaid immortals with outstanding beauty to offer to Fang Yuan. To do this, they broke up 2 couples, one of which was already close to getting married. The Merman Imperial Court did not have any rank 8s, their top battle strengths were the 3 leading First Supreme Elders with rank 7 battle strength. By sending 2 away at the same time, it showed how resolute they were. After that, they omitted the males and only chose the most beautiful female immortals. They were trying to get closer to Fang Yuan to curry his favor. Humanity was the undisputed overlord of the world. The Merman Imperial Court had already gotten used to such a subservient lifestyle after many years. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action to protect the Merman Imperial Court. After his death, his influence dwindled and the Merman Imperial Court started to have alliance marriages with Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces. They also liked to take in lone immortals of Eastern Sea through marriage. The Merman Imperial Court was used to such treatment. Because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, they were accepted by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that Fang Yuan was venerable and took control of Eastern Sea, the Merman Imperial Court was unlike other human forces. They could not join Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They could only choose Great Love Immortal Venerable, who was closer to variant humans. Thus, even though the 2 female immortals bore grudges after getting separated from their partners, for the sake of their people, they still chose to sacrifice their own happiness. But earlier, when they met with Fang Yuan, they suffered a huge blow. The mermaid immortals knew about Fang Yuan's appearance, be it Heavenly Court or other forces. They had shown videos of him. The female immortals knew about Fang Yuan's beautiful appearance, but after meeting it, they were still shocked by his peerless features. This was not just external beauty, there was also the fact that he contained abundant Tao marks. Each of his actions had the aura of the great Tao. He emitted extraordinary charm from his entire body. His incomparable capacity and aura subdued everyone that he met. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, despite having many Tao marks, would not be as charming to merfolk. Because mermen were born with water path Tao marks, while Fang Yuan had over 2 million of them, this brought them closer naturally. Yu Zi was one of the leaders this time. She was the one who most advocated to contribute everything and use beauty to get closer to Fang Yuan. However, after seeing Fang Yuan, she was deeply shocked. She felt that she was mud when compared to the pure cloud-like Fang Yuan. She felt ashamed of herself. Lian Kei-shin and Yu Zi were very close. Along with her personal experiences, she understood why Yu Zi was feeling this way. She grabbed Yu Zi's hand and secretly transmitted, "No matter how beautiful Lord Fang Yuan is, he is still a man. As long as this fact remains, we have hope. Think of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." Yu Zi nodded and slowly regained her calm. At this time, a hairy man Gu Immortal flew over. "I am 12th Hair, I have come to receive you." 12th Hair spoke. Yu Zi quickly smiled. After a short conversation with 12th Hair, she cast a glance at Tang Chong. Tang Chong was a supreme elder of the Merman Imperial Court. She had yellow scales and was gentle and beautiful. Her smile showed dimples that amplified her cuteness. Even though her status was lower than Yu Zi, Lian Kei-shin, and Xie Ning-si, she was only below these 3. She was given great authority by the 3 of them. She spent her time on managing the political affairs. She had outstanding interpersonal skills. After getting Yu Zi's approval, Tang Chong went up and handed 12th Hair a seashell. 12th Hair saw that this shell was a rare rank 7 refinement path immortal material. He took it with a smile and showed a warmer attitude. "Everyone, please come with me. Your first stop will be Star Collection City. This is the central control area of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture." Star Collection City was not on a huge piece of cloud soil. After flying for some time, they quickly entered it. Under 12th Hair's guide, the mermaid Gu Immortals went into the main hall and greeted the person in charge. The Gu Immortal in charge of this main hall was a woman who cultivated sound path. Her rank 8 aura spread throughout the hall. She was wearing a pink dress, her eye sockets were deeper than normal, her nose had a tall bridge, she also had a pair of seductive and moving eyes. It was Fairy Miao Yin. The mermaids quickly greeted her. Fairy Miao Yin sat at the top seat and looked down at these GU immortals. She spoke with a solemn expression. You have just arrived here, you need to learn about the rules of our sovereign immortal aperture and obey them forever. The sovereign immortal aperture does not raise useless people, no matter who you are, you need to work hard to gain anything. The contribution board has a clear list of tasks that you can do, the worst thing you can do is slack off. Do you understand? Yes, we will remember Lady Miao Yin's teachings. The mermaids responded. Fairy Miao Yin nodded before casting her gaze at 12th Hair. Since you took the mission to lead the mermaid GU immortals, you will bring them around and get familiar with Star Collection City's arrangements. Saying this, Fairy Miao Yin waved her hand, dozens of GU worms flew out. 12th Hair acknowledged and took these GU worms. He said to the female immortals, follow me. The mermaid immortals took their leave and followed 12th Hair. They all let out a sigh of relief. This Fairy Miao Yin was originally a rank 7 GU immortal in Southern Border, but after following Great Love Immortal Venerable, she became a rank 8. She spoke in such a tone, I'm afraid she knows our intention, so she wants to suppress us. Lian Keishin and Yu Zi transmitted to each other. On the other hand, Tang Chong carefully asked 12th Hair about Fairy Miao Yin's status. Was she the Star Collection City Lord? Before coming, the Merman Imperial Court made ample preparation. They had prepared gifts for Fang Yuan's well-known subordinates like Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, but because of the tense atmosphere earlier, Tang Chong could not offer the gift. 12th Hair shook his head. Originally, the Star Collection City Lord was the noble combat beast king, but he died during the tribulation. Now, Miao Yin, White Rabbit, Wu Shuai, Qi Si, and the other rank 8s are taking turns to station in Star Collection City. After hearing this, the mermaid GU immortals let out sighs of relief again. This Fairy Miao Yin was not the Star Collection City Lord, she did not have too much authority. Yu Zi's eyes brightened, she knew that the chance to meet Fang Yuan's main body was too rare, but his clones were inside the sovereign immortal aperture. If she could get close to one of them, the goal would be achieved. The mermaid immortals followed 12th Hair and arrived at Star Collection City's central square. In the square, there were 3 huge pillars. There were countless words moving around. The surface of the pillars, they made up 3 large boards. Before the mermaid GU immortals looked at them closely, 12th Hair already handed out GU worms. These were the GU worms that Fairy Miao Yin gave to 12th Hair earlier. Each of the mermaid GU immortals obtained 5 of them. They were rank 5 mortal GU. 3 of the GU worms were familiar to the mermaids. They knew that these were used for the contribution board, mission board, and exchange board respectively. Fang Yuan listed 3 boards. They did not just exist in the sovereign immortal aperture, be it the Variant Human Alliance or Righteous Qi Alliance, there were such arrangements. Thus, the mermaid immortals knew them. 12th Hair spoke. You will live in the sovereign immortal aperture from now on, your lives will be quite different. From now on, unless Master gives orders, you will not go outside. You can take a look at these 3 boards. These are our internal boards. The external boards in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance are quite different from them. Right now, be it the Righteous Qi Alliance or Variant Human Alliance, they had all joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. These were 2 conflicting forces, but now, they were one force. Everyone felt very complex emotions. But under Fang Yuan's venerable cultivation level, regardless of their willingness, they had to follow him. Chapter 2242, Sovereign's 3 Boards. Star Collection City Square. Yu Zi and Lian Keishin looked at a contribution board at the same time. This contribution board had a lot of reference material. Whoever stood at the top would be the most important subordinates, Fang Yuan's capable generals. They were targets that the mermaid immortals had to befriend. Looking at the contribution board, they could also roughly see the power levels of the factions of Fang Yuan's subordinates and gain more insight. Thereafter, they saw the number 1 name on the contribution board, 6th Hair. A hairy man. This person's contribution points are far above the second person. For the time being, nobody can catch up to him. Even though Yu Zi and Lian Keishin had just arrived, they could see that 6th Hair's foundation and accumulation were immensely deep. Starting from the second place, the difference in points is not huge anymore. Lian Keishin quickly saw some familiar names from the top 10 contributors. Like Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, Mo Tan Sang, Shui Shi Cheng, and others. What made Yu Zi and Lian Ke-shin take notice was that there was a strange name in the top 10 positions. Langya Land Spirit. Is this Langya Blessed Land's land spirit? A land spirit can be ranked on the contribution board as well. This shows how magnanimous Lord Fang Yuan is. He treats humans, variant humans, and land spirits equally. The top 10 members of the contribution board were mostly variant human GU immortals. This had deep political meaning. The two former rulers of the Merman Imperial Court were very pleased about this. They felt a sense of excitement. They also saw 12th Hair's contribution points soon. He was 18th place. The 19th place was the Black Hound Land Spirit. At the next moment, the 19th place Black Hound Land Spirit took over the position of 12th Hair and knocked him down. 12th Hair noticed this too. He coughed in embarrassment and said with a tone of slight envy, "This Black Hound Land Spirit is really lucky. Right now, with the fusion of two heavens, remnant heavenly dogs and heaven-swallowing hounds are escaping in groups. They have been constantly caught by GU immortals and brought into our sovereign immortal aperture. Currently, these hound groups are taken care of by the Black Hound Land Spirit. After they are healed and inspected, they will be released into mini-white heaven. This is why the Black Hound Land Spirit is getting so many contribution points." Lian Ke-shin and Yu Zi nodded repeatedly, while thinking to themselves, "Actually, there is no need to explain this. We don't really care about how a land spirit beat you in contribution." They were concerned about Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and the most important person, Snowman GU Immortal Shui. The reason was that Bing Yuan had been bragging in the Variant Human Alliance whenever she could that Shui was Fang Yuan's fiancé. This was widely spread news. As their former enemy, the Righteous Qi Alliance had been collecting such information. They also paid huge attention to this. Thus, the Mermaid Immortals learned of this. However, when they were about to ask for the information of these crucial people, a wave of screams could be heard near them. Yu Zi frowned and was about to scold them, but she heard the four Mermaid Immortals say together, "Leaders, look at the exchange board." Lian Ke-shin and Yu Zi could not help but turn their attention away. Immediately, their pupils contracted as they revealed expressions of shock. The exchange board of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was truly different from the one in Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. There were too many good things. Lian Ke-shin and Yu Zi were getting dizzy from browsing the list. There were all sorts of rewards listed. GU worms of all paths were available. There were lots of rare and extinct mortal GU. There were over 1,000 immortal GU available from rank 6 to 8. There were countless immortal GU recipes, immortal materials, and immortal killer moves. There were hundreds or thousands of immortal GU house construction methods, and the immortal inheritances even made Yu Zi and Lian Ke-shin stare with wide eyes. This is Water Path Great Expert Chong Guan Shui's inheritance. He cultivated Water Path mainly with Information Path on the side. He has a killer move called One Watery Chapter 1. It is extremely famous in history. This is the inheritance of our merfolk expert, third princess. She was the most powerful mermaid of the remote antiquity era. She had resisted primordial origin immortal venerable on many occasions. She created the Water Path rank 8 immortal material. Too much water. It has already gone extinct. To think that we would see it here. Yu Zi's and Lian Ke-shin's hearts palpitated as they read on. Fang Yuan promoted himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable. He started to do transactions of GU refinement in Treasure Yellow Heaven. All of the Mermaid Immortals knew of the prices he set. Although the prices were fair, they were incomparable to this. Using contribution points to exchange for things we want, this is much easier than making transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven or exchanging with the external board. What did I see? We can apply for Lord Fang Yuan to personally help us pass tribulations. He is truly Great Love Immortal Venerable. Lian Ke-shin and Yu Zi licked their lips uncontrollably. Their desire towards contribution points rose to an unprecedented level. They cast their heated gazes towards the mission board along with the other four female immortals. Evidently, if one wanted to get cultivation resources from the exchange board, they would need contribution points, while the source of contribution points were missions. There were many missions on the mission board. Within Mini Purple Heaven, a large number of ancient desolate beast mixed heavenly eagles had turned into immemorial desolate beasts for some reason. The mission was to investigate the truth. Dog shit was falling from the sky in many northern plains, piling into mountains, and polluting the Frost Dragon's lake. The mission was to investigate the cause of the dog shit and get rid of it. The Dragon Scale Sea area in Mini Eastern Sea was flowing in reverse. a lot of seawater had entered the mini Nine Heavens. The mission was to fix the Immortal formation and rebuild Dragon-scale sea area. Inkman City Lord Mo Tan Sang got pregnant inexplicably. An expert in abortion was needed now. The mermaid immortals looked at the mission board and fell into temporary silence. The quantity of these missions was out of their expectations. In normal situations, the immortal apertures of GU immortals were calm and peaceful. They only had to rebuild areas after going through tribulations or when they had new resource points added. They were not like the sovereign immortal aperture, which had strange events occurring at every moment. The mermaid immortals looked for a while. They felt worried but also happy. The worry was that even though the sovereign immortal aperture was Great Love Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture and was renowned in the world, it was not peaceful at all. There were chaos everywhere. It would not be easy to live in here. But they were happy because the chaos meant an uncountable number of missions. They had no lack of contribution points to earn. 12th Hair had been observing the mermaid immortal's expressions. He sighed. I'll speak the truth, the sovereign immortal aperture is currently in a state of peace. You have not seen the situation when Master annexed the two heavens grotto heavens. When he gained a huge number of Dao marks, strange phenomena occurred endlessly. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, there was not a single idle person at that time. Currently, even though there aren't many situations occurring, after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, we lost many GU immortals. Although most of them revived, they cannot ascend to immortal yet. You can see for yourselves, there are many missions now, but some areas need people to guard them. For example, Star Collection City is too important, we cannot lose it. In addition, with many strange situations occurring, we need at least one rank 8 GU immortal guarding the aperture at all times, because there are too many missions. Master brought all of you into the sovereign immortal aperture to help out. Earlier in the hall, Fairy Miao Yin spoke bluntly, but she was not wrong. If you want to gain the acknowledgement of the existing GU immortals, you need to work hard and make achievements. Use your actions and contribution points to prove your loyalty to Master. The mermaid immortals heard his words and nodded. Lien Keishin and Yu Zi looked at each other. They had finally understood Fang Yuan's intention. Tang Chong quickly expressed gratitude to 12th Hair and handed over a gift again. The other mermaid immortals asked at this time, Lord 12th Hair, you gave us 5 GU worms each, 3 are used for the boards, what about the last 2? 12th Hair received the gift while smiling and explaining, one of them is used to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, all GU cultivators need to use this GU worm to access Treasure Yellow Heaven. The other one is used to monitor you. It has to be kept on you at all times. If it is destroyed, you need to report it immediately. We will hand out a replacement in Star Collection City. After pausing for a while, 12th Hair continued, no need to think too much about it, not just all of you, we have it too. It might be a mortal GU, but it has saved many of our lives already. We face danger when we handle those strange phenomena. It is possible that we will die during the missions. For example, look at this mission on the board. The mermaid immortals looked at where 12th Hair pointed and saw the Mo Tan Sang abortion mission. 12th Hair showed a strange smile. You might not be familiar with Mo Tan Sang, but his status is not low. He is the GU immortal leader of Mini Western Desert. He is a male Inkman, but while handling a sudden situation, he got mysteriously pregnant. Now, he is offering a huge price to undergo an abortion. Many people are interested but were unable to do anything about it. If the abortion fails, he might lose his life after all. The mermaid immortals opened their mouths. They were dumbstruck. All right, 12th Hair continued. Follow me, I will bring you to a place. In a way, this place is more important than the 3 boards. The mermaid immortals immediately gained deep interest. They followed 12th Hair as they left the square and arrived at a sub-hall of Star Collection City. They saw that there were many GU immortals at the sub-hall. Many GU immortals were holding onto each other. Some were bending their backs as they dragged themselves into the sub-hall while looking extremely enervated. Afterwards, these GU immortal walked out of the hall with a revitalized appearance. They looked highly spirited. Even though there were still deep eye bags on their faces. These GU immortals would nod sincerely when they saw acquaintances. When they went past each other, they would greet each other and talk about their missions or ranking on the contribution board. When these GU immortals saw the mermaid GU immortals, they showed expressions of understanding. A few of them took the initiative to greet the mermaids. They were very welcoming. Oh, I've heard that we are bringing in a group of merman GU immortals. Are they the ones? Great. With them joining us, we can finally take a breather. There are more and more missions now, I hope this can reduce our workload. 12th Hair, you are so lucky to have taken the mission of bringing them in. One author is making a joke here. The character's name means adding water, while water is slang for filler in Chinese, therefore a watery chapter is a filler chapter. Chapter 2243, Jiu Fang Shang. 12th Hair laughed heartily as he said some pleasantries. Looking back at the mermaid immortals, he saw that they were in a daze, some of the Jiu immortals even had tears in their eyes. 12th Hair was startled, he quickly said, "If I have done anything wrong." Before he finished, Lian Kai-shin interrupted him, 12th Hair, don't worry. It is just that we saw everyone being harmonious and tolerant in this sovereign immortal aperture. Each individual is given a chance with equal opportunities, they are close and tightly knit together, regardless of whether they are an Inkman, Rockman, Snowman, or even human. To speak the truth, I have never seen anything like this. I did not even dare to imagine that such a place would exist in this world we live in. 12th Hair was silent. He was originally a member of Xianxia sect, even though Xianxia blessed land was well hidden. He was aware of the situation in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The variant humans had low statuses, they were suppressed by the humans and were all living difficult lives. Looking at it from the perspective of the Eastern Sea Merman Imperial Court, they had been surrounded by human forces and definitely faced much greater pressure than Xianxia sect's hairy men. Even though the site in Star Collection City was simple and normal, it created a huge impact on the mermaid immortals. For an instant, all of the mermaid immortals had a similar thought. No matter how chaotic or dangerous the sovereign immortal aperture's environment became, they had to continue living here. Maybe this is our true homeland. Z muttered. This is a wonderful place to live in. Lian Kai-shin sighed deeply. I finally understand the true meaning of great love. Master is truly worthy of being great love immortal venerable, he is unlike the detestable longevity heaven or heavenly court. Be it star constellation immortal venerable or giant sun immortal venerable, they cannot compare to our master. A mermaid immortal spoke about Fang Yuan in an extremely reverent tone. 12th Hair gave a thumbs up as he said proudly, even among all the venerables, master has the biggest heart. It was only natural that Paradise Earth immortal venerable thought highly of him and gave all of his inheritance to master. Nobody else is qualified to receive this. We can only obtain true happiness by following master's footsteps. Since you recognize this now, then work hard to defend our home from now on. This is the way to maintain our blissful life. The mermaid immortals nodded their heads, some were so moved they started crying. After calming down, Tang Chong asked, I wonder what the profound use of this sub-hall is. 12th Hair gasped, he showed a complex expression. There was pride and admiration in his eyes, one could even see excitement and thrill, but he also had some lingering fear. Even 12th Hair's hair could not conceal his expression. This made the mermaid immortals even more curious. Next, the female immortals heard the explanation. This was once a formation called the Liver Life Formation. But recently, Master modified it into an immortal GU house. It has an excellent effect, it is very useful. Saying so, 12th Hair gave a thumbs up again. He said to the mermaid immortals with a tone that contained deep meaning, you will definitely make good use of it in the future. After hearing 12th Hair's in-depth description, the Liver Life Immortal GU house left a deep impression on the mermaid immortals. There was nothing else to introduce in Star Collection City. 12th Hair brought these mermaid immortals out of the mini 9 heavens. The group came to mini Eastern Sea and looked at the sea area below. Tides were rising, a sea breeze was blowing. 12th Hair explained, this is the location that Master has chosen for your merman race to live and grow from now on. The mermaid GU immortals quickly used their investigative methods to inspect this sea area's environment. The unexpected good news was that this sea area has a vast quantity of ordinary GU materials, but they were scattered chaotically with no order at all. Furthermore, many of the GU materials conflicted with each other, they were in the process of breaking down. This situation was caused by the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Dao marks. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had many Dao marks, that naturally led to the creation of many GU materials. Because of non-conflicting Dao marks, strange situations occurred often and the GU materials were distributed chaotically and ended up in an unstable state. This is the map of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, it is a version from 3 days ago, I will gift this to you. 12th Hair pointed as an information path mortal GU flew out. Version from 3 days ago. UZ was very alert. Indeed. 12th Hair nodded and explained, because strange situations are occurring all the time, terrain will also change along with them. And because Master is constantly adding in resource points and annexing blessed lands and grotto heavens, the map of the 5 regions and 9 heavens has been changing all the time, it needs to be updated constantly. UZ looked into the GU and shouted in shock, "So big." Her shouting attracted the attention of the mermaid immortals. They had rarely seen UZ, a leading elder, act in such a manner. 12th Hair said with a trace of pride in his tone. He laughed. The sovereign immortal aperture was originally over 335,000 square kilometers in size. Now, after Master's annexing of apertures and undergoing tribulations, the size has expanded by 100 times. We are over 33,500,000 square kilometers in size now. When the other female immortals heard this news, they became dumbstruck and went into a daze. 12th Hair smiled again. "Don't worry, this place will continue to get bigger. If one day, the sovereign immortal aperture surpasses the 5 regions and 2 heavens in size, we will not be surprised. I have already marked your territory on this map. My mission has been completed, but if you have any needs, feel free to contact me using this information path Mortal GU. I am currently living on Yellow Hair Continent. I am in charge of leading the Yellow Hair Hairy Men. You and I can be considered neighbors." Lian Keishin and UZ quickly expressed their gratitude. They took out their own information path Mortal GU that were used for communication and exchanged them with 12th Hair. After 12th Hair said his goodbyes to the mermaid immortals, he vanished into the sky. After Lian Keishin and UZ discussed among themselves, the 6 mermaid immortals started to get busy. They sent people to scout and probe the surroundings, including the sky and sea, to collate the resources. On the other hand, the GU immortals also created a super-sized defensive GU formation. After the 2 tasks were completed, the mermaid immortals opened their immortal apertures entrances. Groups of mermen went into this sea area along with their families. Under the instructions of the female merman GU immortals, these 800,000 mermen started to build houses, create underwater villages, towns, and even cities at the center. The mermaid immortals created 6 cities, each one had a GU immortal to guard it. The cities were surrounded by towns which had branched out villages. Because they made ample preparation, the merfolk did not lack living resources. Chaos was, of course, unavoidable. They had just arrived here after all. But with the guidance and control of the mermaid immortals, no losses appeared. They worked hard for 9 days and nights. After the merfolk mortals settled down, UZ and Lian Keishin gathered the immortals for a meeting. There are many ordinary GU materials, but each one has low quantity. They change a lot as well. In my opinion, we should organize groups of merman GU masters to collect these GU materials at set intervals of time. The environment is quite safe here. There are few desolate beasts and almost no ancient desolate beasts. There are also no common food like kelp, fish, or shrimp. We need to raise them from scratch. We also need to create a stable ecology. There are few immortal materials here. According to the map, the closest immortal material resource point is the 7 Treasures Sea Spring. It produces 7 treasures water. Don't target resource points. This is the sovereign immortal aperture. All resource points belong to Master. If we want to get resources, we have to complete missions in exchange for them using contribution points. Speaking of missions, these mermaid immortals had been researching hard on the missions. 12th Hair is right. I think that we need to focus on completing missions to prove our worth. That way, the other GU immortals will acknowledge us. I checked clearly. The most suitable missions for us are the ones to build water path resource points. Master has grand and magnificent ambitions. He is establishing water veins now. The first water vein has already been completed. He is making the second one now. This is our chance. You are right, but we cannot give up on other missions, especially the ones that involve other GU immortals. I think we should take some of them and use the missions to get acquainted with and befriend the other GU immortals. Before coming here, we prepared a lot of gifts. They are still with us now. After the mermaid immortals talked about this, the decision was that UZ would stay in this sea area and be in charge of creating the ecology. This would create a stable source of food for the mermen. The 4 female immortals led by Lian Keishin went around the place to collect information while also establishing relationships with other factions. Lian Keishin spent an entire day to arrive at Yellow Hair Continent. 12th Hair received her information path Mortal GU's notification already. He went to the sky to welcome her. As the saying goes, better a close neighbor than a distant brother. the two parties were inclined to establish a healthy relationship. Lian Keixin brought a gift with her again. These days, while researching the contribution board, she noticed that in the sovereign immortal aperture, the hairy men were undoubtedly the number one force. 12th Hair also prepared a present. It was very valuable too. After talking for a while, 12th Hair heard of the mermaid immortal's actions and smiled at Lian Keixin. You've done the right thing. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, GU immortals will visit each other and hold banquets. In the worst case, they will at least prepare tea. But in the sovereign immortal aperture, this never happens. How can we have the time to entertain anyone in these useless banquets? It is very wise of you to use these missions to meet with other people. If you follow the customs of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, you will not be well received by everyone. After hearing these words, Lian Keixin felt glad internally. She understood the style of the sovereign immortal aperture's GU immortals soon after. 12th Hair said directly, we both took a mission to nurture GU immortal seeds, let's go. Time is pressing, let's go to the most important one. Lian Keixin went with 12th Hair and they flew while concealing their traces, entering a forest in the mountain. A hairy man GU master was getting chased. He was covered in wounds and ran in the forest hurriedly. Sounds could be heard from behind him, slowly creeping closer. Lian Keixin inspected and found that this hairy man GU master was actually a mixed blood of hairy man and human. His name is GU Fangshong. 12th Hair introduced at this time. Lian Keixin's pupils contracted immediately, her entire body shuddered. 12th Hair quickly raised his hand. Don't let your thoughts run wild. He is not Master's bloodline, he is the son of GU Fangjung. Hehe, Master is truly farsighted, his vision is far beyond our understanding. He has been secretly nurturing this kid, creating opportunities and setbacks for him. He is currently the most qualified GU immortal seed among our hairy man GU masters. Chapter 2244 Sudden Love. Huff, 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 GU Fangshong breathed roughly. He hid behind the roots of an ancient tree. The huge ancient tree had giant roots protruding out of the ground. They were interwoven and created a secluded area. GU Fangshong managed to temporarily get away from the pursuit. He gained some time to rest and recover. He was still bleeding profusely from his mouth and nose. He hurriedly wiped away the traces on his lips as he started to inspect his own physical condition. GU Fangzhang's expression turned dim. He found more than 10 injuries on his body. He had 3 bone fractures and the most severe injuries were in his organs. He needed healing urgently. But he was neither worried nor flustered. This was not the first time he had gotten injuries of such severity. GU Fangshong tore his upper shirt that was extremely tattered. It was easily removed. His chest that was covered in black hair was exposed. There was a deep wound across his chest. Broken white bones could be seen from within. GU Fangshong gritted his teeth, activating his GU worm. The healing GU worm resembled a centipede. It dived into his body through the wound, quickly stopping the internal bleeding. After a while, the centipede was covered in blood and came out of Fang Zhang's body, lying on his chest wound. Its 100 pairs of legs stabbed into the skin of his wound. The intense pain made GU Fangshong suck in a sharp breath. Next, the centipede slowly exerted force as its 100 pairs of legs dragged the skin and flesh, emitting a soft sound and forcing the wound to mend together. But this handling of the injury only suppressed it. It could not solve the root cause. GU Fangshong knew that, but there was no time for him to heal himself. I see blood traces. Hurry, hurry, be careful, that kid is quite dangerous. What's there to fear, even if he has rank 5 cultivation level? After getting hit by our leader's crippled refinement killer move, most of his GU worms were destroyed. Hehe, precisely because of such thinking, more than 10 experts died at his hands already. This mixed blood GU Fangshong is truly a monster. All these discussions made GU Fangzhang's expression change. Damn it, they arrived so quickly. I had just handled my wounds. GU Fangshong clenched his teeth. He inspected the remaining few GU worms in his aperture. At this point, most of the GU worms had been destroyed already. The remaining ones were mostly injured. If he tried to activate them, they would be destroyed in the process. These were all GU worms that GU Fangshong had accumulated after much effort, but now, he had no choice but to sacrifice them. Oh sleep lurk GU, I can only depend on you now. You must persevere. GU Fangshong prayed as he activated the GU worm to conceal himself. This rank 4 GU worm had outstanding concealment effects on par with rank 5. Jiu Fangsheng had used it many times in his life to escape from fierce threats. But this Jiu had a weakness: once activated, the Jiu master would fall into deep sleep. The deeper their sleep, the better the concealment effect. Jiu Fangsheng lost his sensation of the outside world as a result. What he did not know was that after he fell asleep for some time, this sleep-lurked Jiu broke apart into pieces. But the pursuers were still chasing him. Seeing this, the lurking 12th hair waved his hand. The immortal killer move was instantly used on Jiu Fangsheng. A yellow-hair hairy man Jiu master that was chasing him combed the surroundings carefully while checking the tree roots that Jiu Fangsheng was hiding in. Even though he was right in front of Jiu Fangsheng, he could not see the latter. Eventually, he concluded that Jiu Fangsheng had escaped from this mountain, so he went deeper into the mountain to pursue him. After Jiu Fangsheng woke up, he found that he was safe and let out a sigh of relief. Looking in his aperture, he found that the sleep-lurked Jiu had already shattered into pieces. He felt glad and also lingering fear. It seems that sleep-lurked Jiu lasted until the crucial moment, so I managed to get away from the pursuers. They have already gone to the next mountain. Now is the time for me to escape. Jiu Fangsheng was very happy, because his injuries had already stabilized. He quickly got up and left. He hid in the deep bushes of the forest as he moved, carefully trying not to leave any traces behind as he escaped. After half a day, the sky suddenly turned dim. A strange fog appeared in the mountain's forest. Jiu Fangsheng arrived in a deep pool on the mountain. He inspected the surroundings and felt very satisfied. He decided to stay here for some time and recuperate. There is a good source of water here. Wild beasts will definitely come here to drink water, be it water or beast flesh, they are both needed. If I am lucky, I can even hunt and obtain some Jiu materials to refine Jiu worms, that will refill my stock of Jiu worms. Jiu Fangsheng was very experienced in living alone within the mountains and forests. He was a mixed blood of human and hairy man. In the Black Hair continent that was ruled by hairy men, he was greatly ostracized. Even his birth mother, Steel Thread City Lord, did not like him. In Jiu Fangzhang's childhood and adolescence, his greatest wish was to use all his effort to gain the acknowledgement of his mother. However, because he was a mixed blood, his aptitude in Jiu refinement was far inferior to hairy men. And the worst thing was that hairy men took pride in Jiu refinement. But the problem was that Jiu Fangsheng also had his secret encounters. Because of all sorts of situations, he coincidentally obtained some special cultivation methods. He was hardworking and shocked people with his performance. Gradually, his mother, Steel Thread City Lord, changed her opinion of him. She started to accept him from the depths of her heart. But good times did not last long. Steel Thread City was attacked once and the entire city's people were nearly wiped out. Steel Thread City Lord did her best and escaped with Jiu Fangsheng in the end. Before her death, Steel Thread City Lord told Jiu Fangsheng of his identity. "Oh son, mother has let you down. Didn't you always want to know about your father? His name is Jiu Fangzheng. He was once a human slave that I owned. But after he escaped, he became a renowned demonic path Jiu master expert. You have a human name, it is called Jiu Fangsheng. Go and find your father, tell him your name and everything that has happened in your life. We have strong enemies that want to kill us. If you want to take revenge for me, you need to find your father first." Like that, the youngster Jiu Fangsheng stepped on the journey to find his father. He secretly went from Black Hair Continent to White Hair Continent, before moving to Yellow Hair Continent. The journey was filled with lots of difficulties and danger. He faced constant challenges and trouble. Even though Jiu Fangzheng was no longer in the aperture, the stories of his experiences across the 3 continents were left behind as legendary tales. Jiu Fangzhang's cultivation level slowly rose as his social experiences became richer. Countless battles and escapes shaped his optimistic and determined nature. He believed that one day, he would definitely find his father. Near the deep pool, Jiu Fangsheng took a good rest for the night. At the break of dawn, mountain mist became extremely dense. Jiu Fangsheng showed a suspicious look as he went to the periphery of the deep pool. He found that this deep pool was very strange. The mist in the mountain originated from this pool. Jiu Fangsheng stayed here for half a day and a full night, but he did not find any traces of beasts that came here to drink water. All sorts of phenomena gave him a familiar sensation. Whenever he had a fortuitous encounter, something like this would occur. Jiu Fangsheng had a rich adventurous spirit. After probing for some time, he went into the pool. But out of his expectations, the pool was not ice cold. The deeper he went, the warmer it got. Gu Fangsheng got all the way to the depths of the pool. The water was as comfortable as hot springs. He found a piece of white jade in the deep pool. The jade was nearly transparent. From the outside, he could easily see that there was a beauty sealed inside the jade. This is a mermaid. Gu Fangsheng looked at the beauty's face and his pupils expanded. He felt deeply moved, so beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Such beauty made his heart jump. He felt a sense of adoration emerging from his heart. The mermaid that was sealed in the white jade was Lian Keishin. She transmitted her voice to Fangsheng. Interesting mixed blood kid, you are the one who woke me up. Gu Fangsheng wanted to scream as he opened his mouth, because he forgot that this was deep within the pool. Water quickly gushed into his mouth. He quickly shut his mouth. He showed a pathetic look. Lian Keishin laughed out loud. Gu Fangsheng felt his entire body going numb from infatuation. He thought, this mysterious mermaid has such a beautiful voice as well. Lian Keishin explained, I am mermaid immortal Lian Keishin. After I calmed a disaster in the world, I got injured by accident and became sealed in this white jade. Young man, it is fate that we met. Please give me a hand to break free from here. Gu Fangsheng was extremely shocked, but he did not have a Gu worm that could transmit his voice. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply. He tried to use sign language in the water to express his words. Lian Keishin smiled. Don't worry, this white jade cannot trap me. It is just that I need some time to break free. If you can refine the rank 4 earth refinement Gu and refine this white jade from the outside, it will save me a lot of effort. Gu Fangsheng nodded in succession. Lian Keishin then gave him pointers and the Gu recipe of earth refinement Gu. She also instructed him to find the suitable Gu materials in the vicinity. Gu Fangsheng went out of the pool and immediately got to work. After spending 3 days, he finally refined the rank 4 earth refinement Gu on his first try. I was really lucky. Gu Fangsheng felt glad internally. According to his regular performance, rank 4 Gu worms were not easy to refine. He was just a mixed blood after all. It seems that even heaven is helping me to save this fairy. Gu Fangsheng sighed to himself. 12th Hare, who was hiding himself to the side, shook his head, while unable to contain his laughter. It was with his secret help that Gu Fangsheng could succeed in one try. After obtaining earth refinement Gu Fangsheng did not rest. He went into the deep pool with a tired body and started to refine the white jade. Lian Keishin successfully escaped. She smiled at Gu Fangsheng and showed a gaze of appreciation. Gu Fangzheng's face turned red. He quickly lowered his head. In order to express her gratitude, Lian Keishin waved her hand and healed all of Gu Fangzheng's injuries. Next, she gave him close to 10 mortal Gu as his reward and even 1 inheritance. Lian Keishin was about to leave. Gu Fangsheng asked in panic, Fairy, will I be able to meet you again? Lian Keishin smiled. Do you know the difference between immortal and mortal? Gu Fangsheng shook intensely. His face turned ashen and pale. But Lian Keishin added, the inheritance I gave you is an immortal cultivation method. If you can become an immortal, you will surely meet me again. Ah, Gu Fangsheng cried out, lost for words. He did not expect that this fortuitous encounter would be so valuable. After a moment, he watched in a daze by the pool as Lian Keishin flew up into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Lian Keishin, Fairy Keishin, Gu Fangsheng muttered, his hand over his heart. Lian Keishin's appearance was etched into his memories. He knew that from now on, other than finding his father, he had a new goal to achieve in life. That was to become a Gu immortal and meet with Fairy Lian Keishin again. Chapter 2245, Reprimanding Heavenly Court. How is it? 12th Hare asked with a smile. Within the clouds, he met with mermaid immortal Lian Keishin secretly. Lian Keishin replied, he is a Gu immortal seed indeed. There is a high chance of becoming an immortal. 12th Hare shook his head. He obtained an immortal cultivation method and strong motivation from this, but they are not enough. We need to continue raising his foundation. After all, the balancing of 3 chi can only be done by himself. As for the other calamities and tribulations, they were not a problem. The immortals could secretly help him from the side. Then what do you intend? Lian Keixin showed a look of hesitation. 12th Heir explained. I will give him around 8 days to familiarize himself with those mortal GU. Afterwards, I will arrange for those pursuers to find him and act as his sparring targets. His mother, Steel Thread City Lord, is not dead, she is only in a comatose state of near death, only a GU Immortal's method can save her. I will let him understand this and affirm his determination to go through and pass the tribulation. Lian Keixin heard this and became solemn for a while. She soon praised, Friend, you have broad visions, I cannot compare to you. After we complete this mission, I hope you can decide the distribution of contribution points. Fairy, you are too modest. 12th Heir squinted his eyes and waved his hand, I will report your effort as well. Besides, Star Collection City decides the contribution points, how can I interfere with it? Lian Keixin had originally taken this mission to get closer to 12th Heir. But once she found out about Jiu Fang Zhang's special identity, she immediately understood that Jiu Fang Shang would become very useful in the future. He was an important pawn to Fang Yuan. Thus, this mermaid immortal came up with a plot. She went in and used herself as bait to interact with Jiu Fang Shang. In order to perform well, this mermaid immortal was putting in her full effort. 12th Heir was afraid that her performance would affect his own gains, thus, he explained another plan to Lian Keixin. Lian Keixin was very sharp, she quickly explained that she was not going to fight with him over contribution points. This made 12th Heir feel very satisfied about their cooperation. The atmosphere between the two became harmonious again. After a short conversation, suddenly, far away in the south, a huge pillar of light soared to the sky as an eerie GU refinement aura spread around the vicinity. Lian Keixin sensed it and her expression changed. Someone has just succeeded in refining rank 7 immortal GU. She then turned to look at 12th Heir as she praised, Your race is truly talented. Just this aura alone is making me feel admiration and aspiration. I wonder if a meeting can be arranged for us. 12th Heir showed a difficult expression, he subconsciously suppressed his volume as he shook his head. I can introduce you to any other hairy man GU immortal, but this person is very special. He is actually Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone, he has been affected by Master's method, he is imprisoned for life and cannot stop refining GU. Lian Keixin was very shocked when she heard this. Inspiration flashed in her mind, she asked involuntarily, Don't tell me this imprisoned GU immortal is 6th Heir. 12th Heir nodded. Very astute, Fairy, you guessed it right on your first try. The valley that 6th Heir lives in is also specially arranged by Master. It is a forbidden area in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, we call it the Spectral Valley Forbidden Ground. Currently, within the Spectral Valley Forbidden Ground, 6th Heir was thin as a stick, his cheeks were caved in and his eye bags were deep. A rank 7 immortal GU had just been refined. This GU worm looked like an ant, the front half was shiny while the lower half was dim, its front limbs were short and weak while its back legs were long and powerful. It was the Enslavement Path Immortal GU, Master Servant GU. I finally refined it. I failed 33 times, got heavily injured 27 times, and nearly died 19 times, but I still refined it in the end. With this immortal GU, I can definitely help sect leader Fang Yuan. I need to rely on sect leader to save the main body. Wait, am I forgetting something? Never mind, I need to continue refining GU. The more immortal GU I refine, the stronger Shadow Sect will get, and the higher the hope of saving the main body. 6th Heir's state of mind was not right. After mumbling for some time, he started to prepare and refine other immortal GU. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan's will and Feng Yang's will completed a transaction under everyone's watchful gazes. Fang Yuan obtained an Earth Path resource point of Central Continent called 9 Central Stone Forest, while Feng Yang obtained Master Servant GU. They really did a transaction, this is unbelievable, Feng Yang is actually so daring. He is not doing this out of desperation, it is obvious that Immortal Crane Sect has instructed him to do this. Immortal Crane Sect, no. If they publicly transacted with Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, even Immortal Crane Sect cannot bear the pressure from everyone. This transaction is definitely approved by Heavenly Court, otherwise, how can the 10 great ancient sects even dare to do this? Didn't Heavenly Court denounce Fang Yuan as a Demon Venerable? They will cooperate with him. So what? Rank 7 Immortal GU are hard to refine, Heavenly Court is extremely rich, they have countless resource points like 9 Central Stone Forest. This cost for an immortal GU is too worthwhile, even I would do it. Fang Yuan is truly heaven refining demon venerable, he can refine rank 7 immortal GU with such ease. It is simply as easy as drinking water. What do you think his success rate of refining rank 8 immortal GU is? It won't be so easy, right? I think he has 50, no, 30% chance of success. What about rank 9 immortal GU? Hehe, you must be joking. Even a refinement path venerable will face great difficulties when trying to refine a rank 9 GU. Look at historical records, there had been many attempts to refine rank 9 immortal GU, but how many truly succeeded? Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took 100 years to refine a wild rank 9 Wisdom GU. That's right, Heavenly Court spent over 1,000,000 years to repair the rank 9 Fate GU. And in the end, it was all for nothing. And they were just trying to repair a rank 9 Immortal GU, refining one from scratch is too hard. Who knows, this GU Fang Yuan is the first refinement path venerable in history, we can only look up to him, we cannot fathom his true abilities. At once, the GU immortals of the 5 regions and 2 heavens discussed among themselves. They started to talk about Fang Yuan's refinement path abilities, they were curious about the extent of power that a refinement path venerable had. Most of them felt that it would be very difficult for Fang Yuan to refine a rank 9 immortal GU. After all, many historical records supported this idea. The remaining GU immortals felt that they were too weak to see through and understand Fang Yuan's true limits. Soon, the GU immortals' topic shifted to Heavenly Court gradually under some people's meticulous arrangement. Heavenly Court approved of He-Feng Yang's actions while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable held an ambiguous attitude towards Fang Yuan. Many of the immortals looked at this in disdain, they expressed their tone of mockery towards Heavenly Court, but they understood why this was happening. After all, Fang Yuan's business could not be stopped, there were a lot of profits to gain from it as well. From this topic, the GU immortals shifted towards the issue of Heavenly Court's stoppage of handing out immortal essence stones. Thus, begrudged discussions and requests to Heavenly Court to distribute immortal essence stones became louder and more common, the mockery, jealousy, and hatred towards Heavenly Court became increasingly aggravated. Heavenly Court had always been the #1 human force in the world, they stood proudly at the top of the GU immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This time, they stopped distributing immortal essence stones. It went against their usual behavior of being the leader of the GU immortal world. The lack of immortal essence stones caused a lot of trouble to the bulk of the GU immortals. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, 9 out of 10 transactions were done through bartering, the remaining one involved the purchasing of immortal essence stones by various super forces at high prices. Fang Dichong also activated his GU worm to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. This wave of discontent towards Heavenly Court is very strange, it seems Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are the ones manipulating it from the background. Fang Dichang's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he sensed the peculiarity. And this was the truth behind the matter. Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not let go of this opportunity. Heavenly Court's reputation fell time and again under such discontented discussions. Fang Dichang's divine sense came to Fang Yuan's will and spoke in a humble and subservient manner. Western Desert's Fang Dichong greets Lord Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader is truly a master of the pen and the sword, your divine radiance lights up the world. I hope Lord Alliance Leader will live a life of eternal bliss, I hope your lifespan can rival heaven itself. Before he finished, Fang Yuan's will waved his hands impatiently, interrupting Fang Dichong, cut the crap, transact now. Fang Dichong quickly acknowledged. Thus, another transaction after the one with He-Feng Yang was successfully completed. Fang Yuan refined a rank 7 immortal GU and gave it to Fang Clan. They paid him 1 earth vein resource point and several million hairy man slaves. Fang Clan originally wanted to keep a low profile and develop in secret. But after Fang Yuan's great love declaration, he exposed his relationship with Fang Clan and stunned them completely. Wan Clan gathered the Western Desert's Righteous Path forces to attack Fang Clan but failed. It caused Fang Clan to understand their circumstances, they stopped dreaming of a different outcome. Thus, under Fang Dichang's suggestion, Western Desert's Fang Clan declared that they were joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. At this point, Fang Clan can only cooperate with Fang Yuan and use this chance to strengthen ourselves. Fang Dichong sighed internally. This was a dangerous status to have, but at the same time, they gained immense benefits. Immortal GU were too hard to refine. With this immortal GU replenished, my battle strength can rival ordinary rank 7 GU immortals now. Fang Dichong fell into deep contemplation. He had already gone through the Immortal Ascension, he was a ranked 6 GU Immortal now. The balancing of 3 Qi was the hardest hurdle, but Fang Dichong had ample experience. It could not be that he would fail in his second attempt after succeeding the first. The other problem with Immortal Ascension were tribulations. But with the help of Fang Clan's GU Immortals, most tribulations were of no threat. Unless they were Dream Path or Painting Path. What made Fang Dichong feel regret was that his Immortal Ascension did not have any natural inspiration opportunity. When a GU Master ascended, they would have a prime opportunity for natural inspiration to occur. They would be able to ask the world some questions and gain immense benefits. But this time, Fang Dichong did not get this opportunity. This was not because he was undergoing Immortal Ascension for the second time, instead, the issue was with Heaven's will itself. With the fusion of 2 heavens, Heaven's will had also gotten into chaos and turbulence, it did not have the ability to grant natural inspiration at this time. After recuperating for a few days, we will attack Wan Clan. This time, Fang Dichang's eyes were sharp like an eagle's. Chapter 2246, Not much immortal essence left. Golden light floated in the sky like thin threads, gathering and forming a huge golden aurora that permeated into the ground and spread out widely. The commotion was huge and the aura was vast. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refining Northern Plains' natural luck path Dao marks. But at this time, the golden light that filled the area dimmed. A moment later, this core area of Northern Plains returned to its original state. In the air, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable opened his eyes slowly. He had a handsome face, and his mouth, nose, eyes and brows were all thick and straight, but currently, his expression was cold and had a faint trace of helplessness. The 3 venerables tried to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable but failed because of Fang Yuan's disturbance. Afterwards, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable returned to Northern Plains and refined luck path Dao marks there instead. After a period of time, the results were abundant. Currently, he had already completed a stage of his plans. All the luck path Dao marks of Northern Plains core area were refined by him. His luck path Dao marks covered the wisdom path area that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined earlier, allowing him to cancel out some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's advantage in this place. However, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could do nothing against the wisdom path Dao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already refined. But in the future, if they fought here, although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would get a Dao mark amplification, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would also receive the same bonus. He would not lose his territorial advantage. But I don't have much immortal essence left. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed to himself. The refinement of natural Dao marks expended a lot of rank 9 immortal essence. Initially, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was only refining the luck path Dao marks of the vicinity around him. It was like he was building a ball-shaped spider web. From an initial dot, it grew into a small ball, and finally a large ball. The larger the ball expanded, the more Dao marks he would encounter. To refine these luck path Dao marks, he would expend an increasingly terrifying amount of immortal essence. Currently, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only had around 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads left. This forced him to stop here. His immortal essence reserves were reaching a critical level. He had to leave. Some for emergencies. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's rank 9 immortal aperture could produce yellow apricot immortal essence. This was his only source of immortal essence production. Longevity Heaven could not produce any. Even though Longevity Heaven did not annex any 9 heavens fragments and was not corroded by Heaven's will, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died in his era, it stopped producing immortal essence. Right now, even though Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had revived, the venerable aperture that he had was the current one. It had not passed one chaotic disaster yet. Furthermore, this second aperture had also just started developing. It was not flourishing and did not produce a large amount of immortal essence. That was unless Giant Sun Immortal Venerable annexed Longevity Heaven, but if he did that, he would gain a huge number of luck path Dao marks. It would destroy his plan of cultivating blood path. I need to raise blood path to a certain level first before I can regain my previous life's foundation. This development will be costly, but I must endure it. Blood path will be of utmost importance when I face the other venerables in the future. Thankfully, even though I am low on immortal essence, the other 2 are in an even worse state. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled to himself. All along, he had been thinking that immortal essence was his advantage. Even though he could not refine more luck path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not slack off. he waited for his immortal essence to replenish while comprehending blood path. Blood Sea Ancestor was actually Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's clone. Blood Sea Ancestor created blood path and left behind countless blood path inheritances after he died. Most were mortal level and contained mortal killer moves and mortal GU, but he had 9 true inheritances of GU immortal level. That was the peak of blood path when he died. These 9 were Blood Skull GU, Blood Handprint GU, Blood Chi GU, Blood Sweat GU, Menses Blood GU, Blood Shadow GU, Blood Battle GU, Blood Deity GU, as well as the method to raise and enslave the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat. It was a pity that Blood Sea Ancestor was targeted by Heavenly Court in his life. Even after his death, many inheritances were ruined by them. Thankfully, Blood Sea left behind countless mortal inheritances. Most of the 9 true inheritances also displayed their worth. The one who obtained the most true inheritances was Southern Borders GU Immortal Shang Yanfei. In his younger days, he found Blood Handprint Immortal GU in Southern Borders Blood Tide Pit. He later obtained Blood Shadow Gu's true inheritance. Northern Plains Menses Blood Immortal GU was obtained by Dong Fang Chong Fan. Western Deserts Blood Chi Immortal GU true inheritance was obtained by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. As for the true inheritance regarding the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, it was obtained by Shadow Sect Song Zixing. Central Continent's Blood Deity Immortal GU true inheritance was fought over by the 10 great ancient sects. They destroyed over half of it and the incomplete Blood Deity Immortal GU recipe ended up in the hands of Myriad Dragon Doc. As for the remaining 3 true inheritances, because of the changing terrain, a volcano erupted and destroyed Blood Skull Immortal Gu's true inheritance. Blood Sweat GU was taken mysteriously and had never been shown in public. It was possible that the person who took it met with an accident. Blood Battle Gu's true inheritance was by chance destroyed by an immemorial desolate beast. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revived, he took all of the blood path research results that the Northern Plains Huang Jin tribes had, as well as Longevity Heaven's research gains. Next, he instructed Earth Extremity Gon Ni to refine Immortal GU. The result was that they obtained several blood path Immortal GU. Among them, there was Blood Battle Immortal GU. As for the other 7 Immortal GU, other than Blood Deity, the rest had been tested. It was confirmed that all of them were already existing in the world. Without an alternative, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to temporarily turn Imitation GU into Blood Relation GU and barely created a blood path formation that helped him to revive during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. I have already digested the primordial domain regarding blood path. My current blood path attainment level has also reached Supreme Grand Master. But there were too few blood path Immortal GU. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had first absorbed the primordial domain in Crazed Demon Cave to become a Supreme Grand Master in Luck Path. Afterwards, he focused on blood path. He obtained a lot of the primordial domain but did not have time to digest them earlier. Now, he had already used up all of the primordial domain regarding blood path. In terms of attainment level, he was the number 1 person in the world regarding blood path, but currently, he was in an awkward state of lacking relevant Immortal GU. He needed a large quantity of crucial blood path Immortal GU. Among them, the ones that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted the most were Blood Acid, Blood Skull, Bloodline, Blood Relation, and others. But in fact, these Immortal GU were already owned. Gon Ni had been refining all sorts of blood path Immortal GU for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Blood Rope Immortal GU was one of the products. But these Immortal GU were too low ranked. They did not suit Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. These blood path Immortal GU needed to be rank 8 at least. This job was too difficult for Gon Ni to complete. Gon Ni cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path. She was not a pure Refinement Path GU Immortal. Even if she was, the success rate of refining rank 8 Immortal GU was just too low. If Long Hair Ancestor were still around, it would be much simpler. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable started to miss Long Hair Ancestor. Back then, he had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine all those Luck Immortal GU. He managed to create 88 True Yong building. Fang Yuan took the initiative to refine so many blood path Immortal GU. Regardless of this situation, or whether I need to advance my other blood path Immortal GU, I will need to transact with him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable found that he could not avoid Fang Yuan. Recently, Feng Yang publicly transacted with Fang Yuan. This showed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable that Heavenly Court had an ambiguous attitude towards him. Since Heavenly Court was attempting this, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not follow, star constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan would leave him in the dust. I'll let Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu handle this and buy blood path Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan. HMPH, isn't he quite close to Fang Yuan? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a decision. Next, he started to deduce more blood path Immortal Gu recipes and killer moves. Blood Path Supreme Grand Master attainment level was his greatest assurance. Of course, there was another aspect. He was using his methods to look for the blood path research results of the various super forces, and also the blood path inheritances left behind by other geniuses. After all, deducing Immortal Gu recipes and killer moves took time and effort. If he could use established inheritances as reference, he would save a lot of time and energy. 2 days ago, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already stopped refining Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks. It was not that she was unwilling to, but her situation was the same as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Their immortal essence reserves were reaching critical levels, they had no choice but to stop. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In her previous life, her venerable aperture was contributed to Heavenly Court, and because Heavenly Court had devoured many immemorial 9 heavens fragments, it was corroded by Heaven's will and her own wisdom path Dao marks were turned back into natural Dao marks. Thus, she could not retrieve her previous venerable aperture like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to raise her own Dao marks to a colossal scale. But she had her own advantage. Heavenly Court contained a huge number of wisdom path Dao marks, far beyond what she had in her previous life. Because Heavenly Court had existed for 3 million years, during which countless rank 8 GU immortals had appeared, their immortal apertures were also fused into Heavenly Court. If she fully refined all the wisdom path Dao marks in Heavenly Court, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would receive amplification that was far beyond Giant Sun Immortal Venerable inside Longevity Heaven. These last 2 days, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been deducing killer moves. She wanted to use Star Eyes Immortal GU and others to modify her own combat system. Similar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she had absorbed a lot of the primordial domain. Her star path became Supreme Grand Master again, and together with her wisdom path cultivation, she was much more adept than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in modifying killer moves. When refining natural Dao marks, the immortal essence expenditure was huge. But when deducing killer moves, for the case of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the immortal essence expenditure was of an acceptable level. Relying on her current venerable aperture, the production of immortal essence was greater than the amount she expended. But the most important thing is to refine all of Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks. If she completed that, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be able to use a killer move to conceal Heavenly Court's information. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would not be able to use Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks to forcefully inspect it. Things were difficult to do openly, but easy to do secretly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew this clearly. After I block Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's investigative method, I will break the truthful floating ice and retrieve derivation GU. It will be helpful in our human path development. In terms of immortal essence, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable should have an advantage. In terms of GU refinement, Fang Yuan has the advantage. But I have rank 9 derivation Immortal GU. If I can use it well, I can surpass the 2 venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated internally. In the contest of 3 venerables, although they were not physically fighting, their contest had taken a different form. Refining Dao marks, immortal essence reserves, rank 9 Immortal GU, all these various aspects were crucial points that the venerables competed in. Undeniably, whoever had the advantage in these aspects would have a higher chance of winning in the end. Chapter 2247, Fang Yuan's second rank 9 Immortal GU. This is about enough, I should stop now. Fang Yuan willed as he stopped refining Dao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture had 100 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence stored. But Fang Yuan did not stop refining natural Dao marks because of issues with his immortal essence reserves. The truth was, he refined Eastern Seas. Refinement path Dao marks openly, while secretly unsealing the truthful floating ice in his aperture. Most of his yellow apricot immortal essence beads were used to unseal the truthful floating ice, only a small portion were used to refine Eastern Seas refinement path Dao marks. Because of his action, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stayed in their territories. They did not come to attack Fang Yuan. Oh, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stopped refining natural Dao marks. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with luster. This information could not be hidden. Because the three venerables paid a lot of attention to each other, Fang Yuan soon caught wind of this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable should not have much immortal essence left, although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is holed up inside Heavenly Court, her situation should be similar. With the two of them having low immortal essence, the chance of them attacking Fang Yuan was very low, their threat towards him also fell by many times. Thankfully, I took a risk earlier and refined rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, otherwise, I'd be in a tough predicament now. In the contest of three venerables, if one side lagged behind, they would not be able to catch up easily. After all, the three venerables were all elites of elites. Currently, in terms of immortal essence reserves, I am already on par with the others. But truthfully, I have a lot more advantage than the two venerables. Fang Yuan evaluated. Firstly, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was simply too incredible and useful. Next, Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture had time path methods in effect, the rate of time was faster than the two venerables. In contrast, because of conflicting Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not have any time path methods that could be effective on their immortal apertures. And finally, Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture had far deeper foundation than the two venerables who had just started developing theirs, the Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence he produced exceeded theirs. With all three elements, Fang Yuan's Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence production far surpassed the two venerables. Currently, while Fang Yuan refined the natural Dao marks, he showed signs of weakness, he constantly had to stop and wait. Because of obscured heavenly secret, the two venerables did not know that Fang Yuan possessed rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. And because they knew about the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's details, they knew the trait of non-conflicting Dao marks, they did not think that Fang Yuan would take a risk to accelerate the time flow. As for the Immortal Aperture Origin Core's production of immortal essence, the two venerables knew that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had just undergone a chaos tribulation and also got hit by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Fortune and Disaster Coexist's killer move, thus, they underestimated the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's current foundation. Especially during this period of time, Fang Yuan refined GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven and was willing to pay Immortal GU to purchase all sorts of resource points and establish earth vein and water veins, he did not conceal anything. In the eyes of the two venerables, such an action of urgently developing his immortal aperture meant that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had suffered immense losses in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan guessed the two venerables' thoughts. In their eyes, I need to work on raising my immortal essence production, while refining rank 9 immortal GU is too dangerous, accelerating time flow will also cause tribulations to occur more quickly and expose my weakness. Thus, I can only build more resource points to raise my Immortal Aperture Origin Core so that I can produce more Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. But if I make a small blunder, the two venerables will immediately be suspicious of me. Especially Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, as the number one person in Wisdom Path throughout history, it will be extremely difficult to deceive her. Fang Yuan was currently treading on thin ice, he knew that maintaining the status quo was the best form of victory. He could not afford to make any small mistakes. If a single small mistake appears, the two venerables would analyze it carefully before quickly taking attempts to probe the truth. If the truth was exposed, what would happen? Fang Yuan would definitely be attacked by both venerables together. Fang Yuan did not know how long he could hide this, after all, he was facing the two of the greatest geniuses throughout human history. It was possible that he would be exposed at the next moment. If such a situation happened, Fang Yuan would not be surprised. No longer distracted by refining the refinement path Dao marks, Fang Yuan started to unseal the truthful floating ice with his full strength. Intuition told him that a huge gain was about to appear. And sure enough, several days later, his Heaven Path attainment level rose to Quasi-Grandmaster. Even though it did not reach Grandmaster, Fang Yuan had a deep foundation, he developed a strong sense of confidence. If I deduce with all my effort now, I can definitely create a Heaven Path killer move that can allow me to take the primordial domain. Fang Yuan's portion of the primordial domain had always been kept in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Goods in Treasure Yellow Heaven could not be used on the spot. Thus, Fang Yuan could not sell his own clone and absorb the primordial domain there was no chance of this happening. Fang Yuan had to retrieve the portion of the primordial domain and absorb them to raise his attainment levels. Unsealing the truthful floating ice mainly increases Heaven Path Dao marks, followed by Heaven Path attainment level, and finally, the attainment level of other paths. This last effect is barely evident, it is only an additional effect of the truthful floating ice and is extremely insignificant. Only by using the primordial domain can I raise the attainment levels of all my paths to a huge degree. But, right now, is there a need to do it? After careful consideration, Fang Yuan shook his head. Deducing the Heaven Path Killer move was not hard for Fang Yuan, his worry were the two venerables. Once he took out the primordial domain, he would have exposed his Heaven Path method. The two venerables would first be alerted. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, with so many portions of the primordial domain, if he digested them, his attainment levels would rise and cause him to become much more threatening. Afterwards, the two venerables would be suspicious. Why would Fang Yuan possess such a Heaven Path method? He did not use it in the past. Now that he had the Heaven Path method, it meant that his Heaven Path cultivation had improved greatly. That would make them think of the truthful floating ice. After all, Fang Yuan obtained the most pieces of truthful floating ice among the three venerables. If Fang Yuan improved in Heaven Path because he unsealed the truthful floating ice, then where did he get the immortal essence beads needed to do so? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable had cooperated for 1,000,000 years to maintain the crazed demon formation. She even assimilated with the Tao and created the killer move human executing heaven's work. She definitely knew that unsealing the truthful floating ice required immortal essence. Once she found out, she would inform Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and the two would work together and attack Fang Yuan to suppress him. Like what Fang Yuan considered earlier, a small mistake would cause the two venerables to attack him immediately. It was too likely. I can secretly deduce the Heaven Path Killer move, but the collection of the primordial domain will need to wait. Even though the primordial domain was very useful to Fang Yuan, it was not the key now. Because it would cause both venerables to attack and cause Fang Yuan to lose his current advantage, the loss was not worth the gain. No, the Heaven Path Killer move can wait. After all, once I gain this method, my luck will rise sharply. Also, I have rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus now. It has already increased the burden on obscured heavenly secret. Its expenditure is rising rapidly. What I need to do is to refine a second rank 9 Immortal GU. This thought had been lingering in Fang Yuan's mind for a long time. As for what Immortal GU he should refine, Fang Yuan already had an answer. That was Immortal GU, Advanced Refinement. Not Spring Autumn Cicada, Dog Shit Luck, Attitude, or Dream Token, but Advanced Refinement GU. Once Advanced Refinement GU becomes rank 9, it would be extremely useful for Fang Yuan to advance the rest of his rank 8 Immortal GU. For example, when Fang Yuan refined Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, if he had rank 9 Advanced Refinement GU, the difficulty would be halved at least. Fang Yuan had two advantages when refining rank 9 Advanced Refinement GU. The first advantage was that Fang Yuan had rank 8 Advanced Refinement GU already. This GU came from Langyao sect. It was originally the core of the Long Hair Refinement Path formation. It was currently the core of 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Secondly, Advanced Refinement GU was a Refinement Path Immortal GU. Even though some Rule Path Immortal materials were needed in the process, it was much purer than Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Refinement Path Immortal materials were the bulk of its components. Fang Yuan was a Refinement Path Venerable. He could perfectly process Refinement Path Immortal materials. This meant that the success rate would be much higher as well. Right when Fang Yuan was secretly thinking of refining rank 9 Advanced Refinement GU. At the core area of Wind Falcon Desert, with a loud sound, a vast amount of sand flew into the sky. An Immortal GU house charged out from underground. It was Fang Clan's rank 7 Immortal GU house, Chicken Dog Co-op. This Chicken Dog Co-op Immortal GU house looked like two buildings side by side. The left building was yellow and had a round plaque that had Chicken written on it. The right building was red and had the word Dog on its plaque. As its entrance opened, Chicken and Dog ancient desolate beasts flew out. There were tens of them. Chicken Dog Co-op burst out with profound light, shaking heaven and earth. The empty desert suddenly had an oasis that appeared out of nowhere. This oasis had countless pine trees that were tall and sharp. Each one was at least 300 feet tall, and they were widely spaced apart. The trees spread their branches and leaves out. The leaves gathered into balls with an extremely flat surface that resembled a grassland. On top of the pine leaf grassland, there were huge nests. Within the nests, there were long-distanced wind falcons. There were all sorts of wind falcons ranging from ordinary beasts, beast kings, desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts. This tall pine oasis is incredible. as expected of Wan Clan's resource point that is ranked second in Western Desert. Fang Dichong critiqued from within Chicken Dog Co-op. This was Wan Clan's territory. The rank 7 GU Immortal expert of Wan Clan that guarded this place was Wan Xiao. He did not show up. Instead, he controlled the Immortal formation and defended against the attacks of the ancient desolate beasts. He scolded angrily, "Fang Clan, what are you trying to do? As a Western Desert Righteous Path super force, you are actually attacking another Righteous Path super force without reason." Within Chicken Dog Co-op, Fang Dichong smiled coldly and replied, "Earlier, Wan Clan gathered the Western Desert super forces to attack my Fang Clan together. We will settle the score now. Do you really think my Fang Clan is a weak target to bully?" Chapter 2248 Winding Light Platform. At the center of the formation, Wan Xiao's expression was solemn. He felt a huge rock pressing down on his mind. Fang Clan's attack was too sudden. He was completely unguarded. The truth was, it was not that Wan Clan had not made preparations. Even since they failed in rallying Western Desert Righteous Path super forces, Wan Clan had prepared for Fang Clan's retaliation. They sent more manpower to their large peripheral resource points, while also strengthening the defensive formations there. They even paid a huge price to request Xiao Clan to set up a transportation formation, in order to send reinforcements in time. But who could have thought that the moment Fang Clan made a move, they actually bypassed the peripheral resource points, and directly invaded deep into Wan Clan's territory, attacking Wan Clan's second largest resource point. Fang Clan planned a long time for this, but how in the world did they come here? Wan Xiao was puzzled. Wan Clan was already aware of Fang Clan's 3 immortal GU houses, Chicken Dog Co-op, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. None of them could accomplish this. Right at this time, Wan Xiao shockingly sensed that the formation was shaking and the ground was quaking, as if an earth trench was about to form. A large number of pine trees of the tall pine oasis fell. This defensive formation's base is buried thousands of feet deep under the ground. Fang Clan actually found it so precisely, they are destroying it. Wan Xiao quickly inspected and saw an immortal GU house wreaking havoc underground, destroying the formation's base. Immortal formations usually had a formation base. It was like the foundation of a building but much more important. Formation bases were incredibly important to the immortal formations. They were the foundation of the foundation. If the formation base was destroyed, the formation would become extremely unstable, like a building with ruined foundation. With just a slight disturbance in the base, the formation would reveal a huge flaw and even be destroyed. Therefore, when GU Immortals set up immortal formations, they would hide the formation base. Some formation bases were hidden underground, some were hidden in the air, and some were kept in the center of the formation. This defensive formation in Tall Pine Oasis had existed for a long time, and because of the environmental restrictions, the GU Immortals who set the formation back then felt that only by burying the formation base deep underground could the formation take care of all aspects. It could defend and also nurture resources. But the formation base has been discovered and is being attacked. Fang Clan is too insidious. They actually had an Earth Path Immortal GU house as well. Wan Xiao gritted his teeth. What made him feel an even greater chill was that Fang Clan's methods were powerful and well prepared. Whose plan was it? Isn't Fang Dichong trapped inside Divine Emperor City? Could it be that, youngster Fang Yun? What should I do? Wan Xiao was sweating all over. He had confidence earlier as Tall Pine Oasis, defensive formation was very strong. He had confidence to rely on the formation to hold on until Wan Clan's reinforcements arrived. Fang Clan had immortal GU houses. Wan Clan naturally had them as well. When Wan Clan's immortal GU houses arrived and coordinated with the defensive formation, it would not be difficult to force back Fang Clan. Once Fang Clan were forced back, it would be Wan Clan's victory. Because Fang Clan's action already crossed the limits of the Western Desert Righteous Path, such a defeat would definitely lower their reputation. Wan Clan could take the chance to counterattack, rallying the other forces with a righteous reason. At that time, the reaction of Western Desert's super forces would be different from before. But can I hold on until then? Wan Xiao was solemn. What? Fang Clan attacked our Tall Pine Oasis. After receiving Wan Xiao's letter, the expression of Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder changed sharply. Wan Xiao had given a detailed description in the letter. The situation was serious and extremely urgent. Tall Pine Oasis was Wan Clan's second largest resource point. It was a renowned super resource point in Western Desert and even in the whole 5 regions, it could not be taken. Once it was destroyed or taken over, the losses would be enormous. Fang clan is really vicious. It is now a critical moment for my Wan clan. Wan clan's first supreme elder only had rank 7 cultivation and did not have outstanding battle strength, but he possessed an intuitive view of the big picture. He was deeply aware. Once Tall Pine Oasis fell into the enemy's hands, not only would they lose all the resources inside, Wan clan's reputation and prestige would also suffer a huge impact. Previously, Wan clan's rally did not succeed. Now, if the resource point were to be destroyed by Fang clan, in the eyes of everyone, Wan clan would become the weakest force in Western Desert's righteous path. They would be an object of ridicule and the representation of the weakest target. Once this thought emerged, Wan clan would head down the road of decline. Because in the current situation, with the chaotic war imminent, people's hearts were uneasy. If the chaotic war erupted, everyone would feel that Wan clan could be taken advantage of. This was a frightening situation for Wan clan. Hence, when Wan clan's first supreme elder received Wan Shao's request for reinforcements, he immediately acted. He personally moved with Winding Light platform. Only a rank 6 GU Immortal and a rank 7 Immortal GU house were left to guard the headquarters. On his way, Wan clan's first supreme elder messaged all the Wan clan GU Immortals. The Wan clan Immortals were shocked and furious. The peripheral territories are peaceful and have no disturbance. After receiving the replies, the brows of Wan clan's first supreme elder furrowed tightly. After some rapid thinking, he clenched his teeth and sent a command. Shortly after, Wan Hao Guang received this command. Zhui Qing, defend this place. If Fang clan attacks, you must retreat immediately. I need to hurry to Wind Falcon Desert to reinforce Wan Shao. Wan Hao Guang immediately moved out. The relationship between him and Wan Shao's relationship. Back then, 3 Wan clan immortals fought Fang Yuan, and Wan Shao risked his life to save Wan Hao Guang. Now, Wan Hao Guang could similarly go to such an extent. But Wan Zhui Qing grabbed Wan Hao Guang's hand. Lord, it is too dangerous for you to go right now. We don't have clear information on what Fang clan's real arrangements are. If their plan of besieging the enemy stronghold is meant to strike at the reinforcements, wouldn't you be jumping right into a trap? I have a suggestion. Currently, Fang clan has entered deep into our Wan clan's territory. If we just defend, we will only receive a beating and fall into Fang clan's scheme. We may as well launch an attack and invade Fang clan's resource points. We should use offense against offense. Wan Hao Guang's eyes shone as he sized up Wan Zhui Qing and patted his shoulder. Good lad, you have improved. But, do you think First Supreme Elder did not think of this? Wan Hao Guang shook his head. First Supreme Elder asked experts like us to go and reinforce them because he does not have the confidence to force back Fang clan's forces. Fang clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong is a rank 8 expert, while we have not seen him since the start of the battle. He may very likely be inside Chicken Dog Co-op. According to your plan, even if we invade Fang clan's resource points, once we lose Tall Pine Oasis, our Wan clan will still suffer a huge loss. All those peripheral resource points of Fang clan combined cannot compare to our Tall Pine Oasis. Wan Zhui Qing turned pale as he deeply realized the cruelty of reality. Even if they were not clear of Fang clan's true arrangements, Wan Hao Guang had to go reinforce them, even if he had to risk his life. Simply because they could not afford to lose Tall Pine Oasis. The formation base was destroyed, a huge flaw formed in the Immortal formation from which Chicken Dog Co-op charged in. Wan Shao was furious but could only maintain the damaged formation while clenching his teeth. With their home being invaded, Wind Falcons were provoked. They screeched as they attacked Chicken Dog Co-op, going against the chickens and dogs sent by Fang clan. A fierce fight between the beasts erupted as blood splashed everywhere. Chickens cawed, dogs barked, and falcons screeched. They formed a medley that resounded in the battlefield. An immemorial Wind Falcon clawed open the roof of Chicken Dog Co-op. The Fang clan GU Immortals inside were already prepared. They repaired it in orderly and calm fashion. Fang Dichong laughed loudly. What an impressive immemorial desolate beast, get in here. At the next moment, Chicken Dog Co-op let out a beam of light. The beam enveloped the immemorial Wind Falcon and dragged it inside. The immemorial Wind Falcon struggled with all its strength, but its body kept on shrinking and its resistance grew weaker and weaker, until it was finally absorbed by Chicken Dog Co-op. What? This immortal GU house can suppress the immemorial Wind Falcon. Wan Shao's heart shook. Chicken Dog Co-op was an enslavement path immortal GU house that could only enslave chickens and dogs, but who could have expected that it gained a new ability now? Enough is enough. Fang clan, you will pay for this one day. I, Wan Shao, swear upon it. Wan Shao roared in his head as he stared at the wind falcons that were being suppressed by Chicken Dog Co-op. Fortunately, this situation did not continue for long. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder appeared in the horizon with Wan Clan's Immortal GU house. Wan Shao immediately relaxed. Winding light platform. Fang Dichong muttered as he saw this. This winding light platform was a rank 7 light path Immortal GU house. It was grayish-white with 8 sides and 8 corners. On the tall platform, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was standing straight, his face furious as he fixed his gaze on Chicken Dog Co-op. Both sides were still a few kilometers apart when winding light platform suddenly shot out 4 beams of light. The beams actually bent in the air, they nimbly attacked Chicken Dog Co-op from different directions. Under Fang Dicheng's control, Chicken Dog Co-op activated Defensive Killer moves and blocked all 4 beams. In this short while, winding light platform had arrived before Chicken Dog Co-op. With a loud explosive sound, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder actually made winding light platform collide with Chicken Dog Co-op. The two Immortal GU houses collided before being mutually repelled. A large number of Mortal GU broke into pieces and scattered in the air. He, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, you have such a fiery temper. Fang Dicheng's voice resounded in the battlefield. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder and Wan Shao's expressions changed. Fang Dichong, weren't you trapped in Emperor City? No, inside Divine Emperor City. Fang Dicheng's eyelids twitched as his voice turned heavy. That is not the important point. Wan Clan, I am representing Fang Clan to teach you a lesson. Don't think that any random force can find trouble with my Fang Clan. You speak with no shame. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder shouted furiously. Immediately after, winding light platform activated its killer move again. Tens of beams of light swept the battlefield. Chicken Dog Co-op was forced back time and again, its ancient desolate beasts suffered serious casualties. Even the Earth Path Immortal GU house that was deep underground also got struck by the light, it was almost destroyed. Fang Clan moved underground and invaded deep into our territory. It is very likely because of the ability of this Earth Path Immortal GU house. But this Immortal GU house seems fragile, or at least, its defensive aspect is not good enough. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately cheered up. Chapter 2249, Huge Commotion. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder traveled in winding light platform and arrived just in time. After fighting one round with Chicken Dog Co-op, he immediately discovered the weakness of Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal GU house. When he discovered this, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate to activate winding light platform to shoot out beams of light at the underground Earth Path Immortal GU house. The Earth Path Immortal GU house quickly drilled deeper, evading with extreme nimbleness. Although its defense was nothing to boast about, its speed was astonishing, it dodged all the beams. Some beams brushed past it, making for an extremely dangerous situation. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder smiled. Let me show you my Wan Clan Immortal GU house's ability. Saying so, he activated winding light platform's signature method. Immediately, those straight pure white beams of light underground started to bend and change their direction, attacking the Earth Path Immortal GU house again. A large number of beams formed a web that shrouded the Earth Path Immortal GU house from all sides. The Earth Path Immortal GU house could only struggle fiercely, and after 10 or so breaths of time, it charged out of the ground. I was waiting for you. The eyes of Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder shone sharply. I shall destroy this Immortal GU house as the payment for invading my Wan Clan. Stop dreaming. Fang Dichong called out as he controlled Chicken Dog Co-op to collide with winding light platform. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder gave a shout. Winding light platform shot out beams once again. The beams of light coiled around winding light platform, connecting with each other as they formed a powerful defensive ring. Chicken Dog Co-op collided onto the surface, but its strength was redirected by the winding beams, causing it to brush past winding light platform. Immediately after, winding light platform shot a ray of yellow light. The yellow light covered Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal GU house, holding it down on the spot. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder poured in his immortal essence in a frenzy. The yellow light started to coil like a fried dough twist. Under the constriction of the yellow beam of light, Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal GU house started cracking. A large number of mortal GU were crushed to pieces. This move was winding light platform's strongest method. In just a short 10 breaths of time, Fang Clan's Earth Path Immortal GU house would be completely destroyed, even the GU immortals inside could not escape alive. Wan Zhuiqing flew rapidly in the sky. His expression was extremely cold, but his heart was like a bright burning flame. This was the fire of vengeance. Wan Zhuiqing's father was Wan Lianghan. The latter was a rank 7 Wisdom Path GU immortal. He had fought Fang Yuan with Wan Hao Guang and Wan Shao, resulting in his death in the battle. Back then, Fang Yuan hid in Fang Clan, so in Wan Zhuiqing's heart, it was the same as Fang Clan killing his father. The hatred of his father's murder was irreconcilable. Since the moment he learned of father's death, Wan Zhuiqing's life experienced a complete change. Previously, he was a second-generation immortal. With his father's support, he could be arrogant and complacent. After the fall of his father who sheltered him from the cruelty of the outside world, Wan Zhuiqing matured quickly amidst the grief and fear. He realized that his comfortable life was the result of many people giving face to his father. He realized how fortunate he had been, and also realized his only hope now was to work hard. So, when Wan Clan's rally did not bear fruit and they deployed immortals to defend their peripheral territories, although Wan Zhuiqing was only at rank 6, he disregarded the risk and requested to be sent to a peripheral territory to defend the resource point. He knew that he had to display his value to the clan. If the value was not high, then he had to show his loyalty. He did not have any fortuitous encounters, so he could only rely on the clan. And the clan was not his father. Every time Wan Zhuiqing remembered how blessed he had lived when his father was alive, his hatred towards Fang Clan deepened. Wan Hao Guang made me guard the resource point, but what can I, a mere rank 6 GU immortal, do, even with the support of the immortal formation? Wan Hao Guang is the main reliance to stall the enemies until reinforcements arrive. If Fang Clan's true motive is to attack the peripheral resource points, I will definitely not be able to defend mine. Since that is the case, I may as well risk it and attack Fang Clan's resource points. I will do what Wan Hao Guang cannot do. Wan Zhuiqing decided to risk it. If he stayed to defend the resource point, and Fang Clan attacked strongly, he would at most be able to hold on for a while before he would need to retreat through the teleportation formation. Returning to the clan with such a result of losing the clan's resource point would be a small stain on his records at the very least. But if he attacked Fang Clan's resource point and made some gains, it would no doubt be a huge merit. Especially under the situation when Tall Pine Oasis was attacked and the casualties were high. In this situation, as long as Wan Zhuiqing succeeded, it would be like helping Wan Clan restore their prestige. At such a time, one merit or contribution will be counted as 10. The clan will also look at me differently. With the clan's rewards and increased support, I can progress rapidly. Otherwise, with my current growth speed, it will take forever before I can exact revenge from my father. After Wan Lianghan died, his GU worms were not left behind for Wan Zhuiqing. It was not easy for Wan Zhuiqing to cultivate, and he could only fight for opportunities by himself. I am here, the most peripheral resource point of Fang Clan. Wan Zhuiqing slowed down. He restrained his aura and approached quietly. Fang Clan, regarding the hatred of killing my father, I am going to take a bit of revenge now. However, after a while, Wan Zhuiqing was stupefied. He was standing dazedly on the spot, facing the desolate desert. Wasn't this the location of Flying Sand Tunnel? Wait a second, there are clear signs of relocation. Fang Clan moved this resource point away. Wan Zhuiqing was puzzled. Was it necessary to do that? Just to prevent an improbable counterattack of Wan Clan, they relocated the resource point. The loss in doing that was not small. When resource points were relocated, their productivity would fall, because the resource point was already in sync with the surrounding environment. Relocating a resource point was like moving trees. The roots would leave the land and lose the nutrients. Even if they were transplanted to a better land, they would need to adapt for some time. But how many areas were truly suitable for the resource point? Even if it was an area with denser earth path Dao marks, the difference in the arrangement of the Dao marks could result in the destruction of the resource point. Super forces rarely relocated their resource points. As far as enemies were concerned, relocating a resource point was like the frontline fortress being removed. It reduced the obstructions, and they could easily invade deeper. No, something is wrong. Super forces don't easily relocate their resource points, but it is different now. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has been madly developing his sovereign immortal aperture. The GU refinement price list in Treasure Yellow Heaven mostly asks for Earth Path resource points too. Fang clan could have secretly transacted with Fang Yuan using these resource points as the payment. Then, how many immortal GU did they exchange for? A shocking thought flashed by Wan Zhuiqing's mind, turning his face pale as paper. Fang clan has secretly traded with Fang Yuan, their strength has increased greatly. Our information on Fang clan is way off, oh no, Tall Pine Oasis is in danger. When he realized this, Wan Zhuiqing immediately sent a message to Wan clan's first Supreme Elder through Treasure Yellow Heaven. But at this time, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder was controlling Winding Light platform and making the final attacks on Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal GU house. How could he spare any time to look at Wan Zhuiqing's message? Break! Wan clan's first Supreme Elder shouted. HMPH, wishful thinking. Right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared above Wan clan's first Supreme Elder. Rank 8 aura surged like a tide. It was Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Fang Gong. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder, however, did not even take a glance at Fang Gong. His sight was fixed on the Earth Path Immortal GU house. He wanted to destroy this Immortal GU house to make Fang clan suffer a heavy loss. As for his safety, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder was confident in the protection of Winding Light platform. However, all this was within Fang clan's plan. Immortal killer move, roof tile breaker. Fang Gong activated a killer move and slammed down with his palms. Ripples spread around Winding Light platform as it blocked Fang Gong's attack. Fang Gong slammed down without stopping. Palm shadows flew in the air as attacks rained down on Winding Light platform. Rank 7 Winding Light platform possessed rank 8 battle strength, blocking all of Fang Gong's attacks. But the expression of Wan clan's first Supreme Elder changed abruptly. He made a horrifying discovery. Every attack of Fang Gong's possessed a strange power, although it could not destroy Winding Light platforms. Defensive methods, the power infiltrated the inside and caused severe damage to Winding Light platform's GU worms. Almost in an instant, Winding Light platform was damaged to a great extent. The yellow beams of light that had been restricting Fang clan's Earth Path Immortal GU house lost their source of power and dispersed completely. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder almost spat blood from anger after seeing this. Fang clan, you have gone too far. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder immediately controlled Winding Light platform to retreat. He realized Fang clan was targeting him, more accurately, they were targeting Wan clan's Immortal GU house. Compared to Tall Pine Oasis, Winding Light platform was Fang clan's true objective. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder used all his strength to retreat. But since Fang clan saw their real objective, why would they let it go so easily? Under a normal situation, other GU immortals might not be able to block an Immortal GU house's charge and could only evade. But Fang Gong was an exception. Fang Gong held down Winding Light platform while Chicken Dog Co-op also attacked. After enduring for a while, Winding Light platform crumbled apart loudly. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's mind was filled with anger as he attacked Fang Gong. Fang Gong's expression was indifferent. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder, remember this moment. Our Fang clan is not to be trifled with, this Winding Light platform is the price for going against us. Fang Gong punched lightly towards Wan clan's first Supreme Elder while maintaining his momentum. Wan clan's first Supreme Elder only had rank 7 cultivation, he simply could not catch Fang Gong's attention. But at the next moment, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder's expression suddenly stiffened. His killer move's activation failed, causing him to get hit by an intense backlash. He was also struck by Fang Gong's punch. He immediately turned into meat pulp, losing his life. Everyone was stumped, including Fang Gong and Fang Dichong. First Supreme Elder, Wan Shao cried mournfully. He rode a wind falcon and took the chance to escape Tall Pine Oasis. His movement shook the Fang clan's immortals as they regained their senses. What should we do now? Fang Gong transmitted his voice to Fang Dichong with an awkward expression. Fang Dichang's expression was dark. How could you kill Wan clan's first Supreme Elder? This was different from their plan. Fang clan's true target was Wan clan's Immortal GU house. Wan clan had 2 Immortal GU houses, both were rank 7 and could fight rank 8, they were the foundation which Wan clan relied on to be a super force. Their significance was far higher than that of Tall Pine Oasis. Getting rid of Winding Light platform would be the greatest victory for Fang clan. Fang clan's prestige would rise sharply, no super force would dare to rashly unite against them again. On the contrary, Wan clan would lose one of their rank 7 immortal GU houses. From then on, they could only hole up in their territory, unable to cause any more trouble. Wan clan's first supreme elder was dead. This was a huge issue. Wan clan would definitely retaliate with all their strength. They could use this reason to gather Western Desert's righteous path forces and form a punitive expedition against Fang clan. Because Fang clan had gone way beyond the limits. Not only did they battle without prior notice, they even killed the other clan's first supreme elder. It was like a neighbor suddenly crashing into someone's home and killing its owner. This action of Fang clan was completely a demonic path action. Righteous path forces would be frightened, afraid that they would be the next Wan clan. Thereupon, Western Desert's super forces would definitely unite. I already held back in that punch, but Wan clan's first supreme elder was in an agitated state. He seemed to have triggered his killer move's backlash, and by some freak coincidence, lost his life. Fang Gong said with a sigh. Although they won, Fang Gong was not happy. Even the other Fang clan GU immortals felt a heavy mood, because all of them knew this matter was huge now. Only one person was different. Tang Fang Ming was hiding deep underground, excited and fearful. Amazing, this dream path killer move is truly amazing. Wan clan's first supreme elder lost his life because of this, but Fang clan is completely unaware. I have accomplished Lord Fang Yuan's mission. 1. A type of food. Google for image. Chapter 2250, Fang Yuan's scheme. Countless thoughts surged in Fang Di Chang's mind like tall towers before quickly collapsing. The rising and collapsing of the thoughts for thousands of times caused Fang Di Chang to sweat profusely and his face to flush red. Evidently, his wisdom path deductions reached his limits. This is bad, extremely bad. Fang Di Chang mumbled with an ugly expression. All the results of the deductions let him see the miserable future of Fang clan. Previously, Wan clan's rallying failed, thus, Fang clan avoided a calamity. In truth, this was mainly because of the uncertain relationship of Fang clan and Fang Yuan. Adding on that the 5 regional walls were gone, and with the fusion of the 2 heavens, GU immortals were worried for their own safety and maintained caution. However, Fang Di Chang was very clear of the true nature of Great Love Immortal Venerable. If Fang clan were to be besieged by Western Desert's super forces, Fang Yuan would never stand up for them. Fang Yuan only prioritized real benefits. Unless Fang clan paid a high price that moved Fang Yuan's heart, he would never help Fang clan. Like this time, Fang clan first had the intention of attacking Wan clan, before they secretly transacted with Fang Yuan. Fang clan paid a lot of resource points to advance the rank of the core immortal GU of Roof Tile Breaker Killer move in exchange for many immortal GU to construct that Earth Path immortal GU house. If Fang Yuan did not help, Fang clan and Fang Yuan's true relationship would be exposed, then Fang clan would face destruction. Could Fang clan pay the price for Fang Yuan's help? Fang Di Chang had no confidence in this. What made him more worried was that even if Fang clan could pay a high price to request for Fang Yuan's assistance, what if the other super forces tried to imitate them? Could Fang clan match their price? No matter what Fang clan chooses, Fang Yuan will be the biggest winner. Fang Di Chang gritted his teeth as he thought. Fang Yuan destroyed his body and captured his soul. Fang Di Chang could not forget this hatred. What should we do? This first supreme elder is really the shame of Wan clan. He actually fought so carelessly. Maybe we can revive him, Fang Gong suggested with a frown. Fang Di Chang shook his head. He had already thought of this, but they could not do it. Not to mention that Fang clan did not have a method to revive GU immortals. They might need to request help from others to revive Wan clan's first supreme elder. Even if they succeeded in reviving Wan clan's first supreme elder, would this grudge be gone? It was similar to how Fang Di Chang was killed by Fang Yuan and his soul captured, but was released later on. Was the hatred between him and Fang Yuan gone? This grudge deepened. On the contrary, it could be said that the enmity between Fang clan and Wan clan was already impossible to resolve. Wan clan was definitely going to retaliate with their full strength. Under this situation, were Fang clan to revive Wan clan's first supreme elder, it would be like reviving their enemy who would give them more trouble in the future. It was too stupid. Naturally, GU immortals had endless methods. There were many ways to resolve the hatred. For instance, the publicly known spring-autumn cicada. As long as the rebirth succeeded, everything could start anew. There were also wisdom path methods to change the feelings of Wan clan's immortals. But these methods would need to be of an extremely high rank to be effective on all the Wan clan immortals, and Fang clan did not have them. Huff. Fang Dichong sighed, sharp light flashed past his eyes as he said heavily, "We can only continue to go forward now. We will go attack Wan clan's headquarters and deal a huge blow to them." Fang Dong narrowed his eyes, while the other Fang clan GU immortals felt a chill in their hearts. This matter had already become big. Fang clan would no doubt face huge trouble. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. They might as well disregard the consequences and weaken Wan clan as much as possible. Alright, Fang Dong made the decision. Fang clan immediately collected Chicken Dog Co-op and got inside the Earth Path Immortal GU house, moving towards Wan clan's headquarters through the underground. However, when they reached Wan clan's headquarters, there was no one there. Wan clan's GU immortals had evacuated long ago. Their remaining Immortal GU House Myriad Age building, as well as all the resources in the headquarters and treasuries were also completely gone. Fang clan's immortals were livid. This was the worst situation for Fang clan. After a while of silence, Fang Dichong suggested, "First Supreme Elder, at this point, I can only ask you to move with Chicken Dog Co-op and clean out Wan clan's resource points. I will lead the others to go back to our headquarters and prepare for war." Fang Dong nodded. "I guess we have no choice." Fang Dichang's expression was extremely solemn. "For Fang clan to get past this trial, we must rely on Fang Yuan. The more resource points you can loot, the more Immortal GU we can exchange from Fang Yuan and have greater hope." "I understand." Fang Dong chose 2 people to go with him inside Chicken Dog Co-op. They disappeared in the horizon. Fang Dichong led the remaining Fang clan immortals back to Fang clan's headquarters in the Earth Path Immortal GU house. A storm was coming. Everyone in Fang clan was tense. They were like tigers who sensed threats to their lives. Hairs stood on ends and their eyes opened wide, as they prepared to oppose the retaliation of a group of savage beasts. A sea breeze was blowing, and birds were chirping. Fang Yuan was calmly undergoing a GU refinement attempt. Inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the refinement of Rank 9 Advanced Refinement had reached the mid-late stage. It was too easy. This was Fang Yuan's biggest impression, even though this was the refinement of a Rank 9 Immortal GU. It was completely different from the previous time. This time, Fang Yuan was not under the external pressure brought by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He also did not need to guard the Heavenly Spirit. Another crucial point was Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a Wood Path Immortal GU, but Advanced Refinement GU was a Refinement Path Immortal GU. The latter came under Fang Yuan's specialty. It was much easier for him to process Refinement Path Immortal materials than to handle Wood Path Immortal materials. Fang Yuan was even dealing with other matters while refining the Rank 9 Immortal GU. Fang clan's message arrived quickly, and it contained a list. The contents of the list were over 10 resource points. It did not lack large resource points, and there was even a super resource point. Over these days, Fang Dong displayed the strength of a Rank 8 GU Immortal. Fang Dichong managed the overall situation, and even dispatched Inquiry Doc. Fang clan combed through Wan clan's territories, occupying many of the resource points. Looks like Fang clan gained a lot. Sure enough, every person has potential. How can it appear if they are not pressured? After Fang clan entered the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they made secret transactions. By seeing the several Immortal GU that Fang clan exchanged for, Fang Yuan could deduce Fang clan's plan. It was also reasonable for Fang clan to retaliate against Wan clan for self-preservation. Since Tang clan's name was intentionally concealed by Fang Yuan, it was rather special for Fang Yuan to only be connected to Fang clan among all the Western Desert super forces. Previously, Wan clan gathered Western Desert's Righteous Path forces to attack Fang clan. This had already deeply provoked Fang clan. Wan clan's rally failed. Fang clan let out a breath of relief before deciding to take the chance to attack Wan clan. This was a sensible move of using offense as defense. Fang Yuan immediately developed a plan when he noticed this. He manipulated the scene from behind, helping Fang clan with the Immortal GU and raising their strength, while also sending a command to Tang clan, imparting a Dream Path Killer move to Tang Fang Ming and also lending a Dream Path Immortal GU. Currently, Fang clan had already stepped into Fang Yuan's trap, becoming the source of disturbance in Western Desert. For self-preservation, they must cooperate with Fang Yuan even more deeply, seizing resource points for Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Tang clan schemed against Fang clan. This was the same as Fang Yuan gaining a huge hold over them. Fang Yuan's influence over Tang clan deepened much more. In the letter, Fang Clan asked for a lot of immortal GU, and also requested Fang Yuan to personally go to Western Desert and display the invincibility of Great Love Immortal Venerable if necessary. For this, Fang Clan agreed to pay everything. They want me to make a move. Fang Yuan sneered. How could it be possible? In the current situation of the contest of three venerables, Fang Yuan had to make the most of every moment. It was impossible for him to make a move for Fang Clan. He was using Fang Clan, using them as a chess piece. A chess piece was a chess piece, it should be sacrificed when necessary. Unless the value of the chess piece was extremely high and could not be replaced, Fang Yuan would not go defend it personally. Who among Fang Yuan's subordinates could not be replaced? Fang Yuan could even abandon his own clones without hesitation when necessary. Why would he make a move for Fang Clan? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had just started refining Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks when an important message arrived. There is a change in Western Desert. Fang Clan invaded Wan Clan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes flickered with starlights. There is something fishy about Fang Clan being so radical. Did Fang Yuan secretly fuel the situation? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly thought of this detail. After all, the whole 5 regions knew about Fang Clan openly joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Fang Clan's strength rose sharply. Fang Yuan clearly supported them from behind. Wan Clan was caught unprepared, and Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder died in battle. Looks like Fang Yuan is intentionally causing unrest in Western Desert. Fang Clan is actually willing to be ordered like this by Fang Yuan, making a move that puts the clan's survival in risk. It seems Fang Yuan's influence over Fang Clan is much deeper than I thought. She quickly sensed Fang Yuan's true motive. Fang Yuan does not care about Fang Clan, even though he needs the resource points to develop the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. His main target is to set an example of Fang Clan to influence the GU Immortal world of the whole 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable. It was extremely easy for him to refine immortal GU. With his investment, any super force's strength would soar rapidly. It was the so-called, with a sharp weapon in hand, killing intent rises. Fang Yuan's simple transaction could break the power balance that had existed for a long time in the 5 regions GU Immortal world. At present, Western Desert super forces already understood the benefits of transacting with Fang Yuan. On one hand, Fang Yuan was openly transacting immortal GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and the price was affordable to the super forces. On the other hand, he created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, allowing any super force to join the alliance. Moreover, once they joined the alliance, they could transact secretly and obtain a lot of benefits. Fang Clan joined the alliance, so they could transact secretly and raise their strength. Now, Wan Clan GU Immortals did not even dare to show up. They could only let Fang Clan loot almost all of their resource points. This trend was truly dangerous. The gains of Fang Clan moved people, while the miserable state of Wan Clan deterred them. What could super forces do in this situation? The simplest choice was to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Chapter 2251, Heavenly Court's Interference. All along, Fang Yuan's foreign policy had been extremely flexible. For instance, the content of the Contribution Board, Mission Board, and Exchange Board were different when comparing the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Similarly, the Eastern Sea GU Immortals had to accept strict alliance agreements when they joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, but when the GU Immortals of other 4 regions joined, their alliance agreements were extremely relaxed with almost no bindings. Such details were enough for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to learn of Fang Yuan's sinister and vicious mind. She had a clear judgment of Western Desert's situation. Fang Clan must be suppressed, they cannot be allowed to rise in power. If need be, they must be eradicated. Otherwise, once other super forces start to imitate them, it will greatly increase Fang Yuan's influence over the 5 regions. Fang Yuan relied on immortal GU transactions and other supporting methods to easily stir the situation of the 5 regions GU Immortal world. As the saying went, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. If this situation was allowed to develop to become a common sentiment, then Fang Yuan's influence would cover the 5 regions in the future. Even if not all the 5 regions were affected, it would at least influence 3 regions. At that time, with just a thought, Fang Yuan could control the GU Immortal world of Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea to besiege Central Continent. Naturally, no matter how many GU Immortals the 3 regions had, they could not hold a candle to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A venerable was invincible, especially a venerable who was starting to exhibit the might of a Tao Lord. But venerables could threaten each other. If Fang Yuan's influence made the three regions GU Immortals into cannon fodder, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have no choice but to make a move to protect Central Continent. As such, there would be a change in the contest of three venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be hindered by those cannon fodder, while Fang Yuan could take the chance to surpass her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 wisdom path GU Immortal since the ancient times. Fang Yuan's scheme had just started, and she already saw through it from some small details. Currently, in the contest of three venerables, everyone is giving their all to refine natural Tao marks. Fang Yuan is lagging behind, so he is using this trick to shorten the gap. HMPH, will it go like you wish? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision immediately. Zhou Shangxin, Wan Zihong, go on an expedition to Western Desert. Sun Clan Headquarters. Sun Clan's first Supreme Elder was discussing with Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao. Fang Clan attacked my Wan Clan abruptly. They are seizing my Wan Clan's resource points in a frenzy. They have already gone mad. This act is completely of the demonic path. Everyone in Fang Clan has entered the demonic path. Fang Clan is the biggest demon's nest in Western Desert. Your clan is one of the core forces of Western Desert's righteous path. Can you stand by and watch this situation? Wan Hao Guang said righteously. Sun Clan's first Supreme Elder nodded and said, you are right, my Sun Clan will definitely use all our strength to maintain righteousness. But currently, Sun Clan is in a bit of trouble. Sun Clan's first Supreme Elder explained Sun Clan's difficulty. He assured them at the end that if Wan Clan was able to gather other super forces, Sun Clan would definitely join and do their best for Western Desert. This old fox. After leaving Sun Clan's headquarters, Wan Hao Guang said furiously. Wan Xiao smiled bitterly. Sun Clan is the most timid among Western Desert's super forces. It is not strange for Sun Clan's first Supreme Elder to say that. It is already his greatest sincerity to be here expressing his stance. Which clan should we go to next? Just as he was speaking, two figures flew over from the horizons, their rank 8 aura clear and unconcealed. Ah, they are Heavenly Court GU Immortals. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang were on guard. They were not afraid, after all, they had myriad age building. The two Heavenly Court Immortals were Zhou Shangxin and Wan Zihong. Please hold on a moment, friends from Wan Clan. We are here to help you. Zhou Shangxin greeted from afar. Wan Xiao and Wan Hao Guang looked at each other, seeing the joy in the depths of their eyes. Immediately, the two stopped on the spot, hiding their joy while being on full alert. The two Heavenly Court Immortals stopped 1,000 steps away, expressing they bore no ill intentions. Wan Zihong did not speak, letting Zhou Shangxin explain their purpose in coming. Fang Clan joined the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and received support from Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. They want to overthrow Western Desert's righteous path, and turn the whole of Western Desert into a demonic den. Although Heavenly Court is the leader of Central Continent, we cannot bear to watch this happen, so the two of us were sent to help and eliminate this demonic trend, in order to restore light to the world. Wan Hao Guang asked, how will Heavenly Court help? Will Star Constellation Immortal Venerable make a move if necessary? These two questions were crucial. Heavenly Court's help was not a completely good thing for Wan Clan. If it was not handled properly, it would be adding on to Wan Clan's troubles and they would be beyond redemption. Heavenly Court was Central Continent's force, and this was Western Desert. Although 5 regional walls had disappeared, how could the 5 regional walls that had existed from the beginning of the world disappear so easily from the GU Immortals' hearts? If Heavenly Court were to personally interfere in Wan Clan's fight, Wan Clan would be publicly recognized as Heavenly Court's subordinate force, Central Continent's bridgehead in Western Desert. Under such a situation, Western Desert super forces would be vigilant and stay their hand. Wan Clan would lose the reason for assembling the Western Desert super forces, and everyone would be on guard against them. What was an internal battle between Western Desert forces, would become the battle of Fang Yuan and Fang Clan against Heavenly Court and Wan Clan. Zhou Shangxin smiled. You can rest assured, we will not personally take part in this campaign against Fang Clan. Wan Hao Guang and Wan Xiao let out sighs of relief. Heavenly Court GU Immortals could not interfere directly. Zhou Shangxin continued. Wan Clan's and Fang Clan's fight is Western Desert's internal matter. The reason Heavenly Court is willing to help Wan Clan is to deal with Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan makes a move or sends his subordinates to participate in the battle, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not stand by and do nothing. Our Heavenly Court's Immortals will also make a move to defend righteousness and ensure peace in the world. Wan Hao Guang and Wan Shao could not restrain their joy. Since the start, what they were most wary of was the relationship between Fang Clan and Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan made a move, which Western Desert super force could block him? Heavenly Court's guarantee immediately removed Wan Clan's greatest apprehension. When Wan Clan rallied Western Desert forces later on, and these forces learned of this situation, they would definitely help Wan Clan. Wan Shao questioned. Fang Clan joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and used resource points to exchange for a large number of Immortal GU, even constructing a new Immortal GU house. They are crazily relocating our resource points now. Their intention is clear as day. So, can Heavenly Court sell us some Immortal GU? Wan Hao Guang also looked at the two Heavenly Court Immortals with bright eyes. Zhou Shangxin sneered inwardly, wishful thinking. Immortal GU are unique, there are barely enough Immortal GU for us to use, how can we sell them? On the surface, however, he showed a smile. We cannot sell Immortal GU, but we can lend them. On the other hand, we can consider transacting Immortal killer moves and Immortal GU recipes. Zhou Shangxin then gave a quote which immediately caused Wan Shao's and Wan Hao Guang's expressions to become unsightly. Heavenly Court's price was high, Wan Clan's wallet would bleed if they wanted to reach that price. Heavenly Court's righteousness comes at a price. Zhou Shangxin suddenly said with a low voice, in fact, Heavenly Court will give financial support that will certainly satisfy your clan. Oh, we would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan was communicating with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu, you clearly cultivate enslavement path, why are you asking me to refine blood path GU? Fang Yuan deliberately asked. Far away in northern plains, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was smiling bitterly. He mumbled internally, you think I want to do this? For the blood path Immortal GU transaction, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable personally summoned Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to make him a middleman for the transaction. How could Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu refuse? He was only a meager rank 8 GU Immortal, and his clan was established in northern plains. He had no choice but to agree to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's command. As the saying went, people had to be humble when they were in an inferior position. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu naturally resented Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. At the same time, he also resented Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's speech as great love shook the whole world. He publicized his connection with the 5 regions GU Immortals and forces. Among them, the transaction with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was completely made up. Back then, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had been so frightened that he even burnt his skewer. Fang Yuan wanted to use this to incite and probe Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's response. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's ideal was hereditary monarchy. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was not his bloodline descendant. Bai Zhu tribe was also being ostracized and suppressed by Huang Jin tribes. This was Fang Yuan's incitement plan. Maybe it could make Huang Jin tribe's ally and exterminate Bai Zhu tribe. Naturally, the possibility was small, the world did not lack smart people. But Fang Yuan's plan was extremely low cost, it took just a few words. And how would he know if he did not try? So, a grand rank 8 GU Immortal Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had to live in fear and anxiety, afraid of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable picking on him. In the end, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable really did pick on him, giving him a mission. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attitude was clear. Aren't you, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, close with Fang Yuan? Then, be my middleman and transact blood path Immortal GU. Use your actions and results to prove your sincerity to me, Longevity Heaven, and the entire righteous path of Northern Plains. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu felt wronged. When did he have a close relationship with Fang Yuan? It was clearly Chu Du who was linked to Fang Yuan. What did it have to do with him, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu? He had even fought Fang Yuan before. He wanted to prove his innocence, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable simply did not talk about this, and only wanted him to receive the task. In fact, from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's point of view, there were very few people who could take on this task. Longevity Heaven and the Huang Jin tribe's GU Immortals were out of the question because they represented Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Chu Du were different, however. Lord Fang Yuan, you are great love Immortal Venerable, why do you need to make fun of a minor character like me? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu put himself in a low position. How can a wise hero like you not know of my situation? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. What blood path immortal GU do you want? Chapter 2252, Rank 9 Advanced Refinement GU. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had instructed Heavenly Lord Baizu, if possible, try your best to obtain all of Fang Yuan's blood path immortal GU. But Heavenly Lord Baizu naturally could not say that right now, so he mentioned 10 immortal GU. Fang Yuan sneered when he received the message. Among these immortal GU, there were Bloodline, Blood Acid, Blood Skull, and Blood Qi. Fang Yuan possessed Bloodline GU. This immortal GU had been Wu Clan's property. Back when Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai, Wu Clan had even used this Bloodline GU to test Fang Yuan. Later, Fang Yuan scammed them and became its owner. It was not difficult for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to know of this information. Fang Yuan also had Blood Acid Immortal GU. Fang Yuan smoothly obtained it from Langya sect. Currently, Blood Acid Immortal GU was already raised from rank 6 to rank 8. It was one of the core immortal GU of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. As one of the 4 elements, it was extremely important. Blood Skull Immortal GU was also with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan originally possessed rank 4 Blood Skull Mortal GU, and he had once used it to raise his aptitude. But the price of using Blood Skull Mortal GU was very high. The GU master had to kill enough blood-related kin to raise their aptitude. In Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan slaughtered almost the whole of GU village to raise his aptitude. At GU immortal level, the price of using Blood Skull GU to raise aptitude rose explosively. To GU immortals who acted alone, Blood Skull GU was of little use. But to a force, Blood Skull GU was extremely significant. Fang Yuan could not obtain benefits from Blood Skull GU, but others could. The memories from the 500 years of his previous life told him that Blood Skull Immortal Gu's true inheritance was destroyed because of the changes in the world. So, before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, when he helped many GU immortals undergo immortal ascension, he used the natural inspiration to ask for a rather intact Blood Skull Immortal GU recipe. Together with his deductions, he created a Blood Skull Immortal GU recipe. Fang Yuan easily refined Blood Skull Immortal GU with this Immortal GU recipe. Like he expected, Blood Skull Immortal Gu's effect was still to raise aptitude. Because it was an Immortal GU, it was effective on GU immortals. The flaw was still the same requirement of killing blood-related kin. The higher the cultivation level of the GU immortal, the larger the number of people they needed to kill. They even had to kill GU immortal relatives. As for Blood Qi Immortal GU, it was also in Fang Yuan's hands. Demon Immortal Qi Ju obtained Blood Qi Immortal GU true inheritance, and had transacted the Immortal GU recipe with Fang Yuan. After Demon Immortal Qi Ju died, Fang Yuan refined it. Currently, it was only at rank 6. Besides this, Fang Yuan also had other Blood Path Immortal GU. For instance, Blood Trace GU and Blood Oath GU. These 2 Blood Path Immortal GU were created by Eastern Sea's Blood Path Demonic Immortals Ding Yan and Ding Qi. One was used for investigation, and the other could achieve the effect of information path. Fang Yuan did not obtain these 2 immortal GU recipes from Ding Yan and Ding Qi, but he knew these 2 immortal GU were destroyed. Using natural inspiration, he asked for complete immortal GU recipes, and adding on his own deductions, he refined them. I will be honest with you, Baizu. I have many Blood Path Immortal GU. Fang Yuan said. Heavenly Lord Baizu immediately praised. Lord Fang Yuan is well prepared and farsighted. As a refinement path venerable, you are the #1 expert in refinement path in history. I am in deep admiration. Fang Yuan chuckled. If you want to trade immortal GU, then exchange for it with the primordial domain extraction method. Before Heavenly Lord Baizu looked for Fang Yuan, he was instructed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable told him about the primordial domain extraction method. In Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mind, Fang Yuan desired a method to retrieve the primordial domain. This was quite clear. Just look at Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan's portion of the primordial domain was still stored there. Fang Yuan had not taken it out even now. It could be judged that he had no way to extract it. So, this method was the greatest bargaining chip to purchase the Blood Path Immortal GU and could be made use of. As expected, Fang Yuan immediately mentioned the method to take out primordial domain. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable guessed correctly. Heavenly Lord Baizu was excited inwardly. His trepidation also disappeared for the most part. He intentionally remained silent for a while before responding. the primordial domain extraction method. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu pretended to be in a difficult position. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Don't try any tricks, since you have been sent by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Didn't he instruct you? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's mind shook as he quickly corrected his attitude. Lord Fang Yuan is wise and mighty, please forgive my impudence. Fang Yuan gave a light nod. Then use the primordial domain extraction method to purchase one blood path immortal GU. What? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was shaken. Fang Yuan was so absurd and greedy that he did not even dare to believe those words. Lord Fang Yuan, I think the primordial domain extraction method is extremely valuable and can definitely be exchanged for 10 blood path immortal GU. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu said quickly. Fang Yuan sneered. Hee, you are actually so absurd and greedy, do you have no shame? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Fang Yuan simply did not require any primordial domain extraction method, he was just teasing Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu while refining advanced refinement GU. Inside Sovereign Immortal Aperture, tens of long rivers were flying in the sky. Every river was filled with all kinds of immortal materials. The river streams converged sometimes, and separated at other times. To refine rank 9 advanced refinement GU, Fang Yuan was mainly using the water refinement technique. Rank 8 water refinement immortal GU, one of the core immortal GU of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, had been activated since the start of the refinement. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu came to his senses and started to raise the price. Lord Fang Yuan, you are clear of my sincerity. You also know that the primordial domain extraction method is extremely rare. This primordial domain extraction method is valuable to you, and it is what you need the most currently. Just 10 blood path immortal GU are not of any significance to you. You are a refinement path venerable, isn't it a simple matter to refine any immortal GU for you? Fang Yuan scoffed, his attitude turning cold quickly. Back then, I transacted primordial domain with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, shouldn't he have handed the primordial domain extraction method as well? Now, I can't even take it out, I have yet to settle the accounts with him, but he is actually shameless enough to sell this thing. Could it be that I, a Grand Refinement Path Venerable, cannot deduce a rank 9 Refinement Path killer move to handle the primordial domain as an immortal material and extract it? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu quickly said. Lord Fang Yuan, please quell your anger. Shut up. Fang Yuan continued. Go tell Giant Sun this. I rushed to refine blood path immortal GU to intentionally make things difficult for him. He wants to dual cultivate blood path. I will continue to refine even more blood path immortal GU ahead of him. Unless he hands over the primordial domain extraction method to me and shows me his sincerity. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu did not dare to talk anymore. He heaved a sigh and contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable learned of the event, he immediately scolded. That kid Fang Yuan is really arrogant, actually daring to threaten me. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, you are also trash, showing such a cowering attitude. Don't you know that you are negotiating with Fang Yuan as my representative? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu could only say, Lord Giant Sun, it is my mistake. I am not of Huang Jin bloodline and my ability is meager. Alright, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable interrupted him, it is because you are not of Huang Jin bloodline and have meager ability that I am giving these opportunities to you to temper yourself and increase your ability. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable continued. Continue to negotiate with Fang Yuan, the primordial domain extraction method, I won't hand it over for free. Tell Fang Yuan that in the contest of 3 venerables, his progress is the slowest and he has the least immortal essence. Tell him to assess the situation, cooperating with me will give him great benefits and fill up the gap. A wise person should be aware of their situation. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu asked. If so, Lord Giant Sun, how many blood path immortal GUs should I exchange the primordial domain extraction method for? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was silent for a bit. Hearing Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's words, Fang Yuan's plan was to use his refinement path venerable foundation to deduce a rank 9 killer move to extract primordial domain. Although this method was time-consuming, it was a feasible method indeed. Thereupon, the primordial domain extraction method could not be priced too high. But regarding the price, in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's opinion, the higher the better. In the end, he chided Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, it will depend on your effort to see how many blood path immortal GU you can exchange for, and that will show your sincerity to longevity heaven. Go, I am watching your performance. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu felt stifled under the enormous pressure. He contacted Fang Yuan once again. Inside the Sovereign Immortal aperture, some issues emerged in the handling of refinement path immortal materials. Fang Yuan was carefully separating the rivers, while removing several of them. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu said with a smile, "Lord Fang Yuan, there is really no way to offer the primordial domain extraction method as a gift. But since you feel 10 blood path immortal GU is too much, how about 8? Fang Yuan did not have the mood to talk with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. He chided immediately, "Junior Bai Zhu, how can I, a Grand Venerable, haggle with you? You think I am a mortal merchant?" Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu cursed inwardly, while immediately saying, "I won't dare to." Fang Yuan continued, "Let's put aside the matter of the primordial domain extraction method. Since you want to purchase blood path immortal GU, offer more of the primordial domain." Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu wanted to say something but was interrupted by Fang Yuan. "What are you standing dazedly for? Can you decide it? Why aren't you returning to ask for instructions?" Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's anger was soaring. He, a mighty rank 8 GU immortal, had been turned into a messenger. And the communicating parties happened to be venerables. He could not afford to offend them. He could only swallow this grievance and look for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable again. "This is indeed Fang Yuan, a guy with infinite greed." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed. He had a lot of the primordial domain. The primordial domain had little value to him. After all, he did not have the sovereign immortal body. Currently, it was already Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's limit to cultivate luck path and blood path. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could use the primordial domain to cultivate his subordinates. It is not impossible to transact them with Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pondered for a while before informing Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu of this decision. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu contacted Fang Yuan once again. "Lord Fang Yuan, Lord." He tried to contact many times, but Fang Yuan simply ignored him. At this moment, inside the Sovereign Immortal aperture, tens of rivers had merged, raising countless ripples. A completely new Advanced Refinement GU rose from the vast river. Advanced Refinement had reached rank 9. Chapter 2253, Internal Worry, External Threat. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement GU, Fang Yuan inspected carefully and found that the appearance was not much different from its previous rank 8 version. However, it had already undergone a qualitative change. This was Fang Yuan's second rank 9 Immortal GU. It would provide a huge help to Fang Yuan. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool would also rise to become a rank 9 Immortal GU house because of this. Such immortal GU houses were few even in the whole history of humanity. Heavenly Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower was the most famous GU house. Unfortunately, with the destruction of rank 9 Fate GU, it could not be constructed again. Once I finish with the modifications, rank 9 Advanced Refinement GU can be placed in 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool once again, thereby allowing this immortal GU house to also experience a qualitative change. If there was a ranking list for immortal GU houses, it would be at first place for sure. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind. If it was before, 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool might be at the same ranking as Divine Emperor City, but as long as it became a true rank 9, it would suppress Divine Emperor City stably. After all, Divine Emperor City did not have a rank 9 immortal GU. Naturally, Fang Yuan needed to modify the previous 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool to make it suitable for rank 9 Advanced Refinement Immortal GU. Fang Yuan was a Refinement Path Venerable, a Supreme Grand Master in Refinement Path. It was not hard for him to modify this. Fang Yuan placed Advanced Refinement Immortal GU aside and inspected himself. Just like he expected, because of the second rank 9 Immortal GU, the fishing net-like Heaven Path Dao marks left on him by the killer move Obscured Heavenly Secret were being expended at almost double the speed of before. This showed that rank 9 Advanced Refinement GU would provide an enormous help to Fang Yuan. It had a huge significance as it could influence many subsequent matters. It would be much easier for Fang Yuan to raise the rank of other rank 8 Immortal GU from now on. Fortunately, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable have expended a lot of Immortal Essence. They also need to use their remaining Immortal Essence to refine natural Dao marks. They will not inspect frequently like before. This will greatly reduce the pressure on Obscured Heavenly Secret. Fang Yuan was aware that Obscured Heavenly Secret was already reaching its limits at this stage. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine a third rank 9 Immortal GU, Obscured Heavenly Secret might help him conceal it during the early stage, but it would not be able to keep on concealing it at the mid-late stage. The effect of the killer move would dissipate completely. So, should I refine or not? If I am to refine the third rank 9 Immortal GU, which should I refine? Fang Yuan calmed down and analyzed the situation. He was now facing problems both internally and externally. The internal problem was the instability of the sovereign immortal aperture. Because of non-conflicting Dao marks, abnormal situations kept on occurring, causing the whole immortal aperture's ecology to be unstable. Because of the severe loss of subordinates in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, there were few GU immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture, and they were barely able to stabilize the situation. Secondly were calamities and tribulations. Even venerables needed to undergo tribulation. Among the three venerables, it was extremely difficult for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to change the time flow of their immortal aperture using time path methods because of conflicting Dao marks. Fang Yuan, however, sped his time flow twice when raising the rank of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. For this, his time path clone, He Chun Chu's time path foundation was almost entirely used up. For some time, Fang Yuan would not be able to change the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time. If he did it again, it would lead to a series of changes. Abnormal situations would erupt frequently and form into a terrifying tribulation that would cover the whole of the sovereign immortal aperture. This was because a time path killer move that could transform the whole sovereign immortal aperture had to be of an extremely high rank. To be effective, many time path Dao marks had to be engraved or modified. The sudden change in these time path Dao marks would create a chain reaction in the sovereign immortal aperture, leading to unpredictable changes and ultimately causing severe losses. If a loss occurred, it would have an enormous impact on him. Previously, Fang Yuan used landscape as before along with the year essence pools as recovery methods, but they could not be used now. Because the water of the river of time in the year essence pools had poured in just recently. The essence of this method were still the time path Dao marks. The abnormal situations that erupted because of the disorderly time path Dao marks would make the usage of any time path Dao marks aggravate the situation. To reduce the danger of this, I need to construct a time path Dao vein at least. The third internal problem was the sovereign immortal body's food. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was created from sovereign immortal fetus GU. It needed to feed on similarly ranked immortal apertures every set interval of time. Fang Yuan's cultivation was rank 9 now, so he needed to devour rank 9 immortal apertures. Looking at it from this point, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were Fang Yuan's food. But the difficulty in this was enormous. Naturally, Fang Yuan was prepared. He schemed against the revived Paradise Earth in Crazed Demon Cave. Before Paradise Earth died, he was only a slight distance away from rank 9, his corpse still had a rank 8 immortal aperture. This rank 8 immortal aperture was at quasi-rank 9 level. Moreover, because Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path, this immortal aperture displayed a unique style. It could actually form into an independent entity that was extremely stable. Normally speaking, when a GU immortal died, their immortal aperture would be unstable and fall on the world, opening their immortal aperture entrance to absorb a large amount of heaven and earth chi, to form either a blessed land or a grotto heaven. But Paradise Earth's quasi-rank 9 Heaven Path immortal aperture was special, it was stable. If it becomes hopeless in the future, I will split my soul to use Paradise Earth's body to create a Heaven Path clone. Then, let this clone undergo tribulation to become a Heaven Path Venerable, then devour its rank 9 immortal aperture. Paradise Earth's corpse was Fang Yuan's future food. Naturally, doing this was quite wasteful. If possible, Fang Yuan would prefer having a Heaven Path Venerable clone to assist him. The three main internal problems were sovereign immortal aperture, calamities and tribulations, and food. Besides these, Fang Yuan also had external problems. The external problems were the venerables. Fang Yuan had quietly refined 2 rank 9 immortal GU, this was his greatest advantage now. But other venerables also had their advantages. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had refined the most Dao marks among the 3 venerables. In his territory, he could fight against 2 others and even gain an upper hand. The amplification from the outside world's Dao marks was too huge. And although Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was below Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in this aspect, the scale of her refined wisdom path Dao marks clearly surpassed Fang Yuan's. Moreover, Fang Yuan could guess Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was modifying her killer moves. Fang Yuan had almost no foundation in this aspect. He had 2 newly refined rank 9 Immortal GU, but he had no complementary killer moves to use with them. Fang Yuan's own skill in deducing killer moves was far below Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Were the 3 Venerables to fight now, Fang Yuan's 2 rank 9 Immortal GU could not provide direct help. There was another point of the 2 Venerables that Fang Yuan envied. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had Longevity Heaven, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had Heavenly Court. The 2 Venerables had their own headquarters. As long as they hid inside, they would receive a huge amplification and show the might of a Tao Lord. Even if the other 2 Venerables allied sincerely, they would be without options. This gave them each an impenetrable fortress. Even if the situation were to crumble apart, as long as they had their headquarters, they would have a foothold and hope to counterattack. Fang Yuan, however, did not have it. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was unstable. How could he dare to use it as a battlefield? He really could not compare to the other 2 Venerables in this aspect. After all, the 2 Venerables had the accumulation of their past lives, while Fang Yuan was not even a rank 8 GU Immortal in the 500 years of his previous life. The main reason was because in Fang Yuan's previous 500 years, Fate GU still existed. Heavens Will made arrangements for him, and Venerables had their own arrangements. Fang Yuan had no ability to go against them. So, once Fang Yuan lost, he would not have a place to take shelter. Fang Yuan thought for a long while, but could not come to a decision. There was a tough decision in front of him. He could choose to refine or not. Both would have a great impact on his following actions. For instance, if he refined a rank 9 Immortal GU that could be used directly in a fight, Fang Yuan might make a move to suppress the other Venerables, consume their Immortal Essence and enlarge his Immortal Essence advantage. If he did not refine it, Obscured Heavenly Secret could still hold on for some time. Using this chance, Fang Yuan could secretly accumulate even more advantages. It depended on Fang Yuan's choice. I don't have enough information. Unlike the concluded battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Venerables had the time to develop now. Their trump cards and methods had already changed. With the situation being unclear, it was not easy to make a decision. Another advantage of choosing a direct confrontation was that information could be forcefully obtained. But Fang Yuan felt the plan of suppressing 2 Venerables at the same time was somewhat unreliable. They had their own territories, and if the 2 Venerables were forced to join hands, could Fang Yuan handle it? As the contest of 3 Venerables prolonged, the importance of information became even more prominent. Fang Yuan, however, was not specialized in this aspect. Information Path was most specialized in gathering information, and Fang Yuan never had a notable accomplishment in Information Path. This did not mean he did not have any progress in Information Path. Although Li Xiaobai had been entrusted with the hope of Information Path back then, he was just an idle chess piece now. Fang Yuan's current foundation was still effective in gathering information on ordinary GU Immortals or super forces. But his attainment in Information Path had never caught up with his development. Now that he was dealing with 2 Venerables, this aspect appeared quite weak. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable inspected him, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable deduced him, but Fang Yuan had no way to make any counterattacks. Just as Fang Yuan was pondering deeply, the situation in Western Desert was changing rapidly. Wan Xiao, Wan Zihong, Sung Wang, as well as Wan Zihong, Zhou Shangxin and the rest arrived in Xiao Clan's headquarters Blessed Land. I already know of your purpose in coming. Fang Clan has gone mad and fallen into the demonic path. They are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. My Xiao Clan is willing to help Wan Clan to recover your lost territory. Xiao Yihu expressed the stance of Xiao Clan clearly. Wan Clan's group formed an alliance with Xiao Clan smoothly. After a round of discussion, Wan Clan was willing to cede resource points like Visualization Oasis, Perfume Flying Island, and Black Yellow Earth Pool. Xiao Clan would dispatch Xiao Yihu and several other Xiao Clan experts. At the same time, Heavenly Court supported them with Immortal Essence Stones. Moreover, Heavenly Court guaranteed that if Heaven Refining Demon Venerable made a move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely appear to obstruct him and protect Western Desert's righteous path forces. With Zhou Shangxin's and Wan Zihong's active participation, a righteous path alliance against Fang Clan was forming rapidly. Chapter 2254, I Want to Sleep. Mermaid Immortal Yu Zi's expression was pale. She panted while looking at the flying sand tunnel in front of her. It is finally set up. Yu Zi mumbled. Rockman Gu Immortal Shi Sanbai thanked her. UZ, you specialize in water path, setting up this kind of earth path resource point is truly hard on you. I could not have accomplished this by myself. Rockmen were most specialized in earth path. This was their racial talent. Originally, Shi Sanbai and Shi Guobai had agreed to finish the mission of setting up the earth path resource points. But not long ago, Fang Yuan suddenly sent a command and dispatched several Rockman GU Immortals out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Shi Sanbai had no other options but to wait for others to team up with him. In the end, he teamed up with UZ. Although UZ specialized in water path, she was a rank 7 GU Immortal after all. With Shi Sanbai as the leader and UZ as the support, the two cooperated and spent close to 10 days to set up this resource point, finishing the mission. Seeing Shi Sanbai expressing his gratitude, UZ gave a humble reply with a polite attitude. She had her own plans. In fact, resource points like Flying Sand Tunnel can be used as earth vein nodes. Lord Fang Yuan's clone will personally come to set up an immortal formation in this resource point to change it into one of the earth vein nodes. This is the chance for me to meet Lord Fang Yuan. When UZ saw Fang Yuan's main body, her determination had been shaken. But she had gotten over it during this period of time. She did not have any extravagant hope of building a relationship with Fang Yuan's main body, so her attention was placed on Fang Yuan's clones. As long as she could connect to Fang Yuan, becoming one of his fiancés, the merman race's status would immediately be stable and unshakable. Moreover, with this relationship, the merman race would obtain powerful protection for their development. It was because she had this plot, UZ took on this mission and came to cooperate with Shi Sanbai. A figure suddenly appeared in the horizon. Lord Wu Shuai is here. Shi Sanbai showed a respectful expression. He is here. Wu Shuai is Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone. UZ's heartbeat accelerated as she encouraged herself inwardly. It was up to her to fight for the merman race's future. UZ quickly checked her appearance. This time, she was wearing a rare and precious pearl necklace that constantly let out the light scent of sea wind. Her elaborate robe showed off her alluring figure, and the bright fish scales gave off a feeling of being unblemished. UZ nodded in satisfaction inwardly and encouraged herself. She looked around and had a light smile on her face as she tried her best to show a captivating expression. Shi Sanbai was dumbstruck, immediately understanding the Mermaid Immortal's plan. When Wu Shuai arrived above Flying Sand Tunnel, UZ said softly, "Greetings to Lord Wu Shuai." This voice made Shi Sanbai feel a chill. He also quickly paid his greetings. Wu Shuai glanced at them and nodded lightly before activating an investigative killer move to carefully inspect the Flying Sand Tunnel. After 3 rounds of inspection, Wu Shuai said contentedly, "Not bad, you have done a good job in setting up this Flying Sand Tunnel." After saying so, Wu Shuai started controlling Immortal GU, Mortal GU, and many immortal materials as he began to set up an immortal formation. UZ carefully sized Wu Shuai up. He was muscular and handsome, he had a tall nose bridge and firm lips. He looked like a peerless hero. His pupils were the color of amber. He had a pair of golden spiral horns, especially his pure gold dragon scales that shone dazzlingly. They suited the merfolk's sense of aesthetic beauty. Lord Fang Yuan really has peerless beauty. UZ admired inwardly. The beauty of Fang Yuan's main body was a kind of a shock to her. She had a feeling that she could only worship and look up to it, making her feel inferior. While Wu Shuai's heroic appearance moved her heart. After several hours, Wu Shuai finished setting up the immortal formation. Lord Wu Shuai really has amazing methods. You can set up the immortal formation with such little effort. UZ immediately praised. Wu Shuai smiled. "I can't draw a conclusion yet, I need to see the actual effect. Move back and take care of your safety." The first activation of a newly constructed formation was rather dangerous. If the killer move were to fail, it would lead to a backlash. The immortal formation would break apart, and not only would it inflict a backlash on the GU Immortal, it would also cause a violent change in the surroundings. After all, the formation was closely connected to its surroundings. Especially a large formation over a resource point like this, once it broke apart, the violent change due to the massively concentrated Dao marks in the resource point would cause even higher damage. It was even more so in an environment like that of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This was derived from experience. There were already several failures in the arrangement of immortal formations, which caused Dao marks to turn chaotic and the surroundings to change intensely. The loss of the resource points was a small matter, they even resulted in terrifying abnormal situations. Wu Shuai activated the formation carefully. He cultivated enslavement path after all. The reason he could set up the formation was because he shared attainment levels with the main body. So, if there was a mistake in the formation, it would be hard for Wu Shuai to deal with it with his methods, as he was not a formation path GU Immortal. The Immortal formation began to activate. Nothing unexpected happened for the moment. Wu Shuai's eyes were bright as torches without any signs of relaxing. After a few breaths of time, Yu Zi finally could not endure it. She bravely approached Wu Shuai and said with a revering expression, "Lord Wu Shuai, this immortal formation seems to have no issue." Wu Shuai did not look at her. He sniffed the air and frowned slightly. "What is this smell?" Yu Zi was joyous and was just about to say shyly that this was the fragrance of her pearls. But right at this moment, there was an explosion. A large amount of stench qi gushed out of the flying sand tunnel. Around 10 li of the surroundings immediately became filled with a foul smell. Yu Zi's expression was pale. She nearly vomited. The fragrance of her pearls was completely drowned. Moreover, the pure white pearl necklace was dyed black. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. "You don't need to worry, this is earth stench qi." The method of relocating this flying sand tunnel was not good enough, so these accumulated stench qi collected inside the tunnel. But it is all right now, this formation has discharged them, there are no hidden threats left. "Congratulations, Lord Wu Shuai," Shi Sanbai quickly cheered. Yu Zi also praised while enduring the stench. "This is all due to Lord Wu Shuai's extraordinary methods." She approached him courageously once again, trying her hardest to attract Wu Shuai's gaze. But right at this time, sandy rocks shot out of the flying sand tunnel. These sandy rocks were filled with moisture, thus the stench they emitted was even worse than the earth stench qi. Lumps of sandy rocks flew to the air before falling down to the surrounding area with splattering sounds. Just like taking a dump. Yu Zi looked at the sandy rocks that filled the sky. She felt despair. In this situation, no matter how beautiful she was, Wu Shuai would not be moved. After the sandy rocks fell for a while, it became normal again. A large amount of fine, dry sand grains shot out of the flying sand tunnel. The sand grains flew up to 100 or so feet high before sprinkling down on the ground like a drizzle. This was flying sand, it had a soft texture, it was an immortal material. Although it was only a rank 6 immortal material, the grains were in high quantities. Under the effect of the formation, the flying sand tunnel had become one of the earth vein nodes. Wu Shuai nodded contentedly and said in a joyous tone, "Now, the second ring of the earth vein is finished." Although we were also at second ring before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the nodes in that second ring were far fewer than the present scale. "I am sure this world will keep getting better," Yu Zi added in agreement. Wu Shuai glanced at her, then glanced at Shi Sanbai before flying away. Yu Zi and Shi Sanbai quickly bade him farewell. Only when Wu Shuai had disappeared in the horizons, did Yu Zi take back her gaze and sighed deeply, unable to hide her deep disappointment. Shi Sanbai laughed inwardly. He knew the mermaid's plan but did not look down on her. Mermen had already lived in the sovereign immortal aperture for some time now. This period of time was neither long nor short. The mermaid immortals were meticulous in their tasks, and almost all the GU immortals knew of them. In Shi Sanbai's opinion, the weak relying on the strong to survive was a wise plan. He did not feel any hostility. After all, rockmen were all male, they were simply not in the competition. So, Shi Sanbai feigned ignorance. "I am going to continue setting up another Earth Path resource point. Fairy Yu Zi, are you willing to continue teaming up with me?" Shi Sanbai naturally hoped to have an Earth Path GU Immortal as an ally, but the manpower in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was truly in shortage right now. Yu Zi had already worked with him, they had a certain level of tacit cooperation. Yu Zi asked for the details, before refusing Shi Sanbai politely while showing a difficult expression. The next Earth Path resource point could not be treated as an Earth Vein node, that meant Yu Zi could not see Fang Yuan's clone, so she did not have any incentive to do it. Shi Sanbai understood, suggesting, "From what I see, you should take a rest." Yu Zi felt somewhat strange, a thought emerging in her mind. The GU immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture actually rest. Yu Zi had lived here for some time, she had already recognized what workaholics the GU immortals here were. They did not know what rest was. This was the first time she heard the word, rest, from a GU immortal here. Shi Sanbai laughed. "This is my own experience. The mission board will never be empty. In fact, there are endless missions, but we are short on manpower. Most of the time, We might not be proficient in the mission, but we have no choice but to force ourselves to finish them. It is like how you cultivate water path and had to use much more effort to set up the earth path resource point. You aren't even able to display 20% of your strength, which will feel stifling. So, I suggest you take on some missions that allow you to display all your strength. That way, you can ease your mind. Uz nodded and expressed her thanks. But she was coughing out blood in her mind. Sure enough, the so-called rest was still to do missions. These GU immortals seem to not know what true rest is. Sleep. I have not had any sleep for over 10 days. I have only slept 5 times since I came here, and each sleep was less than 4 hours. I really want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Why are so many Earth Path resource points pouring in recently? I am already disgusted from arranging these resource points to the point of vomiting. I really hope some Water Path resource points come next. When she thought of this, Uz almost wanted to slap herself from anger. What are you thinking? You still want more resource points? I hope there are no resource points ever. I hope there are fewer missions. I hope other GU immortals finish them instead. Let me sleep, I just want to have a proper sleep. Chapter 2255 Painful Sale. Western Desert, Fang Clan's blessed land headquarters. Fang Clan's immortals were all present, their expressions were ashen. The atmosphere in the discussion hall was so heavy that it was suffocating. According to the information we obtained just earlier, Wan Clan paid a visit to Qin Clan, and Qin Clan has already sent Qin Lang to take part in the battle. Qin Lang was a famous expert in Western Desert GU Immortal World. He had rank 7 cultivation and cultivated space path. His signature method was Vortex Sweep. Once the move was used, it could clear out an area of 10,000 li. That means, the alliance that Wan Clan gathered in the expedition against our Fang Clan already includes Xiao Clan, Qin Clan, Sun Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, and Tang Clan. Sun Clan's representative is Sun Wang. He does not have high battle strength but is extremely proficient in investigative killer moves. Gong Clan sent Gong Jiao Che. You all know of his battle accomplishments. Shi Clan GU Immortal Shi Kong is a recently famous expert. His defensive aspect is very powerful. Tang Clan GU Immortal Tang Lan Ke is a time path GU Immortal. She has all along been in charge of Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time. Although she is not famous, since she was assigned such an important task by Tang Clan, her strength is definitely out of the ordinary. The strongest support is still Xiao Clan. Xiao Clan sent Xiao Yihu. That's right, this person had a fortuitous encounter when he was young. He obtained a GU Immortal True Inheritance and received a damaged Immortal GU house. Xiao Yihu relied on this to cultivate until he became a GU Immortal. He got Xiao Clan's help to repair the Immortal GU house and changed his name to Xiao Yihu afterwards. According to rumors, his Dark Path Immortal GU House Chamber Pot 1 is extremely strange and vicious. Although it is pocket-sized, it can forcefully absorb GU Immortals. If the GU Immortal cannot escape and gets trapped in this pot for a night, they will become a pile of piss and stool. The Fang Clan Immortals felt a huge pressure weighing on them as they continued to discuss. Western Desert's super forces had 14 clans: Lin Clan, Xiao Clan, Tian Clan, Fang Clan, Dong Clan, Wan Clan, Sun Clan, Mo Clan, Tang Clan, Qin Clan, Shi Clan, Gong Clan, Zuochu Clan, and Tuoba Clan. If the mysterious and secluded Yi Clan was also counted, it would be 15 clans. Fang Clan was only one of them. There was no precise rankings of the strength of the super clans. Western Desert was not like Southern Border. Southern Border's Wu Clan was the number 1 in strength, which had been tested over a long period of time and was publicly approved by GU Immortals. A super force's strength came from many aspects, for instance, GU Immortals, resources, Immortal GU houses, and so on. And these aspects also had strengths and weaknesses too. In an actual situation, super forces competed, allied, or antagonized each other through many ways. Thus, it was rather difficult to rank the super forces. Naturally, there was a vague consensus. For instance, in the Western Desert GU Immortal world, Xiao Clan and Tian Clan were normally thought of highly by GU Immortals, because during the past peaceful era, these two had the largest businesses. They had many GU Immortals and even had rank 8 GU Immortals leading them. Fang Clan's strength was actually quite good. Fang Clan had rank 8 GU Immortal Fang Gong, possessed 3 Immortal GU houses, and now had added an Earth Path Immortal GU house. If they had Divine Being Palace, Fang clan could have immediately become the dominant force in Western Desert's GU Immortal world. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Now, Fang clan was facing the alliance of other super forces. These super clans only needed to send 1 or 2 GU Immortals, and it would be enough to make Fang clan have a tough time. If just 1/3 of the super forces mobilized Immortal GU houses, it would be enough to surpass the scale of Fang clan's Immortal GU houses. Right now, Wan clan only had to contact the remaining super forces. The Fang clan GU Immortals already felt heavy weights pressing on their hearts. It felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. As the Immortals discussed, Fang Leng said, "Everyone, please don't forget that there is still the most terrifying enemy that we need to face, Heavenly Court. Although the information says that Heavenly Court's GU Immortals clearly won't interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs, it is because of their guarantee that we are unable to use Great Love Immortal Venerable's authority, so these Western Desert super clans are free of their final apprehension. What worries me the most is that Heavenly Court sent 2 rank 8 GU Immortals. Among them, Wan Zihong was a famous demonic path expert in Western Desert's history. The moment Wan Zihong was mentioned, some Fang clan GU Immortals understood Fang Leng's meaning. Could it be that this Wan Zihong is related to Wan clan? Wan Zihong is a demonic immortal. There is no evidence of her being blood related to Wan clan. But even if there is no evidence, it can be forged. If Wan Zihong is believed to be a member of Wan clan, Heavenly Court will have justification to interfere in Western Desert's internal affairs. Despite this possibility being unlikely, we have to be prepared for it." Fang Leng's words made many nod their heads. Fang Gong was satisfied inwardly. He raised Fang Leng as his successor, and he saw him mature day by day. Especially, during this recent period of time, his growth was obvious. At this time, Fang Yun said, "From what I see, our clan must seek Great Love Immortal Venerable's help. As long as this lord helps, no matter how many Western Desert super clans come, they are of no worry. And only Great Love Immortal Venerable can contend against Heavenly Court's star constellation Immortal Venerable." Fang Yun was Fang Di Chang's successor, and unlike Fang Leng who simply expressed the issue, he directly spoke of his solution. During the period that Fang Di Chang was captured, Fang Yun became the leader of Fang clan's Wisdom Path faction. He gained many experiences through this, and his influence in Fang clan had also increased by a lot. As for why he did not mention Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, it was because Fang clan had no connection to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In fact, even if they could contact him, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would be suspicious. After all, the connection between Fang clan and Fang Yuan was quite deep. Great Love Immortal Venerable already sent several Rockman GU Immortals, but they are only responsible for taking the resource points. We already sent a request to him, but Great Love Immortal Venerable doesn't seem to want to interfere." Fang Leng said with a frown. Fang clan had openly transacted some resources with Fang Yuan through Treasure Yellow Heaven. The other batch of resource points were secretly transacted with Fang Yuan. They naturally could not be passed through Treasure Yellow Heaven. The biggest flaw of Treasure Yellow Heaven was the openness. Every transaction would be revealed. Resource points were all counted and recorded. Only by transacting them secretly could the information be concealed. The chance of getting Great Love Immortal Venerable to make a move is too low, and our clan cannot afford the cost as well. At this time, Fang Di Chang finally spoke. He had been maintaining silence before. Besides him, Fang Gong and Fang Hua Sheng also did the same. These 3 were the true leaders of Fang clan. They would not easily express their thoughts. Moreover, they were also giving Fang Leng and Fang Yun a chance to temper themselves. Super forces were different from solitary GU Immortals. They usually prioritized the cultivation of later generations. The moment Fang Di Chang spoke, others kept quiet. They were quietly watching Fang Di Chang with clear trust in their gazes. Fang Di Chang suddenly chuckled before continuing. "No need to be worried. I have already deduced that the possibility of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable making a move is extremely unlikely. In the confrontation between Venerables, they will try to avoid a direct confrontation with each other, and will not move personally as a consequence of our affairs. Don't think too highly of yourselves. In the eyes of Venerables, we are lowly like ants." Fang clan Immortals listened quietly, nodding their heads with strange expressions. This might be the first time they were feeling joy at themselves being weak and ignored. Fang Di Chang followed by saying, "But we still need to transact with Fang Yuan. We must rely on Fang Yuan. We must exchange for even more support from him." Fang Gong heard the meaning behind the words and frowned. Ever since we occupied Wan Clan's territories, we have already traded many of Wan Clan's resource points with Fang Yuan, and exchanged for Immortal GU and other resources. The Rockman GU Immortals sent by Fang Yuan are still busy moving away the resource points. Fang Dichong shook his head, but it is still not enough, we need even more Immortal GU houses. Once the war starts, we only have one rank 8, that is you. And the Wan Clan Alliance army will probably have several, even if they haven't appeared now. Once the battle turns for the worse, they will come to reinforce. So, we need Immortal GU houses. Only then can our rank 6s and rank 7s be of use. Only then can they preserve their lives in the battle. They can advance and retreat to a certain extent with the Immortal GU houses. The Fang Clan Immortals were silent. Fang Dichong heaved a sigh. We all know that the current situation is extremely grim. Our Fang Clan is facing all of Western Desert's righteous path. We cannot directly raise our cultivation, our Immortal Essence Stone reserves are also not sufficient, but Heavenly Court can keep on sending them Immortal Essence Stones. We must inflict an enormous loss to this wave of the Alliance army. Otherwise, even if we hold on through this danger, there will be a second and third Alliance army. How many waves can our Fang Clan hold off? In fact, we will use up all our strength just to block this first wave. This is a correct judgment. Fang Hua Sheng praised. Fang Dichong then mentioned transacting 3 big resource points, like Black-Yellow Earth Pool. Fang Clan's Immortals were shaken. Black-Yellow Earth Pool is a super resource point. It is no small matter. It is Wan Clan's #1 resource point, it contains their pride. Are we going to sell it this easily? There will be considerable long-term benefits. Fang Dichong did not speak, only looking at Fang Gong. Fang Gong thought for a while before saying directly, I agree, let's handle it this way. Fang Dichong smiled. At the crucial moment, Fang Gong did not disappoint him. He continued, other resource points can be discussed, but we must openly transact this Black-Yellow Earth Pool with Fang Yuan. Oh, good plan. Fang Yun immediately reacted, his eyes shining brightly. When they learned of Fang Clan's decision, Shi Guobai and the rest were shaken. Fang Clan has such a deep understanding of the situation. More importantly, we have no way to relocate this kind of super resource point. Shi Guobai and the other Rockman GU Immortals felt somewhat awkward. They only had rank 7 cultivation, and this super resource point was at rank 8 level. Please don't worry, Alliance leader Great Love already expected this. Lu Wei-yin suddenly appeared and resolved the Rockman GU Immortals' awkwardness. Lu Wei-yin had joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, he naturally came because he received Fang Yuan's order. His defense was extraordinary among pseudo-venerables, he could match the 2 Heavenly Court Immortals. Moreover, he cultivated Earth Path, so it was of no issue for him to relocate Black-Yellow Earth Pool. Such a move of killing 2 birds with 1 stone made Lu Wei-yin the most suitable person to be sent to Western Desert. 1 pronounced as Yihu in Chinese. Chapter 2256, Yu Zi's Hair. Bai Ning Bing's divine sense roamed in treasure yellow heaven. She looked at the distant primordial domain and also Fang Yuan's will above the primordial domain, feeling hesitant. Should I also transact with Fang Yuan? Over this period of time, Bai Ning Bing had been cultivating in the depths of the earth trench, exploring it while facing the risk of death. Immemorial desolate beasts often ran wild in the depths of the earth, but there were all kinds of fortune hidden in the danger. Bai Ning Bing had collected many immortal materials in this period of time, and also found many natural resource points, most of which were of Earth Path. It really is too difficult to refine Immortal GU. If I can borrow Fang Yuan's strength, it will definitely be a huge help. Bai Ning Bing was feeling the urge to make such a move. According to her understanding of Fang Yuan, he would most likely agree to transact with her, but Bai Ning Bing had her own misgivings. On one hand, she had no way to directly take away these Earth Path resources and put them in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Bai Ning Bing cultivated Ice and Snow Path, and also had aptitude in Enslavement Path because of her Dragonman identity. She had no suitable Immortal GU to dig out those Earth Path resource points. On the other hand, Bai Ning Bing was worried that exposing the secret of rich resources in the underground would attract Fang Yuan's greed. Fang Yuan might not make a move personally, but sending a few of his subordinates would be enough to give trouble to Bai Ning Bing. After all, Shen Sheng and Lu Wei-yin had also joined Fang Yuan. Right as Bai Ning Bing was hesitating, an Earth Path resource point entered Treasure Yellow Heaven. Following that, a treasure light shot out from this Earth Path resource point, forming an enormous pillar of light that seemed to touch the sky. This is a super resource point. Even Bai Ning Bing, who had gone through a lot, felt shaken. At this moment, all the GU immortal wills and divine senses in Treasure Yellow Heaven were fluctuating intensely. Oh goodness, am I seeing this wrongly? A super resource point, an Earth Path super resource point. This kind of resource point is a must-have for any super force, but it is actually being sold. Simply unimaginable. Which wastrel will do such a thing? How will they live from now on? No matter which wastrel it is, the question is, who is this resource point being sold to? Who else can it be? It is undoubtedly Great Love Immortal Venerable. Sure enough, like many immortals expected, this Earth Path super resource point was taken by Fang Yuan's will. Soon, the resource point was taken from Treasure Yellow Heaven and moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. An open transaction was finished. Treasure Yellow Heaven was still in commotion. Western Desert's Fang clan transacted with Fang Yuan. Fang clan sold this Earth Path super resource point. It has been checked. This super resource point is Black Yellow Earth Pool. It originally did not belong to Fang clan. This is Wan clan's #1 resource point. So it was Wan clan's property. I understand now. Wan clan is paying a visit to every Western Desert Righteous Path super force to organize an anti-Fang alliance. Fang clan is really vicious for selling this resource point. The 5 regions GU immortals were all discussing this matter. Wan clan also soon learned of this. How can this be? Wan Zhuiqing's eyes reddened with hatred as he spoke through clenched teeth. Fang clan is too hateful, too despicable. Wan Xiao's face was ashen. This was a classic situation of a person not feeling any heartache for selling something that was not theirs. Fang clan did not use their own super resource points, but sold Wan clan's super resource point instead. They even chose to transact it openly. This plan was really vicious. Wan Hao Guang also felt an extreme headache. Because this Black Yellow Earth Pool was meant to be the payment to Shao clan. Shao clan sent several GU immortal experts to take part in the anti-Fang alliance, and they would form a close alliance with Wan clan later on to reclaim the territories. But now, Black Yellow Earth Pool was gone. Fang clan sold it to Fang Yuan. Great Love Immortal Venerable, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, would Wan clan dare to ask for Black Yellow Earth Pool from Fang Yuan? Would Shao clan dare? They would not dare to do it even if they were given 10,000 guts. Sure enough, not long later, Xiao Yihu paid a visit. Wan clan, the situation has changed. We need to have another talk. Xiao Yihu said heavily. Wan Hao Guang and the others' expressions did not look good. When they finished their discussion with Xiao Yihu, the expressions of Wan clan's immortals became even more unsightly. These greedy jackals. Wan Hao Guang clenched his fists tightly. Wan clan's and Shao clan's transaction contents were modified several times. Black Yellow Earth Pool was removed, and Wan clan had to add in several giant resource points. After Shao clan's benefits were preserved, Xiao Yihu left contentedly. Wan clan's immortals felt anger and hatred, but were helpless. What choice did they have? To make these Righteous Path forces participate in the anti-Fang alliance, our Wan clan must pay a corresponding price. Shao clan is the super force putting in the most effort, so we need to pay them even more. They are simply kicking a person when they are down. Sigh, among the entire Righteous Path forces, only Tang clan has the most righteous demeanor. Yes, I did not notice it before. But in this moment of crisis, we can see the true character of others. Tang clan asked for the lowest price. Although Tang clan is not strong, once we retrieve our territory, we should have more dealings with Tang clan. That is reasonable. Tang clan is a true model of the Righteous Path. Just as Wan clan was discussing the matter, the ranked 7-time Path GU immortal Tang Lan Ke, who was sent by Tang clan, secretly contacted Fang Yuan. Reporting to Lord, Xiao Yihu just paid a visit to Wan clan. They had a secret discussion for a long time before he left. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be satisfied. Fang Yuan nodded. With just a slight deduction, he knew the truth. Looks like Wan clan ceded Black Yellow Earth Pool to exchange for more support from Shao clan. The plan with Fang clan has already produced results. Continue to stay hidden and probe for information. Because the time flow was much faster here, more than a day had already passed. An abnormal situation was occurring around an earth vein node. Dense yellow fog shrouded this earth vein node. Dart-like stones constantly flew out of the yellow fog and attacked the earth vein node. Yu Zi accepted the task to defend the node. She was facing countless flying stones alone. Water vapor surrounded her body as her hands moved rapidly, raising giant waves that drowned the stones. After Yu Zi bade farewell to Shi Sanbai, she accepted his suggestion and specially chose a task where she could vent her stress. Thus, she accepted this task. At the start, she was like an all-powerful being, her moves were majestic and grand. She released all her stress and felt refreshed. But this abnormal situation continued until now. Yu Zi was not able to suppress it completely. Yu Zi was feeling restless and stifled at this moment. How can I be so unlucky? I chose a random task, but it is actually so difficult. The amount of immortal essence I have expended over these days already amounts to a huge loss. Do I still have to take out some contribution points to ask for help? Just as Yu Zi was hesitating, the yellow fog expanded suddenly, and the amount of flying stones doubled. Yu Zi was caught unprepared and was unable to block them. She could only watch as many of the flying stones shot at the earth vein node. Damn it! Yu Zi cursed in shock and anger. She took on this task to protect the earth vein node. But if the earth vein node was destroyed, her contribution points would be deducted. At the crucial moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He lightly waved his hand, illusory pink light specks scattered and flew into the yellow fog. This is a Dream Path Killer move. Yu Zi was stunned and joyous. The Dream Path Killer move was clearly effective. The yellow fog quickly shrunk. The danger was eliminated instantly. Yu Zi greets Lord Meng Chu Zhen. Yu Zi quickly bowed in greeting. She was extremely excited. Truly, fortune and misfortune existed together. She was actually able to see another main clone of Lord Fang Yuan because of this event. She was truly too fortunate. Are you alright? Meng Chu Zhen asked warmly. Yu Zi raised her head and saw Meng Chu Zhen. He had a head full of long pink hair that looked dreamy and illusory. His shining gaze was extremely captivating. His smooth facial contours showed a smile at this moment, making Yu Zi feel warm and hardened. So beautiful, Yu Zi was stupefied as she thought to herself. Although Meng Chu Zhen was only at rank 6, being shown concern by him made Yu Zi feel a sense of security. She then thought of her plan and immediately appeared more meek, covering her face as she wept softly. Many thanks for Lord Meng Chu Zhen's concern. I used all my strength to protect the earth vein node. But I had no way to protect the formation surrounding the earth vein node. Meng Chu Zhen nodded. I remember this formation, I personally set it up. According to the condition at that time, the formation base was buried underground. The formation structure was somewhat neglected, so a formation barrier was also constructed. Yes, Yu Zi said in agreement, the formation barrier is too easily broken. I repaired it many times but it always broke immediately after. Meng Chu Zhen took a deep look at Yu Zi. Suddenly, he took her in his arms and started touching her. He rubbed here and touched there. Yu Zi was dazed, her whole body was stiff like a statue. How could this happen all of a sudden? The difference in personality among Lord Fang Yuan's clones was too big. If I had known this, I should have just gone to find Lord Meng Chu Zhen, right? Meng Chu Zhen is such a good name, he is truly a dream come true. Intense happiness filled Yu Zi's body. Her stiff body quickly relaxed as she shrunk into Meng Chu Zhen's embrace, and looked up at Meng Chu Zhen's face while blushing. But at the next moment, Meng Chu Zhen said calmly, there is an issue with your body, you have been contaminated. Wah! What? Yu Zi was stunned. Meng Chu Zhen continued, your contamination is quite serious, the abnormal situation is the source of the contamination. In fact, it already had no strength to exist, but after contaminating you, you became the potential source and have been nurturing it. The more you resist, the stronger the abnormal situation will become. Is this true? Yu Zi's eyes widened with an incredulous expression. You don't believe me? Meng Chu Zhen laughed and patted her shoulder. Look, you have hair now. Meng Chu Zhen said, I have triggered the abnormal Dao marks on your body. Yu Zi almost fainted when she looked. She saw hair on her chest, nose, armpit and other private areas. In just a few breaths of time, this hair had already grown longer than an adult's palm. Meng Chu Zhen patted again. Look, you have grown mold. Yu Zi's hair was previously standing straight, but now, it drooped down as greenish-white mold grew on it. An intense rotten stench assailed her nose. Tears flowed out of Yu Zi's eyes. This was a huge deal to her. The merfolk aesthetic sense had nothing to do with hair. Merfolk liked scales, luster, and contours forming a streamlined body shape. Being hairy or furry was ugly. What should I do? Please save me, Lord Meng Chu Zhen. Yu Zi pleaded. This emotion of desperation came straight from her heart. Meng Chu Zhen smiled. If you want me to help you, you have to spend contribution points. I am willing to pay anything and everything. Yu Zi quickly said. Meng Chu Zhen shook his head slightly, but your contribution points are still not enough. Yu Zi was getting dizzy from anxiety as she quickly explained the reason. That is because I exchanged for Immortal GU before. Let's do it like this then. Meng Chu Zhen first activated a dream path method. Pink light covered Yu Zi, suppressing all the hair on her body and restoring her to her original state. Meng Chu Zhen said, I have temporarily restrained your abnormal Dao marks. Go to Star Collection City when you have gathered enough contribution points, you will be treated there. Go. Meng Chu Zhen then left Yu Zi and began to repair the formation around the Earth vein node. Yu Zi gritted her teeth and bowed to bid her farewell. While flying, she activated a GU worm to inspect the mission board. Why are there so many resource point arrangement missions again? Yu Zi paled, a vague feeling of disgust emerging in her heart. But she had no other options. To heal herself, she could only grit her teeth and choose a mission. Arrange for the settlement of the Black-Yellow Earth Pool. This mission has the highest reward. 1. Remember it comes from Dream Reality Seeker. Chapter 2257, Saltwater Liver. With a pale expression and heavy eye bags, Yu Zi entered Star Collection City in a daze. After working hard for over 10 days without resting, she finally finished arranging Black-Yellow Earth Pool with the help of 2 other GU Immortals. Isn't this fairy Yu Zi? I heard you were in charge of arranging the Black-Yellow Earth Pool. A GU Immortal greeted Yu Zi. Yu Zi quickly raised her spirit and responded. Your luck is really good, this mission rewards a lot of contribution points. I was held up with another task at that time, otherwise, I would have also taken this mission. Another GU Immortal said to Yu Zi. Yu Zi smiled, nodding towards the GU Immortal. The 2 Immortals quickly parted after that. This was the style of the GU Immortals of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They were always in a hurry, making use of every second. Your condition does not look good. Go to Liver Life Hall immediately. Lian Keixin came across Yu Zi and said with concern. You are also here. Yu Zi felt much more at ease when she saw a GU Immortal of her kin. Lian Keixin nodded. I just came out of Liver Life Hall. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture added Black-Yellow Earth Pool. There really are a lot of super resource points here. Yu Zi said in agreement. From what I know, there are Rolling Fall Cliff, Triple Sacred Mountain, Divine Needle Valley, Frost Dragon Pond, Pin Tree Snowfield, Water Spider Sea, and Heavenly Crystal Storage Pool. Now, there is this Black-Yellow Earth Pool. There must definitely be others as well. Before Lian Keixin and Yu Zi entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they were leaders of the Merman Imperial Court, and were aware of the value of super resource points. Normally speaking, resource points were divided into several grades. Tiny resource points, small-sized resource points, and mid-sized resource points produced rank 1 to rank 5 cultivation resources. Large resource points could stably produce rank 6 resources, and occasionally rank 7 resources. Giant resource points could stably produce rank 7 resources. Super resource points were at rank 8 level, and the pinnacle resource points were those secluded domains of heaven and earth. A super resource point could lead to an all-out contest between super forces, and it could even result in casualties. The 5 regions' super forces were in possession of super resource points. The richer ones had more than 10, while the poorer ones had at least 3 or 4. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven were naturally not counted among these super forces. Strictly speaking, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven should be considered ultimate forces. Right now, Fang Yuan's force could also be considered an ultimate force. There were over 10 super resource points in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was just that the Mermaid Immortals had not been here for a long time, so they did not come into contact with the other resources. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation has increased again. This is a good thing. But I am worried about the abnormal situations happening more often. Lian Keixin was happy but also worried. Resource points contained dense amount of Dao marks. After they were shifted into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Immortal Aperture's Dao marks would naturally increase. By now, the Mermaid Immortals had already realized the source of the abnormal situations. Lian Keixin was worried. Yu Zi was too. She said in a quiet voice. Master sent several GU Immortals outside. There is a shortage of manpower in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture again. Over this period of time, Missions have been constantly increasing on the mission board. The GU Immortal's mission completion speed cannot match the speed of the addition of new missions. Sigh, it will be great if Master can bring in more GU Immortals. Lian Keixin nodded and said, I also hope for more companions. But rashly bringing in the 5 regions GU Immortals is not appropriate. On one hand, we will have to remove the suspicion of insiders and spies, on the other hand, there is racial equality here. If those self-righteous human GU Immortals come in, they might destroy the harmony here. Master may also have such misgivings. The two talked while walking towards Liver Life Hall. UZ looked at the Liver Life Hall and suddenly understood. I heard Liver Life Hall was only a Liver Life formation before. Master worked hard to modify it into an Immortal GU house. It was really a wise move. The Immortal formation was closely connected to its surroundings, but Immortal GU house was an independent body. Abnormal situations occurred frequently in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and the Immortal formations of various locations suffered, but Immortal GU houses were not disturbed. UZ sighed, I am somewhat worried. Don't you think Master's idea for the development of the Aperture is somewhat radical? The current Sovereign Immortal Aperture is walking on a thin rope. We have to use all our effort to maintain this fragile balance. Even so, we are slowly slipping down the abyss of failure. Lian Keixin squinted her eyes. Maybe this nature is one of the reasons for Master's legendary rise. The current Sovereign Immortal Aperture is truly like a glutton. It already is full to the point of indigestion, but is still eating regardless. By constructing Dao veins everywhere, we are only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. If we don't solve the fundamental issues, abnormal situations will still continue. UZ shook her head slightly. In this period of time, I saw Lord Wu Shuai and Lord Meng Chu Zhen. Both are peerlessly beautiful. I don't believe such incredible existences are not aware of the root issue. We are only minor characters. How can we estimate Master's thoughts? Yes, this root issue is not our concern. Lian Keixin patted UZ's arm. All right, UZ, the Liver Life Hall is in front. I won't accompany you. I still have a mission to do. UZ parted with Lian Keixin as well. She did not tell her abnormal state to Lian Keixin. UZ entered Liver Life Hall with familiarity. UZ had visited this mysterious Immortal GU house many times, so she was not a stranger to it. She thought this use would also go smoothly, but how could she have expected an accident to happen? Liver Life Hall shook as the nearby GU Immortals were alerted. Looking at this, it seems someone's liver exploded again. Hehe, this is a terrible feeling for them. No matter who it is, they are much luckier than me. The healing hall was constructed not long ago. By the time UZ woke up, she found she was no longer in the Liver Life Hall. She was lying on a large porcelain plate with dazzling white light filling her surroundings. After she adapted to this light with difficulty, she saw a will floating in the air and watching her. This will took a form. It was in the appearance of Fang Yuan's main body. UZ tried to stand up to greet him, but was stopped by Fang Yuan's will. Don't move carelessly, your liver exploded, your injuries are not light. Also, some Dao marks are still hiding in your body. Although they were suppressed temporarily by dream path methods, they are showing signs of erupting again. UZ immediately panicked. She did not want to grow moldy hair in front of Fang Yuan's will. Naturally, her current situation was extremely pitiful. After her liver exploded, her stomach burst open, half of her rib bones were sent flying, and all her organs were injured. UZ looked at Fang Yuan's will, immediately saying, Please save me, Master. I already have enough contribution points. Fang Yuan's will nodded. Your contribution points are enough. I have several treatment plans here for you. First is to use a time path killer move to restore you back to your previous state. Second is to transplant an ancient desolate beast's liver into you, and use a transformation path method to merge the liver with your body. Third is to use a refinement path method. We will get rid of your abnormal Dao marks first, then refine a brand new liver. And finally, the fourth option is my personal recommendation. This is an immortal killer move called saltwater liver. After you cultivate it, you can create a new liver. This liver not only has water path Dao marks, but also food path Dao marks. Using this liver, you can dual cultivate food path. Compared to an ordinary GU Immortal's liver, saltwater liver can bear the support of Liver Life Hall much longer and last for many more uses. Moreover, if you fall into a predicament and have no way out, and are in shortage of food, you can eat this liver to satisfy your hunger. The fifth method is Fang Yuan's will continued to describe over 10 treatment plans. After Yu Zi listened to them attentively, she asked about the price. She found the most stable and safest method was the first time path plan. But because she cultivated water path, the time path killer moves effect would not be obvious. She would have to pay a higher price for an obvious effect. Thus, the performance cost ratio of the first plan was not high. The most effective treatment was the second plan. If Yu Zi could afford the price, she could use an immemorial desolate beast's liver to transplant into her body. The lowest price was the refinement path plan, that was also the third plan. The highest performance cost ratio plan was the fourth plan. Saltwater liver. Yu Zi considered for a while before nodding, I choose this. While Yu Zi was being treated, looking over in western desert, Xiao Yihu gazed at Wan Hao Guang with a frown. Muddy beaches no more, perfume flying island is also no more. They were openly sold to heaven refining demon venerable by Fang clan. Our contract needs to be changed. Wan Hao Guang showed a painful expression. Xiao Yihu, you have already been here 5 times to talk over the contract. Is it appropriate to change it at will? We should follow my previous suggestion. We should quickly attack Fang clan and drive them away. Won't it be much easier to change the contract based on the actual state? Xiao Yi, who shook his head, sighing deeply. Wan Hao Guang, that is very risky. Your clan's resource points are almost all sold by Fang clan. Even if we succeed in attacking Fang clan, can you bring out enough remuneration? You have contacted all the super forces of Western Desert. Looking at the price you paid to invite these people to join the alliance, are you still able to satisfy my Xiao clan first? Wan Hao Guang felt an extreme headache. He was about to appease Xiao Yihu when suddenly, heaven and earth shook, thunderous explosions occurred. Their gathering point was ambushed. It is Fang clan. Such guts, we haven't even gone to attack them, yet they dare to send themselves to death. The anti-Fang alliance army reacted and attacked furiously. The Wan clan GU immortals were extremely angry. It was this bunch of shameless scoundrels who sold off their resource points. They had to modify the contracts almost every day. This caused them a great headache. Fang clan mobilized 3 immortal GU houses this time. The Fang clan immortals were also extremely angry. You guys, you forced our Fang clan to sell all those resource points. Both sides were so furious that the moment they started the battle, a huge commotion could be heard, rocks cracked and rubble flew. Chapter 2258, Battle against Fang clan. The thunderous explosions rang for a while as the killer moves collided with each other. Even the aftershock was fatal. Fang clan's attack was too sudden, surpassing anti-Fang alliance's expectations. What made the anti-Fang alliance regret was that they were not stationed at a resource point, but in an ordinary desert. They were about to make a large-scale move against Fang clan, but they had to discuss their payment before the battle. Fang Dichang's plan was very effective. They did open transactions with Fang Yuan repeatedly, which led to internal instability in the anti-Fang alliance, greatly postponing their official expedition. And this sudden attack was also Fang Dichang's proposition. Fang Dichang. Wan Shao gritted his teeth. Not only him, the other immortals of the alliance also experienced Fang Dichang's strength. Inside Chicken Dog Co-op, Fang Dichang's expression was cold and his gaze was sharp. The situation of the battlefield was reflected in his mind. He shouted, "Release all the ancient desolate beasts, not to kill, but to scatter the enemies." At the next moment, Chicken Dog Co-op let out a dazzling light. Dozens of chicken and ancient desolate beast dogs formed into 2 groups that rushed ahead. Wan Hao Guang was furious as he understood Fang clan's plan. He shouted madly, "Don't scatter, whoever is alone may lose their life." Fang clan immortals were curled up in their 3 immortal GU houses, while the alliance GU immortals were flying in the sky. These GU immortals were pale, who could use their bodies to block these ancient desolate beasts. Even if they used killer moves, they would not able to exterminate them instantly. Once they started fighting and dodging, their already loose formation would immediately break, and Fang clan would succeed. Right at this time, an alliance GU immortal suddenly laughed as his appearance started changing. "It is time for me to make a move." He was dressed in a blue robe. His laughter was unpleasant and noisy, which left a deep impression on people. "You are not Tian Feng Mang, you are Tian Daji." The other alliance GU immortals exclaimed in surprise and joy. Tian Daji had ranked 7 cultivation and cultivated enslavement path. He was not a lineal descendant of Tian clan. He had been a lowly young boy with no cultivation aptitude whose only fate was to become a farmer. But one time, as he was taking care of a field, he accidentally dug out a Immortal inheritance. It was this inheritance that completely changed his life. He cultivated secretly at first, but was discovered soon after, and had no choice but to offer the Immortal inheritance to Tian clan. The Immortal in charge of the matter at that time, Tian Gangwei, was an honest person. He did not covet this inheritance, instead protecting Tian Daji from then on. Tian Daji inherited this special inheritance that could only enslave chickens, but its effect was outstanding. At the next moment, Tian Daji made a move, activating a killer move that actually caused all the ancient desolate beast chickens released by Fang clan to defect. These ancient desolate beasts immediately attacked the ancient desolate beast dogs behind them. In an instant, chickens and dogs fought, causing sand to fill the battlefield. The anti-Fang alliance's crisis was immediately resolved. Wan Xiao, Wan Haoguang, Sung Wang, and the rest made their moves. Wind path, light path, fire path, and other paths, killer moves erupted in succession, forming 3 waves of attacks that charged towards Chicken Dog Co-op. Fang clan had schemes, Wan clan also had prepared some. Tian Daji's identity was a secret that was exposed only now. This was the result of Wan clan specially discussing it with Tian clan. Although the alliance was delayed by Fang clan, Wan clan did not waste the time. While the contract discussions were being talked, Wan clan actively made GU Immortals train in group combat. The alliance GU Immortals did not have much coordination with each other. It was no issue to fight individual fights, but group battle was their greatest weakness. After all, Dao marks of different paths conflicted with each other. To target this weakness, under Heavenly Court's unending supply of immortal essence stones, the Alliance Immortals cultivated painstakingly, forming an initial stage of group combat coordination. Fang Hua Sheng, Fang Di Chong retreated with Chicken Dog Co-op while shouting for reinforcement. Although the ancient desolate beast chickens revolted, Chicken Dog Co-op could still control ancient desolate beast dogs. This immortal GU house was important. If it was attacked and lost a crucial immortal GU, it would be really bad. If the ancient desolate beast dogs stopped listening to commands, they would be defeated quickly. Fang Hua Sheng was controlling Fallen Flower Hall. He immediately rushed over after getting the message. Immortal killer move, Mirror Flower. The surface of Fallen Flower Hall immediately let out a wave of light. The light was pure white. It first exited violently before being restrained suddenly, turning into a huge flower bud on the roof of the hall. The flower bud quickly bloomed. The petals were like mirrors, reflecting light. As it bloomed, the flower petals collided with one another, emitting a crisp sound. After the flower bud bloomed completely, it was even larger than the roof of Fallen Flower Hall, being extremely beautiful. The mirror flower formed in a blink of an eye, and let out a strong suction force. Be it Wan Haoguang, Wan Xiao, or Sun Wang's killer moves, most of them was absorbed by the mirror flower. But there was still a small number of killer moves left that made Fallen Flower Hall shake endlessly. The mirror flower's petals broke into pieces, and the remaining petals closed again, turning into a flower bud. I am returning them to you. Fang Hua Sheng shouted. The mirror flower bud bloomed again, releasing the absorbed killer moves back at the enemies. The flower bud disappeared completely. The released killer moves forced Wan Haoguang and the rest to retreat again and again. They could only activate their methods to block arduously. Fang Hua Sheng saw that 3 immortals were in a miserable state. He knew the battle opportunity had appeared. He was just about to attack them, when suddenly a fire path immortal GU house appeared in the enemy formation. This immortal GU house was like a giant wheel. After it took in Dong clan's 2 GU immortals Dong Zhu and Gong Ming, it started rolling. Dong clan's immortal GU house Red River Wheel. Inside Red River Wheel, Dong Ming shouted in hatred, Fang clan, you previously used the theft path immortal GU house to raid my Dong clan's resource point, destroying my clan's treasure moon oasis. This debt will be paid today. With a crushing momentum, Red River Wheel whipped up an intense flame as it collided with Fallen Flower Hall. Fallen Flower Hall shook intensely as it retreated quickly. Where are you going? The GU immortals inside Red River Wheel gave chase. Not long later, Fallen Flower Hall fell into a disadvantage as flames stuck to it. Red River Wheel could counter the Wood Path immortal GU house Fallen Flower Hall to a certain extent. Since there is fire, this will be easy. Inside the Alliance Army formation, Gong Zhao Che smiled as he used a killer move. At the next moment, the flames on Fallen Flower Hall intensified, turning into a huge fire. Damn it! Fang Huasheng gritted his teeth as he controlled Fallen Flower Hall to defend, but could not turn the situation around in a short period of time. The other Fang Clan GU Immortals in Fallen Flower Hall were doing their best to save Fallen Flower Hall's GU worms. But Red River Wheel's fire continued to infiltrate the Immortal GU house, spreading towards the core Immortal GU. Fang Gong wanted to go reinforce with Inquiry Dock, but another Rank 7 Immortal GU house blocked its path firmly. It was Wan Clan's Time Path Immortal GU house, Myriad Age Building. Soon after, Chicken Dog Co-op also got attacked by many GU Immortals. Fang Dichong heaved a deep sigh, saying inwardly, Wan Clan really prepared sufficiently this time. Be it the matter of concealing the identity of Tien Daji, Red River Wheel that restrained Fallen Flower Hall, or Myriad Age Building that firmly held back Inquiry Dock, it all proved that Wan Clan was well prepared. These three Immortal GU houses of Fang Clan were not a secret. Since this anti-Fang alliance included over 10 super forces, it was not hard to find methods that could restrain Fang Clan. The moment the ancient desolate beast chickens were made to revolt, Fang Dichong knew the situation was turning bad. When anti-Fang alliance stabilized themselves and reacted, Fang Clan immediately felt suppressed. The advantage of their sudden attack was already gone. The situation was urgent, but the Fang Clan Immortals were still not panicked and held ample confidence. Earth Shuttle was mobilized. Fang Chen and Fang Enlei flew out and entered Earth Shuttle. It was this Immortal GU house that destroyed my Tall Pine Oasis formation base. Wan Xiao was furious. He immediately changed his target, hurling the long-prepared Berserk Wind Blades towards Earth Shuttle. Earth Shuttle did not dodge as it endured these Berserk Wind Blades and charged towards the enemy formation. Wherever it went, the Alliance GU Immortals evaded in fright. Who would dare to use their body to collide with a Rank 7 Immortal GU house? Wan Xiao's pupils shrunk when he saw this. Every aspect of Earth Shuttle Immortal GU house was strengthened. Last time, when it attacked Tall Pine Oasis, its defense was very weak. But it was completely different now. However, dealing with this Earth Path Immortal GU house was also within Wan Clan's plans. Even the matter of it being stronger now did not surpass Wan Clan's expectations. At the crucial moment, Mo Sha Ta stood up and activated a killer move, blocking Earth Shuttle. A dense layer of sand accumulated on Earth Shuttle, reducing its speed sharply. Earth Shuttle shook, destroying the sand layer. Without the restraint, it directly charged at Mo Sha Ta. Mo Sha Ta was pale with fright as he turned around and ran. The Alliance's formation began to turn chaotic. Xiao Yihu gritted his teeth as he had no choice but to make a move in advance. He held Chamber Pod which aimed at Earth Shuttle from afar, letting out a pitch-black lump of light. Don't even think of it. Fang Huasheng shouted. Fallen Flower Hall moved once again. The pitch-black light lump was really fast, but it got struck by fleeting bloom, slowing down rapidly. Earth Shuttle easily evaded it as Xiao Yihu glared in anger. You still have the time to care about others. Tuoba Cheng Feng made his move. He was a famous GU Immortal in Western Desert's GU Immortal world, and was extremely proficient in support methods. This was a Wind Path support killer move. After it covered Fallen Flower Hall, the huge fire burned even hotter and covered over half of Fallen Flower Hall. Fang Huasheng's expression turned heavy. He had just gotten rid of Earth Shuttle's obstacle, but it made Fallen Flower Hall's situation even more dangerous. Do I reinforce Fallen Flower Hall? Fang Dichong scanned the whole battlefield. Soon his eyes shrunk when he saw a figure. No, I need to rescue Inquiry Dock first. Since the battle started, Zuochu Sansha had been staying at the back of the Alliance army as he prepared his killer move. At this time, the killer move's aura was already close to complete. Fang Clan possessed Roof Tile Breaker killer move that could restrain Immortal GU houses. Zuochu also had a similar killer move. It was called State of Disunity, which was created by Zuochu Sansha. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.